presidents until it was on TV was Eisenhower, because when he was leaving office, he told everybody to be careful of the military-industrial complex. He warned them on television. His speech to the you ever seen that? It's kind of crazy because this guy's decorated former president. He's leaving office, and as he's leaving, he's telling people to be careful. You have to be very wary that the military-industrial complex wants to go to war. We have to be very wary about their influence. This is a sitting president.
Yeah.
He's announcing it to the nation. I think people are probably like, wait, what? What was that? I feel like that was in the late 50s. When did Eisenhower give that famous speech? 61. It's crazy. Want to see it?
Yeah.
Let's play that movie with this, because this is kind of nuts. Because this aired on television back then, and obviously back then there's no VCRs, there's no nothing. So you saw it or you didn't see it.
Right.
And that was
And you heard it secondhand.
Yeah.
And whatever opinions you get about it from your neighbors, that's it.
And everybody shared their opinions, and it just got washed away. And no one really thought about it until the internet came around and people were allowed to review it. This is Eisenhower in 61.
The vital element in keeping the peace is our military establishment. Our arms must be fighting, ready for instant action, so that no potential aggressor may be tempted to risk his own destruction. Our military organization today bears little relation to that known of any of my predecessors in peacetime, or indeed by the fighting men of World War II or Korean. Until the latest of our world conflicts, the United States had no armaments industry. American makers of plowshares could, with time and as required, make swords as well. But we can no longer risk emergency improvisation of national defense. We have been compelled to create a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions. Added to this, 3.5 million men and women are directly engaged in the defense establishment. We annually spend on military security alone more than the net income of all United States corporations. Now, this conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. The total influence, economic, political, even spiritual, is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. We recognize the imperative need for this development, yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved. So is the very structure of our society. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizen can compare the proper making of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals.
Crazy.
It is crazy. So it's basically,
He was predicting exactly what we're dealing with right now.
it's just like the president should be responsible for keeping our country out of war.
Yeah. Well, also, there's a machine that wants to go to war. Is that something they want? Because there's more money involved in that than anything.
Oh, I learned a lot about that.
That's scary.
It's pretty
I
crazy.
don't want to be on the mark side of that.
No. I've seen some shit,
I
man.
bet you have.
Like stuff like that. I don't want to know.
Was the most disturbing thing? Well, what was the most disturbing? For you personally, going through all of it.
Oh, for me,
Yeah.
I think, well, definitely, I was worried about Bobby's safety. Just watching him.
Yeah. Especially, yeah.
And so that, and then for me, everything changed, and a lot of, I don't know, people just it was interesting to watch people change their attitude about me, or the not the person they thought I was type of feeling, which is strange because I'm still the same person. So it was really, and still is too, that's very strange.
Yeah, but you find out who's real.
Yeah, you do.
That's probably a good thing. It's good.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
good for someone to train like that.
Oh,
Sweetie.
see who rises to the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. It's hard. It's painful though.
Yeah. It sucks if you really like that person. And also,
Yeah. Yeah. And and also just people that don't know you that they assume things that aren't true. I mean, I sound ridiculous. It's like, okay, get in line. But it was different. I just did not expect politics to be such a part of my life. I'm still shocked. But it's everything's good now. But there were times, and there still are times. But really, Bobby's safety was the most stressful. Every day, all day. Now he runs with commercials, and and even when he was running, and that's why I do write my book unscripted. That he was trying to get Secret Service protection for so long. It was denied, which is also which is crazy.
That's crazy.
And
But the administration's like,
no.
Everybody else, you can have it.
Yeah. So crazy. And then he did get Secret Service after the assassination attempt on President Trump. But it wasn't for very long because the election was, close anyway. But just that, just having Secret Service and security around you all the time is crazy. And you learn, and also, what's disturbing, like you learn what to look for and what to do in an emergency, and what, things that you would never really, things that you wouldn't think about. But then now you walk into a room and you look at people and you're like, okay, that guy's sweating a lot for no reason. And you look to see what's suspicious, what's going on, and you see things differently, and it's just like,
you have to regard them as kooks.
yeah, a lot of kooks. There are a lot of kooks.
Yeah, and this is a conversation we had recently that I think they've weaponized those kooks. They make these people think that they're doing something important.
Yeah.
There was a lot of talk like that. Someone needs to step up and do something. Like what? What are you fighting? Like what do you say? What the fuck?
Right. Yeah.
Like imagine advocating for that and thinking you're on the good side.
Yeah. You should do something.
Yeah, but the only solution is assassination. Someone needs to do that.
Yeah. I'm glad we're leaving this one. I know.
Yeah, but it is an undeniably bizarre time. It's a bizarre time. And again, I think it's uniquely bizarre today because we know more about what's really going on than ever before.
Yeah.
We know more about the behind the scenes stuff than ever before. Just,
Yeah. And it's about who do you believe? That's the thing. Well, once again, that's why people really like your show, because you're not trying to win anything. You're not trying to get anything. That's why people really respond to it. Because
I think people need some kind of uncensored, uncontrolled discourse.
There's hardly any out there.
No, and most of it is controlled by advertisers.
Yeah.
And that's just not good.
Yeah.
And all my friends who do shows, whether they're on some sort of show, like you have to, you get notes. People come in, you gotta cut this out, can't talk about that, don't bring this up, this is gonna piss off that company, this is gonna do this. It's
Yeah.
It's not good for us.
Yeah.
And that's the beautiful thing about the internet. Like, this is the thing they never saw coming. And this is what's so important about Elon owning Twitter. You know, they just turned it into the Wild West. Like, go crazy.
Yeah.
That's what we need. Because they only need, you get a lot of bullshit. There's a lot of everyone's gonna get tricked a few times. But for the most part, reality resurfaces. So that's all we need.
I'm gonna try to remember that. For the most part, reality resurfaces.
Yeah, when you try to squash it for a long time, no matter what, eventually it pops up.
Yeah.
Oh, this is real.
Yeah, because there's only one truth, right? There are a lot of different lies. But the one truth, and if it, like you're saying, keeps coming up, it's really hard to deny.
Yeah, the problem is, like, with government, the truth is so difficult to understand. There's so much going on. There's so many moving pieces. You're like, well, why is that happening? Who's doing that? Why that? Why'd they make that decision the first time? What happened to that rule? Or how did he get kicked out of office? We funded that? Like, oh, God.
Yeah.
And it's just so, the rabbit hole goes so deep.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why people get so obsessed with all this stuff, because you can lose your mind just chasing down every single story.
Yeah. Or just make a new one. It's easier for them. Just make a new one.
Yeah,
You don't have to worry about the facts of what's real. It's like, oh, what did you hear about?
Unscripted, you did the audio for it.
I did. My sister says to play it like at least one speed faster.
That's like a subtle way of her saying you're boring.
Why are you talking so slowly?
Oh, that's funny.
But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, of course, I think it's interesting because I've heard about it. But yeah, there's definitely stuff about curves, stuff about the Bobby politics, Bobby before politics, Bobby after politics. It's great. It's a wild ride.
All right. Thank you very much, Cheryl. I really enjoyed
Thank
talking
you
to you.
too. Me too.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Starting a fashion for this stuff. That ultimately represents the same authenticity for a given not to say that it's customer shop. So it happens to be a lot of ways that I'm not this, but it is hard shop. And ultimately, it's not short before. Does not fall under the category of again, and obviously doesn't have the potential when you're talking about incredible. Says the Mishnah. Commercial says, if you have a rod, an olive rod, and what we use an olive rod for, or say the rod that rod is going to put olives that are placed inside of a press. So if you're putting olives in a press, a lot of myself, you would go ahead and you would turn over the olives to see if they are ripe. And then when I say ripe, you know, they're already in the press. Part of the pressing olives, they were putting actually press them. You would let them sit in the back together. Those olives, which are also there, generally back and like soften them and then have the olives. So you would turn over the olives. So that was done with a commercial base, an olive rod. So commercial base in the HKS, so it also becomes a if it was not. At the peak of it, it becomes a they love in a couple of but if it doesn't have enough, and if they finish up a couple of them, they got two customers in the Shabbos. And Halach L'Mais again, whether
Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
All right. Nice to meet you, sir. Stimulating mind. future-proof for your brain. Is that possible? Future-proof. What can I say that? Already had dementia. Future-proof your brain from dementia and stay sharp at any age. But first of all, what prompted you to write this? So I've spent a long time.
In general, we assume that a wooden utensil is no receptacle, not a cobble plate. An outlet rod has to space the flat wooden utensil with no receptacle. If so, why is it the cobble plate? To which the Gemara says, nighttime, when you decide, nighttime, when you decide how you listen in general, when it comes to Torah, in order for an object to be covered, so it has to be covered for sack. Sack, just like the sack, ultimately again has a receptacle. So to the create a wooden utensil, not have a receptacle as well. Oh no, this thing doesn't make no. The show should not happen. We're basing on overall. So we'll say ultimately again, so the body, because the time when you go ahead and you flip open the eyelids, you literally you put over the eyelids, you put it on, and you examine the rock. Now what? Look at that. The fellow below shows you die some ideas you got from the there was often a knot at the end of this line. So interestingly enough, the halacha is that in that knot, kind of like the middle of a natural cavity. When you turn over the eyelids, you still get some oil stuck in that cavity. So because it has a stickle cavity, therefore halacha l'maisa, that's called the receptacle. Called the receptacle, therefore the eyelid rod is the cavity. Beautiful. Mishnah, Yossi says, well, like I will say that here's the very we get now. It's just quite fascinating how humanity is different. Because we spend a lot of time on books. Actually, again, I'm going to do a part of the slide to see what's back in the book again. As we have up to the 17th chapter of Shabbos, we spent the fascinating book says that Rabbanon, yet again, the greatest amount of comfort in the second Shabbos. And all the most quite fascinating. Now, we're actually, this movie that we're about to do, we're actually going to see the actual evolution of the concept of currency. Here we get to second currency. We're going to see the actual evolution in a manner the actual evolution of the halakha. So watch this. Yossi says, well, I came to me tell him. This is going to blow your mind. Yossi says, truth is, you could carry anything you want. Right? 99% of the utensils are not with the exception of puts in a muscle and logo, with the exception of you're going to have a large song, Siyaset Shal Maharisha. Well, Siyaset Shal Maharisha is literally the center of the cloud. Now, what it actually means is the cloud might have a large, sharp word. You can have more than one word, but there's one word. That's never again all the cloud over the soil. That's what the separate the whole so Yosef is the one that says nothing is looked on Shabbos except for a large saw and the large blade of cloud. Right? Mind blowing, no? Mind blowing. We spent all this time trying to figure out at the end of the day, like what's most, what's not most up. Yosef says nothing is most except for this way. Sending I was better than that. Another video. High flow flood the countries. Yosef Shamakaresha. Once it comes along with that. Also the country, clean the process and asleep in the dog, the common himself toxin, he knows what Allah the garden and the salary from my was his so the Matthew says, literally the longer the Matthew says, the longer the sea is just like the Yashin Samach. So literally again, like hangers or sakina dash kapta, as she says, the sakina dash kapta is literally a butcher's knife, or the words of sakina dinari, yasir shamach. All of these different types of knives, especially like knives that people use in their particular molasses, work. right, have the status of the blade of the plow. Meaning that just as the blade of the plow, Allah is Muqsa, right? Instead of sacrificing, okay, remember again, one shade, let's just grab this a moment. First of Yossi. Why you got Yossi saved in Akbar? It means to items that were similar in Akbar. Because I will say items like a large saw or the blade of the plow were never used for anything other than their intended purposes. Although the utensils could be multi-purpose. Like the blade of a plow, it's not going to chef. You know what? It's not going to be nice. Okay, it has to be the blade of a plow to cut my tree. Like to cut my piece. And no one does that. No one does that. Therefore, again, a lot more money to set aside for that. We listed now below of items that were not used for anything other than their specific purpose. So, for example, specialty knives, hammers, right? A butcher's knife. These are specialty knives. They're not used for anything other purpose. These are has a purpose of what you must select Shabbos. Therefore, these utensils by definition. I'm not about to post a little bit. Very show, very excited. Very show now how you open. Shlosha in the beginning, they said that there are only three utensils that you can use on Shabbos. Three utensils that are permitted to use on Shabbos. What were they? Mikzah Shoteva, the knife used to go ahead and cut the fruit of vegetables. Sulamah, Restream Shoteva, the ladle used to scrape off foam from a pot. Besides kind of shagabi exophone, a small knife which we keep on the table, is for cutting food. So in the beginning, right, in the first iteration of the Mokta, pretty much the way it started was everything is Mokta. That's how it starts. Everything is Mokta, with the exception of three things. The knife you need to cut the cake of figs, a ladle, and a small knife. So that's it. Everything else is Mokta. What happened? The tiru, because of the tiru, because of the tiru, then slowly began to commit more utensils and more utensils and more utensils. Actually, Halakilim, Hikalim, the Shabbos, which in that must have been the Yesod Shalom. As almost like in the point they said, actually, everything is permitted for you to use on Shabbos, except for a large saw and the blade of knives. Okay, since the evolution, Hilchos Mitzvah Pariki began by saying everything is awesome except for three things, right? The knife, the cut, the cake of steaks, a ladle, and a small table. Then they permitted until everything was mutter for use on Shabbos, with the exception of a large saw and the blade of the plow. You're reminded that you because of it, what does that mean? They permitted more permitted more. Rabbi was the first one, right? The tiru, double shamalach for the hector, with sorak sifo. They permitted ultimately again the double shamalach for the hector. Also, you have double shamalach for the hector that has a totally different purpose. So they allowed three shamalach for the hector that shall be moved with sorak sifo. Also, now we get to very important purpose here. Sorak sifo means for its own use, right? To use it. So, for example, again, you have a piece of for the next little hector would be a fork, right? The fork has a primarily related purpose on Shabbos. So before means to use it as a fork. So therefore, again, they allow a fish and rock to use its primary way. Because of it, Kilo Garish and rock to enter the Torah to become home. And afterwards, they allowed you to use a permitted utensil. They permitted you to move it because you need the space that it occupies. Because of it, Kilo Garish and rock to it's sort of focused, it's sort of become over. Then of course the next generation was Visha Malakulu serves an item that has been reserved for imitating use. They permitted you to go ahead and use that item for your function. But they did not move that item just because of the space that it occupies. Dying here, still even in that generation of Navajo, the other Alphas in the state of the books. Only if you turn like you use with one hand, but you can then push something that was so large that it required two hands. So they came along and said, Kalakilim, Kalim, Shabbos, Fast, Irish, stay at that. And so they came along and permitted the most of those.
Yes, sir. Monday morning, February 16th. What's up, fam? What is poppin'? How was your weekend? No fights? For the fight freaks out there, there's nothing for us, really. That's all good. You got a fight night coming to Paramount this freaking Saturday. Great main event. You got Sean Strickland, Fluffy Hernandez, which I cannot wait. A great middleweight matchup. Cannot wait. Rest of the card, okay. But it checks the box. I will be watching this one from Florida. Kiddo has a football tournament at the Wide World of Sports Disney. Florida, I leave Thursday. Oh, snap. I know. Top 50 teams from the nation are there. I think if they make it to the second round, it'll be on ESPN. The boys are crunk about that. We'll see how it goes. These kids are ballers, so we'll see how it goes. And travel ball's back up too. Baseball. Huge rain delays here. I got there at noon. I didn't come home at 8:30 at night. And my dumbass didn't bring a chair, so I was standing for 8 hours. My legs were worn out. Straight out. I'm like, man, why are my legs so long? I was standing for 8 hours, literally standing right there. And on the nail standing as well. I just don't bring chairs, man. I pace back and forth. But let's get into it. Enough about me. There is some fight news going on. Slower week, but there's some fight news. Some fight news going on. Number one, by far the number one current event we're going to kick this show off with is Cain Velasquez, the great Cain, who shouldn't have served a single day in prison, is out. I told y'all he was going to get out. I told y'all. About a year ago, he said it. About a year ago. Got some boys that are super Cain is out, man, and this is a big deal. Hopefully, he is going to figure out this Epstein stuff. Hopefully, he gets on that case now. You can't find it on Jim. Yeah, shit. Who wants to be on? Yeah, celebrating. He came out of a white van just because like with a mariachi band. I haven't seen the video. I just know he's out. You got the video of him. It's just him and his fam celebrating. Yeah. If you want the video, that's just a write-up. Go to Twitter or X, as the kids call it. I mean, he deserves a freaking award and a holiday. Want to go to Twitter about it? I go to Twitter, man. I can send it if you want. No, I had already. Yeah, get the video of him. Let's go message him on Instagram. God, I know what that feels like. UFC's gonna be all over this Cain Velasquez White House car, right? I wouldn't be surprised. Wow, what a moment, man. These kiddos, man. What a moment. I couldn't tell. So that looks like his daughter, and then the wife is taking a picture, right? I can't tell. I think so. I don't want to assume. I've heard some stuff what's going on there. I don't know. Either way, God, what a freaking. I can imagine what he's feeling like, man. Yeah, that poor guy. But I mean, dude, was it 11 months or something? Nothing too crazy for attempted murder. Yeah, they shouldn't give him anything. I know you have 100%. Someone touches your kiddo. He did what every single person would have done. So yeah, the laws are all messed up. I mean, yeah, he took some liberties, open shots on the highway. You know, that's my front bump. He should have messed him up with, like you said, with his hand. That's what I don't think. The last thing I think about, you know, I have guns, but if someone touches my kids, like, oh, buddy, a gun's too easy. Yeah, especially when you have his skill set. Everyone's sitting on the White House card against 20 pedos. I agree, man. Get him out there. Yeah, but that's like amazing news. Great news. Best news we've had all in a long time in the UFC community. I asked you earlier, how do you know it? Because you said it. Yeah, I'm not about to hear about it. Okay, together. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's the man. Also, in his prime, when he was 100% healthy, best heavyweight ever. I think he had his prime. Heavyweight that ever walked this planet. He's the man, dude. He's the freaking man. Yeah, thank God he's out. Thank God he's out. I think it's, you know, I'm not insecure. I'm not Thomas. I don't have 5 million sources. My sources, I have good sources. And I heard on the White House card, they're trying to do Alex Pietro and John Jones for the light heavyweight title. They don't want to do heavyweight. They're going to do more. And because it's mess up the heavyweight division, let's go more. Give out a better shot. More of a level playing field. If they fight at light heavyweight, John, they don't records on the line. That's how Alex is. So the Russians are. I mean, he also said that's why they have that makes me look terrible. We'll show you some stuff that he said that Dana was saying, like, there's no way how that's happening. Yeah, Ron Carter is not the what you want to know from my sources, but yeah, I don't know what he's saying, but from my sources, yeah, they're trying to like heavyweight before Alex and John and all those writers and John and stuff like that. So that's what they're trying to do. I would assume we get some days pretty soon. Right? Yeah. Dana just keeps going. Cards done. We got some updates for you. The updates were what he said. Oh, we have renderings where we know when the sun's going to set. It's not an update. Give us the fight update. Also, I played this video where he asked him, and it's very like seesaw. You know what I'm saying? The way Miles card done last week. The card's done already. Yeah. How many title fights are you able to say? No. I'm not saying anything. We have like 2 different options laid out. The matchmaking process has already started. So, yeah. When you were answering the question about the White House, you said you had 2 options, but then you said it was done. I'm sorry. So we laid out 2 different options. I didn't say it was done. I said the card was built. Yeah. And so I'm not talking about the White House card. Yeah, for sure. And then so they have it together. Here's why they don't have it together. There's too many moving parts, and there's too many wild boys on the card where they're trying behind the scenes to figure out with John, right? Coming through with John, with Connor. So you have these 2 wild boys. So I would assume, because the UFC is very smart, they have one card that's good. It's good, and it's all the reliable guys under contract, not the Connors and the other random shit. And they have that. Yeah. But then they have the one that they want that's going to do the biggest numbers of all time. That's going to be the best card of all time. And there's some of those jokers on there, and they're not fully aligned yet. Yeah. And that's what they're waiting on. So I do think they've worked that, and I think that, to give him some grace here, I think he's like, we haven't done if we don't get the guys we want yet. We have the card done, and we have to submit it to the White House to check off. Worst case scenario. So we have a B card and an A card. We want the A card, but there's some wild boys on that, and we're trying to figure that out. That's what that is. John is by far on the wild card, I'm sure. You have John and Connor, the 2 most wild boys of all time. And then who knows, with Nate Diaz, all this other random shit. Gabe Stevens, feel like they have their card, which is safe. And long deuces are numbers. It's going to be solid, but if they don't have John and Connor, there is no way in hell it's the best card of all time. It's impossible. You have to bring back these throwback legends. So that's what they're aiming for, and they're going to get it done in some capacity, whether it's one or both of them, or all 3 of these wild boys. If they don't get that done, there's going to be such a letdown for the fan base. What the sense. he's assuming points. Because if they don't, it's and again, not his fault. Let's take a little break here. We'll jump right back into Real Housewives of the UFC. I love a good origin story. And Brooklyn Betting has one of my favorites. John, the founder, really built this company from the ground up in Arizona without a college degree. All right? Just pure grit and intentional craftsmanship. You can actually feel the pride in every stitch of their mattresses. I freaking love my Brooklyn Betting. I love it. My kids love it. I love it. I sleep on one every single night. I got my kids one. They will afford to share a queen bed. They afford to share a room together, but they love the freaking bed. Brooklyn Betting handcrafts every mattress in the Arizona fabric. West Bay, baby. No middleman. Don't give it. Just top tier quality. Honest pricing. Real American craftsmanship for a better night's sleep. Brooklyn Betting, no sleepless and one size fits all. That's why they offer mattresses for everybody, every sleep style. Even hard to find sizes. Not sure which mattress is right for you. Just take a Brooklyn Betting sleep quiz. You find your perfect match in under 2 minutes. That's what I did. So whether you sleep hot, cold, they got you, man. They have the Copper Flex. They got everything. Brooklyn Betting also offers 120 night comfort trial. Love it. Or they'll help you return or swap it out. Have some free. It's super easy, man. Go to brooklynbetting.com. Use the promo code SHOP, SHAP, at checkout. You get 30% off site-wide. This offer is not available anywhere else. That's brooklynbetting.com, BROOKLYN, betting.com, promo code SHOP for 30% off site-wide. Support the show. Let me know your boys say it. brooklynbetting.com, promo code SHOP. Let's get back to the program. Yeah, that's why it's like, well, the card's done. 2 options. I didn't say it was done. You never said it was done. You just has to take it like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, not at all. There's a little more to it if you want to watch it. Yeah, please.
One question about the White House. I was like, as far as announcing the card, do you feel like, in the media world that we're in, is it enough to just put it out, or do you feel like that, is there like some kind of special announcement that we should be expecting, or is it just like, hey, tell people what the card is, and the media will do, their thing, or do you
We don't know yet. As we get closer, we've been kicking around a lot of ideas, and we're sorry actually fly to DC this week and sit down with the president and his team and start walking them through not just the production but the fight card. We have like 3 different options on all the different production stuff, and see what he likes and what he doesn't like. But let me tell you this: this event is going to be so badass and so unique, so special, and so expensive.
So expensive, meaning we gotta pay up to honor John and Nate. It's another reason why there's 2 avenues. It's just, man, and they'll get it done. I have faith in Dana, both of you guys. It's gonna be the most badass card of all time. I'd rather not say anything and then drop it and let us decide. You know what I'm saying? Because again, if you don't get that option A, and it's just the stars that are currently fighting, there's no way it does. There's no way. No way. And you prefer if they did these stuff like heavyweight versus if it was heavyweight? For John, I think it gives Alex more of a shot. There's not much advantages for Alex to go and fight John on heavyweight. I think John cutting the weight, getting a little bit of his comfort zone, cut back to 205. At least gives Alex some sort of a shot. Heavyweight, it's tough, man. Listen, the UFC definitely wants Alex to win. Definitely wants Alex to win. So this is, I'd be honest with John's arthritis in his hip and all that shit. I'm surprised he's even entertaining it. But again, they must be backing up the Brinks trucks. The Brinks trucks for John. That's why I said it was expensive. Yeah, and if he doesn't make the weight, then it's gonna have to be a catch weight then, right? And then probably like part of, or a good chunk of the money he was supposed to make if he had made them or light weight, then he'll make the weight on Johnson. I just can't imagine it like right now. After looking, I can't believe he commit to it. Yeah, but again, enough money, I'm gonna figure it out. That's what I heard. That they're trying. That's what they want. I don't know how John's respond to it, but I know the UFC's idea for a fact is Alex was trying that light and heavy, not heavy. What else you got?
I think we already covered this maybe on the second show last week about the Kobe and Connor thing. And then Dana was saying that's right here total BS.
Yeah, so let me see the headline. So it says not confirmed yet by the Jesus Christ.
Well, nothing's confirmed yet.
Since I've seen stuff, it's just so much malarkey out there. You don't know what's real, what's not. Not confirmed yet by the UFC, but it is highly possible main event for the UFC White House card is going to be Conor versus Colby.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that.
Both fighters have been drug tested this year. In fact, Conor has been tested 2 times already. Alright. And then Dan White goes, total BS. White House matchmaking's meeting is tomorrow. Make my ear fly tomorrow for it. We'll have fights down in by this weekend.
That was 6 days ago, so they had everything, I guess, sort of set.
Conor Colby makes sense.
And of course, the build-up would be amazing.
Build-up's good. It's not a horrible fight for Conor. Colby hasn't been active in a hot second. He's kind of a shell what he used to be. Conor, you don't want to toss Conor from some young lion and get him starched on the White House. That makes sense.
This one I thought was also pretty fascinating.
This is heartbreaking. This is about Tom Aspinall. If you're not watching the show, if you listen to it, Pete Carroll did this whole kind of sit down, went to the life of Tom Aspinall, he had eye surgery. I'll show you. Here's what's tragic. So Tom's at I don't know how many kids he has, 3 or 4. Tom's at the stage where he's like fighting. No, dude, I just want to be able to play with my kids and drive to school. I'm not even thinking of fighting right now. When I heard that, I'm like, oh shit, this is not good. So this is Tom Aspinall's quote. I love martial arts, absolutely love it. I'll never stop loving it, but I just hate the business. I think that fighters are just completely replaceable. Correct, but the business will make you feel like that any chance he gets. If he get hit with an illegal move, which could affect the rest of your life, they don't really give a shit, and no one else does either. Tom, unfortunately, that's the world. That's the world, but
Just making some more these days, I remember, because everything all changes. It's always been like this. It's always been like this.
There's no, there definitely is, but when it comes to pro sports, it'll break your heart, man. It's so cutthroat. It's so goddamn, it's such a cool world. And for Tom, I don't know what it is with the MMA community where it's like, Tom was beloved and greatest heavyweight. John's ducking him. Remember all that, which is like 6 months ago. John's ducking him. Tom would beat his ass. And then he has this fight with Cyril Gahn where he gets poked in the fucking eye twice, both eyes. And it's not like you take me from that fight as Cyril's such a better fighter. The assumption was, I think that's why people have this view. The assumption was Tom should go in there and annihilate. Like this was competitive. Tom should go in there and take him down. Cyril defended the first takedown and hit him in the eyes and had some success and played up top. So people were like, oh shit. And that small sequence there, for whatever reason, the Tom getting hit in the eyes. There's people, not legit, but there's people out there that think this is real. That think Tom's faking all this. You know how dumb you have to be? You're talking about the guy who grew up in a jiu-jitsu dojo, who's dedicated his entire life, who was the baddest man walking the planet. He would be faking all this for what? Because it's Cyril Gahn? No one's scared of Cyril Gahn. It's a great matchup for Tom. Yeah, but he struggled for that round. What the fuck are you talking about? That's why the fights are fast. Dumbass. I do not get it. I don't get it. It's heartbreaking. I don't get it. After 4 months, he's still there. 18 nights, he'll be carrying through prescription glasses, no lights, and he's there to ride over days. Balance loss, never to go, vision. Consistent blind spot, he can't drive. He this is like tremendous results like this kids. This is people's handshaking. That's what they're saying. Like a simple handshake. Remember, you mentioned too, Dana White will devalue his own product, which doesn't make sense. But that's how powerful Dana White's statement is when he goes like, "Oh, he didn't want to continue." That's what fucks Tom. Now everyone's starting like to roll. Here's the problem: is what makes Dana great is he shoots from the hip, and he's not, so politically correct, right? He just says what he says, and right after the fight, you can see how Dana can say that. The issue with that is now that gives energy and that gives perspective. So the rest of the UFC trolls jump on that, and now it just ignites the fire on top. Yeah. It's a shame. It's such a shame. I don't get it. I do not get it. I don't get it. That's heartbreaking. Yeah. Because we have no fun fighting. I just want to play with the kid. Like, you drive. He doesn't have a driver. I mean, if he can't shake a hand, dude, like, I wouldn't want him driving. So, just so everybody understands, there's not a chance Tom fights this year. There's not a chance in hell he fights this year. Yeah, 2027, and that's if, once his eyes are better, he feels confident enough to risk his vision again, and then you gotta fight the cheater and Cyril Gane. He's gonna come back, there's unfinished business. Now, I would assume that in a year from now, Cyril Gane's gonna win. He's not that soon, especially in that division's a fucking shit show. So maybe he wins, but if they give the right matchups, he's gonna lose. So hopefully for Tom, when he comes back, maybe Cyril Gane's on a losing streak, so you don't have to worry about getting poked in the eye. I don't know, man. It's all just a shame. It's such a shame. Yeah. And since this all happened, there was rumors swirling. I wonder if Ricardo's part of the rumors, but so there's a rumor that you gotta be careful. I know. But anyway, so there's a rumor that Tom actually, like the UFC had asked him first for to vacate his title because he was going to be out for too long, and then he goes, "If I do vacate, then I want to get just off the contract so I can go box." Basically, but apparently it's obviously. Actually, yeah, our boy Josh Thompson is the one that got it from Ricardo. This is what Josh said exactly. Well, at least I think he got it from him. That's my guess. We found out that the UFC asked Tom Aspinall to vacate the title and he was ready to go. He said he was going to vacate the title, well, they released him. Now, that opens the door so he can go ahead and box. This is a really weird situation. The heavyweight division is just a total shit show right now. It's been a shit show since the John Jones coming in, not wanting to fight, the interim champion, which was Tom Aspinall at the time, and then fighting Stipe. No disrespect to Stipe, but it was just John had something in mind, and the UFC didn't squash that. They allowed that fight to happen, and it just led into this thing where the heavyweight division's been on hold since the John Jones debacle, I guess you could call it. Bottom line is, Jalen Almeida is gone. He just released him. Tom Aspinall, he is gone here. John Jones doesn't seem like he's coming back, especially not to the heavyweight division. We have a mess. We have a disaster on our hands. The heavyweight division and the 205-pound division, light heavyweight division, both weight classes are the worst that they've ever been. And these used to be the pillars. This used to be what would carry the promotion. The merger of Strikeforce and the UFC happened. The heavyweight division was the strongest it had ever been. And the light heavyweight division, honestly, UFC was built off the light heavyweight division. This is wild to me, man. 135, 145, 155, 170 right now are carrying the sport. MMA definitely carrying the UFC. More to come. Yeah, Josh has to do better. You don't record that bullshit. And those are the bone induction. Those, they just sense your vibration in your bones. It's actually get audio. Oh, really? Yeah, that's cool. So it doesn't go inside your ears. That'd be good for you, actually. Yeah, that'd be great. That's probably what you have. Oh, yeah. Most fighters probably have those. But yeah, that's what Josh Thompson said. Imagine being Tom Aspinall, and 6 months ago, you're the king of the world, you're the baddest man on the planet, and then you take a fight with Cyril Gane, you're beloved by everybody. You're the face of England, you're the face of the heavyweight division. can't get John to commit. You're waiting for John. You're hoping they sign Francis. That leaves. You're like, all right, I guess I'll fight Sirgon. And by no actions of your own, you get severely poked in the eye, both eyes. And then now, people are making up rumors that the UFC wants you to vacate and you're asking for a release. And the amount of hate he's getting online, imagine him right now. Imagine me, Tom Athens right now. I do not understand. I don't get it. That's why he said what he said. Yeah, it's not insecure. It sucks. It just sucks. It's a shame. Yeah, like someone fouls you, but you get the shit from it. It's so stupid. Yeah, I don't get it. Maybe I messed up. How are you not mad at Cyril Gahn? Yeah, are they mad Cyril Gahn put Tom Athens in this position? Take the narrative out that Tom's making this eye surgery. That's so fucking stupid. He got surgery, his eyes are fucked up. Shouldn't you be mad at Cyril Gahn? Yeah. What the fuck is going on? If there was someone getting mad at me, it would be Cyril. Yeah, that's the guy who can't fucking see and has 3 or 4 kids. Can't even shake hands. Who's undefeated. What are we doing? I don't get it. Take a little break here because that episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by Roe. Listen, fellas, sometimes you get a little too confident in the sack. You've tried some stuff that your buddies recommend, and you're like, man, it's not really working, or it's working too well, but have side effects. That's where Roe steps on it. Roe Smarts are a 2-in-1 prescription treatment for guys who want harder and more controlled erections. That's right. They hit the bloodstream fast because they dissolve under your tongue, and getting hard fast means there's less waiting before. You don't want to wait around while you start up the engine. You don't want that. After Roe Smarts dissolve, they're working 15 minutes on average. You're ready to go, man. Buy some time. You have 15 minutes. Tell how pretty she is. Wait around. Get a glass of water. Take a walk. You have 15 minutes. Who does it? All right? Plus, Roe Smarts dual action formula stays active in the system for up to 36 hours. No, you don't stay hard the whole time. That'd be a nightmare. But when you get aroused, you're able to go. That's what we're saying here, okay? Roe connects guys with medical provider 100% online, and if approved, treatment ships directly to your freaking door. If prescribed, new sexual health patients get $15 off their first order of Smarts on a recurrent plan. We got you guys. Connect with provider at ro.co/shop to find out if prescription Roe Smarts are for you. That's ro.co/shop for $15 off your first order. Smarts is product. Compounded drugs are permitted to be prescribed under federal law, but are not FDA approved and do not undergo FDA safety effectiveness or manufacturing review. For full safety information, go to r.co/safety info. He has 2 kids and 3 kids and 2 required twins. Oh, just look that up. This one's something I found interesting as well. It's called the British or the UK curse, and it always has to do with some sort of like a foul with eye pokes. Really? Yeah, this is from Medicine and the HQ. So it says the pattern. 4 different British fighters all suffered career-altering eye problems during war leading to the title fight. From blindness to eye surgeries, the pattern is undeniable and disturbing.
Yo, what up, KB?
Obviously, Bisping's the biggest one. Bisping lost a fucking eye. The great Bisping lost an eye and still fought. Yeah. So it says Bisping 2013, Vitor Belfort's head kick detached Michael Bisping's retina and left him completely blind in his right eye. Bisping had the injury and delayed treatment, fearing his career was over. He probably was. I ain't going on with some. And that one also was a weird one because that's illegal. It's legal, but he was on, TRT or something. Correct. He was on all the steroids. Yeah. You should turn my phone off. Sorry about that. And this is a different type of one, but something on everyone's phone. There was actually poked Bilal Muhammad, 18 seconds of the round 2, ending the main event, no contest. Daylight said Edwards would 100% in line for a top shot. He won. Said he waited years long. He went forever. But that's kind of reaching. That's stupid. Yeah, because he's the one that did the foul. Oh, this is kind of stupid. I mean, Bisping and Aspinall, it really is showing me Bisping and Aspinall. Aspinall gets spoke October 25th, 2025 Aspinall heavyweight title, and Cyril Gahn ended up getting poked both eyes. Aspinall told the referee, I can't see the fight was wrong. No contest. Yep. And then this is the last one. Most recently, Paddy Pimblett lost his interim title fight after suffering multiple eye pokes. I don't know if it's iPods that made him not be able to punch and head movement, but yeah, I don't know, but this is a fucking reach. It's super reach. That's what all it is when you're your best examples. That's the kickers. And then let's go. Oh, this one too. So it's the Super. Do you pronounce the Super stuff? I don't know. Self-foxing, super foxing. There was one that happened, I guess, on Sunday. I believe, yeah, big knockout. And then so yeah, that one happened. It was awesome. But then this is the post-fight press conference, and they're talking about what's going on with the different promotions.
What has been the biggest pushback that you have gotten from the traditional boxing establishments?
What's been the biggest pushback? There hasn't been any pushback. This is like beating babies. I feel like I came in and I'm beating up babies. I expected more. I expected some pushback. I expected some, I don't know, there would be more game. They're all way out of their league. Like, absolutely, positively out of their league. I'm actually a little shocked. And then I saw, Eddie Hearn.
I do think Dana runs circles around promoter-wise, but I would say that to Eddie Hearn and these other Oscars and different story, but to these guys, especially Eddie Hearn, the reason they're not pushing back is Dana's not a threat yet. So they're not taking him serious yet. Once he starts playing with the big boys and signing some big boys, I bet he has a little more pushback. But right now, they're kind of just seeing how he's moving. I still think Dana's going to do his thing and run circles around him. But right now, like the Eddie Hearn, Oscar De La Hoya, they're probably like, all right, still not a threat, He just has Eddie Hearn, his dad's money. His dad's money. All right, let's go. Somebody Hearn, I was like, you had your buddy's money. Everyone has money. Then if everyone gets like you're self-made. Enough of them are self-made. If I'm in here, I'm like, okay, so my dad gave me money. You're a best friend. They went to high school with. Fertitas gave you money. Yeah, and if Fertitas got money from, I'm sure their parents or something. It's always a lineage. Yeah, it's a bad argument. I guess this is kind of finalized the card for London, England. Yeah, my poor guy, Michael Venom Page. You see, he was like, I think I pissed somebody off with the UFC, something like that. Yeah, like he doesn't understand why he would have to fight this guy, Sam Patterson. It doesn't make a lot of sense. They wrote him on the card. Maybe there's no other takers. It is very strange. I don't know if he pissed anybody off. I don't think Dan is ever the biggest fan of Michael Venom Page. His fights haven't been that exciting, especially with his antics. Like Fury against Jared Cannonier, he had an opportunity to put him away, but kept like showboating. UFC just doesn't play that. They're like, finish that dude, man. Get a finish. Let him hang around. He got in some trouble. So for a little bit of that. Sam Patterson, he's an exciting prospect. So UFC is kind of like, we're paying Michael Venom Page a shit ton of money. The Sam Patterson kid's going for finishes. Let's see if he can get the rub off Michael Venom Page. Yeah, that's what's going on. But that's like, this card is just not great for a UK. Yeah, they just, I don't know. They're kind of just waiting for that UK. I'm sorry.
Hello, how are you? Baruch Hashem. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods?
That's true.
So far, so good. How about yours?
I mean, I'm about to hit the sack. I'm just eating some dinner.
Excellent. I stream my life 24/7. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever.
God damn.
Word, dog. Can I give you my spiel?
Yeah,
All right, it's about 3 minutes, so hang on to your hats. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or two YouTube streams. I'm live at any given moment on more than 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. There it is. In addition to streaming my life 24/7, I enjoy discussions on futurology, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light, things like terraforming of other planets, space elevators, space tourism, interstellar travel, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. Go ahead.
Do you enjoy like Marvel and stuff?
Yeah, I really do my best to be as well rounded an individual as possible. You're talking about the comic books and movies, right?
I mean, yeah, like that aspect of space.
Yeah, I mean that's more science fiction. But really, I'm into everything basically. But yeah, things like certainly cryptocurrencies. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. Certainly an advocate for the Life Shark program, desalination technology, de-extinction. If you weren't aware, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. So those are some of the topics that I like to discuss, and I give people a portal into my life, and appreciate you guys allowing me to share that with you.
That's pretty good.
Today.
I appreciate that. That is fascinating.
Thank you, I appreciate it. 100%. So, what about you guys? I know you like Marvel. What other hobbies do you have?
Man, I love that. I've gotten into some skateboarding.
Okay,
Enjoy that.
that's baller.
Yeah. And I play some video games. I like to spend time with family and all that stuff.
Excellent. You know, it's about 260 days until Grand Theft Auto 6 is launched.
Yeah, I have that.
Excellent. Good man. Good man. All right. So, what other games do you like to play?
We should play some Helldivers.
Very well. I have. I haven't played it myself. Is it fun?
Yeah, it's
Excellent.
it takes a little bit of time to get into. Just went up with some friends.
Excellent. Are you in any sports? Okay. How about previously? Have you ever played any sports?
Yeah, I've played some soccer. Shooting range.
Okay. Excellent. What position do you play in soccer?
I was a goalie.
Okay. All right. Did you stop any balls?
I think I did.
Okay. There you
Yeah,
go. Very well. Okay. Excellent. How about our friends here? Did you guys play any sports? Okay. Well, that counts. Excellent. And how about our third friend here, Thor? Did you ever play any soccer?
I did in my 30s. I switched between a lot of sports. Handball, swimming, but never got into any of the sports.
Okay, all right, very well. And does anybody here watch any professional sports?
Esports, does that count?
Yeah, that counts. What esports do you like?
I'm trying to be sports kind of hook me in.
Okay, yeah, I've seen that as well. That's do you watch it on Twitch or where?
Yeah, twitch.tv/ESLCS.
Yeah, okay, excellent. Very well. Well, I'm streaming on Twitch right now. um, so yeah, I stream on YouTube. Additionally, I stream on just about every platform that there is out there, and I've started streaming within the Jewish Guild server. Made some nice friends with some of the moderation team and some of the other people. I sing karaoke in here sometimes. So if you guys like karaoke, we can get that set up. We're gonna do a movie night coming up. So if that's of interest to you guys, we'll get that set up as well. And appreciate the opportunity to be able to share some information about myself. I'm going to hop on that. Feel free to continue to watch me on the stream. And if you ever need to connect with me, just do exactly what you did. You send me a message or you can come into my server if you need me right away. Okay? Excellent. Thank you. Take care, everyone. Peace. What a nice bunch of mentions.
The idea is, let's say again, I want to hand something to moving. The moving's getting on the other side of the river. So what's going to let me put something up before on the winnowing shovel, and I can go ahead and reach across the it's going to be for the process, even though again, these utensils have a primary productivity uses. I'm working on mine, so I can go ahead and use them to as a tool. That is like standard. Black this photo actually is single or the drag was a this photo is like to stab something. Right now it's but like I can use it to like spear like to get a fruit. And I can use it to get a fruit in order to go and retrieve it. Multiple like that because was a coach. I was going to say him this is really just right because the nice side the weeds from I can use that type of people want that the shell sacrifice and ultimately again it's a larger the type that it used to get with sacks. This broad was had that. So once I saw again bottom line of
Sorry for the White House card. Everything's tying that up. Everything's tying that up. Once that gets announced, then I think, like the Miami card, stuff like that, start popping. I bet shortly after the White House card will get announced, Makachev will fight Ian Machado Gary. That's another one. Yeah. Ian Machado Gary and Islam are going to fight. So this is Ian Gary sent a message and they met hidden in all the sport. Gary's post-fight press conference, Ian Gary explained that if you ever were to match up with Islam Makhachev, you would travel to Georgia to work with the wrestlers there and prepare properly for the challenge. Today is posted a photo from Heathrow Airport on the departure board, which is Georgia. Yeah, that's his next fight. It's the Makachev one's weird. It's kind of like he's my favorite every single matchup. Ian Machado Gary doesn't, he's not a finisher, so how? It's just tough. And Ian Machado Gary definitely deserves it. I'm hopeful he can maybe pull something out. There's just not a lot of ways for him to win, Yeah, and would you do that? Would you focus on wrestling? Or would you just go to what you know the best? There's nothing you can do. There's not enough hours in the day. Yeah, sometimes there's nothing to do.
general, or defensive, which can mean you don't have.
It's the fight to make, you know. And for Makhachev, he's fighting for his legacy, and he's gonna, 17 fights in a row that he's gonna win. So it's like, with Michael Morales, he hasn't done enough yet, so it doesn't make they probably want him to get one or two more fights. John Kerry makes sense, especially for his legacy. So that's what's going on. You mentioned the Miami card. There are rumors initially that Manel Kape was going to fight Joshua Van, but apparently now it's supposed to be Joshua Van versus Tatsuro Taira. Confirmed? Not confirmed, but it's like more reports leading to this being what's going to happen, and it's supposed to be the first ever men's Asian title fight. Which is now that card stacked with some other shit. I didn't see anything. Let's do this box one real quick. This is Canelo Terence Crawford.
I need to share all the credit, even if my body don't feel like I really want, but I did well. You need to take the losses and learn from that and keep going. I have cramps in my legs, so it doesn't respond the way I really want, but it is what it is. We learn from that and we move forward. I know what mistakes I made in the fight and in the camp too.
Was there any part of you that got upset when he announced his retirement and you said, I gave you the opportunity, now you're not going to give me the opportunity back?
Yeah, of course. I always give all his credit, but we need to learn back. That's why my talk after the fight, I said we need to learn back this fight because I don't feel the way I really need to make this fight happen again. I think for him to deserve all the credit, he needs to give me the rematch, obviously. But he decided to retire, the rematch would be perfect for boxing. No, but it is what it is.
I'm kind of with Terrence. I mean, unless he needs the money, it wasn't that close of a fight. Terrence why?
Yeah,
but Canelo was saying just as a mention because Canelo was not on his game that day. He said, like he mentioned, his cramps and his body wasn't feeling that way. He tried to hit that. I'm kind of with Terrence. Like, I'm good, man. That wasn't that tough, That guy's a trip, though. You said the world's worst fly or whatever. It's just the way he dresses. Yeah, that's like his everyday thing, right? Yeah, that's what he was thinking. They call him Mr. Versace. This I thought was also interesting. Sorokin was training with Mighty Mouse, and then he mentioned how Islam could actually out wrestle him. He actually admitted it. So. Yeah, 55. Like, obviously, I'm not going to wrestle him, but he was like, 55. Nobody could. Makhachev could, but he moved out. Yeah. God, dude, see him as long as just ready to wrestle. I'm about to see the match. This is Warren Musumeci calling on for boxing ground. I gotta go fight Restream first. Let's change the F word out of this one. He's incredible, but he called out my friend Tom Hardy in a grappling match, and my friend Tom Hardy is an actor that's a purple belt. He was a purple belt, nice brown belt, but I just don't like that he did that. Like, he can grapple, I should grapple. I'm lighter than him, so I'll just go up and face him. Like, that would be a really fun match for everyone. Can I face him? He's so much bigger and stronger. Can I beat him? We'll see. And when do you want that to happen? What's the timeline for that? Send me a location. This comic is he's nasty. He's been that way, though. Yeah, and always like his friends, my friend Tom Hardy, my friend Tom Hardy. Yeah, I love his actors so much. The stuff you do with the waves and stuff. This is the last one. And okay, I was gonna speak on that too. So as of late, he's been doing this kind of stuff where he's like cussing a lot now. No, really, yeah, he's a lot of character. I don't know. Maybe he's just he's such a waste. I'd love to see him. Yeah. I'm sure our final ground on that show. I'm sure he's done. So it's a damn zesty. He is. That boy is zesty. He's even one of our nuts, though. Have you seen this? It's a good talk viral. This clip of wrestling. And I can't tell if it's like high school or college. You got to check out. Oh.
Very nice.
Definitely has so I had to Google it, but apparently you can't do anything like that hardcore to slam when you're trying to like violently damage someone. I forgot the way they worded it. Interesting.
What the fuck is this?
WWE stuff. Man, some credit though. That was badass. Pretty badass. Rampage was, I'd say it was like a move. Yeah, particularly with that. Yeah, I would have that place up again as well. This one is not. Never drew a punch for that unnecessary force to slam. That's so weird, though. That's part of the manifesto. I mean, the way he slammed, I think if he would have, because he did it with one arm too, slammed him, I think he would have secured it with this and put him and then followed. But because he did it almost like WWE Undertaker style, just threw it in the back, that's what made it look awesome. It did look awesome, he's going viral, but yeah, you don't want that. And speaking of Rampage, I saw this part about this clip of Rampage, and this guy kind of messing with him. Sometimes when he does these things, it's like a skit. But to me, it's pretty disrespectful. All the fights, great fight Rampage had. The John Jones' sword one, like, you're not a fan, dude. But this is part of the problem when you're street. He's in this young streamer world. It's a young world. These kids they have no chill. So for that kid, he got what he wanted. He got a reaction for Rampage. This is going viral now. So let's get Rampage playing. That's what this is one of the downsides. That kid looks like a freaking white hat. It'll get young Rampage does not care. Johnson got a jacket. There's no restraint. So it's such a So first he goes, when they asked about, he goes, I got back and I'll slap the slap the shit out of him. Then he goes to the other guy, which name is Charles Oliveira. And then he was like, no, that sounds like I was disrespectful. So he actually did apologize. He wanted. I didn't say I'd slap Max. I said that about Oliveira. I shouldn't have said that. Either it was rude or I was effed up. If we were fighting in a cage match, I might attempt it, but that was rude. I shouldn't have said that. My bad, bro. It's all respect, though. He's not writing that, and that's fine. It's just what he, yeah, but it's weird that he backtracked, it's kind of like, because disrespect, I mean, also Max is beloved, Max has nothing to do with it. Here he's saying that about Oliver, both those guys are like, what? And let's go to Oliver now. Apparently to this day, his coach says the one time that Max hit him, and then he just like seconds later just collapsed. But now this is whole Charles Oliver, which is why I've never really
supported him, but he's completely changed. And he was so weak-minded when he first started. People forget, but he's one of the rare cases where something happened. I don't know if he had a kid or whatever, and got the bitchness out of him, and he's a savage now. But before, there was Quentin Charles Oliver. He just was, you know. But even his coach said that they to this day they don't know what their doctors don't know what happened. He doesn't know what happened, but you're saying that potentially that he just bitched out. Yeah, that's all it was. But again, it's all good because he totally redeemed himself. You know, now he's gotten in horrible situations. You know, the Chandler fight. There's other fights where where he gets rocked and then he doesn't quit. He fights through it. Best finisher of all time now. Most finishes, like completely redeemed himself. And that's awesome to see. I thought this was just interesting too. As this guy goes, how can I explain to a casual that the guy on the left was cut, not the guy on the right? It shows 3-3 in the last 6, and then 0-6 in the last 6. Pretty easy. The guy on the right's entertaining and a fan favorite, which is actually fights, but has really bad cardio. And nobody's just entertaining. The guy on the left is super boring, doesn't go for finishes. That's easy. But 6 is going deep. 0-6 is tough. Yeah, that's deep. That's fun. And the heavyweight division too. But that's why he gets away with it. The heavyweight division's so diminished that they're just like, man, he's still a star. Oh God, what's this? Do you know much about Jalen Brown? Yeah, man, he's amazing, right? So far, the MVP of the NBA. Well, I'll let him speak on this. That's what apparently Dan White said about him.
So with this, I talked to people, you know, maybe post part of my career, I would love to partake in something like UFC or even boxing. I've talked to Dana White about some stuff, but we'll see. As things go on, we'll see. Nice enough to
I don't know what's going on these days. It's so disrespectful. Can you imagine if John Jones or Izzy, you know, they're talking about retirement. If Izzy was like, yeah, man, I'm thinking about going to the Boston Celtics, playing some point guard. You know, I talked to the owner of the Celtics. You know, I might try out for the Boston Celtics. It's so fucking stupid. It's so dumb. He ain't gonna do shit. And he's 29, so I don't get how they underestimate how hard it is to be a UFC fighter. Now, if he said, yeah, after this, I'll try my hand at MMA, I'll probably, have a fight or two in a regional show. When you go, yeah, I'm thinking about fighting in the UFC. That's no different than me. I'm thinking about taking some swings, maybe playing shortstop for the LA Dodgers. The fuck are you talking about? No other sport has to deal with this. I don't know what it is. Everybody thinks they can fight. Jalen Brown cannot fight. I don't get it. He's also on the max contract. But have you ever seen how much we pay, dude? It's so dumb. It's so disrespectful. But it is true that of all the sports that people play, the ones that they envy the most is MMA. You know, all the sports players. Yeah, but they watch it, so you think they would have some sort of clue how good how good you have to be at fighting just to make it to the UFC. It's no different than Izzy or Sean Strickland going, yeah, man, after this, I know I have 1 or 2 fights left. I'm thinking about trying out for the Denver Broncos. The media would laugh in his face. But for whatever reason, Dana and the MMA media they condone this. Oh, that would be sick. Jalen Brown, are you in your fucking mind? There's been guys that have tried it before. You ever heard of a guy named Johnny Morton? Stud receiver, played at USC, played for the Detroit Lions, had a fight, left on a fucking stretcher. Was even high level, didn't fight a high level guy, got fucking starched. It's all, they're not gonna do shit though. This isn't real. Okay, Big John McCarthy, this looks like it was a recent seminar they was doing, and he talked about how they wanted to officiate the UFC way back in the days, and this is one of the, this is the documentary on Grounded. It's really good. Nice, yeah.
the time we were not allowed to stop the fight. as a referee. They actually thought about putting me into a lifeguard chair. I'm not kidding. You think the UFC is crazy now? A lifeguard chair having a red towel rolled up. I was going to throw it at the fighters. When I said, yeah, you need to stop. Makes sense to you? Am I involved a little bit? At the time, we were not allowed.
Yeah, it's bad ideas. There's no dumb ideas. They're not for your lifeguard. Judges has a ways to go, though. We talked about this on the second show last week. The whole scandal with the Andre Galva and his team Atos, or that, whatever that. Atos, yeah. I don't know if it's called a team or if it's a huge thing. Yeah, from where he's from, Atos. The whole sexual misconduct thing with that one girl. So then recently, Mackenzie Dern posted this picture with him and her kind of showing support for them. That can't be a good look for her. Yeah, I don't know. She probably experienced nothing wrong. So, well, of course, not for her. These two always play a part in my camps and church 2 days until now. Anyway, whether we are close or far away, they're always here for me. Thank you for everything. Okay, so she's not condoning what the fuck's going on. She's saying they're in her camp. Yeah, but once all that stuff happened, to post that picture, it is saying like these guys are good people. So it's kind of like backing them up. Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, this is kind of what we were talking about before. You were talking about before how Dana White doesn't talk to the fighters pretty much. It's like Sean Shelby or someone else like Honey Campbell. Depending on what's he talking about. Is Matt Brown talking about what he fought? I mean, he's also saying the same thing. He said that to a certain point, it would be Dana White. The other guys that Dana White would be the last when he was the top 5, or that Dana White would have the most conversations with him. But once you, however, get to a certain level, that gets involved. But once Endeavor came in, he said he didn't talk to Dana White at all. No, interesting. Yeah. And he was still fighting when Endeavor came in. Yeah.
I was kind of coming up and, in my prime, so to speak, making my foot title and everything. The situation that I understood, because I always spoke to Dana personally, when it started getting into those top 10, top 5 fights, right? Like everything below that, like, Dana would have, he was clearly involved, right? Like he would kind of talk to him here and there, and, he would come back to the locker room and talk to you about it, and, he get little glimpses here and there about what he wants next. But until I got into the top 10, top 5, there wasn't a whole lot of like talking to Dana about it, But then when I got up in there, I wasn't even talking to Joe Silva anymore. It was just straight to Dana, right? And then after the buyout, this was my experience, whenever I talk to Dana or anybody other than John Shelby, it's when.
Yeah, but I guess similar with me. I was a little different circumstance, right? Because Matt Brown, he's such a beast and mortal. I guess because I came off Ultimate Fighter, it was like such a big season. Dana was pretty involved the whole time with me. Pretty involved. Like my first fight after beating Chase Gormley, they flew me to something. He gave me a hug, like, dude, hell of a fight. That was badass. And also like Matt Serra at this event. Yeah, pretty involved with me. We talked to him pretty frequently. And I know that was before the Endeavor days. And then especially once every fight I had was televised. And then all fights were on the main card. And so once I was consistent on the main cards, we definitely did a lot, but not with the negotiations. It's always with Joe Silva. Until I went to, after I beat Montreal and I went to re-sign, he flew me out to Vegas, and I met him in person, and we negotiated. He flew out just to do the negotiations. Yeah, he flew me out just to sign my contract. Yeah. Did you always have a manager with you? Was it ever just you and him? No, always like, always, yeah. But I think too, that's the big corporations, like you go to Apple, I'm sure when Steve Jobs was alive, you were dealing with Steve Jobs, until you get to a certain level. So, something with Endeavor, that makes sense though. They got bought out, and it's like, all right, yeah, you just done. I don't know. This is Gilbert that's talking to Mighty Mouse about the fights back in the day.
That's the last grandmother. All right,
cards, right? And it's not a prestige thing that you get to like Saturday sit down, it's fine to review, watch it. I'm like now it's like I just have that same essence. Yeah, there's so many of them, right? Like back in the day, like we'd be able to like there'd be like 4 UFCs, right? And then like Chuck versus like Babalu and Tito versus Ken Shamrock and like Matt Hughes versus Gil Castillo. You have like a stack card that's only 4 times a year. Now you got like one every weekend. And also I think the fighters are becoming more athletes than fighters, right? And I think their athleticism is sometimes, beating the guy who's a fighter. But it was such a different era, right? It was just like there was some crazy, like, there was some bangers, high intentions, like, I don't know why, I was sitting there, my producer, he was sitting, he goes, can you eat this? He goes, Paramount's ruining this. He goes, it just, like, doesn't make sense to me, like, why is that the COVID event? Like, I want bigger, and I was like, dude, this is the era we in. I watched the last 2 Paramount.
I read them. All of a sudden, all 3 of us are old heads. It's just a different time, different business model. They've gotten bigger. What was that? Hold on. I remember first listening to Tito, man. He just gets lit. That's the thing. I just don't. I don't know. Anyways, this caught my eye because obviously this is our old set member from Louisville. Yeah. So I'll just put this clip. This is TRT's talking to you about her being.
This guy you're sparring with, Herpine, who fights for LFA, light heavyweight. He's an ex-Herpine. He's actually half, I think, Swedish and Russian. I think is related to the Herpine in the UFC. Maybe he's half of the knowledge of it. From Stockholm City. I train at the All-Star Training Center.
Completely different. I was something like that, but then you gave Tito like maybe like Herpine because he related to Herpine. He's like, no, it's Herpine. I was trying to bail him out. To take the one clip that went viral, he's like, I definitely want to out my kids and you see me go. I know. He just made a mistake, but yeah, that sucked. I know, man. He's a good, like, he's an awesome father. That's awesome. That's all problem for me and him, dude. Well, I mean, let's say, I'll give you way more grace. Oh, yeah, it's tougher. It's tougher on him these days, dude. I get it, man. It's fucking tough. Yeah, English language is tough. That's pretty much it for current events. All right, guys. You got a great fight night, a great main event, one of my favorite fights of the year. Sean Strickland, Fluffy Hernandez. Boy, the DraftKings odds, I assume Fluffy's a favorite. Yeah, because when I look at it, and this is what, let me see. Minus 278 versus plus 225. Minus 278 is a big favorite, man. Would be a bad idea to put money on Sean Strickland. He's such a dog. I'm going to say he's going to win. Here's how this fight breaks down. The fighting style of Fluffy Hernandez is tailor-made to bring the dog out in Sean Strickland. So what if Sean Strickland is, if you're going to critique the guy, is if you see him in training, you know the stories about training, you see him online, like knocking influencers out, or this guy out. And training, he's such an animal. I've heard killer training stories about him, wrestling, jiu-jitsu, boxing, everything. He's a monster. But for whatever reason, when he gets in the fights, it's a lot of jabs and deep kicks and win by decision and just volume punching. But with Fluffy Hernandez, you really can't just sit back and jab and team him. He's going to force the dog out of Sean Strickland. And it's going to go one of 2 ways. It brings the dog out of Sean Strickland, and we have one of the best fights of the year. It's going to be back and forth and action-packed. It's going to be fantastic. Or Fluffy ragdoll Sean Strickland. Sean has got, I think he's been taken down multiple 7 times his past few fights. Fluffy averages a shit ton of takedowns, so if Strickland can't stop that takedown, it keeps happening. Fluffy's going to be fighting bombs out that. There's a reason he's such a big favorite. But again, I do think that, like, because he's not the guy, DDP's not the guy to bring the dog out in Sean Strickland. Fluffy has the perfect style, the cardio, the tenacity, and bring the dog out in Strickland. And he's going to answer that. It's going to be one of the best middleweight fights we've seen in a hot second, or it's going to be a straight ass one. There's no in between. So it's going to be either way. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. I can't wait to one of the best middleweight fights comments they can make. Enjoy that Saturday. I'll be watching it from White Lotus Sports in Disney. Hopefully after my kid wins a few freaking games. But that's it, guys. Thanks for watching. Love you guys. I'll throw this ad free. Go to Patreon right now. It's patreon.com/TFATK. We do it twice a week, baby. So we back. All right. Love you guys. I'm out.
Because this, there may very well be some type of cure for that. Therefore, again, as long as the Nuchli is not instructed by the Jew, even though it's clear that the Jew is happy and wants the Nuchli to do this, and the Nuchli knows that the Jew is happy and wants to do it, it's good as if the Nuchli is acting based on his own self-interest, not in the Jew. He's going to point out, this is not like the Jew and non-Jew. Right? This is the thing that people do things. People do things ultimately again to benefit themselves. So also, so it comes down to this, like, something very good. Number one, you can't explicitly instruct enough to conduct a fire ourselves. This is something we have enough. Even though instruction was meant to help, something we don't have. Did what people did. The rabbi stepped in and said, you can't do it because of Shavuos. You want to maintain the Jeff Shreya to the rest. You can't instruct non-Jews to do it. However, if the non-Jew shows up at his own volition and puts out the fire, you're not going to tell him to stop. But it's clear that got in their mind that I do not do it. Like the Gemara just said, halacha. So you see that when enough people do it, for his own self-interest, because he was going to pay him, or the Jews going to give him a favor, or the Jews could have incredible gratitude for him. But there's a benefit for him that the Ani comes along and says, or the Ani make an announcement that says, whoever puts out the fire will not lose out. So okay, another way of saying, whoever puts out the fire is going to get nice. And I'm not talking about this is going to be something significant for the drums. Because it, as I said, such a statement will be committed. Okay, so what's the halacha? So obviously, as you already know, the halachas are going to change based on where you go that time as well. But listen to this. Listen to this halacha. So this is Shulchan Aruch writes as follows. Eno Yehudi sitting on the gallows, sitting okay, Eno Yehudi shebal lakapos, please reference close together. If a non-Jew shows up to put out the fire, you do not have to and object to him doing so. About Chazon shebal lakapos, but if a child Jewish child wants to extinguish the fire, Sareth didn't close together. There ultimately, again, you must go ahead and object. Why is it not so effective in non-Jew principle? And Yehudi Hadaita did not shake off. ויוגש לו כל ישראל, ולענוש עד כל מסתבים, שיוגש לו יחסיס. That was incredible. So again, this is like everything on the real roughly. When the non-Jew is not asked, like not asked by a Jew, because you know it's clear that it's really for the benefit of the Jew. Like, you're not just walking by this house on fire. You're not lives 5 miles away. No, you do that. Puts out the fire. Isn't it clear that it's good to the Jew? Yes, it is clear that it's good to the Jew. But the Jew is not a motivation. What is motivation? And you can do some kind of conversation or something positive will come out of this person. Therefore, when you do it as if he's acting on his own, now do it. He is acting on his own volition, and therefore, then the Jew need not sit above. Yokolomar Bishne Eno Yehudi, or the Tabe Eno Mercy. There was a furthermore again to make an announcement in front of a non-Jew. So it puts out the fire will not use. As in Eno Human Khan Yokol Gosa Shigabo, Ababu Shadanda Yitabe Shigabo. So listen to this, and even if there's no non-Jew present, you can go and find him and invite him to the scene of the fire and go ahead and reach his escape. Yotzi does that, and as I have a pistol, he goes to start, publish a line, no publico, and you the Abapisha Ladai, he's second and the other. Most saturation, this is another halacha. The other halacha is there is no problem with proactively and explicitly inviting a nothing to the scene of the damage. In other words, he's not even in the fire, he should not be looking for a broken barrel of water. You invite the nothing to come to your home. And then he's going to see the broken barrel of wine and he's going to fix that. So again, essentially, I can't explicitly tell the nothing to go ahead and put out the fire. What I can do is, if he comes on television or tell me stop, or that make an announcement, whoever helps out here will not lose. Now it's interesting that I'm all not going to use whole thing, but that I'm all says, the Palatine can start giving a look of, I need to begin a demonstration that I'm not going to have all of these halachos with fires, that was the times of the Gemara. About the man shall shruim bein Yehudim, Hasu harishon da'achron down, shemuter lekabos v'leika b'shabbos b'shum yesh b'samcholos nefashis. Zangoris, already in Yeshiva. So what says, the Rama said today that we live amongst Gentiles, right? Which also means that we live in much more compacted areas. Right? So it looks like this idea of fires, it also sounds like crazy. That the fire is a mountain is not going to put it out. So it sounds crazy to us because we have electricity, we have gas lines, we have neighbors. I shouldn't say that order. We have neighbors, we have electricity, we have gas lines. Right? So to us, the notion of having a fire raging your house can just save, Muslim genocidos or some articles of clothing sounds crazy. But if you can imagine a house in times of the Gemara, in the middle of nowhere, no neighbors, no gas lines, no electricity. Okay, so then you're looking at a purely financial one. That Rama says that today, remember again that Rama is writing a 1600s in Saka. See a lot of how they live in Saka. People were living very close, right back like the city. Before living very close to each other. Fire breaks out in the living room. That's everyone. So the nice thing that Rama says, all these halachos by fires were back then. Today the fire breaks out, halacha the right to put it out. Right? You don't wait for nothing, you don't whoever helps out won't lose, you the Jews put it out. But once it says the Mishnah, whole thing called out Rabbi Hanir, which is so called I have a candle or fire, and I've seen that once the fire is the flame is flickering in a way that
Wasmachines en altijd niet uitkomt. Wie is dus voor een wasmachine-abonnement bij Koopman? Een superzuinige wasmachine voor een vast bedrag per maand. Bezorgd en aangesloten. Dat was het. Alles voor een klein bedrag.
Thereby automatically go get extinguished there. But what you can do is just
Since it's a new year, I decided to make new rules for myself. My newest rule is I decide on
Put weights on the bodies, or how'd you do it?
went to the house of I used to do this with
Hey, this is Richard. Come in live from the Cloudy Mothership here in Austin, Texas. For a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here for Tony. Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh? More time for the best damn band in all the land. Get to hear them play a little bit before the show starts. This is indeed the #1 live podcast in the world. Kill Tony, brought to you this week by Shopify. How you guys feel tonight? We excited to be here? Very diverse crowd. This looks good in here. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made this all possible. Texas, jumping into a bus, ladies and gentlemen, actual Kill Tony show. Texas, February 28th, Dallas, March 20th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Kill Tony show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th. One in Grand Prairie, March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com to get tickets. You guys ready to start this fucking show or what? Every single week, I book two of the funniest comedians in the world. This is the return of two of our favorite guests of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for two of the best stand-ups working today. Jim Norton and Ian Finance, everybody. Oh, yeah. Ian Finance. Jim Norton. Fuck yeah. Jim Norton's special Unconceivable is on YouTube. His podcast Can't Save You is available everywhere. Jim, welcome back.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks for a nice applause from the audience. Yeah, encouraging.
Yeah. Yeah, they love you. They love you. Ian Finance is back, everybody. He's got a new travel show called Ian Do, an odd guy doing odd jobs. YouTube.com/Ian Finance Comedy. IanFinance.com for tour. Jim Norton Comedy to watch his special Unconceivable on YouTube. And if you haven't watched it, I highly recommend watching it right after this. You guys have both done the show multiple times before. Very exciting stuff. You guys know how it works. About 300 insane people. Sometimes it's a calm person that's just ready to absolutely make the most of the opportunity that they're given. I pull the name out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up. You hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which interrupts them if they go over their time. And then I conduct an interview with them. We find out more about them. Absolutely anything can happen. The entire thing is improvised. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Well, we're going to start with a bang. Normally, this is how you end an episode, but tonight, this is how you start an episode. With a Hall of Famer with a record for most appearances all time on the show, the most interviews. Tonight, we get started with a man that some people call the Noah Gorilla, the Memphis Strangler, the San Antonio Service Assistant. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery. You'll see the email where Jeffrey Epstein's assistant asked him if they should invite Brian Reichel to the next Big Island party. Epstein replied, hell no, Red Man might frighten the kids. In Orlando, man was arrested for indecent exposure after neighbors saw him having sex with a vacuum cleaner. When asked to comment on his arrest, the man said, my balls are gone.
I got banned from Antiques Roadshow for issuing death threats after they refused to appraise my vintage bong collection. The ice catcher's carved in pink ivory, you pompous prick! I read where Aphex Twin now had more monthly listeners on YouTube than Taylor Swift. My only question is, which twin is it? Okay, that's my time, Tony!
William Montgomery getting us started. I did not see Redman's name on the Epstein list. That's all news to me.
Yes, he was on there. You gotta really dig through it. A lot of people might have looked up Brian Redman. They'll look up Brian Reichel. Stuff starts popping up. You actually put his actual name, Brian Reichel.
Wow.
Yes.
Look at that. Now, you guys have seen William before. This is him starting the episode. It's a real jolt to the system.
And did y'all know, Brian? I don't know if y'all people probably saw pictures, but they had that weird kind of trap door into the ocean. That was actually Brian Reichel's idea, according. He would get rid of all the little girls after they killed them and then put them in the ocean through that trap door. That was Brian Reichel's idea. I think that was an interesting idea, Brian.
Well, it's easy to make fun of Jeff Epstein, but there really are two sides to every story.
That is so true. It is so true. Now, you are still obsessed with Aphex Twin.
Yeah, still listening to a bunch of Aphex Twin, like my Vampire Survivors game on the Nintendo Switch 2. I didn't like that. Please come see me on the road. I'm now dealing with something from the company called Comps, where it's just I see a bunch of people out there and think, oh my gosh, this will be great. And then it's 5,000 of them on Comps and free. So please come see me on the road, right? It turns into this big nightmare. I never had to deal with that before, Tony.
You've probably been dealing with it. You just found out about it.
Yeah, maybe it looks like a ass habit.
You should tap into Redman and get access to Epstein's email list.
I know. I need to. What would y'all do, Redman? Would y'all put weights on the little girls? Would y'all put them in the ocean? Because that's the part I didn't understand. I think you put a body through the fucking floor of the house or whatever, it goes in the ocean. Would you put weights on the bodies or how'd you do it?
I don't know. No, yeah, he doesn't do that. The people in the Illuminati, they just watch the show.
Yeah, he pulls back out. Lifting up those little bodies. I know, I'm kidding.
If you soak the diapers, it does weigh them down.
Ah, look at that. Indeed, pull-ups can turn into pull-downs real quick. That is amazing. Jim Norton knows his stuff. I should have known. If there's anybody that specializes in drowning babies, it would be you.
Well, everybody said Jeff Epstein. It's not that nice.
And he also had a party. I love it. William, you also mentioned your bong collection during this. The words bong collection runs down your line.
Yes, sir. How many bongs? I have my favorite is a purple apple bean. It has little diamond things. I think that's probably my favorite. The Swarovski crystals. I also have this really nice tangerine. I think it's I don't know what kind of rock it is, but it's a nice tangerine one. I also have one that was a little amethyst. It looks like a little mushroom. Amethyst.
What do you like to do after you smoke bongs?
Shit, Tony. Well, I need to be careful because I have a plaque in my carotid artery now, which is very scary. That's what I've been doing the row machine, but I've been eating a bunch of vanilla ice cream again. I just eat it with chocolate chips. I get the little chocolate chips in the freezer, the mini ones, and I just put it all over the ice cream. And I just eat. I used to suck on the ice cream when I'm doing it, really enjoy it. Now I just eat bites of the ice cream with chocolate things on it. So I've been taking out big time, Tony. That's why I have to do the rowing. I feel like if I'm rowing 20,000 meters in a day, I'm allowed to eat a bunch of ice cream in a day. So I don't know what's real.
It's a wild boy. It's a wild way to start the show because William is kind of like a mythical creature. Almost all of it is untrue, but it's very entertaining. Normally on the show, I implore people, talk about your real life, talk about the truth. William's one of the extremely rare exceptions.
Real life is way too depressing. So.
Are you going to take that, William? Redman's been holding back the whole time, and then he drops a bomb on it.
Yeah, no, he's kind of right. So now he's sadly a little right on the but so I'm working.
Someone
Well, William, super amazing. You're super silly. Everybody loves you. It's
start the damn show.
Is there
anything you're passionate about? Just that motherfucking vanilla ice cream today! Drunk again. And now we rotate over to the mystical bucket of destiny, where absolutely anything can happen. This is where we meet people. This is where the crazy shit happens. Ladies and gentlemen, your first bucket full of the night goes by the name of Zachariah Tourette's Tippett. Here we go. Here we go.
What's good, everybody? So my name is Zachariah Tippett. I have this cool thing called Tourette syndrome. And tonight, y'all need to know that children are mean. I used to explain Tourette syndrome as sort of a superpower. Then one kid stood up and yelled, what makes you think you need to be a superhero? You can't even win a game of hide and seek. They emoted on me. So after a few Triple H moves later, I'm no longer allowed to be a motivational speaker. I'm a Walmart reader. Welcome, fuck you. Thank you, everybody.
50 seconds of Zachariah Tourette's Tippett to start our bucket pulls tonight. Welcome to the show, Zachariah. How long have you been on stand-up? Talking to that mic.
I've been doing stand-up since October 2021.
2021. Have you been on the show before?
I have, I think about 3-4 times.
Okay. Don't remember you. You had Tourette's. You had Tourette's then too?
Yeah. Still disabled.
Amazing. Do the words ever change?
Yes, they do. The first time I actually ever came on, you were really excited. We talked about the time I yelled the N-word.
Oh, I love that.
I'm from St. Louis.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. I guess I have to give you the pass, right?
Gold card, baby.
But you've had to explain with black people who were around when you did that, when you said the N-word. Does talking about saying the N-word kind of make your Tourette's want to say the N-word right now?
What letter comes after M? So wait a minute. So if I tell people I have Tourette's, I can watch a football game in the morning.
Wow. So yeah, so are there black people around when you drop the N-word in St. Louis?
Oh yeah, I have beat up a lot, and then one day our principal showed us a movie Front of the Class, which is about a teacher with Tourette's. And then everyone went, "Oh, he's not racist. He's just a little disabled."
This would be great for dating, though. If you meet a girl, do you want to no, eat? Getting it right out of the way.
You'd be surprised, but moms love this.
Amazing. So give us another example of a time in which your Tourette's has caused a wild situation.
I yelled a 4-letter word my first time flying at an airport that rhymes with mom.
Wait, what?
Mom?
Oh, shit. So it's kind of like, is it kind of like whatever you shouldn't say in that situation? Kind of, if you think about it, that's what you say.
In a nutshell, there's a lot more to explaining, but we don't have time for that.
So if you're eating a pussy and it really smells and you yell, roses, she knows her pussy stinks.
No, I just go to the ass and say, you're next.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yo, my man.
Fuck yeah.
I'm gonna be eating that ass.
Oh, yeah. He'll go anywhere. Love it. I love it. So, Zachariah, do you have a job? What do you do for work?
I actually get content creating full-time, talk, YouTube, etc. And then I have a part-time weekly job at Chili's.
Really? Which location is this show? Oh, my God. There's going to be a line around the fucking block.
people that go to
Chili's.
Chili's.
I'm sorry. Ano Canelo.
Well, I just found out that episode they didn't pay me to advertise.
Okay. Well, they will retroactively give you money. That I swear to God, that Chili's will be out of control. It's here in Austin.
San Antonio.
Okay. Everyone is going to go to every Chili's in San Antonio until we figure what the fuck is going on. I absolutely love this. So obviously you have this when you're serving customers. So for example, let's say there's Asian customers. Is there any chance the Asian C word comes in front of your brain?
Actually, Cook's not the reason why you had to wait 20 minutes. It's like, flipped your food.
Oh, you're not working front of house.
No.
Damn. I think that's what everybody wanted. That's what everybody pictured.
What if we pay you extra?
No offense, but I don't want you making my food either.
But now you know that bar now.
How long you been cooking in Chili's?
I've been there for probably about a year.
Okay, so do you get a little, it's visible too, right? You get a little twitchy too. So sometimes you literally probably do like mess up cooking and you have to restart and stuff.
Yes.
Okay. What are your hobbies? What do you do for fun when you're not cooking or doing stand-up comedy?
Mostly if I am.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that makes 5 of us. We all like the book.
And secondly, I mostly just make content at home. I don't usually on TikTok a lot about answering questions about
You really do get the tick and TikTok. Yeah. Maze, respectfully, this is incredible. Yeah. Do you have words that cover up other words? Like I've heard of guys with Tourette's thing when they want to yell something like nickels, and there's other replacement words that you train yourself.
So that is sort of a manipulation you can do. Mine wasn't a verbal, mine was so that's why you kind of see half of my face instead of full. Driving like that's a game.
Yeah. You always look like you're flirting. Winking and saying fuck and me taken. Any rest area? Incredible.
So I wear the shirt, so
That's smart. That is very smart. Let people know. Let those people,
humans,
of all colors and sizes.
everyone.
When you were a baby, did you do like baby words like apple juice or something like that instead? Or
No, mine didn't develop until around 8 years old.
is there something that happened to you around that time in which this happened? Like, on your uncle's lap, perhaps, or something like that.
No, tits just normally develop between 5 to 10 years old.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. And is there like meetup groups? Is there a place where a bunch of people with Tourette's get together? Because I want to go.
Tourette's Con.
I want to go real bad.
Tourette's Con.
Blended, really?
Imagine 100 people doing this.
Oh my God. And have you been to that before?
I have not. It's mostly in the UK, but they just started doing it over here in Texas and Dallas. And I did last year.
Hundreds of you together, ticking, sounding like little minions together.
We congregate.
Are there guys in your group where you're like, wow, this guy's a fucking asshole?
Mostly the UK people have more than verbal like sentences like I'm going to punch you like something random. But I just have the one verbal tip, so mine's like mid-tier to say luck. And in a sense, they have the cooler threats to me, but I'll settle.
I love that. And so they have meetup groups, and there's one in Dallas. Why did you not go to that? It seems like, is it TikTok?
Sono stanno nuovo cioè fino a Marco
It's more, it's not free to go to, so it's kind of like expensive. Some of them is not.
Yeah, you have that funky money to be able to do it. How much? I'm just curious. How much does it cost to rent a con?
It's a few hundred to go there. Plus that's not including travel.
To rent a con job.
Bullshit, dude. It's Comic-Con for the sake.
Do they have a non-Tourette's person make the reservation?
That's above mine to say.
Because I imagine that's how it
No, not unless you're entertainment or really actors.
Are there like Tourette? Do you guys like fly with each other? Because I imagine like finding someone is hard. So if you link up with like a hot Tourette's chick, it must just be like,
Oh yeah, we both drink Red Bulls. We're vibrators.
what's dating like? Take us through it.
It's mostly I just like everyone else, just a little bit louder. That's basically the best generic answer.
You're like Amy Poehler and Deuce McClure. What is she like in that movie? It's been 29 years, so you'll have to catch the people up there. What are you watching today? Schneider. Yeah, it's been a while. What is her character do? When she takes her to a baseball game, so her Tourette's helps her like handle the routine. I can't be the only one that likes Tom Bigelow. Hey, is she like Stella in Street Fighting Designer? Zachariah, very fun set, an amazing interview. Here's a big joke book coming at you. There you go. Zachariah Tippett. Tourette's is in the name, so you're wondering why 8 minutes of the interview had to do with Tourette's. It's in his name. There's the lovely Heidi, everybody. Her podcast, Love on the Line, is available at HeidiRegina.com. This podcast is sponsored by Quo. 2026 is the year your business stops acting like a game of telephone gone wrong. Scattered messages, missed calls, and who's handling this? Should it be a daily ritual? A modern communication system is like giving your team a GPS instead of a treasure map drawn by a toddler. Everyone stays aligned, responds faster, and no opportunity disappears into the void. In that moment of clarity, you'll catch yourself saying, all right, let's fucking Quo. And that's why today's episode is brought to you by Quo. Q-O, the smarter way to run your business.
Guess what, Tony? I love Quo. It's the best business phone system out there. Quo works wherever you are, right from an app on your phone or computer. It lets you keep your existing number, add new numbers or teammates, and minutes, sync your CRM, and rely on seamless routing and call flows as your business scales.
Your entire team can handle calls and texts from one shared number. No more missed messages or disconnected conversations. It's easy. Calls, texts, voicemails, transcripts, and contact details all live in one clean view. With full context at your fingertips, your team communicates faster, stays aligned, and delivers a more personal experience. Make this year where no opportunity and no customer slips away. Try Quo for free. Plus, get 20% off your first 6 months when you go to Quo.com/KillTony. That's QUO.com/KillTony. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. This podcast is sponsored by ZipRecruiter. Listeners, think back to a first date where you were really interested in someone. You probably asked them important questions like, what are you looking for? What are your deal breakers? So you could get a better idea of whether or not this was the right person for you. Well, the same goes if you're hiring. You definitely want to address key questions first to see if someone will be right for your role. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. When you post your job, ZipRecruiter suggests screening questions to help you hone in on top candidates faster. And today you can try it for free. It's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony.
Guess what, Tony? I love ZipRecruiter. It's the best hiring site out there. ZipRecruiter's matching technology immediately finds qualified candidates that check all your boxes. They also recommend screening questions you can easily add to get the highest quality applicants. Want to see who's recently active? ZipRecruiter filters can show you. No wonder ZipRecruiter's the #1 rated hiring site based on G2.
Ask key questions and hire faster with Super. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/GoTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/GoTony. Meet your match on Zip. And on we go, ladies and gentlemen, to your second bucket call of the night. Make some noise for Quentin Jones, everybody. Here comes Quentin.
Happy New Year, everybody. Since it's a new year, I decided to make new rules for myself. My newest rule is I decided I'm gonna stop being one with cats. Yeah, it's tough because I don't know if y'all know this. One with cats are the biggest hoes out here. And it's so easy to keep a cat woman happy because she's already used to somebody in her house that doesn't love her. Like my ex used to have a cat, and it's weird because I'm trying to be a good guy, but clearly she loves abuse. Because like every time she would feed her cat would just put her ass. Like, goddamn. And I'm jealous. I'm like, damn, I want her to cook for me, so I figured if I want some food, I gotta keep it even with the cat. I didn't hit her, but what I did do was gaslight her, knock shit over from time to time. And it's not for the best reason. It's not because I hate cats, it's not because I hate cat women. I'm just allergic. Yeah, and I don't think women respect how hard it is to have sex on penetrate. That's my time, y'all. Quentin Jones.
Welcome, Quentin. Is this your first time on the show?
Oh, it's my second time.
Second time.
Second time up here.
Welcome back. Tell me, why is it hard? I don't know. I've never taken Benadryl. Why?
Because you get sleepy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's like you on the clock when you take that Benadryl. You know what I'm saying? So literally one time I was with my ex and I took the Benadryl and it just kicked in like too soon.
Fell asleep on top of
No, in her crotch, even worse. Yeah, so I woke up and she was gone. It was just her cat looking me in the face.
amazing.
Yeah.
I'm so happy when they said your name. I was like, oh no, Chris Love is it. Damn it, I had a feeling that was gonna bomb. Not as bad as my Deuce Bigelow line. But at least yours wasn't topical. It was topical. Quentin, how old are you? 34. How long have you been with stand-up?
I've been doing stand-up 7 years.
7 years. And how do you make money?
How do I make money? I don't.
How are you surviving?
So I used to work at tech. Some talk about working tech, but since I got laid off, I'm just living off of savings.
How much do you have savings? Question I love to ask on the show. In fact, I don't ask it enough. It's the only show I think in all of entertainment where that question never gets asked, and I find it to be the most compelling goddamn question out there. Everybody goes, somebody hates. No wonder
How much do you think I have to?
I would guess $7,000.
7,000. Okay, double it.
Okay.
Yeah, I got about 14K saved.
14K. I love it. So give us an example. You're 7 years into comedy. There's a lot of ways to save money and be thrifty.
Yeah.
Let's have a little segment called Get Thrifty. Quentin Jones.
Getting thrifty with quick
How
money.
do
Can I
you
get a
save
song for it?
money? How are you extending your money?
How do I extend my money? So the funniest way right now is I eat less.
Oh, can you hear this right there?
Yeah. So since being unemployed, I've actually lost 50 pounds. So
Oh, very nice. Wow. I wonder what happened if you lived the roots.
I had to go the old fashioned. I couldn't afford those big no insurance anymore. But yeah, I notice whenever I say I might lose 50 pounds, people don't laugh, and I know why. It's because I used to be over 300 pounds, and when you're over 300 pounds and lose 50 pounds, it looks like you're too working shit. So, so I eat less, I walk more, so I do a lot of cardio. I actually started like a fitness page where I run like half marathons called Keto Stop. So if you guys want to see my fat ass right, you can follow me there.
Okay. Yeah, is there something you wanted to say? Do you walk more because you can't afford a car?
I can afford the car. I can't afford all the other shit that goes with the car. registration, insurance.
Stuff that the police ask you.
Definitely have. No jokes.
Okay, so you're not driving that much. And what's your plan to get ahead and start making money here?
How
How much is rent a month?
so my rent is
Wow, you got roommates?
no,
By yourself?
Yeah.
1100.
I do.
Is that a studio?
One bedroom. Yeah, Renton Austin's going down, so
Away from downtown.
2 miles. So I walk here a lot. Like if I have spots, I literally
So you have, that means you have about a year.
6 months.
Until you run out of money. So what's the plan? What are you good at?
What am I good at? I am still good at tech, so like AI is just killing like a lot of our jobs. So I'm learning how to use AI to get back into tech. Hopefully something happens with stand-up comedy. This is my dream. This is what I want to do. I don't want to go back to tech. Or you know, my fitness page goes up because there's a lot of people who have pages who just make money running and just working out. So those are my 3 hopes. So I want to
Writing is great. I like the whole thing's linear. It's all the same thing.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, especially for being a fan.
So other than cats, what's your love life?
What's my love life? Right now, not very good. I actually got more pussy when I was fat. I don't understand.
I don't either.
Yeah, so I was dating somebody last year till about November, and I broke up just because of the distance. I was gas. And so I just been.
What's your type? What type of boyfriend are you?
See, I'm from Detroit. That's the Texas black guy thing.
Detroit, you're into real black women.
Yeah, I'm into real black women. You know, give me about 5'7", 150 to 190.
Is that their credit score that you're talking about? Amazing. So your last black girl, how long has it been since you had one of those?
What, you said my last black one?
Yeah, the last time you hooked up with a black woman.
That was the girl I broke up with.
Okay, why'd you break up with her?
Like I said, the distance, you know, and
Just distance. Where was she at?
she's in Dallas.
I mean, you could have gone up there for the Tourette's convention.
Yeah.
Very expensive. Did you talk to the Tourette's guy back there?
I tried. He stuttered.
Yeah. He was pointing his lips.
They're not used to seeing black people here. He's like, nigga. That's what he said, actually.
You're really funny.
Thank you. I appreciate that, man.
So Quentin, give us one more crazy fun fact about your life. Interesting.
That's always a tough one. Last time we talked about me being a college cheerleader. And I was here with Shane Gillis, and we talking about that. I like to play board games. I'm a really big nerd.
What kind of board game?
So literally before I got called up, we were playing Settlers of Catan next door.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I started a board game group with some friends because that's just like there's not a board game group where I feel like I fit in. So I just went and started my own.
That's amazing. And how do people find your fitness?
So it's Q Don't Stop. That's my fitness run page on TikTok and Instagram.
Quentin Jones, everybody. Fun times. Congratulations. Good set. Fun interview. Here's a big jump on you. There you go. All right. Moving forward. Keeping it moving here. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket full goes by the name of CJ Kaiserman, everyone. CJ Kaiserman. Here he is.
You know how degrading it is to have a homelessman who just sign down who sees your car pull up? You guys too, huh? Yeah, I'm around over here. I pulled off on Fifth Street. This homeless guy just... Maybe homeless, they're not dumb. I rolled my window down, tried giving him money. He tried handing me a water bottle. That's how bad it is for me. Seriously. I drive a really old, beat-up 2002 Honda Civic because it's been rear-ended probably as many times as Tony. Yeah. I'm also like dumb broke though. Like I won't even buy a Powerball ticket until it's at least at 1 million. I'm gonna risk $5 for $20 million. You know, like what's that really gonna do for me? Happy Black History Month, guys. For those who celebrate, not this guy apparently. It's okay. Still got like a week and a half left. I'll send it there. Thank you.
Hey, CJ Kaiserman. Nothing really worked except for the thing about me. Do you do that at like open mics? Does that work for you out in regular public? Or when I'm not here?
The homeless joke I start with usually does better.
That's better. Why do you think the homeless jokes didn't go good here tonight?
Not a lot of homeless people in here.
Works in front of the other homeless people.
Yeah.
Hey, how long you been on stand-up, CJ?
I did for about a year back home. I've been pretty lazy since moving here.
Where's back home?
Spokane, Washington.
And what made you lazy when you moved to a place where comedy exists in more than one venue?
I actually moved down here saying I'd be more comedy, and I just haven't been signing up for more mics. I started a business, an online business, and it sort of just took off. I sell football cards online.
Football memorabilia.
Sort of. Super niche. It's called breaking.
Keep explaining it. Keep explaining it.
Okay, so
Nobody knows what the fuck that is.
no, I don't know what it is. So like, there's boxes of football cards, Pokemon cards, whatever sports it is, and I buy a bunch of boxes and I sell the teams. So somebody buys the team, Cowboys and Texans, and then you steal the cards for your team out of the boxes. There, so instead of spending $400 on all the boxes, you're spending $20, $30 on the team. Autographed cards, cards for the team.
Is that why you also have a haircut from 1990?
Yeah, I came out.
When that haircut was popular, Deuce Bigelow was in theater. Amazing. So CJ, what was it like growing up in Spokane?
Not great. It's kind of moved here. It's cold up there. I got down here to avoid snow and ice. Got that like crazy week with it. But we have one comedy club, which is Spokane Comedy Club, and you guys must have killed Tony there here years and years ago. But yeah, there's like random bars and stuff, kind of similar to here. Obviously, it's not great. Comedy club's okay. 2 mics a week.
How long have you been in Austin?
7 months.
7 months.
Yeah.
And so you've just been buying boxes of cards and kind of organizing them and divvying them up and sending them off.
Yeah, that's what we're about.
How much money do you think you're making doing that? Give me a ballpark.
A lot.
Like, just give us a guess. What's a lot to you? You said 20 million. Could possibly change anything in your life.
I really don't like how much I made. I did 72K in sales last month.
What? Yeah, but what is that profit? Yeah, how much is that?
Profit margin's about 40%, so it's like 25 to 30K profit. Yeah, it's
Hire Quinn? Are you kidding me? Hire the last guy. He's only got 14 grand to his name.
Yeah. I do need employees eventually, so
How good then I should be able to just walk the car. CJ, what's your love life like?
Nothing going on there. I've been single for a while. Kind of like.
Been on any dates since you've been to Austin?
Yeah, I've been on actually kind of talking to this girl right now. At BJ's.
BJ's.
It's a restaurant, guys.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a good sign.
Yeah, I bet. They got some Tourette's chefs over there at BJ's, that's for sure. So you met her at BJ's, you're just sitting at the bar having a drink?
My friend and I went in for the bazookies. $5 bazookies on Tuesday.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, Red Band's got a new Tuesday plan.
Red Band would like that.
$5 bazookies? What the fuck? What's a bazooki?
It's a pizza ice cream cookie. It's like
Ooh, wow, you normally you make those yourself. That's like you go to a place where it's made for you. Do a skillet too, right? Like, Red Band's hard as a rock right now. Okay, so you're there looking for bazooki, and you end up.
And she's our server. I was with my best friend, my roommate Nick, and she just was coming over, and I was making her laugh a lot. Cracking jokes.
What jokes were you doing there? Why don't we get some of your bazooki jokes? Give us an example of one of the jokes that got you pussy at bazooki.
How much I can remember? I mean, I think she just liked me. She was laughing. I probably wasn't talking at all. She probably just liked me and was laughing. I couldn't tell you what they were.
It's a shame none of those girls were in this audience. Amazing. So you won her over, and then what? You took her back to your place?
No,
She's like, why are there fucking football cards everywhere? Oh, you live with your little brother.
my room is just packed with football cards. Everybody calls it the anti-host room.
God, I love it. But there you go. You're bringing your little piece of Mizuki back there, and then what happens?
Do you tell her before she gets there?
Yeah.
I gave her a warning. I said, before we go in here, let's go in. But no, I got her phone number at the restaurant, and then like at midnight, I'll text her after we left, and then right after you left,
What'd you text her?
I texted her, and then she was like, "Hey, Muffin, then if you want to hang out," I was like, "Let's go." And we drove all to Buc-ee's, like right after she got work.
Look at that. It's a fast drop.
Yeah, is that the one? Yeah,
Yeah, it's that way. Hey, you got it right.
yeah.
No doubt about it. If you just walk 30 miles that way, you're gonna land straight on Buc-ee's doorstep. Okay, I love that for a first date. You can learn a lot about somebody. Can you take us through what the first date at Buc-ee's was like?
She told me she's a fighter. Which, what? That's interesting. She hasn't bit me yet. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign. Maybe she takes not big enough.
Told you she was a fighter. You're just walking around Buc-ee's. She drops that on
I was
us
in the cars.
on the way to Buc-ee's.
She's more like she's overstimulated for like fighting. She's like, she gave me warning. She's like, yeah, if I get too overstimulated,
How old is she?
14. No, 22.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
So you get to Buc-ee's, then what happens? Did you buy something? What'd you buy at Buc-ee's?
I tried to figure out the fudge. You like Buc-ee's fudge?
I don't know why you keep asking them. Just focus on the answers to the question. Yes, my man likes fudge. Keep going.
I took her to Buc-ee's fudge. She did not want it. And we ended up getting just Sprint snacks. Just black. And so,
Whoa. And you're like, you must like the fudge. Closer, she's a bite up. This is amazing. I wouldn't have guessed that the girl you went for was a black girl.
Is that me? Is that the haircut?
You're from Spokane, where normally black people are, you just put a cross on fire in their front yard. Spokane is a KKK hub. I know. I visited outside of it. Okay, so you take her to Buc-ee's, you offer her food, you just got some snacks, and then you take her back to your place.
No, it's just your girl. That was it.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Have you hooked up with her since then?
no, we're taking things slow. I know.
You didn't fuck a girl that let you take her to Buc-ee's.
We both love Jesus.
She hit you up after work, and you just took her to a big ass gas station, and then dropped her off at home. He really is not Spokane. So it just fizzled out, just like your set.
Yeah.
Just no real closing or anything. Well, that's my time. Thank you. Now, Tony, that was way more interesting than it said. Did she say anything that took at the end of this date? You dropped her off. Was there any last words?
Besides the bike thing, no. When was it? This was November. We still have we go today, guys.
What did you do today?
We went to Chevron.
Amazing. CJ, fun times. You are leaving here with a medium black. CJ Iserman, everybody. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. Starting something new isn't just hard, it's terrifying. So much work goes into this thing that you're not entirely sure will work out. Trust me. I know when I started this podcast, I wasn't even sure what I was doing. What if no one listens? What if I make an idiot out of myself? Who's going to want to watch it open mic? Now, I know I was right in believing in myself launching this podcast despite all the fears and hesitations. And it also helps to have a partner like Shopify and Redman on your side.
Tony, I love Shopify. They're the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world. 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. is from household names like Mattel, Gymshark, two brands just getting started.
Get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style. Easily create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling. It's time to turn those what ifs into with Shopify today. Use your brain and sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/GilTony. Go to shopify.com/GilTony. That's shopify.com/GilTony. Some real characters so far. Let's keep it moving along. See what happens next. Your next fucking fool goes by the name of Matt Vanwart. Matt Vanwart, everybody. Here he is.
I got 2 degrees and 4 years in college. Brag. I was always bad at school, but I realized this instead of in order to take advanced classes, you had to take arts appreciation, a global perspective, and a social diversity course. And I realized there was a glitch in the scheduling software. My chance dance appreciation counted as all free. So I thought about it, and I was like, man, I could take feminism 1, 2, and 3 more. I could study how to be great at parties. My friends said, like, that your senior education. I was like, yeah, that's the point. I'm the one paying for it. Remember one day I walk in, my roommate, he's like sitting on his desk, he's furious, he's like typing, he's like, oh, after a 10-page paper now, fragile masculinity. I was like, he's like, no, dude, you know what fragile masculinity is? That's when men are too afraid. They see as a feminist and put themselves through their trials and tribulations, arbitrarily living lives of silent suffering. I was like, oh, that's tough. This is the mashed potato. This is what I'm doing all month. I'm not even good at it. All right, that was my minute.
Okay, Matt Vanwart doing a little lightning fast poetry about his college years.
That was fun.
Okay, fun for you.
Audible booze, just what I was hoping for.
All right, Matt. Here we are in the interview portion now.
Took a long walk. Was it worth it?
What?
Took a long walk.
Oh, during your set.
Yeah.
Got it.
One big one, not worth it.
All right, Matt. We'll talk about that in just a second. So let's get into it, Matt. First of all, you guys have anything you want to say? No.
Very fair.
Check in with Jim Norton.
You seem a little nervous. That like it happens sometimes. I mean, you know, I've had tremors. It's a medical condition. I frequently in both of us.
Wow. So you didn't even give a fuck what was going on up here. You were just always shaky like that.
I shake all the time.
You should have come out with hot coffee. That would have been lit.
They wouldn't let me bring the water on stage. It was a hazard.
I didn't notice the hand. I thought the set was shaky without it. So Matt, let's talk about it. How long have you been doing stand-up?
10 years.
Shut the fuck up, dude. For the first time ever, I'm gonna say, as an answer to that question, I don't believe you. Where have you been doing it?
Can I just say real quick, Deep Madness made such a noise, I thought he could suddenly say, yeah.
He gets loud. Deep Madness does not like a lack of punchlines. He loves his role on this show. He loves his job. He feels, I've been hanging out with Deep Madness after the shows, like for the first 20 minutes. Mitzi's right as soon as we're done. And I've learned, especially recently more than ever, this guy literally is more in touch than anybody. Like at all times. It's kind of wild. I'm not surprised, but it is so interesting. And so a fun fact, my point is that during the show, when you guys can't hear or sometimes see his Deep Madness scoffs, relentlessly when someone's not great. Underneath his breath, but we can hear it, but it's not loud enough for it to go to the mic. 10 years, Team Madness went, oh no. It's a constant, it's like our own little background soundtrack. We used to have D have his own mic, but it's like a little bit too much sometimes when I'm trying to dig someone out of an interview or something like that. But it's our we've learned that it's our own fun thing to have back there. D Madness, how about a hand for D Madness? The background, the absolute background. Which brings us back to Matt Van War. 10 years. Where were you doing these 10 years?
First 3.5 were in Iowa, and then Chicago, and now here.
How long did you move here?
A little over 2 years ago. A little over 2 years.
You've been working in mics and stuff. You go up a lot.
Yeah, I travel.
Do you have like a best joke you've ever written in 10 years that you can do for us? Like a short little fucking banger. There must be something. 10?
Yeah, I can do something.
Doing something other than whatever the fuck that was. Just doing one joke for us, ladies and gentlemen, Matt Van War. Give him a hand for 10 years.
I don't trust guys who climb rocks because they call it a climbing gym. That's not a gym. A gym is where people go to be hot, you know? No girls have been like, oh, what's my dream man? Straining body, massive wrists. No one's ever fantasized about earthy digits. You know what? We'll just end it there. This isn't going well.
Okay. So, Matt, let's read the room. Let's talk lost all inertia. Chip Norton. I mean, it's a rough go. Like, I understand, like, after a bad set, it's hard because the audience loses a little bit of faith. It's common for all of us. So then you go to the joke, and they're like, oh, this is not going to be good. In that case, they were like, I know. I empathize with you, and we've all been there. Just not for this long in a row. And maybe there's something more that I can dig out of you about your real life here. So let's go over it. How do you make money, Matt?
You're not gonna like this.
Uh-oh.
I do stand-up.
You make a living doing stand-up.
It's hard to believe, but yes.
Okay, so like where do you do this? How?
I just play in the worst cities. I just did a run. I just did Tulsa, Wichita, Rogers, Arkansas.
So let's take up one at a time just because I'm curious because I've done this, right? I started headlining shows about, whatever, 15 years ago or whatever. So I was in Tulsa. And I know that it's hard to sell tickets if no one lives here. So how do you sell tickets in Tulsa? You doing a comedy club?
Yeah, I do a lot of small rooms, a lot of like breweries and stuff. But what I do is I make videos for every city I go to. So like top spots to rip cities in Tulsa. It's like parody videos.
So you get there and then you make a video while you're there.
No, I do it before. I do a lot of research ahead of time. Like top spots, take a drunk piss. Find them relatable, and usually I get the videos right, and then people are like, hey, we should go see this guy live. The shows usually go better than this.
Right. And there's like ballpark how many people in these?
I'm doing just like 50 to 70 sellers right now.
What are you selling to?
How much? $20 a piece. It's pretty standard, yeah.
Pretty standard for someone that, I mean, it's a professional that can sell tickets. Yeah. Okay. And the club takes a cut of that, right?
Yeah.
Right. So what do you think you bought out of Tulsa?
I talked about college because now I'm just doing an accounting class up here, and then
you can just give us $500.
Yeah, I do between like 4 shows, so I do like a full run.
You didn't want it Tulsa or Fort Tulsa?
I just didn't want it Tulsa.
Okay, so this is, you have to check city, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You were looking inside the soul. This is interesting, I think, for the people to hear. Trevor, talk about that.
No, we did that last time. That's okay. This is every conversation.
I've done that before. You were on the show before.
Yeah, it did way better last time.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the ceiling's pretty low right now. Let's be real here.
The ceiling's the same height as it was last time you were
Very funny. Very funny.
Okay. So, Matt, what's something interesting about your life that we don't know about you before I leave you?
I don't know college. I was a sorority president in college.
All right. How do you get that job?
I was the president of the stand-up comedy club, and you registered as a sorority. And they never corrected it. It was never checked. And the best part was our initials, stand-up comedy club, SUCC. They were somehow C.
You still are. Did you get a little checkbook last time you run?
No, I got a big job.
You got a big one? Well, guess what, buddy? You're going the wrong direction. There goes that man-word, everybody. One more bucket full up here. This looks like a new name. Make some noise for Orhan Lamur, everybody. Orhan. Here comes Orhan.
How are you guys? It was very fun watching what you guys did to that guy over there. Because he's more successful than me, I'm sure, guys. Like, I've never fucking done comedy. I never felt more like I wasted 9 years of my life. Okay, they're laughing. I shut myself and just went inside back. I'm from Turkey. It's not a happy place, you know. State mottos, if you're happy, you know what? But I was there for 2 years. Like, I lived in LA for a long time, then I moved back there, and then I came back here. And this time I realized how to make America great again. Actually, what you do is you go live in Turkey for 2 years, come back, and it's fucking spectacular again. Stop it, dude. This is gonna fucking go into my head now. Now it's the opposite. Now I think, oh my god, I will quit at the top. I don't want to do comedy again. It's never gonna be this good. Yeah.
There it is. Yeah, you got it. The laughter was so loud you missed the meow. I held out the bear because I wanted to see where you were going with it. Very funny. Orhan Liver? Did I say that right? Timur. Okay. Talking to the mic there. I don't know how it works in Turkey, but Orhan, that was an unbelievably great set. Just acknowledging the temperature of the room, having common sense, like a 10-year veteran would have. How long have you been doing stand-up, Orhan?
9 years.
Really? Oh, amazing. I thought you were doing a joke about how you've been doing it 1 year and then 9 years. But okay, that makes sense. 9 years. Very fun.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
How much of that's in America?
So like 7 provinces of America, 2 in Turkey.
Where did you go when you first arrived to America?
Orange County, like Los Angeles. You know, you see like where you go, like where I started comedy is mine. That's why I always say LA, because you know, it's where I started.
Perfect. What made you pick LA?
I mean, I was already in Orange County, there with a U-Haul.
Got it. What made you pick Orange County as a landing spot?
I studied film, unfortunately.
That makes sense.
It does not at all. Money reasons, but yeah, no, I went there, then, you know, I got sick of LA.
What's the scene in Turkey like for stand-up? I asked a great question.
Oh, it's, you do it in English and in Turkish, but the thing is, like in English, you can talk about the government, which is nice, because they don't fucking get it. But Turkish, I have this special that I shot, and I have it in the end. If I put it up, I'll probably never go back. So there's that little thing.
So tell us, what is it like over in Turkey? Like, what are some of the day-to-day things that make it dangerous?
I mean, I had this joke about like compared to Halloween, like it's not Halloween. Like trick or treat, they bring people money or stuff. I'm seriously afraid of children here because sometimes I'll see children here with bats and they're just trying to get better at sports. But I'm like, I always think they're coming for me because the thing is, like when there's big dudes and you like hurt them, people don't like it. You know,
like I try not to say, but like when you hurt kids, they go to they're like, oh, this guy killed a kid.
Liquidates all of his assets.
So there's that
Right,
fear.
and what
None of these are
happens?
my real life.
Saladin and his friends.
These are psychological.
That's amazing. I think
What
you're
he's
so
done this
likable.
way again.
Yeah, you already
Oh,
like
they
No
are.
one
voice
can take
already,
anything
like
from
your demeanor.
him. But how did
You
you
said
shut
when
him
you kill
now?
kids and people,
After the
yeah,
day.
yeah,
And then he
yeah.
what did he do?
You need,
Like,
you need an accent to kill kids.
So one day he
Otherwise,
walking over the bridge.
it's like people are like,
Speak more, young Turkish.
What happened?
I like
After
it.
the day,
How old are you, Orhan?
I'm 33 years
Shan't
old.
be denied.
33, and did you serve in the Turkish military at 18?
No, you can't get out of it.
How did you get out of it?
So there's two ways to get out of it. One, you have to be gay and prove it.
First of all,
Oh, hell yeah.
Here's the thing, like, so here's what people don't know.
This is why I never joined the military. Let the room black for a second.
That's not how it is. No, I am straight. Shut up, you don't know me. You don't know me. I'm the only straight person here. Okay, listen. So, if you're gay, you have to send them tape because they want to. Actually, no, this is true. I'm not making stuff. I'm not straight. But blowjobs don't count, which people send blowjob videos and still went. So the other way is you have to work in America for 3 years. That's what I did. I did shitty jobs.
So, one way of getting out of the military is sending a video of a man absolutely butt fucking you, and the other option is going to the greatest country on planet Earth and making money and working for 3 years.
Yes, they figured it like America also makes your asshole yay big.
What he's saying is definitely true. Military service from the BBC News 2012. Military service is mandatory for all Turkish men. They can only escape if they are ill, disabled, or homosexual. But proving homosexuality is a humiliating ordeal. So, if you send a video of you sucking another dude's dick, they're like, no.
And people don't know that it's in the fine print and people don't read it. People are like, this is the
I'm telling you, he's gonna die.
So they archive it. So there's a bunch of reluctant, like, blowjob videos that didn't even do any army.
Where do you see them?
You guys are laughing, but I'm gonna get in trouble for this.
This is incredible. The same video that'll get you out of Turkish military is the same video that'll get you into Jim Norton's screen room.
Comedy, you know, so
The guy who volunteers to watch the video in the army. Is there a guy who's like, I'll make sure they're gay?
I mean, Molotov videos is probably a team, you know.
They should have
Because people don't want to go to the army, you know, because they, you know, make you get up early.
This is incredible, Orhan. So how long have you lived in Austin, Texas?
It's my 6 months. Yeah, I just moved here because I don't know, actually, like, people said I should, and I did, and then people have, like, people said, hey, there's, like, comedy there, people will like you there, I said, okay, and they speak the truth, and, like, I'm telling you, like, this minute thing really made me nervous, because I'm not a very 1 minute guy, so, like, I really appreciate you guys, because I was really,
Absolutely dominated, Orhan. I want to talk to you for a little bit longer, even though this interview is going very long. But I find you so interesting. So now that you live here, how do you make money?
I work for a luxury car brand, but like part-time, I'm taking time off when I go to the city. A luxury car brand is music very well.
Okay.
You've been so nice for me.
Have you ever tried to get out of work the same way you tried to get out of work?
I just work a job. They let me go to different cities.
your close company, ultimately
What else
again, I
about
will
your
give
life,
it back
Warren?
to you,
Tell us more about you.
even more than what
Honestly,
you did. So I
I'm
share
like a little bit
I share
everything, but not really that.
not be very so
Maybe hopefully
ultimately
besides
yes,
this, but like I play piano, but not well. You know, I don't know, like just like I'm learning carve wood. It's like
Carving wood.
yeah.
Okay, what are you making out of wood?
It's an abstract. It's about expression more than what is carving? I don't know if I should wave it.
Doing a hell of a job, Warren. You're doing an absolutely unbelievable. What's your love life like?
I've had my share of girlfriends. They're all girls. So in Turkey, I was making a living. So I had like more free time. Now I don't really have free time. I had a girlfriend for a few months ago, but you know, if she wants me that night, I want to go home because I'm a little bit obsessed with this. So like I'm single,
Only in the garden, only summer, وتشتغلين موضوع يحط التيبل down only عشان هقرا when they put the table
No,
down
it's good. It's my art class don't stand up over anything.
it's because you know I don't know, I love this thing
the artist
to disgusting levels, like the amount of job opportunities I've given up to a few extra mics when I started and stuff like just
I can only imagine you must have been a doctor in the old country and then come here. You just
I mean, like the yes, it was 40,000 a year. That's really low. It's not higher.
The guy says, you know, you study a butcher. You study a butcher. And you call the English, I said, no, that's
Have you ever saved anybody's life or had a near-death experience or anything like that?
I mean, people have been suicidal, and you know,
Yeah.
He's talking about the last guy when he walked off there.
Like if they were on a ledge.
you produce such a way that put me on. I might actually talk a bit too much.
Orhan, you are so funny. You are exactly what this show is built for. Somebody that's been doing it 9 years. You left LA and you moved to Austin. And I just find you so incredible, the sacrifices that you've made, and you're just so funny. And I can't wait to see more material from you. So, Orhan, you are the newest golden ticket winner. Hey, up here, Orhan. Oh, there you go.
I'm going to keep it going.
You did it, Orhan.
It may not constitute my practice.
The Turkish military, though. I had to do some research, make sure you're a real golden ticket winner. How about one more time for Orhan, everybody? That's what happens here. Dreams come true, and they did for your next comedian who was just about to move back to Atlanta when he got pulled out of the bucket here on Keltoni. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the great regulars of the show's history, the Dark Storm of Atlanta. Make some noise for District Flame, everybody.
Sir, what do you know about buying $200 worth of pregnancy tests so you can pee on them, sir? Because you know you can't get pregnant, you just really need the good news right now. Sir, what do you know about pretending to be gay with your best friend so y'all can go to couples therapy because it's cheaper that way?
Sir, what you know about having a spider that live in your room and this nigga is not your pet? This nigga's not your pet, but you can't kill the spider because you got a white girlfriend and she like spiders keep out the bugs and it's in the engine one. So then you chat GPT what kind of spider it is, only to find out it's a black widow. Nigga, I can't kill a black mom. I want to know, am I that dead? This spider is my mom. I was on mushrooms when I figured it out, son. When I treat her like a black mom, we go to church every Sunday. We don't go into the church, they won't let you in with the spider in your hand. They think you're the devil. So I just go where her window sill and we play Kurt Franklin, and then she put what she want to read in the Bible in her web, like Charlotte's Web. You know what I'm talking about, Charlotte's Web? What's the pig's name from the book? Wilbur. This nigga can't read. This nigga can't read, and he's a liar. He just wanted to fit in. He just wanted to fit in. You're a liar. That's my top difference.
And he's in my brain is the difference between a regular and a bucket full and everything in between. Cedric, absolutely incredible. Loud laughs all the way throughout. Amazing stuff. You know, that's
How do you find it? So that's the ultimate feeling that has
Get that good news, so when you get that, boy, you know what it feels like to not be breaking that shit. But don't get the Dollar Tree ones, because the nigga was nervous. I didn't know who the mama could be. Hello, you know what I'm saying?
incredible. Cedric, how's life been going? Tell us about it.
I tour it so much, going all over the country. It's so much fun. I do hate getting on planes. I think y'all know that, but every city I've been to, I've been selling a lot of tickets. There's a lot of good fans. I do want to say Happy Black History Month to the 7 black people that watch Kill Tommy. I've had at least one at every show.
Yeah, we got the good ones though. You know what I'm saying? Little fun fact: Drake watches every episode with his crew in Toronto. It makes them all shut up and they sit around the big screen TV.
I love Drake.
There you go. That's how you do it. We love Drake too. I love it.
You're very creative. I love the spider bit. That was really funny, man. That was very interesting. Something nice to say to you. You don't have anything nice to say? I already know you put it right down. I was going to piggyback off of Jim, but the way you were switching it, what are you trying to get out of the army?
I still can't believe it. That might be one of the craziest fun facts. You have to send a video of you butt-fucking. In fact, for some guy that's the head of the Turkish army who's definitely jerking off to these videos.
It's even better if it's not true and a bunch of guys are walking their friends and still going to serve.
Absolutely incredible. People think America's bad. Turkey moved to either a butt fuck or a fight. Another place that has better weapons than Turkey does.
I feel like I would be gay instead of going to the army. I think I would choose like just be gay for one video.
I've seen you fight for Turkey, the food. That'll be on next week's video. Cedric, anything else crazy going on in life? How's everything?
I'm starting to feel like with the first couple months where I'm starting to get real comfortable being up here instead of being like extra nervous because it is hard to come out here. I'm not just saying that because my friend bombed a couple people ago, but it's just.
Which one was that?
Bad Boy. Oh, he does run some great shows. Like there's a club up there in Des Moines, Iowa.
I don't think he likes me anymore. I'll talk to him. Okay, good. I want to be able to do Des Moines again.
Also, thank you for this sweet ass jacket. Of course, just wanted to say thank you. This is fucking players.
Yeah, they were supposed to come over the holidays. The whole crew got new jackets from our amazing team here that took a while. Somebody put tariffs in place here in America. And they took a while, and now they arrived just in time for Texas to be 95 degrees again. Yeah, so it's sweat like a motherfucker. Cedric, you are the fucking man. We love you. You gotta see him on the road. Cedric Flynn. Follow him. See him when he comes to your city. Absolutely amazing. We know this next young buck. He is one of the door guys here at the mothership. We love it when people from Sunset sign up, people from the mothership sign up. These guys all are in a big rotation here in Austin doing spots. Hopefully, with their experience, they're doing their better minutes here. So let's see what happens. Make some noise for the young buck, Nicholas Sapaglia, everybody. Very funny young man. I was at the bar the other day, just getting a drink, and this big group of ladies giving us a bachelorette party. It's a big group of ladies. Because it's like a gaggle of bitches. So many. And I'm just sitting there minding my own business at the bar, having a drink. One of them comes over and orders a drink. He looks at me and goes, "You should shave your face. You look like a rapist." I just yelled at her. I said, "Yeah, you look like a victim." Got her ass. She didn't like that very much, and she chimed back. She's like, "That's not funny." And I'm like, "Shut up, bitch. Yes, it is." But don't worry, I'm not into fat chicks, and she was clearly anorexic, so got her again. Yeah, well, that. Yeah, absolutely great. Nicholas Sapaglia back again. Welcome back. How's it going? Fantastic. Yeah, new glasses. You do kind of look like a rapist. Kind of, yeah. Hell yeah. A little bit. Very good. Welcome. You guys think about Nicholas? I'm glad I shaved. Funny, good joke writing. Yeah, and I like this. He gets the closing on the laugh. I like that. It's good. Thank you. What's going on, Nicholas? Tell us about work here at the mothership. Work here. I recently became a father a little while ago. So I'm just doing daddy daycare during the day and stand up at night. The wife is working full time. I'm raising the baby right. Tell us about that. I'm pretty sure we are all fatherless people. Well, I mean, we're not fathers. We're childless. Yes, childless. And we're probably also fatherless. We'll just come to a test tube. Well, I mean, it's cliche to say, but they always say you're never ready. So you don't know what to expect. Which is just a cliche thing that's true. But it's a little different in our situation because our baby's born. We had a little baby girl. One of the funny ones, we had a girl. When Shirley was born, we discovered that she had a little bowel obstruction in her intestines, and they had to do emergency surgery. They removed about 17 centimeters of her intestines, and then they gave her like an ileostomy bag, and we looked at the NICU at the hospital for like the first 5 months of her life. So it was really kind of traumatic and upsetting. And my wife was really upset that I didn't give her shit bag, Shirley. I said it one time, but every holiday since, it always comes up, and I'm like, SBS is never going to remember any of this. I like how you have dark jokes. You're like, oh my god, it's not really fucking funny. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's kind of my sense of humor. It's kind of sound dark. Jesus shit. That's your daughter. Your humor is darker than the contents of your daughter's shit bag. That's true, yeah. They call it output, but I know shit when I smell it. They call it shit. It's definitely shit. Yeah, that was a crazy experience, though. I had to do a bunch of... I think I'm starting to take care of myself a little bit better now. Like, I've gotten checked out recently, which I
I hadn't done it in quite some time. But as guys who go to the appointment once a year, turn your head and cough. You think that's it, but this year I went. They were like, "All right, we're gonna do your balls." That was fine. Felt great. Turning my head, I was coughing. I asked the guys, like, "Why do I have to turn my head when I cough?" Because I don't want you to cough in my face. Oh, fair point. You don't know unless you ask. So. That makes sense. Yeah. And then he finishes, and I start pulling on my pants, and he goes, "Oh, wait, we're going to check your prostate." I just didn't want to do that. They forced it on me. And all of a sudden, I'm just in position, hands down, pants down. And he's behind me a little bit up, but he didn't freak off. And he goes, "Don't be alarmed, you're going to feel like a small pinch." And that's when I looked back and I said, "Why do I feel both your hands on my shoulders?" He didn't like that at all. He didn't like that joke at all. Awesome. He kicked me right out of the dentist's office, so. Hell yeah. Other than that, life's been pretty good. I mean, that was a kind of a struggle.
I love it, Nicholas. You're doing a hell of a job. You're crushing here at the mothership. Hitting spots.
And not all using everyone ready, but instead, here's another idea.
Congratulations. I'm W on Super Show Thursday. Your secret show. Here's a big joke. Bill. Nicholas is a big deal, ladies and gentlemen.
So I think everybody should get everything together.
Back to the bucket leader. Here we go. Make some noise for your next bucket full. It is Kirsty Hayden, everybody. Kirsty Hayden.
I don't know if y'all can tell by looking at me, but I don't have a house. I'm actually living through this app I found where I find strangers who choose me to stay in their place, water their plants, take care of their pets. It's called Hinge. No, but I do go from house to house, and it usually goes pretty well. But one time I was taking care of this cat, and when I came home, I discovered that the cat had gotten into my dirty laundry and chewed up only my underwear. So, weird way to find out you have yeast infection. You can take the puss out of the panties, but
even though
can't take the panties out of the puss.
Hi, Kirsty. Welcome on the show.
Yes,
How long you been in the stand?
8 years.
Okay, where at?
I started in Dallas.
You still live in Dallas?
No, I live here now.
How long have you lived here?
Like a year and 4 months.
Okay, good answer. Very easy. How do you make money?
I do pet sitting. I clean and organize people's houses. I sell clothes on Depop. That's it.
All right. Okay. How old are you?
I'm 30.
30. Okay, so you started in 22.
Yes.
How's it going? Pretty good?
Pretty good, yeah.
Perform a lot?
I do.
Are you a little tipsy or on drugs of some kind right now?
100% sober.
Really?
Yeah.
This is just you.
Yeah, this is just me. I'm not even on Zoloft anymore. I'm off all of it.
Were your parents really stoned and on drugs when they had you?
Yes.
Everyone, you should be disrupting ice rage. Yeah. What ethnicity are you?
I'm Sicilian.
Really? Okay. 100%. Your parents are both Sicilian.
Like 80%. My dad's dad is like Irish, so that's why my last name's Hayden.
Right. What do you do for fun, Kirsty?
For fun? I usually will, I like to
How long have keeping off the Zoloft for?
Oh, one
Right?
month.
Yeah, there we go. I had a feeling. Good. Your body's adjusting.
Yeah, the brain zaps have finally stopped. So
The brain's what?
the brain zaps. Okay, none of you take Zoloft. That's cool.
Brain zaps. Can you take us through what that means?
It's where you get really lightheaded and you feel kind of it's uncomfortable, but I kind of like it because it makes you feel kind of like messed up, but it's like a lightheadedness, and then for a second you're like and then you're like, oh yeah.
There's other ways to get that. So what made you get off the Zoloft?
My health insurance changed, so I thought it was easier to just quit the pills than to be put on hold.
Did you wean off? Did you talk to a doctor at all? You just kind of just cold turkeyed it?
Cold turkey did. They tell you not to do that, but I think I got through it just fine.
Dude, so Kersey's, she used to wait tables at Texas, at the Dallas Improv, and every time I went there, I forget that, and she always crushed it. She's very funny, and those interviews are great. Like a female bitch Hedberg.
Bitch, Edward?
Bitch gives Hedberg to stay at someone's house.
You already have a Mitch impersonator, though. So.
And it's true. We have a guy that looks and sounds exactly like it.
What were you using Zoloft for? Like depression, anxiety?
Well, I mean, that's what it treats, Red Band.
Usually why people take it, yeah.
You think it's a fucking weight loss drug?
For like PTSD, anxiety, depression.
It was for depression. Yeah, but honestly, I would get depressed while I was on it, so I was like, well, what's the point? I might as well just feel raw dog it.
Right. So how's the past month been? What's going on with it? Is it a day-to-day thing? Have there been highs and lows?
I think I learned good coping on Zoloft, so it's actually been fine without it. I don't really feel any different, because I was on it for 3 years, and it's not like you're fucked up on it, like you remember what you learned on it. So yeah, I think I just learned how to be normal. Well, I wouldn't say that, but I feel pretty much the same.
Does it fuck up sex drive? Always was scared of
It does. It would take like an hour to come.
So, how has have you tried to have a boyfriend?
No.
So, have you been on dates or anything since being off Zoloft, or are you just like you know that the sexual thing is better because you're pleasing yourself?
Well, it's hard to date when you do comedy. You're just out every night, and I don't really do dating apps because I don't really like care. So no, I don't really go on dates very often. So no, I don't know. I don't do that. Okay, right now.
All right.
Yeah.
You're not doing stand-up.
I do a little bit of yoga. I like playing pool. I like singing sometimes, and I take showers.
Amazing. That is a rarity among Boston comics. Unique. What song do you sing at karaoke?
I like to do some Shania. I sing Corn pretty good.
All right. Okay, Kirsty. Very fun. All right. Let me ask you one more question about the Zoloft here. I've heard that when you stop antidepressants cold turkey, that you get suicidal tendencies. Did you have a low moment at all?
Surprisingly, no. Most of the low moments were before I got on it, and then like during even there were low moments. But I think because I expected there to be so many low moments, I just didn't. It wasn't that bad. So no,
That's pretty stupid.
Well, there you go. Was he on
It doesn't make sense, the bad timing thing, but I work with Brian Redman, so you can't control it. When I'm looking over here, he gets to do it.
I'm in a good headspace. That's perfect. But I'll keep it to myself. Maybe tonight.
No. I can't have that kind of I can't have that kind of press. Don't write a suicide note. No, you got it. You're leaving here with a big joke book 10 times first you hate it. There you go. Boom. All right. That's thirsty, everybody. Yeah, let's do that. You saw Orhan Timur get a golden ticket here tonight. You may have seen this next young lady get a golden ticket if you watched Kill Tony Once Upon a Time in Texas on Netflix. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the long-awaited return of the great Young, everybody. Young is back, everyone.
Hello. You know, as I'm learning more about this country in English, I realize everything's better when it's white. For example, a normal person just lives in the house, but the most powerful person lives in the White House. White collar jobs are better than blue collar jobs. They're more intellectual and capable. White lies are better than other lies because they come from good intentions. Be some sort of white. Even Diddy knows white is better. Diddy used to host white parties in Hollywood. Best parties you can ever find. You can only wear white in that party, right? You got A-list celebrities, unlimited baby oil. And guess what? When he's arrested, not white enough to get pardoned by the White House. Thank you, that's right.
That set was all white.
Yeah, very white.
Stuck with one premise there. I love it. Very good. Smart. Adorable as always. Very likable. Young. Welcome back. How's life going for you?
It's been good, yeah. Scheduled some shows around few states. Spots in Austin.
Where are you going around there?
Next week I'm in Florida, but I won't be here. But I have a show in Austin, March 21st. Show in San Antonio, April 11th.
San Antonio, you can drive. Can you drive?
I told you I drove Uber before. I was 5-star driver. Yeah. I did 5,000 trips. Yeah. High ratings.
That's crazy. I find that impossible.
I enjoyed your set. I thought it was very funny. You had me at, white. Very good. Good writing, and I enjoyed it very much.
Thank you. I love when I shit on the panels. I can't join. I have to look at you. I thought you looked like someone from the Alien movies, These human egg incubators would come out bald and wrinkly.
Are you going to let Suji talk to you that way? Yes, I am. Tell me how I'm good enough. Tell me how small it is. I'm just good if not there, right? Tell me about
Young has this incredible roast delivery. I'm so interested. She does it with a smile. She looks right at you. She told Redman that he looked like a kidney don't work. So many people after saying they
saw the Netflix thing bring that up with the Asian girl told Red Band that he looks like his kidneys don't work. Like, it's like, it doesn't have to necessarily be like some crazy written, like, math problem. It's some brutal honesty with you. The way you smile at somebody.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to roast him. I just thought he looks very pale.
See what I mean? I just see like it's an adorable delivery.
Yeah, but that means she really thinks I look like some fucking alien.
What do you think about Ian? Ian's a good-looking guy, right?
He looks so Jew. Glasses off.
In Texas, that's a worse insult than alien.
I find it interesting he got all those like fake jewelries on his knuckles, like trying to be a rapper.
Thank you. I'll take a number 35, the 47, and the 16.
Are you Jew though? You are? Oh, okay.
What are you?
Not Jew.
Oh my god. I love she doesn't even say A. She just goes, are you Jew?
That was very 1945 of you.
This is when the Japanese not like Jews. Chinese. I got in trouble for this before getting these snapped backwards. You guys are totally different. Totally different people to us.
Yeah, we don't nuclear people.
You do.
We do.
Yeah.
We do bomb people.
Don't. Chinese don't. Somehow you guys don't.
Yeah, we like to build trains though, man.
Yes, you do.
Build trains for you.
That's right, sushi trains.
I feel like she's a racist little doll and we're just pulling her string.
Phrases are coming out. Are you Jew? Are you Jew?
Just one of our love Jews, yeah.
Thank you. How do you feel about aliens?
Yeah, we're gonna give you a hug afterwards, sorry. You look hurt.
A lot of these roast jokes, I've realized that Young is so likable that she can get away with things that most people can't. Everyone in her grouping,
the world is only
plus her mother. She mentioned how amazing she thought you were. She loved your Trump impression. She hates Trump. So I think you have this amazing ability to. What's your least favorite race? If you were joking,
I'm gonna talk about buying your least favorite race.
And what would your best impersonation of the day
You're really putting me on spot, so trying to make you wow. Japanese.
now is it Chinese girl? Tell us, what is it that you don't like about the Japanese?
We fight a lot and we kill each other all the time.
Yeah. Why?
Yeah, you know, they're neighbors just hate each other and fighting a lot.
Is there something about them particularly good?
I don't know, I think we just think we're better than them and they think they're better than us. Yeah, just like Jews and Christians, you know.
What?
Aliens and Earthlings.
Take it easy, Miss My God. Jesus Christ.
I can roast a Jew and a Jew's here. I'm gonna take the opportunity.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you have to.
Like,
Right? I'm really a Jew. I'm 23 and me. I took it. Look at you.
23 and E.
Just from the neck up.
Yes, for sure. Definitely. You're 100% Jewish from the neck up.
I'm like a little offshoot. I found that through Twitter. I was raised Italian. Irish.
But she spotted it.
I mean,
even though her eyes look like they're closed, she can see.
Young, you are amazing. So likable, so funny. We love you. How about more time for young, everybody? We're gonna go back to this bucket. Coming around the corner here. Make some noise for your next bucket. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Jordan McDonald, everybody. Here comes Jordan.
What's going on? I've been traveling a lot lately. When I go to new cities, what I like to do is I like to buy weed. I like to take that weed and go to parks. I like to smoke that weed in parks. And I like to watch homeless people. That's how I judge how much I like the city. I suggest y'all try. I was in Toronto, Ontario, Canada not too long ago. Any Canadians in here? USA, USA, say with the crowd. USA. Sorry to say, really. No, I was in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. I smoked weed before I smoked homeless people. I see this homeless man walking by himself. There's nobody else around him. And he just says out loud, I only smoke crack on the weekend. And guess what, Big Daddy? It's the weekend. That's a five-star homeless man right there. You mean to tell me you're a disciplined crack addict? It's like, hey, Reggie, what you do tonight? Maybe you want some crack? Nah, nigga, it's Tuesday. Don't start my crack till Thursday, 11:58 p.m.
Ultimately, and
Thank you.
Jordan McDonald. Okay. Welcome back, Jordan. You've been on the show before. How long have you been on stand-up?
Coming up on 7 years.
7 years. And is that true? You really made a crack at it?
I was smoking weed in the beaches in Toronto. And I was watching homeless people as I did.
I think I like watching you as a performer. You have good energy on stage. Acknowledge the audience and the material is unique. So I enjoy watching it.
Oh, thank you, John.
Definitely gotten a lot better. I remember that.
Thank you, man. I've been working hard.
Yeah. I liked your impressions. You really threw yourself into it.
And the way you said fuck Canada, I appreciated that.
Jordan, what have you been up to? Stand-up comedy.
Actually, Tony, toured the world 2024 and 2025. Wow, went to 12 different countries.
Tell us about it.
The coolest place I went to was Tanzania, East Africa. Shout out to the One Time, Dar es Salaam. Headline there, sold out shows there. Performed in Spain, all over Europe.
You're performing in English, all these different places.
So it was called one of the shows in Tanzania Friday night, all my openers. I was like, damn, nigga, this is crazy. I don't know what y'all saying. Then the audience quickly turned off the music. Had a good time, man. It's incredible. I actually got this in Amsterdam, Spain, and in
Oh, you got
recognized. They're like, you're the dude where your ex-girlfriend beat you up, right? And I was like, yeah. They're like, you're funny. And I'm like, can you leave with that next time?
Incredible. Non-comedy related, what was your favorite place?
Favorite place, non-comedy related? Barcelona, Spain, man. Everybody got fat ass. They got, for real, bro. Everybody's kicked up. They got good food out there. The comedy scene was cool. That's why I'm naked in the ocean. That was like, I never done it like that. That's why.
I ain't never seen such a light-skinned brother with so much soul.
Come on now. You know what it is.
I like it.
You've been having all the wrong light skins on your show lately, Tony, so I just said.
I like you throw your everything into your words. It's like interesting hearing you talk.
When you swam naked in the ocean, what kind of floaties did you use?
I just my hair. It keeps me afloat. My nose above water. I ain't have to worry about you. You know what I'm saying? I didn't go below my knees. That also helped. We gonna keep. I ain't gonna get below the waist.
Amazing. Did you hook up with any global ladies?
You know what I'm saying? There was some great ones out there.
Can you give us an example of what that was?
No, one was in Edinburgh, Scotland at the Fringe Festival. The Jewish girls out there go crazy. I didn't know.
No, tell us. What do you mean?
So the Edinburgh Fringe Festival is a big comedy festival in Scotland. And it's pretty much like Pokemon Stadium with comedians and stuff. And everybody's just trying to evolve their Pichu to a Raichu. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes the Charizard and the Raichu meet up. Sometimes like, yo, this motherfucker make electricity and fire. I don't know.
Can you explain that to the people that aren't absolutely brain dead dorks?
Yeah, so you go to one of the after parties, and they drink a lot in Scotland, and you start drinking, and then you make eye contact with a very pretty Jewish lady from across the room, and she's like, yo, I direct shows. I'm like, oh, I don't, but let's have some fun. And we have fun.
Did you know she was Jewish before she said she directed shows? Or was that the giveaway?
I was like, this might be my way in. Yeah, so, had to do the job.
Have you noticed something different hooking up with a Jewish girl than with a non-Jewish girl?
Oh.
Go ahead, say it. It's okay.
Okay, I don't know.
No, go ahead. Let it rip. Let it rip, Ian.
Shut up. I'm making no. I love Jewish people. I just want y'all to know. Yeah. Shout out to the one Jew in the crowd right now. I love you, brother. No, it's not really that much of a difference there. I don't know. She had like moles. That's crazy. Like connect the dots or something. That was the only difference was the moles.
God puts them on there so we can spot them.
Exactly.
No, they're not moles, they're called rats.
That is a Jew who made that joke. Hopefully this is still in the clip. Hopefully the clip didn't end there. Jordan, anything else crazy we should know about you?
Anything else crazy, man? Me and my homies been making short comedy films and shit. We got a really funny stoner film called Pushy. If you like good stoner comedy film,
Where can people find that?
it's we got it on YouTube right now. Just look up Pushy film. It's on YouTube.
I-E-Y?
P-U-S-H-Y.
Okay, there you go. Pushy.
And then Tony, I had a funny moment with you at Skankfest this year.
We did?
Yeah, we did. We were just hanging out in the green room or whatever. And you walked up with a slice of pizza, and I was talking to Joe Gross and a few other comics. We just came up and you were like, this looks like so-and-so from Star Wars. I know this because I'm a Sith Lord. And I was like, yo, Tony, what?
I actually remember this. It looked like the Mustafar.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You go, I would know this because I'm a Sith Lord.
Well, that was a joke, but that for being loser? Oh, yeah. Oh, come on. Star Wars is so much cooler than Pokemon. You know the reference is. The Mustafar system is where, you guys know, it's where Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi fought. It's basically a lava planet, and there was a bubble on this slice of pizza. It was like one of those like bubbles that come up, and it literally, I took out my phone. And granted, you have to also remember it's fucking Skankfest, so I'm drunk and high as all fuck all. But I literally did. I didn't notice it until then, and then I pulled out my phone and I looked at the Mustafar system and I went side by side. And then I took my red lightsaber and I shoved it up my ass to get out of the Turkish military. Here's a big joke from Jordan. Thank you. Jordan at McDonald, everybody. That's the lightsaber of the Sith. They don't use green or purple lightsabers like what you got there. No way, Jose. Straight red. Almost to the point where I can shoot electricity out of my fingertips. Saving it for Madison Square Garden, our third time. Tickets going on sale real soon. You know, just casual business. All right, let's do one last bucket full. Make some noise for Joey Johnson, everybody.
Guys, man, it's cool you're all here. 11 years I've never been told before, so that's, 11 years of comedy, man. Yeah, sure, I don't have enough time. Shut up.
It's hard making money doing this, man. 11 years. I just got back. I was doing shows in the Denver area, and I was stopped by like a homeless guy outside the comedy club. He goes, "Excuse me, sir, can you spare some change?" And I told him, I was like, "Look, dude, I don't have any money. I'm a stand-up comedian." And I shit you not, guys, this homeless guy like paused and assessed my fucking situation. Right, the dude looks up and down, not missing him, and he just goes, "My bad, fam, you're right," and that fucks me up, guys. That ruined my whole week. My bad, fam. I always looked like that too. He was Asian. It was the weirdest. My bad, you fam, you're right. Then he gave me $5. All right, and I took that shit because it's hard out here for a player. All right, yeah. I was on unemployment during COVID. That was the best money I ever made. All right. I'm not really political. When Trump was showing up $900, I was like, I can't be bought. That is a lot. I was on unemployment. I wasn't taking advantage of the system. We hear about that a lot, right? Taking advantage. I wasn't. The money given back to me, I was putting it into small business. I love small business, man. I love it to a fault. Like, I love small business so much. I will only take a girl I'm seeing out to a mom and pop abortion clinic. Because big abortion is just killing the little guy, right, everybody?
Joey Johnson, great son. 11 years you've been doing it.
11 years.
Where at exactly?
Hyenas, actually. We actually met one time.
Oh, God, tell me what Star Wars shit I said.
No.
These are not the jokes you're looking for.
What happened when we met?
I was just supposed to open for you, and you had a bunch of people there. Randy, Randy, it was Hyenas Fort Worth. I went to JP, and JP was in the green room. You don't recognize me. I had long hair during COVID. I was wearing a mask, and I felt heavily judged walking in there with the mask.
Can't believe Randy.
Yeah.
Always brought my own notebook.
Well, what's funny is the Saturday after, that was a Friday, and you didn't need me, and you let me do the time, and that was tight as fuck. But the Saturday after, the girlfriend that just broke up with me, she was gonna come to the show, and I was like, oh, she's a big fan. And I was like, oh, she's gonna see me. This will be my big time. Then I was like, hey man, you need me back tomorrow? You're like, nah.
Well, I had an entire crew that I flew out from Los Angeles.
And hey, in retrospect, it was good.
Randy.
Randy's a dog. I love her.
We love Randy. Randy's my fucking homie. The great Randy Butler. He comes to all of our shows. We do massive venues now.
No, and he let me do the time. That was tight, man. Thank you for that. Yeah.
There you go. Nice.
I would like the girlfriend.
There you go. I put my lightsaber away for the night.
Where was the gig at the cantina?
Oh, no.
Who shot first?
How dare you? You use of a Mos Eisley Cantina's name and fame. This is crazy that you're all finding out at once how big of a secret Star Wars nerd I am. You're clearly rewatched it over the weekend. I just let it go. Virgin I am.
Do your big one.
I already did it on this show before. Okay, I do one impression. It's Princess Leia during The Empire Strikes Back when she's freeing Han Solo from being frozen in carbonite. She's in a special robot helmet which changes her voice, and when she wakes up, she goes, "You've been frozen in carbonite." Thank you. We're going to do the secret show on Thursday? I don't want to.
Now this all makes sense. That's why you're talking out of C-3PO stick.
But you do have a back activity.
Oh my god. How fucking hilarious. I love that you're finding out that I have a sense of nerdy side to me. Oh my god. Alright, Joey, what do you do for work?
I work at the head shop on wheels out here, so I sell diet. I sell diet weed in a food truck. That's
nice.
Yeah, I did it in high school, but they tipped me for it now, so that's nice.
That's awesome.
Dress for the job you want.
How long you been doing that for?
I moved here about a year ago. I started it like a few months ago. I was working at a country club bartending out here at first, and then in July when those storms came and flooded the country club, River Place Country Club.
And is it your truck or you're working?
No, it's not mine. I work for it. A bunch of comics work. Noah's Art, I think he was on here recently. He works there. There's a lot of
It got robbed.
There have been a couple. Yeah. And look, at Shovel Wheels, I'm pretty sure they posted their mug shots. So look, if you know them, maybe you'll get a raise. But yeah, they got robbed. I don't know what happened. That wasn't my fault. That wasn't my truck.
Okay. There you go.
I locked up great.
All right, perfect. We're going to use that video in court.
You definitely robbed them.
There's Aquarius.
You look like my accomplice. We're one and the same here. This is it.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
How you doing, girl?
I did not rob you.
That is all we can do.
What's your rent?
$750 only, actually.
How many roommates?
One roommate.
One bed.
One bed or two.
You came in earlier and I was sleeping?
No, I didn't come in here.
Okay.
I just said, replace and go to sleep.
Oh, that's what you said. Oh, apologies for that.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Corey. Well, you should know that you have an invitation.
Yep, you gotta get you on with that. It's your turn now.
Word, girl. Going for 500, so
Okay. That finished up. Come in, let's get it again.
it happens.
Okay. All right.
Give me a. Oh, this is a tough split. Give it to me. Oh, that is amazing. What a shot. Nice strike.
Thank you. All right.
Give it to me.
Me.
I'll try.
This is really good.
There we go.
Yes, this is.
Thank you, madam. Get it.
Oh,
Another. Give it to me. All but one.
you got it.
Give it to me. Oh, no.
Okay.
Give it.
Come on.
Tough split. Oh, almost. Okay. Give it to me. Oh, no. It's Aquarius 201.
Yay.
Nice job.
Let's go.
You and I win.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
What is going on? Come on. All right, get snapped. Got to get.
Get it.
Come on, relax.
I'm trying.
Strike it. Yes. Yes, Miss Baby. Hello, Charlotte. Welcome in. Oh, we go.
Here you go.
Good day. You know him?
I have no idea.
Ooh, that was a
Nice bear.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now,
What a nice strike. Match me. Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Big time, Mr. Carlos. Get it.
Right. Strike it, strike.
Give it to me. Oh, no. Oh, I can't believe I didn't get that.
All right, it's okay.
Almost.
Right, Rabbi, let's go. You want to get your 500 now or do you wait?
I want to wait.
Wait till tomorrow. Okay.
God willing. All right, Miss Aquarius. That's all she wrote. I'm here for you. I want you to know you continue to.
I took out tomorrow. I'm going back to work Wednesday, but I took out tomorrow.
Oh, good for you. All right, well, I'm here for you, okay?
Yeah, I took out tomorrow. All right, thank you.
You're welcome, madam. Sweet dreams, God
And I
willing.
appreciate you being with me ever since he got sick. I appreciate you, Rabbi. You've been such a. Wish I could sing you something. You've been such a big
Absolutely. You keep everything.
supporter.
I'm here for you.
I appreciate it. Wish I could sing you something.
I don't want anything.
Just say thank you.
I don't want anything. Your kindness is more than enough thanks. I want you to know that I'm here for you, and I want you to have sweet dreams.
Thank you.
Absolutely, my friend.
Keep praying for us. That's all.
Absolutely. You guys are strong. You guys are very strong. Alrighty, sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. Thank you, madam.
If I need anything, I know where to reach you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
what are you gonna do? But then to go ahead and only have 2 meals on Shabbos and live on your own steam, right? And not have to rely on other people, and not have to take care of, and not be dependent on someone else, then rather go ahead and be dependent on someone else in order to fulfill some type of spiritual need. Therefore, the Mishnah says, if you have 14 meals for Shabbos, you're good. You can't collect from the tzedakah, that's not yet. But you're supposed to have the yeshiva something really incredibly absolutely amazing. It is so much about this on a hashkafic level as well. About the most important thing in life is to be an independent person. Be a self-sufficient.
Hey, what's up? My name's Cowbell.
Be a person who can stand on their own.
You know,
And even if at the end of the day, by standing on my own, it means that I do it less. And even if on a spiritual level,
you know what it is? We're gonna pop your live stream, Alright, I'm gonna start off the stream real quick. I'm your favorite comedian, Cowbell. You all know me. I've been doing comedy for like 6 years, or actually 6 months of stand-up. I did it. I know how to do it. So I'm gonna get right into the bit. Alright, check this out. Some dudes be fucking like this. But you know how Cowbell be fucking like, oh shit! What's up? Cowbell's back, bitch. I'm in the house, ready to do some stand-up pre-shit before this 24-hour live stream on the Ringo Pop Beat, which is why you're here, you know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? You guys missed me, so I'm back. I got on this fine-ass jersey, you know what I'm saying? It's, what number is it, Rick? It's Daddy's number. Some people got sports jerseys. That number is like 5. But you know, Cowbell's got Daddy's number. That's 66. Y'all, so big up in this bitch. I only got the finest shit that I wear, bruh. And you know what I'm saying? Cowbell, I gotta address something real quick. I did get tricked into voting for Trump. Alright, but I didn't think that Trump was gonna be doing all that shit. Alright? I'm saying, I didn't think Trump was gonna. I got like, they tricked me, bruh. I didn't know he was gonna fuck up my whole shit. Right? I'm saying, like, some people vote like Trump like this. Cowbell voted for Trump like, yeah, motherfucker. Hey, bro, be surprised though, all right? Because we gonna start off the stream right now, okay? We gonna get live with the Great Old Poppy. We got guests on the show. We got Gerdo. Gerardo. We got Gerardo in the house. Now I'm saying we got Americana for everybody. Now I'm saying, Mark, why don't you go ahead and grab a coffee? What's up?
Do you know what Twitch streamers? Where's Kai?
Yeah, dude. We are Twitch streamers.
What I think about with presence streaming is like, if you're a generation where you're just like, hey, film yourself every day of your life, for every minute, like, what is the self-reflection? I don't know. I like you guys have developed your creative skills by being like, I sit alone in a room and write jokes. That's not going to happen to millions of kids, you know. They're just like, I'm paying attention to a chat, you know, as if I'm looking in the mirror flexing or something, which of course I'm familiar with, but, you know, and trying to do less and less of this.
They talked about that, or when he was there, they were going, like, we gotta do like a live stream, like Carrie Sinette, or like.
Well, you know, one of the funniest lines ever was when he goes on Logan Paul, and he disrespected him. They were like, what's up? Yeah. It was like a 40-minute episode. They're like, oh, we have to go to dinner. It was like, oh my god, you're fucking great. It's like, why did you have him on? Also, at the same time, you know, it's like, they don't actually give a fuck about you. This is a favor, but it was awkward.
Oh yeah, they
And what's the guy's name? Like, hey, you're a YouTube. That was the best line of the was like, oh, this is not YouTube.
getting to there.
Right? And the whole time she's like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna offer someone negative. That's crazy because you told me, hey, bro, yeah, you gotta lie sometimes. Which, oh man, the business sharkiest element of the personality is the fact that he's willing to lie in negotiations.
When he says that, like, oh, you gotta lie sometimes, is that something that he's coming up with himself? Like he says his own Brendan 48 laws of or 55 laws of power?
Yes.
Or is it like somebody told him that?
I think it's in any facet, it's a facet of his personality. Because this is where I'm happy to give Brendan credit whenever it's good. So people are like, I always try to be like, my credibility shitting on someone is amplified by the fact that I'll give them easily credit where they're good. And so, as far as podcasting, because I've been trying to podcast for a while, I've already heard all the toxic, and it's like, but it's a learning process because it's all hell toxic. And it could be beneficial to because it's like organized, like true crime podcast. Like, you haven't watched any podcasts that are just like comedians talking, so I go, just walk off the podcast. We filmed a bunch of episodes. Every time she has like, and fuck this, and I hate this. But it's funny. I go, this is the entertainment. Like, us fighting is the entertainment. That's true. But she, in her mind, because she watches this true crime podcast, she's like, it has to be structured and it has to like tell a story. I go, no, that's a totally different genre. This is the genre of conflict and pure riffing.
Yeah.
They can't be. You can't be like, oh, what's next in our outline? Oh, we're gonna talk about the toxic traits of an that's
Come on, it's doing show sheets.
yeah, but it makes her funny is charismatic and funny. Like, I'm sure right? She's funny, and also even her being angry, it's like she's funny when she's angry. I agree. If you're on the picture, you're good. You know, like you do a good brand. Sure. If you put somebody in front of a camera, and the first time I ever podcast as a solo podcaster, I kind of freeze up. Oh yeah. Right. You learn that to be like, I'm gonna blab nonsense, which is kind of an improv skill. It's like you have to release. It's not so much learning to talk because one can talk for days. It's learning to release the inner.
Yeah. Sometimes you guys be like, bro, what's that dude? And you guys like forget about it.
Brendan Shaw was the master of that. He doesn't give a fuck about anything that comes out of his mouth, whether it's true or false, or his opinion or someone else's that it's going to be. He is great at just put the microphone on. He will fill however long you need with bullshit.
Yeah, he can do 15 years. He did say we didn't know that. We were watching on the live the other day. Yeah, and we just saw that. We both burst out laughing. I was like, how did we miss that?
It's so good. I mean, he's like, George Bush, because you wrote 2 lines. You're like, oh, this guy, like, killed a million innocent Iraqis, but also you had malapropisms. Because that's kind of what he like this, Brendan's cluster-beat personality disorder traits are masked by the fact that he comes across as a rube because of, like, his dyslexia that causes, I assume it's dyslexia, but his inability to say things like, Shaq Elmore or whatever, and being fucks up everything. It could just be, if you were like, hey, you can only post your, if you're posting videos and shove fucking words up, you would still be just as full of shit. Because it happens every day.
I just went, bring it up, Chet Monkey, I heard of it. I went there the other night. I saw Dolph Lundgren. Yeah.
He's well done.
I'm gonna talk to him.
Yeah, because I said it because I know the whole story of he has like a master's in chemistry, so he's a really smart guy, right?
Yeah,
and so we've had like both guys who are like executive.
Yeah, I always want to go like, do you know Mark? Because they're both big guys, you know.
He's such an iconic guy. But to hear that he has this kind of academic, like a serious academic.
I think I heard that too.
Yeah.
He's gonna be a real estate guy too, I think.
Hearing, he's just like a
Alistair Delancey record. Buy that, dude. He's our buddy. He's a stand-up. Also, Hella Toxic is the podcast, right? I didn't know you have one.
She's like, I'm deleting all my comments. I'm like, bitch, you aren't. So I took that and I like private the episode so that you couldn't retaliate against me in an argument. But again, I have, we've shot a lot of episodes. I have to start putting it out because the humor is in the fact I start off every episode and she was so annoyed by this unfortunately. I'm like, do you see the joke? Every episode, oh, this episode went out. The first and final episode felt toxic. The second and final episode felt toxic. The third and final episode felt toxic.
That's a good bit.
Which you didn't get at first. I'm like, no, you walked off on the first one. And they just reshoot it and pretend it was fake.
It's the thing that people do on podcasts, and if everybody listening and talk about the craft, but the thing that they
Podcast is talking about podcasts.
yeah, we're all three of us are black belts. We're on a different level. Most of you are civilians.
I will twist your neck off. Or twist your fucking head off.
Yeah, well, I mean, me and Mark, will put us in a room, we'll fuck our way out.
Yeah, it's fair.
But one thing they do sometimes, like Troy was mentioning this, is like you do a podcast with somebody, ask them a question, and they just go, no.
Oh,
They're like, yes.
yeah, I don't know. And some people, won't comment on your podcast. Like, I know I talk a lot, everyone. If it's an issue for people in the chat, you can go ahead and tell me. But I was talking with someone last night because some people are more, you guys are very patient with my communications, though. But some people aren't. That's fine.
Now you're good.
If you want me to fill space, you know, I will talk.
Needed on this show.
It annoys some people, and I'm okay with that because I wouldn't want to listen to myself either.
So I don't want to put this.
What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna put a poll in the chat, but
This is not right. Yeah, that's why they record log suit, by the way. And so, like, I'm like, it's like, oh, Mark, who is this guy? Literally, his legal argument is like, barely be the guy, didn't work for me. Like, I yak buying tickets to go on the road, like, fuck around, but, you know, listen. So, looking at this, I'm like, oh, that's crazy, because I have, like, 12 hours of you. Taking photos of your social media stuff, and you text me to do videos. So it's like, you realize I have the most devastating arguments. But besides, Brendan, know if you're watching this, I don't have anything on you. And yeah, keep going your Mars Joe bullshit. That's going to lose you.
do you want to be have at it? Do you want to be talking about your legal case on the pod? You know, Karen, how's that
It's so
going?
fucking stupid.
How's that going?
I got the settlement hearing for the Golden Hour. For some reason, that was delayed. They like combined some of them, but I actually, you know, as a based lawyer, my friend Rob, who I went to college with, Rob Apple, brilliant attorney, and he's like, I don't say this lightly when I say people are Judases, you know.
Yeah.
He's so smart that I can barely understand what he's saying sometimes because I'm like, he'll start going off on how he's using AI to create like a structure, like in the whole, basically like a service that replaces paralegals, like using AI. And it was like, he'll call me from the bar and like start going in here. Like, I'm not smart enough to understand what you're saying, but I love it. Like, if I can get 10% of it, but this is who I had. It's like he's an animal when it comes to legal shit. It's because he's so highly organized. Like, he created a database where we could like upload and categorize every bit of the thousands of pieces of evidence I have to just destroy and run the shop. And he has no idea what's coming for because he didn't see Rob before. Yeah, he was guiding me to file the case in the first place because I went to him and like, hey, just quick advice, like, am I allowed to ask for the 16K that you owe me? And he's like, ask me a series of questions. He's like, were there pay stubs? Were there wheel breaks? Were there all the wrong business records? And I'm like, no. So he's like, so he's going to owe you a lot more than that if you're willing to fill out this paperwork.
Oh yeah, you calculated your damages being.
Yeah, and it's like, but it also wasn't listening, like, Brendan doesn't do anything correctly. You open a business, you think, like, you just go through labor laws that you have to, none of that.
Yeah,
None of that.
that's right.
None of that. You know, but also I'm sensitive to that because I go, I'm being berated about, like, you know, hey, you didn't show up, like, 11 p.m. on Saturday night for, like, getting stay through the whole live stream. I'm like, am I in a parade or not? How are you berating me in front of a group of people and telling me that everyone, including the talent, like Frank Grillo, is upset? There's an actual text we had where I was like, oh, the talent is mad at me too for leaving 30 minutes early to go ahead and he's like, guys, like, you're fucking up, like, you know, we need to up the engagement. He's like, what do you think engagement means in social media terminology? He's like, you know, replying comments. I'm like, Are you sure that's what it means, Brendan?
That's replying to comments and
Escalated to the point where he's berating me. It was like one group chat and then starting another group chat with this new expert, and I'm asking her basic questions. And like, I quickly expose her as a fraud because that's my specialty. I was asking, Socratic method, like, I'm gonna ask you 5 questions, and if you can't answer them, and you're melting down, and that's what the fuck you're talking about, right? What the expert thought he was, because I went, hey, look, I'm Mark Riley, I don't know anything, so just tell me, where are these strikes you're referring to that creepy shadow band?
It's just strike from the shadow man. He's got like a sheet where he's like, no, we got a bunch of strikes here. Where it is, we got 10 strikes, so that's why we're shadow man.
I guess yesterday, I looked at it, now you locked me out without telling me to give this bitch access to the account, and you're claiming that a collaboration with Teddy Swims means that the non-follower engagement has been fixed, but where were they? I looked yesterday, the strikes, he has no strikes, where are these?
He had a collaboration with Teddy Swims.
I swear to God, they know I bought some bots. Here's the main things I was fixed. The main thing was the first thing. He's like, we need to do better. I'm like, bro, I've given you so many ideas and different techniques and blah, blah, blah. Your non-follower reach doesn't exceed 1 to maybe 3%. Because like, yes, how are you 1% non-followers? It doesn't make any sense when you look at analytics. Because the Thinkwood network page with like 25,000 voices, it's hit or miss, but you're at least getting 20%. And if it goes viral, it's like 90% non-followers or whatever. But I was like, every single time you're getting 1% non-follower. Like, what did I couldn't figure out? And I'm trying everything to break it. Like, and so he brings in this expert because it's like, the creative director he's doing from these people as the magic bean salesman. You're like, magic bean salesman here. It's like,
Another person drinking it, yeah.
Like a
revolving door of like fraudsters.
Yeah. And my specialty is kind of like, without any expertise, I can prove that this person is wrong just by a series of like Socratic questions, Which I'm bad at everything but 2 things.
Yeah, it's funny that he pushes you out when you're, it sounds kind of like you're giving him advice. You're like, hey, this is work, you're one of his guys. And he's like, no, the magic beans guy wants to tell me about CBD. This helps kids with cirrhosis of the liver. Oh yeah, there's 4.
Great for him. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. Fuck yeah. How many can you do? You're coaching 10, I think I was in that.
Oh my God, that's number, Jay.
Okay, 2 more.
If you do 10 more, you can have a cookie or
failure on your fair cheese. You're at a great point right now to do something. That's awesome. Seriously.
See, we told you Carter was on the kiwi diet. He's fucking shit
up
up right now.
During the pandemic,
The podcast is switching. Carter's getting
so you can't expect it super jacked and pushing this.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Yeah, it's just that it's more time consuming. We'll see.
You were mentioning, I have like it reminded me, the Frank Grillo thing reminded me of, I remember that interview where we was watching a bunch of clips from it, and I saw him, I went to this movie premiere that he was in, and he was dressed like very like Metro kind of tight, like DC shit. Was he, you said he got mad at you? I was wondering what he was like after that.
He didn't get mad at me. I didn't make this up. What's funny is, so this is, again, as I collect my evidence, one of the things is, it's like, I have to prove the hours that I claim, which was like, around the clock is what I really work for. So, when Brendan started spearing me privately, like, I'm not conservative. I just go, look, give me the fucking money, I'll make it all work. Right? And the only reason I even started, and I didn't start, like, I didn't leak his DMs. The bill was actually somebody I sent them to who was an interested party. As like one of his long-term side pieces, but I was like, I did not, I intentionally tried to go, I'm going to focus on Brendan's treatment of me as an employer. It's in retaliation for you pay me like the severance or the additional things that I'm owed. And so now I feel justified in talking about this. People like, oh, I didn't want to work there. And one actually is mad at me. He's like, you weren't fired. We sat in the car and we orchestrated this because he was rating you for like not. I told him I wasn't couldn't come in the morning, and he like gave me the biggest guilt trip imaginable, and I didn't even realize I've been kicked off the thick boy payroll recently. He's like, yeah, like I because I got paid for the internet. I'm like, wait, I wasn't even on the payroll. I can't. How can I miss work if I'm not employed by you for this show, the shop show? But then also, how can I miss work if at 6 p.m. I'm expected to still be on call and do work? So I didn't respond to him as I'm driving, right? But I'm with Juan, and we talked about it, and I was like, should I just not respond to him? Knowing that if you don't respond to Brendan, he melts down. Like, so, he technically fired me, but it's like, pulling his back, she's like, you quit by doing something. I go, well, yes, he fired me, but I put him in a position to fire me like an idiot to the point where he's had like 4 different versions of why he fired me.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that he didn't say it in the latest, but how you texted me. I heard you texted me that clip. I watched hilarious.
Yeah, I got no skills.
But he was talking about like all the people like that he had hired, and he was like, "I hire them all back" or something.
And also, because that's a tactic of, he's not sophisticated enough to mask these narcissistic tendencies, but by pretending that he is still on good terms with Chappelle, Cat, Christian, Malik. Malik despises him. And I recently had a beef with Malik. I don't know if you
told me, you told me about it.
And then I was like, I'm not the kind of guy to be like, oh, you can just come to my page randomly and talk shit. I'm like, I don't fucking think about you, and we got along well, this thing.
Yeah.
So I always liked Malik, and I was like, what the fuck, bro? Like, and he was referencing something I said on some super small podcast where he misquoted me, so I was upset about that. I'm like, if you're gonna say, if you're gonna be upset and claim to be upset, at least quote me correctly,
And you guys watch that?
Yeah, because I got him to, I like provoked him into talking to me in my own funny way. I'm like, did I need to do that? No, but it was entertaining. Yeah, because it's like, if you're gonna publicly comment on my skits, say I suck at skits. I'm like, hey, guess what? We can make this real weird.
You know what that is, though? It's the words are good.
It was to Malik's complete credit. I'm like, right now, because I've talked to Brendan and his other responses to Brendan's too much of a gigantic pussy to ever say my name. No, but that's true. Like, he didn't like logically and also emotionally. He knows that, like, I would do a live podcast with him and go over lose you and he will leave himself. Even if people Sean would fuck you up, I would fight him. Because the wager is just like, if it's difficult for him in any way, he's going to lose. So he gives up sign.
Yeah. Just if he has to like open like a banana or something like that, it's like someone else.
Exactly.
What that is, I remember that vaguely, but I think it's just being in that universe. You're bombarded with bullshit. Like I know I don't want to speak on what Malik's thought process is, but I'm sure he's like,
I can tell
just fed up with all the stuff going on. So he sees that and he's like, fuck this guy.
100%. He's not really empathetic to Malik. It was just my issue was being misquoted. I owned up to saying, yes, I did say something critical about you on a tiny podcast that I get. People said, no, this shit. I don't watch TVK or whatever. The show that he said I'm running skills on recently. People send me these clips to be like, whoa, go respond, which I did on an NH channel. Malik was upset about that in this space where he was blind. Like, I didn't realize at the time because I just met Brendan and was like, oh, everything he says is why would I think that he's
Ahora eu help me cada ego because when my feet is up and
corrected him.
Yeah.
That's in fact what happened.
Malik is a very nice guy. Ever like years ago, I was talking to him and he had no idea that we did this. He was like, I told him, he's like, oh really? You do that? And then but the only thing he did was flappers. He was just like, I talked to him, he was like, yeah, I see the flapper shit. I'm like, how do you see the flapper stuff, but you don't know? But it was just funny at the time.
But yeah,
Shout out to Malik.
the first time I remember beating off, it's great to see. The final thing we said, because we kind of went for a circle, I'm like, look, I take accountability for like judging a situation without reaching out to you, but Brendan legitimately painted him as a lunatic. And I understand, like, obviously, I'd be pissed too, because it was like, it was totally unfair.
Yeah, I know a little bit about that.
Narcissists tend to, narcissists tend to, like, they push you and push you and push you, and so you're like, what the fuck, dude? And then they're like, look at this crazy person. Yeah, exactly what he did. Yeah, and the same night that he's talking shit, he had me and one over. The same night he fired Malik. He's on his phone the whole time. We're watching MMA. He's on his phone the whole time. Confronting walking in and out, making this huge dramatic deal. And I'm trying to keep it light with one. Like, oh, how much do you think this guy weighs? Oh, what do you think about that guy? Who's going to win? The black guy, the white guy? And then on his podcast on Monday, he was like, oh, yeah. Mark and his wife over. Jesus Christ, they wouldn't shut up. I was like, what? Like, that's not true at all, right? So I go, I'm not in the room, but you're making this public to 200,000 people because of the type of views we're on Netflix. But I was the first moment in retrospect, I'm like, I wanted to, I was almost going to text him a joke about it, but then I decided not to because I felt that it would have been uncomfortable because he makes people uncomfortable for like correcting him. And the reality was, we did not talk a lot. We talked normal about it. You were on your phone because he said, oh, we couldn't watch the fights because
he's got a narrative.
Yeah. We couldn't watch the fights because me and Laura were talking so much. I know you were on your phone and walking in and out of what the fuck are you talking about? But how did I dismiss that? You know, you think, oh, people show you the garbage. Just look at it, whatever. Yeah. I got that shot. It's going to be the same thing 3 times in a row. But you know, so
which one is this? I'm sorry, which one is it? I can't. Which one is this one? When he does this? I should know, but we'll be watching it 24,000 times, so just to catch up.
this is God in the twink. I reviews with this
Watch, it's so funny.
He's like, imagine if God was gay.
It's almost better when you can't hear the audio.
Yes, it is.
Like that.
I used to know exactly by heart, and it's funny because
He's kicking
the hour and he was shooting stuff. Like I would have loved to be a fly in the world in the editing room.
Dude, he's Pagliacci, man. He's a fucking idiot. I can hear it. They're gonna go viral. That's crazy. I don't even remember this part now. I've watched it 1,000 times. My girl's like, go to bed. Oh, there it is. Futo to run. It's crazy that you can just land on that. Taquitos, bitch. His poor mother-in-law. I mean, that was nice. It's making
That's what he does to people. And like, she's the sweetest. I'm like, you're hot. You're like, you look like this. You know, you've got this, like, you know. But she's been reduced to this, you know, like, you know, you picture some, like, little Pueblo, like, Guatemala.
I wonder if that's just how Sean sees anybody who has even a hint of Mexican heritage.
He has, his ability to convey anything with nuance or originality. Because it's like, this is an entire special. Like, everything's wrong with it. You know, look how fat he is. Like, what you like, they should lose 20 pounds before I shoot a special. Also, his agents at CA were like, yo, shoot a special. I said, I swear to God, he was like, man, that agency that I've been doing this picture for so long. Okay, cool. You can tell the same shitty 5 minutes.
said for 10 years, as many comics do, right? Yeah. Then this was got better, you know? Yeah, he's saying it's not good enough. Maybe listen.
Wait, who said it's not good enough?
His agents at CIA.
Oh,
They were like, it's not quite ready. And they were working.
That's crazy that he was part of that. I mean, I guess he was, he's big, so it makes sense. But it's just funny that CIA, who's the agent that signed him? Type thing, because that guy should be, or woman should be talked to.
They should be celebrated. But then he made them a lot of money. It's like, you know, that's the money was a cash cow. Like, there's a lot of money.
Let me ask you a question about that, because I know nothing about the business. All right, so he made them a lot of money, and that's enough to be like, all right, good job, even though they're not repping him anymore. I'm assuming.
I don't know what his representation is. However, I know some of the numbers. I wouldn't know everything, but like,
what's the blowback is my question. Is there any blowback for Grego Poppy or the Showtime thing?
That's a good question.
Showtime execs, are they in the gulag somewhere that Greg did this, or what's going on?
The main thing that I remember was because cluster B types always have to look outwards, reflect, project. It's this person's fault, right? There's no reflection, therefore no accountability, therefore no ability to shift course or change. You know, maybe even get better. Like, for instance, I'm good friends with Shibboleth. He looks at his material every single night, but it performs and scrutinizes it. You know, so that's but like, he was under the impression that, like, his agents were doing not good enough job. Like, I'm not getting more opportunities because my agents are bitching me for the wrong things. And it's like, well, what do you do? Are you a host? You can't even speak English, you know? And it's seemingly he will burn every bridge. You know, it's like if you work for Rob or whatever, and this is funny because I remember with Ariel Hawaii, Dave started because they were like, he said something like that. Everyone hates to hear that.
Did you hear that? Oh, sorry. It's like speech music, but don't worry about it.
Oh, I never noticed.
Was there any
Speech music, you know? He's looking to speech.
I thought it was the hockey. This one's hockey. Yeah, it's hockey.
So, he's like, man, I just get arguments over like, yeah, technically, look at my deals. He used the phrase, I eat what I kill, because he didn't want to give a percentage.
Thanks, Jay.
This stand-up weekends with play agents, when they just kind of like the show that you can film the zone or whatever. So he's,
I have a question for you, Jake. Billy Gates.
3 to 4 3 milligram tabs. I would only know the exact answer. I mean, I'm like, you went through that many. And it's a short time, you know?
Mark, we got some regulars here. We got Janae, Daisy, Man Lehman, and Elizabeth Morrison. Piss myself off.
By the way, your community is by far the most supportive community.
There you go, guy.
Versus, I revisited some Revenge of the Sis thing before. Because, like, from years ago, when I did the AMA, I didn't mention them, and they were like, oh, he knows about us. And they attributed some opinion of, like, they're like, oh, he's repeating. I'm like, no, it was just the logical conclusion of, it was like anybody could have that thought or analysis. They were convinced, and I was like, taking their ideas, watching their content, and also, I remember being like, because in this episode, they're like, oh, let's just say, oh, we're sure you're a douche and an idiot, and blah, blah, but I'm like, do you think I'm an idiot? You guys took this whole clip of me, like, doing a bit where I was being sarcastic, because if you watch something where someone's being sarcastic, and you want them as if they're being serious, who's the idiot?
Can I be honest with you, though? You fucked up. You read the comments. No. Don't ever read the comments. I've never read the comments, but let me just show more people. Successfully, this dude goes viral in a Reddit. And so you gotta talk to Margot, go viral in his podcast. And then what's this to Ryan Patreon? All right, shout out to the Patreon. Thank you, Ryan Hart. Patreon. Sorry, I had to good job. You should not read comments.
That's exactly like any girlfriend's cars.
Oh, Trump Flynn.
When I saw that video recently, Yes, I'm probably gonna take it down because it actually affects my fucking job. That's but whatever.
What was that?
I was, I was arguing with Luana about the angles, and I was like, you were backing me up into like this watch. She's like, no, you're having a logistical argument about like what position the car was in when she was backing up into me. So I was like, literally debating.
She was gonna run you over with a car, is what you're saying?
You can't. It's hard to see in the video, but she was reversing it.
Oh, man.
But the whole thing is taken out of context. She's acting, she posted it and let people believe that she's Cassie fleeing from a P. party up. No, you got my shit in your car. Was about to leave for like a, it was a whole day of arguments, and then she has my keys in the lockdown, right? So
She asked you to wear a mask and you were just doing what you needed to do.
actually, during COVID, we had so many arguments because she's neurotic. I'm not this, I'm not COVID, but it's amazing to buy just on a personality trait level. It's like super low price. Something falls on the ground. I'm not scared about things that are great. And I don't falter because the media, it's like COVID was the most dangerous thing. But if I went to work out of a park, she'd like, sanitize my whole body. It was like, okay, come in and like, she was just very concerned, but I'm like, being me, I go, shut the fuck up, it's not a big deal. And she's like, no, it's life or death. And so we had all these conflicts already over like COVID. And like, what properly clean yourself.
Me and Gerardo never had that issue because we both are deep in the methylene blue. We both got double placebo blind tests. You better drink that scorpion venom now.
It's one of the best fucking
Put that in the fucking thing.
Ryan, I like how Ryan, as he's gradually regaining power in this dynamic, you're allowed, and now that he fully doesn't give a fuck, because of the power dynamic, which Brendan exploited for many years when he couldn't leave no matter how bad he could. And that's also the test of like, if you're somebody who enjoys sadistic survival, you're either a sociopath or narcissistic. I would watch him enjoy like torturing, not accumulating Ryan in a way where I am viscerally uncomfortable with how you're treating this person. I've never witnessed something like this in a podcast. You take pride in putting this person down and convincing them that what they're doing is boring and unfunny.
I'm sorry, I can't multitask with them. I just wanted to do a poll. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit like Shaw, even more than Gerardo is. But so no, I want to listen to everything you're saying, but I can't multitask. I just did a poll, which is best, doctor's advice, methylene blue, scorpion venom, or double blind placebo.
I got a scorpion venom pills. Brendan literally told the whole job. It's so funny. I want to also make that public because I was looking at the Smiths we had arguments early. I'm like, hey, after like arguing about what engagement means, for 2 hours.
Argue regarding
at 11 p.m. I'm like, hey, it's very good. Can I just tell you I've been feeling increasingly disrespected over the past few months? Am I crazy? And you go, just, he's like, how? And I'm like, I literally listed off like 30 funny things, And I'm like, one of those was, I've now had to hear this joke about how I said shade pics at the opening of your show.
Oh, yeah.
Who said, like, that you could name anybody's name, but like for some reason it's I get it's like walking and talking, roasting each other, but I go, I'm not on stage. I can't get you back. I can't light you up.
Oh yeah, you have no.
Yeah, so it's like I'm forced to be in the audience doing social media stuff. So it's like, are you hazing me? Like, what is going on? Or whatever. And the fact that he's like, I would hire Mark because he has new skills and he's obsessed with me. Like, I'm sorry, was I doing a joke in 80 different cities about your dick?
Oh, thanks, Sam. They look for the rest of your question. Mark, you were about
I was not on there, but I mean, Brendan's ability to do mental gymnastics is, of course, incredible. However, privately, like, he will front as if something doesn't bother him until he needs to play the victim in order to make you feel bad about setting
right? Which we have many examples of this, but he is not. He likes to pretend that nothing bothers him. Before his comments that bother me, Travis getting the shit beaten out of a boyfriend of a girl he used to date who's way bigger and more successful than him.
Oh, Rondo, yeah.
To make narcissistic,
Right? Yeah.
for someone like Brendan. He can pretend whatever he wants, but getting your ass beaten by a guy who's right? So it's like that was his fight.
So, all right, there's a bunch of questions for you, it looks like. So,
Yeah.
and yes, I am using a straw. I need it for the stream.
The conspiracy theories are entertaining on the land booting, but what I always think about, I go, why? There's a motive for why people think we're living, but it seems like a lot of work, but that conspiracy doesn't interest me.
Any other?
How hard was the batting wrangling? The worst part of the job was batting wrangling, because this was like the job that it rented. You're dealing with a sex addict who's constantly asking you to be the intermediary of arranging sex acts. And it's constant attention validation. So this is the part of the job that made it 24/7 was he's constantly texting me any bags that I have to go to his Instagram and check screenshots and then messages, and then he typed out instead of, because like, look, I can write images, I can dumb it down to sound like Brendan. Like I can chat GPT Brendan's voice easily. He says 4 things. I'm all retarded. He says thinka. Right, instead of thinka. Thinka. Like it's a American term.
Like got me thinking.
Yeah, kind of like he says notorious thing now, and it's like the word notorious implies good. He says learning lesson, the term lesson implies learning.
Yeah.
It's just one of these things where he picked up along the way and it's wrong, and he doesn't realize it. It makes him sound like an idiot when he says it constant. So I would have to copy and paste these stupid things he would say, then reply to my girl, write for a response, and reply back. So it was like, it's like move the rock over here, move over here, move over here. So that was the stupidest use of my time ever.
Yeah.
But I was expected to do that in order for him to gaslight his wife into thinking he was cheating, because I don't even have Instagram on my phone.
That's
I'm just messaging Mark all the time. That was hours a day.
What? Oh, that's not right. That's like English money or something. But thank you.
Mark, how much is the Super Bowl commercial? Quite a bit so far. Probably like, it's coming in. It was like, for the session I flew to Madrid, it was like $10,000 for the week, but then the real pay is residual, so it'll probably be like $100,000 over the course of a year.
There's Johnny I made for English money. All right, come on. That was a joke, okay? That was a joke, okay?
No sincerity. I'm not trying to be charismatic. I'm aware of this chick. I don't care enough to shut up. If you want to give me a speech without Mark, let's just sort of kind of poor joke writing, I would say. As I said before, Brendan gets a single laugh from a joke, it's cemented as a fucking joke in his mind. It's involved. And like I said before, there are so many different angles that you could explore with the Mexican culture that could be totally original. I have raw material of this growing up working as a substitute teacher. In my observations, the Latino kids at Latino schools, because you go in one day, you're working at some private all-girls Jewish school in Beverly Hills. The next day, you're teaching a bunch of Latino kids, and they talk a certain way, right? Like they're right?
What eggs are?
Hey, whatever. Like, okay, I fucking love the Ringo Pop, whatever. Whatever.
I love these kids. They always responded well to me, but it was like there's even if you just knew Mexican teenagers, you didn't go out.
Oh yeah, I mean, he knows nothing. Almost less than nothing.
Like, how do you not say no mames? Like this whole thing. No mames. I first learned working at Round Table Pizza as a teenager. You know, I would hear these Mexican guys go, no mames. Suck. It's the actual translation. Like, you can dissect that.
Don't suck dick out of nowhere. Stop sucking dick, Cootie. PJ Wave and they hook. I will give it to him. Hilarious, dude.
Yes, but that just didn't happen. You're being not funny and not reflecting the reality and you're transmitting this isn't reality. I go, well, none of it is directed towards himself. It's all directed at other people. And it's like character assassinating other humans. You know, that's stereotypes rather than exploring who they actually are. Everyone's dissect like their eccentricities.
That made me think of this. Okay, so Gringo Poppy, we originally met, we did the whole thing about gentrifying the language, and that was amazing. That is what maybe my favorite thing that's ever happened. That was amazing. You did that. That was really good, and you deserve credit.
No, because I was like, colonized. I was like, you just can't use the word, like, you can't put that together to word.
That was very funny.
You said colonized.
That's a very astute observation.
I fucking took 8 before I came.
Oh, shit. What were you going to say? Crystalia special?
Not recent, but besides hour where he talked about being canceled when he first came back. Okay. I gotta give it to Chris. I gotta when I saw that hour in person, I was like, he crushed it, and I was like, that's a great special. I don't know how trans is. I didn't watch it on video because I've seen it.
He has a bit where his dad's all depressed and stuff, and then he goes,
oh, this is the latest one. I didn't watch that.
And then he goes, I did that. And he slammed me shit. But okay, my question, the thing I thought was, that's the whole set. Okay, so what made me think of this, so we talked about the Gringo Poppy, that's this whole Mexican heritage and Latino culture. It would be much worse, and don't do it yourself here, fellas, but Asian pop. Oh, okay. What if he did something like that? That would just be, wouldn't that be more racist? Yeah, I'll cut that part out. All right, we don't need to go into this.
Friends and stereotypes.
Small pop did a little bit of that.
I never saw his first special. Because can you meet someone you're like, look, I had a bunch of crazy haters. And I totally get why, because in normal life, there's a certain percentage of people that project like it's absolutely worse interpretation of what they look like on their personality. But being associated with Brendan, it was like, oh, he is a narcissist, so everyone perceives me to be equally narcissistic when they don't get, like, I'm more autistic than fucking narcissistic, Like, I'm awkward, I'm not fucking exploitative, I'm not whatever. I have a million character flaws, not in the same direction that Brendan does.
We all have flaws.
I'll come to everything, I'll steal man your argument. And I am a narcissist, but it would have to rely on taking me to good. So, I don't know what the question was.
So, this question. Mark, she'll start with a podcast about your comedy / podcast culture. Don't even send me in Ruben's orbit. It's funny. Yeah.
I kind of don't. I'm not a big hater, because that's like a trend for podcasters. It's like everyone who's on Rogan is not funny. I like Ari Shaffir's special.
Yeah, we like Ari. Yeah.
Shane Gillis is amazing.
Yeah, Shane's great.
I like Mark Norman a lot. So I'm like, I don't know about that.
I mean, listen. I don't want to hate on Mark, but he's not for me. I understand he's a comedian. He's a burn alert, a tactician. But he's
kind of like a classic late night comedian, right? His jokes. So I appreciate like the genre that he's in. He does that well, and also in real time.
his whips, like he's incredibly quick.
Right.
He can give you some.
You know what else is with those stage 4 cancer? So it's weird. You die right away from this. Dude, that was, you were right that was
That was more normal level. It's so rad. That was one of my funniest.
Oh, yeah, I mean, those are great clips. I'm not listening to Mark, and in no way am I saying I'm funny or better. Obviously, he's a great, like, he's a very good, I like to say this, but I just don't, I don't think it's, I don't enjoy it at all. In any way, in any way.
And I also think that people don't realize. I look at comedy like genres. It's like, do you not like this song or do you not like country? You know, country.
That's a good way of putting it.
You know, and all comedians are different styles and genres. So,
I find Mark Norman unbelievable and trite. That's what Jeff Dye said. That's what Jeff Dye is the worst ever. But so Mark Norman, like,
here, like, Jeff Dye is the nicest person in person.
I can see that he was nice in person. I feel very bad about saying that.
He's been out of the whole group that I met there. He's the one person who, like, checks up on me.
Yeah.
I miss somebody who meet up with me. Like, so,
I'm definitely a bad guy. Like, he was nice to me, and I shit on him.
I always want to give him credit for, like, before I say anything about his comedy, I want to establish Jeff Dye is in real life one of the nicest people, and it was funny watching the Martin. He's already this fucking acid reflex. I was watching this Martin with him, and Jeff Dye's crying was like calling out the fact that Mark Maron is an asshole. People, I didn't really
it helps him in the end. Like, well, this whole thing, like Jeff Dye, that helps Jeff Dye. That whole thing, it's like now people are talking about Jeff. He can go on the podcast, he has something to talk about.
That's what Jeff feels like. He was like, Mark Maron's mocking me. Like, oh, Jeff feelings get hurt. And Jeff's like, yeah, that's the whole point. My feelings get hurt. That guy Jeff Dye is, where he's like, I'm okay to admit that something hurt my feelings. It's not that big deal, you know?
Okay, here's my thing. If we're going to talk about Jeff Dye, I'll just say this. If I had advice for Jeff Dye and he cared, I would just say, think a little bit about your issues with women. What's going on there? Like, are you, like, why is that a thing? Maybe, I don't know, something reflective. That's what I would say.
I consider him. He's not like, you know, some people get into comedy like those, the Hodge twins, where like conservative black guys, I guess they do comedy shows. And I've watched, they're funny, but like, I consider Jeff an actual comedian. But if you cater to a right audience, and by the way, he posted a clip recently, a few years ago on TVK, where I was like questioning him, and he was like, "Oh, Patriots and she's got her, kids out, her husband's being her dog sounds like he's like, why'd you gotta do that?" And I prompted him. I was like, "Hey Jeff, you're just a real Christian conservative right now, just and his whole conversation like, what's wrong with being Christian conservative?" I'm like, guys, it's a podcast. I'm really allowed to give a funny response to justify himself, but that is his crowd, right? So that tends to correlate with like kind of being critical of the fact that modern culture has veered away from traditional values or traditional gender roles. It permits more kind of soft or hard, but in Jeff's case, it's lighthearted, anti-trans, just right. It's right-wing flavor, right? I'm okay with that because it's like, well, it's your audience, you know, sure. But part of that is going to be like women. I don't think Jeff has any animosity towards women.
I don't know. It's less that, like, I'm kind of being funny, but like, even with that, he's just not funny. Like, he's just not good at stand-up. So that's my main criticism, is that his stand-up is bad and kind of stupid.
Was there a specific joke where, like, fill me in on when you say, like, his issues with women? Sure. Do you feel like he picks on women?
Well, he has a whole YouTube. He did a whole episode where he's like, people think I hate women. Here's a list of comedians I actually think are funny. Yeah, like a YouTube. And then during it, he was like, who's that? It was someone he supposedly picked. He was like, Don. Like, it was on his list. Like, did someone else pick this for you? You forgot who the woman was? And it was all like network. It was very like industry plant and famous people for the most part. I'll get what they did say. What's that?
But you're saying that they are funny.
They say they are funny, but dude, would you do a podcast where you're like, here are the women that I actually think are funny? Crazy. You know, I mean, like, I know I'm acting insane here. You know, like these women actually did make me laugh. And I just he's like, and what? Was one of them Whitney Cummings? Because that's a crime. If it was a Sharia law, he would be in prison. And we should have Sharia law. No, I'm not really stop. We should have. I'm sorry. We should have.
Jeff Dunn is a super nice guy in person. You know, like I said about that. Because I also very easily get into as far as the anti-women stuff. I'm very sensitive to guys who have like deep-seated resentment towards women. Jeff guys know that.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
If I come out in comments, it's like, oh, this kid's laugh, or he has those sisters. He grew up with like a bunch of sisters.
And I would love to have them on the podcast. Oh my God.
I think Jeff has a lot more comfort talking about women. Kind of happy. It's like, I got my 5 black friends over here. I can say,
oh, because you got sisters. I don't know, man. It's just like I don't know the vibe I get, but we don't need to.
it sucks, but I have like a medical condition where I'm putting out getting checked out. I'm sorry.
When you have a problem with the human body, get a grip. Balloon fart. What do you think of that name, balloon fart? That's one of their big fans.
Hating women is 2 male comics one time. Pussy is 2
yeah, a little bit, and it is a little bit late, but how do we? Oh, because I was shitting on Mormon. That's how we got there. I mean,
you have Clee and Gerardo, or yes. Okay, yeah. It would like be easier if you're gay. You're the first guy to ever make that joke.
LPJ27, good to see you in the chat. It's so much easier to
He dresses like he thinks The Rock would, that is true. Even though this whole outfit is like $20, I got let me just go. What's the outfit I'm going to sweat the least in today? Yes, it's a stringer.
Do you ever go out of the country with Kyle?
To Canada, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, man.
Because we were asking about maybe paying earlier, and I remember he did 2 shows in Calgary. And about 4,000 bucks. Which is maybe because it was like this nightclub and he packed it out. You know, that's the thing. It's like Shaw wasn't draw me. At some point in that dress, I fell out because I think people would give a chance to be a celebrity. Yeah. But then if you don't evolve, they'll come see you twice. But is one of your favorites?
Favorite comedian? Kevin Nealon. Right, yeah, Kevin Nealon's great. Mark Gadsby's great. Nick Swartz is great.
So you assume if I see this person once a year at a theater, they're gonna have a new hour.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is. If you watch him, that gets shittier over time. When you're already spotting him, like knowing, yeah, this guy is from another arena, we'll give him some credit. Like, oh, yeah, that's good for a guy who's just fighting. But then you don't evolve. You're going to go back the 3rd time.
No, yeah, that's a constant criticism of hackering.
BJ could easily be a Bollywood action star. All the guys were running the bot for us. I didn't think this is the boat for a lot of things. I should have started hitting the steroids in my early 20s and became the fucking WWE guy. You guys know me with like commercial or playing pro wrestlers in the coaching. Fucking done that.
Oh yeah, dude. I text you about that. You're on a run, man. It's awesome.
It's been fun, yeah.
Very cool to see you on TV.
Yeah, do we do some statues one?
Which one?
The statues commercial.
I've seen them all. Yeah. Is it fun? That is a classic question. Is it fun to do that?
Love commercial acting. Like, some of the days, the first Bosch commercial I did where I played Macho Man. We shot in Canada before the Super Bowl. They hired me for the Super Bowl after this one. It was like a 17-hour day, whatever. It was so packed. And like, but it's just my element. I hate doing so many jobs. And it works with different shit jobs. Acting, even when you're actually busy and the focus of everything, that I'm standing in a singlet, it's cold outside. It's like it's commercial, it's really perfect. So it's like that 30 seconds does take the whole day because every single second of it has to be perfect. Like the cinematographer is an Academy Award winner, so I love doing that shit. It's such great.
I've never done it, but I consider a lot of the work we do with Rain, like when I have Rain on the podcast, kind of like a commercial for Rain. We're trying to get a deal with Sure Shot, managing mine.
There's lots of these things. There used to be a fridge, I think, why I fucking lived off these. I was there like 6 fucking days.
That's crazy.
Running on no sleep, fucking, batty rhythm all night, and waking up and
You need it. You gotta message girls. You're not gonna just do that without me.
nicotine pouches. Yes. No, I just started to. Somebody sent me a bunch of them. I don't really do nicotine, but it's kind of nice.
Oh yeah. Oh, you love it. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was getting nauseous because I'm like sensitive to it. So people's like, oh, here, take this. It's like, Shaw was taking like 18 milligrams. That shit would make me nauseous.
Yes. I take 2 back to back. I started hiccuping like crazy. When you get commercials on TV, what's funny that happens to me, thinking it about myself, is that I get like 6 or 7, maybe more texts from other people being like, Mark's on TV. And we both get messages on Discord, Reddit, they post it.
My breath is burning Cooney's nose. Could be, yeah.
Oh, because of the energy drink?
Or just had bad breath.
I mean, listen.
I don't know if I get bad breath. I'm like, oh, shit.
I don't know our lactose.
Cooney won't volunteer this information. When he broke both of his wrists playing basketball once.
Oh, yeah. Do you see the scars? See the scars? Big surgical scars.
He got crossed up.
Yeah.
He gets crossed him up. Hell, I'm shit.
Check this out, though. I was pulling plants the other day, and I re-hurt my wrist. But look at the difference between this one and that one. Do you see it? Like that. See how this is kind of swollen up still? Right? No, Mark just said, yeah. Shut up, you heard it. See how it's like way bigger than the other one? You don't see it? So, it's 2 months. I think what happens is it's like some torn ligament or something, maybe. Or like a cyst or something. I gotta orthopedist.
It's gotta be something.
All right. But I'm sure it's fine. I don't think it's gonna need surgery or anything. But my doctor told me, he was like, "But you'll live, you'll live." All right. I didn't mean to do that actually.
For special, and when I found out that Brendan had a stereotypical Asian voice to a handsome, professional Asian doctor who has a flat West Coast American accent, I was like, I would never teach you that it's bad to be racist.
But, all right, so Mark, this is my best friend. Back up, share. He's asking you a question.
This market means that or is fake BJJ black belt. Is that what his work qualifier is?
Oh yeah, he's
because I believe all the stories about him faking it, and it's something where he fakes everything. Like I couldn't think of 10 different things where it's like he wanted something. He's like, oh, followers of why the I'm working this under. Now, does he have grappling skills? Of course, but I'm not educated enough in this world of black belts and what real experts consider black belt. But his story was like he didn't have it. And his son was like, where's your black belt? And it's technically, to me, it's really matter because it's like, you'll see guys who are submitting all the time, and it's like, oh, he's only a brown belt. Like Mighty Mouse is a brown belt. He's submitted so many dudes and with crazy submissions that, like, technically he's a brown belt, but it's like he is the best to ever do it, like, to incorporate BJJ into MMA. So,
any belt is impressive to me. We're except for pockets where we're black belts.
Yeah, I think like Brendan's, I don't doubt Brendan's grappling skills. I assume they're better than his striking skills because of his lack of coordination.
Yeah.
Like, his speed doesn't look very fast. Like that's powerful, but just not like
Yes.
Like so watching him, his boxing is so crisp and precise. And then watch Brendan's right, like he looks like I would want to get caught with one of his haymakers, but like it's sloppy, it's a sloppy striker.
Yeah. I wonder if you were going to stick on belts, like what kind of belt, like English language for Brendan, probably white belt. acting ability. Well, he's probably a white belt on this thing. But actually, I want to ask you. When sticking on the ear thing, I don't really know much about that controversy, but what I heard was like what guys were doing is like they cut up their ear, right? Is that what I heard?
Fuck, that's accurate.
I'm gonna mess up my ear.
But you don't think it is very accurate too.
What are they? I'm sorry. What are they roasting on?
So is it Beaches? You're having RFK, which is accurate. I love accurate roast, like I was talking about. But they're also saying, Mama Black, I was like, you're taking it too far. It's like, you're literally just trying to be mean. Is that offensive to reality? If you don't roast me accurately, I will laugh along with you. Okay?
Yeah, they say I fuck squirrels. I got small teeth, big gums, ball, everything.
Things you can say. You think I don't know how to look, motherfucker? How much Papa lose on Tiger Thick? I don't know. All I know is I got fired for running the social media, which I brought up over 10,000 followers in a couple months. I was posting every day. I came up with a creative strategy. But like this works, which was I came up with a lingo or like Tiger Bird after like 17 action. He hated when I did the shit. I took him to the IG account and started talking to the haters in the subreddit language. And it was like, oh, this post has 4,000 comments now because of these people. And then also making it indistinguishable between if everyone's using this language, then nobody knows who's a hater. We're all using it. He got so freaked out though because I shot first and asked permission later. I had to tell him I was going to do this public. Clearly, if you're a rational person, you go, did you notice how this post got 10 times more engagement on a page that's leaking followers every day? Oh, would you want to stick with exactly what you do? Okay, great. So, same thing with Tiger Thick, where I was like, I came up with just catchphrases and things, and immediately I was like, oh, this is working, because we don't know how social media engagement works. We're like, what drives engagement when we have no money is like making a community and interacting and being quick or whatever. And regularly just like, oh, my investors, it's really him. Oh, yeah. Just being like, I don't like this, but like, oh, the team or the investors don't want it. I'm like, yeah, they'll push you because he was like his direct investment.
It's really like a child's empire.
What's the rocks?
The rock is tequila and
Yes, oh, yeah. He wanted to base the market.
it's alcohol water or something like that.
Yeah, I'm like, cool, I'll give you $20,000 for a fellowship.
Alcoholics is fucked up at that point. Like they're naming a Disney movie, the tequila brand. We gotta shut this thing down so we can figure out what's going on.
That's actually showing logic where he thought that Bitcoin stole fucking fucking Wednesday or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
He stole my fucking idea for this thing. I'm like, you said it 1 week, and Brendan, David's been doing the show for the past 3 years, and then you convinced yourself that he stole your idea. The man show out of it, it was crazy.
Yeah.
You're just kidding, saying that you're like, yeah, for sure. Dana's stealing your ideas.
I mean, podcasting is a dangerous thing. My wrist isn't working. You have hiccups. But dude, honestly, you know who else had hiccups? Fucking Jordan Carlson. He's one of the greatest ever do.
Yeah, what's funny is the only one who fixed this is from
We got to cover their women throw thing that we do. Like the reading of
if you want the most famous person in Mark's phone contacts, I don't know, guy named Antonio Banderas.
Yeah, dude.
He was over like a rough face. I was a huge fan. I was like, hey, first of all, he was super gracious and complimentary. He was like amazing. He's so cool. And I was like, hey, I have full watch of him and his having Chicago. FaceTime me, you want to like, hey, what's up, bro? I'm Madrid. Guess who's here? And she was like, oh man, like, so nice. He's a very cool guy.
Desperado. How would the shop say Antonio Banderas?
That's a good question. He would fuck up somehow.
Banderas.
Yeah. Antonio Banderas. Let's drop a syllable. Banderos.
Yeah, Banderas is good. He was in that last movie that I saw that he was in was that movie Baby Girl, which kind of sounds like something that I would say.
His performance amazing.
Yeah, that movie, I really like that movie a lot.
Waters were on, and I was like, kind of like doing some of the shit my twin was doing.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And his quotes never the emotional.
Can we get some more English?
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to get water in the chat.
No, yeah, read that. Also, Nabjot, if I'm saying that wrong, I do pronunciation, but go ahead.
Bob happens to runs into everything and becomes a drug addict. It's always already been taken. So, I'm curious too, what you expect out of this, like, you know, the slow train wreck.
Yeah.
Because there's a purpose to, like, me coming out to, like, talk shit about him or, like, my work experience there. That was not an attempt to, like, cancel him. That was an attempt to preempt the fact that I knew he was going to go to spearhead. It's what you did prior. But, like, I had to see him do a bunch of other posts. So, it's hard to, like, you can't, his career is too established to be like, you know, I mean, if Chris D'Elia can sell out fucking theaters, like, enough of that controversy, like, there's no controversy that would, like, chop, but the trickle of, like, the trickle down is the funny part. And what speed is this declining to when it is not doing stand-up? Because some tickets will write material.
Yeah.
Because that requires honesty and self-reflection.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a good, that's really not, it's hard for a lot of the Rogan verse to do that, I think, honesty and self-reflection. And I think, I mean, I don't know, because I've never had a ton of money, but it may get harder as you, like, if you're able to just go buy a Rolex and fall asleep during the day, it might be harder to do self-reflection.
So, as a comic, because I consider comics under this umbrella of, like, you didn't get into comedy to be a millionaire. You know, if that happens, great, right? But I presume that if you start out putting out open mics and working your way, it's because you have a love for the sport, right? That supersedes any realistic pursuits. You know, yes, great. And then you have this mentality of materialism, validating his craft. It's like, well, I have a Ferrari, therefore I'm good. So it's like, not really. Versus a guy, and I just think of him because he's a very close friend. Chappelle Lacey has an artist mentality, you know, like Chappelle Lacey could give a fuck about any clothes, cars, whatever. He could live like a hermit, and he cares about his stand.
With me, I have a very quick set of, like, a set of rules I live by. Okay, first of all, always diet starts Monday. Second, right, I'm up at 4:36 every morning, before my then, yeah, exactly. I took that from him, but he got it from me. Yeah, and then also, like, I never read the comments. No matter what happens, I've never seen anything. I'm like, what is this, Justin Lang? Never heard of it. Don't know. Hey, I've never in a million years. How are we gonna have
Antonio Banderas,
That's a good one. See, you're singing like a writer. That's the thing I like about you.
some writers, I read about the John Africa thing. So many of the Chauvinisms I'd seen, I had no idea where they stemmed from, and like years later,
and pretty hard to answer.
like John Africa, one of them, he said John Africa. Oh my God, what the fuck is John Africa?
Imagine Mike, not to insult Mike Tyson's intelligence, but he's the one correcting it.
I think Mike Tyson is very intelligent, by the way. Seriously.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think,
like, he's so compelling. He is human.
okay.
It came out in 2008, I brought my girlfriend, who was really familiar
familiar with his fighting, getting to see somebody who's never seen Tyson fight watch his highlights, it's jaw dropping to me when somebody's never seen Tyson fight. Like, look at this guy beat the shit out of him in a way that humanity has never even seen before. Now, he's also had this transition into becoming this extremely thoughtful, like how we consider him philosophical. Like, he reflects and he thinks, and he's just sincere and authentic at all times. And I think that's what Brendan represents. Because Brendan hates Tyson. It's insight. He hates, because also, Mike Tyson used to do this show in Vegas, like a one-man show. And it's basically comedy. Like, that's what Brendan should have done. I was always like, why don't you talk about the UFC? He's like, no, I'm like, major mistake. I get it, it's like, people do this thing with like, oh, I don't want to talk about the obvious. I'm like, that is actually your best bet. To at least make one special where you involve it. But Mike Tyson's show was funny as fuck.
Oh, did you go to it or was
I saw clips of it. I was like, oh, it's good. It's well written. It's like a presentation, but it was very successful.
great entertainer?
That's hilarious. I think part of Brendan's resentment is that, and the fact that he's like, at all times, for better and for worse, he's authentic. If he fucks in the war or says something silly, it's like, he's just authentic. And because he doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's very fun to watch. What I used to do with my buddies is like we'd be hungover in college and we'd watch Tyson highlights of him just destroying somebody in 30 seconds. Same with Fedor. We did the same.
Oh, yeah. And I recently got like this moment. Somebody told me, what's your favorite, like when I got into fighting, and I kind of only, Conor McGregor got me back into fighting in 2015 watching pay-per-views. And I asked somebody who's your favorite fighter, and they're like, Fedor. I'm like, who's that? Because he wasn't in the UFC. Because you're watching his fights, you're like, holy shit, this is great.
Somebody sent me a clip of Fedor interview with Lou Thomas. Have you ever seen that? It's hilarious because it's like Lou's like, "What's your favorite joke?" And Fedor says something in Russian, and his translator is like, "He only reads Russian." He's like, "What's your favorite movie?" He's like, "He only reads Russian movies. You wouldn't get it." It's just like, give it a death. You would not understand.
That's funny. Who hated first? Sean or Tyson? Yeah. I think Tyson's really open-minded. I don't think Tyson hates anything. Yeah. I swear to God, because like that's part of his journey. Like you can just tell I don't think he holds animosity towards him. I think he's completely evolved as a human being.
My favorite fighter is Cuddy's Mike. Fuck, he's hard. He had a great comment. He said,
he was like, he thought he'd fuck up Mike Tyson. I think Mike Tyson today could knock out Chop. He's like, oh yeah.
Without question,
Mark sounded like he's having a stroke. Yeah, so if I am, bitch. So the fuck? You had a stroke before.
Do a few hot noises. We were talking about, one thing we constantly talk about on the pod, because we have to address it, is the violence of my DNA.
I'll check back with the segment over. Hold this boring.
Hey, what are you doing right now, dude? What are you doing? You're fucking. You're doing a little bit reading of comments. That's a duck noise. Just kidding. What do we got here?
Sean disrespected Tyson. He did. Sean disrespected him for no reason. And just kind of acted like he was an idiot. He was like, oh, he was on a milk cart diet. Who gives a fuck? Mark, how is Chin not having a breakdown? I do believe that I think about Chin a lot. First of all, he's so much stupider than I ever imagined. Like, he doesn't know that Australia isn't Europe. He couldn't even hear packages and he goes, Australia? He thought that Australia was in Europe.
It's a hilarious first guess.
It's a second grade, like, that's insulting the second graders. It's a preschool level answer, right? Sean has much issues with Shin revolving when he doesn't do it. He works like 3 days a week, and
doesn't really offer anything creative. He doesn't think outside the box. However, Green
I don't know if you know the bit, but there's that bit, and I don't really, it's not really a bit because it's just true. Everything that Gerardo owns is kind of small. It started off with the fridge, because he had a guy deliver the fridge, and the guy was like laughing to himself, and Gerardo's like, hey, what do you think's funny? And he goes, I used to have a small fridge. Oh, fuck, so it is small. But then he kept having other things that were a little small, right? Like a single guy living by yourself, dude. It was fine, and we would never have known about it had Gerardo not made a big deal about how mad he was at this guy. Like Gerardo was mad that this guy said that he has a small fridge, and it is small. So we're trying to deal with this anger.
Here's the thing, Mark. He came to one thing and one thing only, okay? And see that botched paint job in the corner up there? There's me, thank you, dude. You gotta go paint that up there, right? And then I'm like, do you need me to clear? So like, I'm over here, I'm like, do you need me to clear anything out? And I turn to him and he's staring at my fridge and he goes, it was the, the look up Roman accent type shit. He's like, oh, you got the small fridge, you got the small fridge. Hey, you got to see this? This is Gerardo's deodorant. This is too small. What are you supposed to put this? I got small armpits. I eat Gerardo's fridge, yes, I do. Don't touch the what a fucking idiot. Mark, we got the back of Gelato's fridge.
I don't need one right now, but we also have Diet Cokes, and then if you want food, you can also at any time.
I could make you nuts, dude.
Yeah, I will drink a Diet Coke.
So the other night, just trying to throw up later so I don't have to.
Is this your coffee drink? I wanted to know. Because I got you an Americano, because that's what we drink. Do you drink Americanos? Yeah. Not even like literally, but is that what you drink?
Mexicano.
I love them. Dude, that's what, I share that with the lady. I love them.
Imagine being like, I'm a white guy, and I'm just going to make a special about how Mexican people suck.
It's a crazy move. It's like, it's a very strange
This sounds fucking stupid. Mark, we used to like Golden Girls theme song, please. Thank you for being a friend.
You ever go to Portos? No, it's like a chain here. There's a bunch of different Portos. You're not a baked goods guy, right? Are you a baked goods guy? Because like Portos is a famous chain here. It's a Cuban bakery. Very it's like not expensive. You can go to all our sponsors. Yeah, I mean, I wish they sponsor. I love this place. I think it's a great.
I will try something.
They got potato balls there. It's a great spot. We need to get a sponsorship because I just
Mark getting rid of shit. Anything monetarily from Boston. I do not. Soon enough, I don't know. I think he offered him a zero. Whereas, if you work for a corporation, we'll just be like, oh, here's $15,000. There's no fucking way that Brendan offered anyway.
So anyway, I'm sorry, you say he moved on his own, he didn't have to pay?
That's my assumption.
That's great.
He was there. He would just find us like, we already pay him. And pay you off $100,000 a year to work 3 days a week.
That's just nobody does. He's like, he's alone in that. That like, you move and I don't give you any money. Because I'm like,
Mark Beach is like Lil Nas X on steroids. Do I look like a gay black guy? Was that what Lil Nas X is? I forget. Yeah. Mark and Akash help Bob with well, no, I remember meeting Akash. I thought he was super cool. Like, we had a pleasant interaction. Here's the thing.
That's what Schultz and Akash say is scoop the bag. Get it up the mud. 10 toes down. I hope you're 10 toes down. Because if you were 10 toes, I mean, they would just hug me.
Schultz seems very irritating to me. Seemed less so, for example, in the context of the show, different than how I perceive him.
Oh, it's Bud Deasy. Sorry, Bud Deasy is one of our big fans. There, he's a great guy. Never met him. He says, "Will you tell the Red Bat story?" Red Bat.
I assume you mean Red Bar.
Oh, you spelled wrong, Bud Deasy. All right, well, you're a guy.
I just want to stop you from like when I come on the show. I wasn't even planning. That's the thing. It's like, again, to address also this. Right now, recently on the Patreon, I don't know about this because you made a video. He called me obsessed with him. He like, some employees. He's obsessed with me. It's weird. And he goes, bad vibes. He had no skills. I was like, that's the third fake reason for firing me. Yeah. As I was editing 6 clips a night, but I have no skills. The Red Bar story, not much more to it than they just out. So, had people not wanted to have me on the show, it's like I was going, I need to like expose this story. People were reaching out to me going, do you want to come on my podcast? And I was just like, I guess. And Red Bar, they're so scared of Red Bar. I'm DVK, and I didn't know much about it because it was just one of the things where it's like, I'll stay away from Red Bar. It's like the forbidden clause.
Who tells you that when you start? Is that an orientation practice?
This vibe, like, they knew of Red Bar. It was like, kind of like the Reddit. They stay away from the Reddit.
Don't look at the Reddit.
But I mean, to me, Red Bar does good content.
I know it. With that, that's kind of funny to me because that makes me think like there is, like I was joking there, but orientation of some kind where you start at Big Boy Nation and they're like, here's a few things. Thanks for joining the team. It's like, here's a donut. It's like drips on your shirt. Got you. You're going to get the. What's up with the dripping donut?
Nothing they say is true. But Red Bar was treated like the boogeyman. Yeah. I swear to God, I've never done that. I'm like,
can't even say it.
I'm so scared of this.
Like Voldemort.
Okay.
Because we used to be like that too. Oh yeah. We love Red Bar. I mean, it's hilarious, and he's a controversial figure. But when we first started, we were just like, maybe we shouldn't even say anything.
What's funny is his fans have been really cool. Like that's one of the more supportive communities. People where I came on and. A lot of people were like, oh, he was trolling the whole time. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. What his intentions were? Mike, I know he probably wanted a little more to me. He was trying to press the conversation, but he's being a good broadcaster. It's like Howard Stern is trying to press you to say the most controversial. Like, I get that's his imperative. I didn't feel mocked or belittled. But you're in on the bed or you're enjoying it. Because he was holding, he was like, had been FaceTime. He was like, going like, oh, he's like, by the way.
Where you want it never matter.
He was holding on FaceTime, and people were like, oh, didn't you see how Red Bar was trolling the whole time? I'm like, I don't know. If he was, I didn't care.
It would be an insult almost if he didn't troll you. Right? Like, who doesn't he troll?
Yeah, when he was saying complimentary things to me, I'm like, I don't know any reason to doubt he like hates me. Like, I don't know any reason to doubt that he's like being sincere. Because it was just like, yeah, I used to talk shit about you. So then I gotta change my mind on him. Like, that's okay.
Is he ever sincere? I'm not sure sincere is a part of his, philosophy. He's not
to me, it just like, it's unbelievable that you could go from like, because he did make fun of me on the show. And again, like if you don't know the context of or you're comparing me to Brendan Schaub, there are certain things that I do that are sarcastic or tongue in cheek that might not be obvious if you're just going, these guys, Brendan Schaub's friends, therefore he's as stupid and narcissistic as Brendan Schaub, and therefore if I'm doing a like doing a little act out where I'm acting more Jim Rotation, then you're gonna go, oh, this guy's really an idiot without clothes.
Indian Man wants to know if what do you think of Elton Graveyard? Oh yeah, one of our guys.
Amazing, yeah.
I'm sorry for calling you the Indian Man. Bad job. But you never told us that.
It's amazing because I like content like that where YouTubers like instead of daily content. And this is I consider you guys as too because you do custom songs. I think you put a lot of effort into podcasts and elevate it, to something greater than just two people talking, right? And I think Elevate Graveyard's a good example of this guy puts a lot of effort into the artistic output of it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean he's a legend. I mean, those two are like they're like Socrates and Plato or something like that. Or we're standing on the shoulders of giants. Oh, man,
What's cheap about God damn, it's crazy. That's your plus. I know. Years ago, he made $100K because he found out that Jamie on Joe Rogan makes $1 million a year. If your boss is making money,
that's hilarious.
$100 million a year,
You heard it here.
you can't throw $1 million my way.
Jamie basically in poverty in Austin there.
Yeah, exactly.
$1 million.
What the fuck is Mark talking about ever? I don't know what that means. Sass was watching. Let's get set up for today.
Thank you, FB. Did you watch the latest? I forget what it's called. The latest Mount Graver that just blew everybody away. So funny. Yeah. What was the title for that, Chad? I have Graves. I forgot what the title in chat. But I mean, that guy is just. I really. Have you ever done something like that where you sat down and made like an edited thing where you're talking about something?
No, but I would like do another basic ending or like here's the main thing that I'm looking at. The visuals are great, editing skills to edit and
comedy skills.
Even just the voiceovers he does are very cinematic. So that's what I go in and I go. I love the cinematic voiceover style that's matching the visual qualities that are dreamlike. The transitions.
I can never edit that shit. That's a Gerardo skill.
Because he makes great artistic choices. Yeah, for all it's not literal. It's not like he's when he's voiceover and he's like directly what's on the screen. So he's making artistic choices. What is the moment to moment visual? So he has to do that, but also have this kind of poetic narrative for the whole thing.
Tom Jim, I saw your question. Can you post it again? Because I don't remember what it was.
Graves activated.
So Tom Jimmy, I'll keep an eye out for you.
Mark says, how do I go to Mark in the chat? I'm Mark here with or Hank rather. How does George keep all those kids in the bedroom? So why the fuck you got it? They're watching the stream in the rest right now.
All the Patreon heads.
Oh, so I remember now. Tom Jimmy said, have you seen all of Callan's videos?
Oh yeah.
No, but I see him do lives stand up.
Like in Cali? Yeah. I've seen him at the store. Yeah. I mean, he's terrible. Yeah, he's the worst ever seen him. But that doesn't mean that he's not also like technical level.
Here's what I look at. I go, his act outs
other
top dummy.
Because you see that something.
Because I like Brian here as a person.
You can't say he's bad.
And I like at least when people use different. I appreciate physical comedy where he's doing something. It's like he's making choices that he's way better than stand-up compared to.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. Cody's trying to pin Bills. Oh yeah, that's why. I think Jeff Dye's probably better than Callan is. I mean, Jeff Dye's fine.
Totally fair because you're like comedy should just be an instinctual reaction. Just make me laugh. That's the only thing.
Right.
Whether you like it.
That's the thing though, because now when I watch Brendan Schaub, I laugh almost every time. But I don't laugh. I don't even laugh when Cal does the hog duck thing, which I love. I love it. Unironically, I love the bit, but it's not like anything. My son, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
When I see clips of Brian on the podcast, as a friend of his who likes him, it makes me sad because Brendan is such a bad comedic partner most of the time.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't understand the basics of comedy or improv or just acting. So it's sometimes he gets it, but he doesn't. He shuts talent down way more
then you should. Callan is very good as a committed partner for team people up. Him and Chris D'Elia have their chemistry because he allows Chris D'Elia to make him the victim of the cop-out.
Yeah.
And everybody like, wait, that's not fair. It's Chris D'Elia's roasting him. He knows how to keep it going. Keep it going.
You really hit on two things that happen in our show. One is, okay, I'm gonna start with Brian and then I'll do that Dillian thing. So Brian, when we're watching Brian and Shop, Brian will go into one of his bits, and granted, it's not funny.
So it's a smart, does Bob have any incriminating info on you? Fuck no. He has no idea what I have on him. He has no fucking clue. You know that movie, The Dark Knight Rises, when Catwoman, played by what's-her-face, like, leads into Christian Bale, it's like, there's a story. That's what I think of when I, like, think of what's coming for Shab. And I have to keep this under wraps because part of it is my legal case to put it out on YouTube would be detrimental to my financial life. But it's like, he doesn't even know what's coming, and he's too stupid to realize I have everything, you know?
Right. He should have everything. Yeah, he should.
He hired a private investigator to go to Luana's house, and Luana, like, owns the private investigator.
Oh, shit.
Well, I mean, she's trying to get it to be like, and she knew more about, like, she did, but Luana is still including that. So, but also, she played it very, like, savvy, and I applaud her for that. She was able to get the fact that Brendan Shaw was this guy's employer out of him when you're not supposed to do that. That's right. And I have, you know, it's a work my phone, but I can show the guy's card. I can show the letter he wrote, and put to our apartment door, not realizing I was living there at the time, you idiot. So he's out working on his version, and we want to call him. He's like, what's this guy doing up there? Like, did you serve me with some papers or something? And I was like, Luana, no, like, oh, he sums it up. I say, go look at what he wrote. This note, put a number on there, use some of the areas, just call him a few times. He's rubbing his skin. He didn't say shop. And she talks to him. She knows what he's inventing. He goes, are you here because she's like, who do you work for? I say, well, I say, I go, oh, is it Brendan Job? Does it have to do with a bouquet of flowers that someone sent to his house and he's leaving in Martin? And he's like, oh, okay, you know what this is about. And he's like, let me tell you the real story. You know, one of these girls that he was having a long affair with, she was smarter than the rest. She has like an MBA, just more accomplished professional, and so you should have run. It's like, you fuck around with the wrong girl, all of these girls, dates are idiots. But this girl, after he crossed the line with her, you know, a lot of her was that she sent a bouquet of flowers to Joanna, you know, saying, just outing him for having long relationships. But the note started off with, this is not right. So, it's true, it was Mark. However, they gave them just enough of a thing to go, obviously it's Mark, because it says this is not Mark. And then he invented an entire story whereby I somehow went to his house with a bouquet of flowers and a note, and hopped over his bed, like, it was, I'm like, you have security cam footage, like, I've been in your house, the whole thing is covered by, you know, 8 different cameras. And he said to another side piece, hey, did you talk to Mark recently? I was like, no, what's up? He came by the house, but wasn't there. Like, he's arresting my kids. I said, no way. And he's like, yeah, I had to get the police involved. Like, I'm on the phone with them right now. I'm like, oh, yeah. The police, yeah, sounds good, bro. With the security cam footage of a, you know, a worker from Joanna's favorite florist delivering, you know, oh, just wonder how he gets it on that, because, like, he's like, oh, he pulled out the fucking camera plugs, you know, he cut the power to the security, because otherwise it'd be like, well, watch the footage. Where am I in this equation? It was just one of the more hilarious things where I go, this
willingness to gaslight his wife and family in the craziest way possible, and then hire an investigator. Whatever it is, whereas that's why he lost the unique lawsuit, because it's like, imagine Brendan Schaub's your client, and you have to lie to him and tell you the truth about what's going on. You're fucked.
Yeah, I mean, being a lawyer is like being anything. You gotta be like, we have another one if you want another. So I bid on them. Go ahead. Dude, this shit is amazing. I just tried it. It's the first time having a coffee cake from Porto's. Surprising I have. Cinnamon coffee cake. Wow. Listen, I would fuck my way into the room to get this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's not good. No, I'll capture some rules.
If somebody runs a fucking smear campaign against me, they're trying to ruin my life and make me unemployable, or lies publicly about the reason he fired me to make it look like he wasn't a fucking idiot who threw temper tantrum because I didn't text back for Charles. I get to do whatever the fuck I want for the rest of my life. I got enough dirt on you to murder you. This is what the fuck I do, Mariah, in it, murder for you. Seriously. Brendan's so fucking stupid.
Kyle Sanders wants to know, and you probably already answered this before, but how did Schaub handle the drug walk situation behind the scenes?
Freak out and handle it terribly. His always his answer. It's a choose your adventure where it's like, hey, make the worst decision possible. If I was, the funny part is always, if I'm tagged in a video, I'll go Brendan Schaub's handler. How can I be someone's handler who doesn't listen to any other human?
That's facts.
Given the best advice ever, it's like, hey, what you're about to do, like Joe Rogan said, he needs someone to say, what are you going to do? Don't do that.
Yeah.
I would say that Joe Rogan is what listen.
Yeah,
it's like, how are you going to handle this drug box situation? Stutter on fucking, like I went through DMs. You sent a peach emoji, fucking a picture of hanging out of his ass. I saw it, and you're like, oh, I would never hit on her. Doesn't make any sense.
I mean,
I think I'm on this fucking Slayer podcast for stumbling over his words.
how do you handle a drug walk situation? Obviously, you text my they have to kill you. But moving on, Christian L.
Literally, it's like, that's ridiculous. Is that Mark broke into my house door? It's like, how can I make this the absolute worst out of this universe fucking problem? Not just being like, yeah, where to know you're a cheater? Just admit to it. Just like, hey, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
I misread the situation.
So Christian L, we know it's just Chin chatting in. He's only giving $4.99. He's not making very much money.
Yeah.
But he said, he said, Mark, what is Schaub's most redeeming quality? He must have seen something good in the beginning, hoping you answer it.
Schaub's positive qualities, but there's still under the umbrella of narcissistic personality disorder, which implies relationship. He's going to be very generous. So, for example, like the first time I ever traveled with him was to Austin, Texas, 2021. I got permission to go for my wife. She was like, why the fuck are you going with the job? Like, it was actually her birthday, so it's like, but I'm like, it felt like it was like, dude, I want to go to this school. Like, they invited me, come on, this is gonna be fun. I haven't traveled that much, during COVID. So and Chappelle, who one of loves, is going with us. So she was like, not okay with me going for any money. And I was like, oh, so I made up a lie. I was like, oh, Brendan's paying me $500. I told Brendan that. Just to be like, you're into the joke, like, oh, this is how I gotta do it. But then he gave me $500 to cover my ass, so I could be like, so that was a good deed, right? But yeah, no, I can name many things where it's like he has, he'll be generous, so maybe for all things, but guys, that's a short-term strategy to earn trust, loyalty, and then get over it, so that in the end, the next year or at some point, as he values you and he's going to exploit you, you feel indebted to him, right? So I would literally stop and take these things from him offer. When I was having issues, me and Luana started having conflict because
not just a fire,
working a
but
shit ton. She was
anything
working
that
like
people really
two graphic design jobs. She was suffering from burnout.
leave it over. Right, whether it's buried on the rubble, or
I'm trapped in the shop, fed up by fucking years with this bullshit as these increasingly being used to. I got this crazy boss who's disrespecting me all the time. I'm traveling and home, working, and I have to be in the office. So we're both like high conflict because she's like mad at me about like exploiting me and not getting paid enough. And I'm like mad at her because I'm like, I'm having this hard traveling, and she's like giving the snake face when I understand what's happening. And then, you know, he set it up so that later on the road, he was making me feel like shit for whatever reason he felt.
Because you owe him, right?
Yeah, because I owe him. And I had to finally be like, look, dude, like, you're not even treating me with more than half the respect you treated me last year. And I'm like, this is the whole honestly, I've heard it 5 years. And like, you think you're doing me a favor by doing all this? Like, I, you know, am a college educated professional writer, I do all these things. Like, I don't need this job. Like, you're underpaying me, and I did reach out to say, fucking, I didn't even negotiate. I was like, what's the question? I'll do the same thing. Just to prove you that it's not even work, or like, and then I'm still being shit on, like, fuck you. So,
Yeah, that's so funny. The first time I seen a guy tripping on that, it's really fun.
Gather, but the
how much did you take your acid before I came up? Like, would that be funny if I was on acid?
Oh, no. Yeah, like, Shab, what I learned from Shab, because he does have good qualities, is like, number one, he's helped me a lot. Like, I wasn't really that into my son's baseball team. And then, like, I was in the shop, I was like, you know, I should be like a baseball net. And he's got me like a bill, or, yeah, my son, Denver, has gotten a lot better at swing at the pitch, and he never like loses to a back guy anymore, like a back kid. So we got rid of that. Like if a back kid is playing, he's always with the back kid. I didn't like him until I got my own truck. You know, yeah,
I thought, you know, hey, really, like the most many posts by one of the baseball parents was so fucking funny. Because I got this constant identity shifting, like now I'm a baseball dad, and this is my kids in my life. After cheating on their mother publicly for, you know, like it's hilarious. And then hearing the episode over, it's like, oh, Shop's also as he's living, portrays himself as like this gangster or active work ethic. Like how I'm trying to push on, you know, then you're the other like, oh, so from a third party perspective, Shab is just a lazy fuck like eating chili dogs. So, you know, he's and then there's photos too where he's like fucking up all the like he can't even like throw a baseball or catch it. We had some action.
He's mad at baseball? I didn't see it.
Yes.
Oh, man.
You cannot do basic things in baseball.
Can't throw hilarious.
That's kind of like if you watch this football highlights from Colorado. Like,
yeah, I mean,
this guy thought he was going to make it to the NFL, and I can say that it's real. And I watched myself play football on video thousands of times because I played for D3 school. Yeah, we used to love to do there was high school colleges watching practice football. We did one-on-one drills and scrimmage football, and you're scrutinized it's humiliating. Fucking up because, like, as a freshman, I'm like, I don't know how to be a coach. Like, but I look at Chuck and I go, I know what it looks like. I'm not saying, like, I had great moments for me. I had like when I was performing well, and it gives you an appreciation for like NFL caliber. Like, you have no idea until you see yourself playing football on camera. Like, these 300-pound D linemen, it's like, these humans shouldn't be able to do offense. And watching Sean, I'm like, oh, he looks like a D3 player. You know what I mean? Like, he's not good.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get the NFL. I haven't seen good highlights. Jay, thank you, Jay. How does Shop feel about earring?
Good question. Because it's another nuanced one. You know, it falls under the umbrella of Shop hates everyone who he feels is associated with them. However, he did negotiate on Eric's behalf against, but like, because we brought in the QA situation, apparently, according to Shop, which should take it with a grain of salt.
Right, so my guy will come up
I think Theo was kind of like,
difficult for him to kind of be an equal partner in this like dynamic or something like that, where it's like, because you were inviting him on as a guest, and I'm like, oh, before you have this much change, like, and he's kind of like, hey man, like, if I'm gonna keep myself available, it's totally fair. It's like, am I gonna call or am I gonna be part of this thing? He was asking very fair questions. Sean advocated for him to be a more fairly paid kind of voice in this kind of thing. And I think it was Theo was kind of going, I don't want that, but also like, but part of this pie was the fact that like, this thing is what it is because of Theo Vaughn. Sure, Theo Vaughn was the draw here. Theo Vaughn does a solo podcast, he gets a million hits, so like obviously, you know, in a business sense, you could realistically go, what's your value? So like what you had in a friend sense or a very fair sense, you go, if we're doing a podcast together, and this, I know that I need you, let's all be the same. But baked into this cake is a condescension towards Eric, not like his attitude of like, he likes to dismiss people. I can't really sell tickets, I can't do that. But Eric's better stand-up comedian than you, right? And he's been on TV, and he's like, you know, I don't know, Eric was always very nice to me, and a thoughtful person too. He would always like, he was the first person to think, boy, when I was like, really like, I got depressed, where I would like have to work every day. I'm like, I'm waking up early and like dealing with Brendan's bullshit until like, you know, 10 p.m. every night, 7 a.m. Like, I just started to become dead at some point. Like, I hate every moment here. And he was the only person to be like, hey man, you all right? And I was like, yeah. He said, it's okay to not be okay or something.
Really? I wouldn't have picked him to be a guy that talks like that. I mean,
that's my lawyer, Rob Hempel.
That sounds like a good idea for like a sitcom, you know?
In the house recently. New house in LA. When people move to a new house, it's always weird. It's even weird.
Hey Rob, you're on a live stream right now. Are you okay with that? I'm sure, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people watching actually. There's 10 minutes of shop. This is my labor issue with Rob Hempel.
Hey Rob.
He's about to destroy Brendan Shop. Oh, actually, no, he's not. He's totally incompetent and doesn't do anything.
Rob, we're actually having an informal discovery call.
This is what we got going on. I want you to get up for yourself and inspired.
All that stuff, the doorbell, all the ring security stuff.
Of course. Yes. Thank you. Robert Pebble, attorney at law.
Good luck, Rob.
Yeah, so Rob is like, I went to college with him. He's literally one of the smartest people I know. I was saying, like, if I get 10% of what he's saying, I'm lucky. But like, he's not. I go, oh man, he's just better than Chop Ford.
Right, motion to dismiss. So you went to college with this guy?
Yeah, we both played football at college. But I would consider Rob, if he had 150, 160 IQ, I wouldn't be surprised. But he's like extremely intelligent and specifically organizational systems. I remember when he was like 20 years old. He's like a gym bro, like me, so we like connected over lifting. 5 years old, and so he was a freshman on the senior. We connected over like just lifting, you know. And he was like, well, one of the things I had this policy of like, if you ask me if I'm on dues, like, I'll tell you. But if you like, if you don't, I'm not going to talk about it. And he was like, no, have you ever run a cycle? I'm like, yeah. And so I was like, you're the first person with the audacity to ask me politely, you know?
Yeah.
I appreciate that. He's very direct. And
when you step into that deposition room, you want to look connect. You're going to be like imposing your presence on people.
Rob is really, it's deceptive because what I like about him is he's a Jack Hansen, but also he's like
autistic spot with organizational systems. So remember when he was 20 years old, he was like making $100K a year, running like LA fitness clubs. Like he would like train other people how to like run a more efficient like personal training like architecture for all the clubs in Southern California. Like started as a personal trainer like quickly like, oh, you're really smart to do this. So he was still going to college, you know, and also making sure that like, you know, like telling people how to do their jobs.
You didn't get your lunch by the 5th hour. You went 4 hours down a 10-minute break, dude. You didn't get reimbursed for business expenses. We worked off the clock.
And it's also very moral too. I know a lot of lawyers like, yeah, because some of these guys, you know, whoever's representing Shaw, it's like obviously you realize this guy's an idiot, pathological liar who has no case. It's kind of like whoever's representing Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds. So like, you know, this person has no case whatsoever, and you can harm these clients millions of dollars and drop this process, but you know you're losing, right? But Rob Apple is
It's a good, actually, you know what? Now that's a good advertisement. I mean, he's a lawyer with Wake Now or Southern California.
and he'll fire clients
Get him from
ethical. Yeah, if you have a case or you're misrepresenting something, he'll fire
He
clients.
fired me the other day. Trying to sue Gerardo.
Had to fire some
That's the thing. But we fixed that problem. You know when I drink a Diet Coke, what happens?
lawyer doing whatever will get the law. No, seriously, Rob is one of the best labor attorneys in the state.
There you go.
It's a hard concept for people to understand that you can have muscles and also be good at your job, but it turns out you actually
helps. It helps. Muscles help everything.
Yeah, so I said, Mark is Rob, the sharpest tool, and literally one of the smartest people. He's designing a service, like an AI-based platform that he invented and like programmed that essentially does the job anyway. So sorry to all paralegals out there, but Rob is designing a product to sell to law firms that like automates all these different things.
And I'm doing an AI platform that watches shop content too. That will also be part of our Patreon.
Yes. And Mark has Brendan tossing his dick to the ground. I know that's a meme. Of course, he's not conscientious, you know, so he's the type of person who will just throw trash on the ground and expects the most to pick it up. So, of course, that's fucked up. James, I love
That was a great time. Fired him.
anything else? Any questions?
You guys played Sega NHL PA Hockey 93. This would be the exact same from Swingers. Well, I love that because I love that movie and I love that game. You've seen Swingers, right? One of the greatest movies ever made. Did you play that hockey? Did you ever play that game, that hockey game on like was it Super Nintendo? Dude, that game was the best. All you had to do was you go around the goal and then you click and then you can get a goal every time. And then you could also fight these Super Mario's. Super Mario's on there. That was a good game on there.
I fell off of video games because I realized, like, so my older brother is I'm happy to recognize, like, my place with people first intellect because, like, someone like Rob is so much smarter than me, or my brother Eric is, like, in applied mathematics PhD, so, like, I have been real smart. So it's funny when people like pass themselves off in LA is like, I'm smart. I'm like, have you met smart people? And go to
Austin, Texas. Yeah, dude, that's where the film philosopher there is.
You can be really smart, but it's like, if you get a room full of PhD, like applied math majors, PhDs in this room, it's like, it's going to be not much. You know, but your IQs are off the charts.
Yeah, they won't stand at all compared to Joey Diaz or Bert Kreischer, dude. Shirt on? You got a PhD? I don't have a shirt on.
Bert Kreischer, he's imaging guy because he's very nice to me, so I got to say, like, I'm not going to try to trash him, but he doesn't seem to be good at being fun.
Oh, no. His stand-up is
Also, like, he's taken Chappelle Lacey, like, 2 arenas with him, so it's like, I don't mean to hit him, but it is
right. He does use people, that's true.
It is, like, he brings a bunch of people to the road.
People that can help for a little bit. Yeah, that's very good. I'll say The Machine, I enjoyed the movie. I might get back to that.
There was another question that we didn't answer from the fan funding.
Even
What
at
is the
a
estimated time of Shab's downfall?
all the Shabbos. Really, that's so.
That's what I was alluding to before. Defining downfall, define bullying. I would just, at some point, there must be a point where you stop podcasting. And as he says, I would do this for free, man. Right? There's some fiber seeing some clip where it's like, I fucking do this for you. We're making money. Would you know? Would you know? I don't doubt that Brendan, I do think Brendan thrives off being out there. I go, I don't necessarily feel like a bullshit. Because whenever people call me, like I'm constantly being accused of being a narcissist, I'm like, yeah, I don't, like, I feel like I get enough attention in life where I go, like, I don't feel like there's this deficit of, like, I need to know some things, you know? I feel like some people do constantly need to be in front of the camera and courting attention. I feel like Brendan does thrive off of that, of like just, like, even the feeling of importance when you walk into a studio, because you're like, he could be doing all this himself. There's nothing sophisticated about his production. Like, why do you need to pay a guy $100,000? What do you guys doing? Because of the wars and the pressures.
Yeah, I mean,
Would you rather take $100,000 a year to do yourself?
that's a comment on him. Yeah. I don't know. You like,
Like, why don't you call him? And post-production. So it's just funny. Like, this shit that he wastes my time.
he's like,
There's a bunch of people here, and I'm the center of attention. Brendan's crazy ex. I like the people who got crazy ex. Do you think Brendan is the same person that I'm thinking in the show tonight? Maybe you guys to come on here, or people seem interested in having me talk about Brendan. So I beg you to come here. If you were like, hey, come on the podcast and talk about fucking lifting weights for an hour, I would.
I mean, I'll just do more push-ups. I'll do 10 more push-ups. Once my wrist is better, I still think it's a funny idea for me and you to go to the gym. Because I want some time to prepare. Because I think I could probably still do 2 plates maybe. Or I was able to, if I worked a little bit too, I think I could probably still, I might be able to. But I would need you there to make sure I
Come back with me, but
just kidding. I'm saying 1 plate. How many lifting 1 plate? I could probably do that. Once my wrist is better. It's not big block. Yeah. I can do 2 plates 45 times. Or, you know what? Elizabeth Barza said this earlier, you and me, or Gerardo too, doing a race, like, to see.
So is it Mark.com? Is it me? Or Mark, like a bigger slob like the guy doing that? You're gonna be on me. We're talking to me like a slob. Good fucking luck.
I mean, if you say the words over no talent, you have to be specific because look out for you. We also
I can imagine thinking, oh, it's Mark.com. I know exactly how untalented I am.
I'm not sure I could ever do 2 plates, maybe back in the day.
I can try and do
Yeah, once I got roid out, roided, because that's what violence in my DNA with the roids. I don't know.
I like the idea of like raping people with steroids.
Yeah.
Like tying you down and making you go on steroids. Take a picture. What was my attitude towards Rogan getting close with Shingles and bringing him to the Rogan's room? Brendan and Shane hung out, I think we were in Philly doing shows and going to some bar shows. Chappelle Lacey has been boys with Shane. So I knew about him. Like before the SNL thing happened, I remember watching his, he did a really funny bit to me about being like a sucker for like Trump advertisements. He was like, I'm the guy, I'm the target Trump voter. So he was like, I thought it was really funny. And like the angle on Trump, I love his Trump impersonation because I feel like it's neutral. It's not like, I hate Trump because he just does it. It's like, it's funny, but
Wait, what was that? Shane, yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, it was like a he's like if Trump was before Trump was somebody attempted to assassinate him. He goes, Sit down, you're gay. I'm sure that Brendan resents the shit out of Shane Gillis. Here's what I've said this before. My take on Shane Gillis versus Brendan Schaub is, you know how Brendan Schaub is like cosplaying as like a blue collar guy, like drugs and blue collar and this and that, and it's like Shane Gillis is like actually that, you know, like where he's like kind of he's actually kind of a history nerd, and he went to us, but he actually played college football, like was an O lineman. His level of self-awareness and his level of like he owns 2 pairs of pants and a couple pairs of white New Balance. This is such a hard concept for Brendan to rationalize. He used to look at me and be like, "Oh, you like don't care about materialistic shit?" I'm like, yeah, because I'm not rich. Like, why would I buy expensive shit trying to look like wealthy if I'm not, you know? But it was like, I saw his buying spin. It was like, huh? Like, how are you not totally obsessed with material wealth?
So John's girl for sure cheats on him too. LOL. Yeah, and so that's kind of funny to me because it looks like it's maybe his girlfriend's profile. And he's commenting from that and clarifying that it's him. I don't know. Who is this?
Remember, you can speak. I'm looking. I like the idea of people raping people. Hey, don't clip that. You're taking out of context. This is a bit because I always tell people like, oh yeah, for sure. I'll like, yeah, you know, I take juice bullet. It's, you know, if I do it for you and you don't know and you're asleep, then you know, are you taking steroids? Why do you know about it?
100% B.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're saying. Let me see here.
Margary's don't worry with Gypsy Money. Yes, I am. Oh, dude, Schaub and Snoz. Bro, I cannot give any updates on Snoz right now, but holy fuck.
Oh, no.
Holy fuck. I have been instructed to not say what I know about this for the time being, but Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. That's all I have to say.
Do you have a favorite joke from the Gringo Puppy?
Let me think about that for a second. I was actually trying to answer.
Yeah, okay, I thought you were going to
No, the special versus I've heard it so many times, a full hour, that he cut down to 26 minutes, but I thought the worst joke was he would end with the, like, getting it, like, rifle to kill the cougar at the end.
Okay, yeah.
I was like, as a cat lover, I'm like, why would you just want to murder a mountain lion?
His closer.
Yeah, I was like disgusted by it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm kind of low-key, like, when people hang animals, I'm just like, yeah, I want to, like, get those women to go kill a mountain lion that hasn't done anything to my, I get it, if it attacks your animals or something, you're a farmer, it's like, I get it. But you're just like a guy who, like, you know, like, who thinks mountain lions are just dangerous to, like, you're in the fucking, in the hills.
Yeah.
This is where the cougars live, you know, I thought it was weird and gross and very not funny, and he kept making that, you know, he goes, I don't know if you've seen the joke, but it's so, yeah, the mountain lion keeps doing this callback to go, swim their goes on this big sorry. I was like, this is so ridiculously not funny, and I hate humor that involves references to having it.
Yeah.
The same way, but it's like, when a guy's bragging about having to fix everything, it's like, there's something going on there. Either you have a small dick or your neck dicks are like, you know, it makes me uncomfortable because I'm like, what is this fascination?
I made a prediction the other day on the podcast that honestly, Schaub would make it so far if and whether he is or not, yes.
Oh, for sure.
He would be like a huge influencer in the gay space.
Like, here's some interesting things, like, Derek Posty and Gordon, right, openly, like, trans, you know, and I'm like, that's so cool. Yeah. To be like, I'm a male comic. Wouldn't look at these guys go, we're gay, or like, you would never know who it was. And they've taken their fetish and sexual preference and just completely right to follow. And I'm like, that is some of the boldest shit I've ever seen. Yeah. But it's totally authentic from them. I didn't know shit about it. I don't even know if they're posting like the fucking. Yeah. He's into the porn, I guess. Yeah. But I was like, this motherfucker's real. You know what I mean? If a guy says that, I go, I'm willing to take anything else you say at face value because clearly you do not give a single flying fuck. So I always told would say about Brendan, if he just were more
And so the whole thing would work. But it's, if you have a real self and you've constructed a false facade to make up for, a wounded self, what if the NPD? It's like, you can't really because you take inward and there's only shame.
NPD, what's that? NPD, what's that?
Narcissistic personality disorder. Any cluster B personality disorder, sociopathy, borderline personality, histrionic personality disorder, abilities. Cluster B has a lot of overlap with your a damaged self that allows you to be either self-destructive or destructive of other people. In various expressions of the core commonality, like something's wrong with you.
How did you learn about all that stuff?
I'm very interested in personality disorder. These terms would be like, that person's bipolar, or I go, you don't know what bipolar means. I think people who have mood swings are bipolar means extended periods of extended periods of depression. So these things are fascinating. With narcissistic personality disorder, the moment I started to get buffed, people would be like, you're a narcissist. I'm like, yeah, am I a narcissist? Because I
A little bit down. Check. That's good.
I came over with me Deadpool costume. Oh my god, I saw that scene. The Deadpool costume was so cringy. But also representative of he used to have a team that would do these skits for him, so it was high production value, but terrible and unfunny.
Okay, so I like how how did you heard my ask question? I said, what's your favorite bit from the Google Poppy? And he was like, my least favorite bit.
So he says, we get Mark, you've watched Jordan Peterson podcast. First of all, I have consumed many hours of Jordan Peterson. But imagine me learning psychology from Jordan Peterson. Now he has that's his area of expertise. I don't subscribe to his Jolly but he is an expert. Have you listened to Jordan Peterson? Because what he says about psychology is highly accurate. I'm sorry, Mark, one look at you, and then I knew, well, good for you. I know a girl who used to date Jordan. Here's a funny story about him. So he was dating this straight girl, and for either his birthday or her birthday, I forget which one, but they hired a male escort because they wanted to watch this girl get fucked in front of Jordan. So I'm sure they're going to get a huge compliment. And he's like, face, whatever that's called. Shots are throwing up into taking it. He thought he wanted to see this, but he couldn't handle it. Stormed off and got huge conflict. Because the girl's getting big. BBD is BBD, yes, exactly. I like Jordan Peterson. Oh, Mark, one of the fan pages of evidence. Brendan was, I repeated this a lot, because people keep asking him, and it's he can't admit the truth because it unravels his entire identity in order to admit this. But he literally hired hackers who could try to take down the fucking subreddit for $15,000. How can I make that right?
It'd be funny, Jordan Peterson, if he wants to have sex.
I like PG's comments. PG will cry like Peterson when talking about men not having sex.
Yes. I knew she'd be crying. If you give me sex for a little while, I might fucking cry. Okay? That's if you want to hurt me, you got me, brother. Deprive me of sex for a week and I might get really emotional. Right. Give me sex.
Hopefully no one ever tries to Hogan, where they're have sex with their wives. Has anyone ever tried to Hogan you? Asking for a friend where they have sex with my wife? I feel like Jordan Peterson might do that.
Red bar once I went through the sword from the stove. I don't know if that means. Rachel is steamrolling this life. I'm sorry if I'm steamrolling.
You're good.
I'm good. We got 24 hours of this.
It's a long time. You don't realize how long we've been at the podcast. 24 hours.
I feel like I can do whatever I want. Showers of bread to be different. I took the microdose of mushrooms before coffee. Fucking energy drink.
You're drinking on the rain, yeah. That's pretty good, dude.
And you guys know, Andy's a good last whatever show. I think you guys how to work. They were tired. I took pre-workout before I came. It doesn't take much. You can
When I was, that's me. If you don't want me to podcast, talking, way too much. Find somebody to talk to.
I want you to talk to Jordan Peterson.
I would love that.
That would be so fucking cool. You could probably figure that out, right?
Well, I would like to talk to him. He went on Jim Jeffries, and this is a rare moment where Jim Jeffries asked him a kind of gotcha question, and normally pundits get very defensive because he made a point. He's like, so would you say that this? And Jordan Peterson goes, yeah, you're right. What? Jordan Peterson just admitted that he was really wrong about something. So I respect him for that because he thought about the question.
I don't know if you know, but is known more for his impression than his shop commentary. Yeah. I do the Peterson impression on the show a bunch, and people request it, but I'm not convinced it's any good. Oh yeah, I've been doing it.
That's still the case.
Thank you, David. I'm still not convinced. It's really, it sounds too much like when I do my mom. Impersonation of my mom.
Has Mark ever laughed genuinely? Matt, why do you think I don't laugh genuinely? I'm very open with laughter. I don't try to shield my laughter by the something funny about it.
Can we get some more English money in the chat? English money. Snapchat, where are you at, boo?
I'm very interesting English money because it's in pounds.
I'm joking around. You fucked up. I did it on purpose. It's a funny shot. It's a joke. There's a guy that gave us I'm not sure what was it? Rubles? Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that. He gave us that, and I was like, is that English money to Jordan? Jordan didn't cut it in time.
Does Mark know the lyrics to 10? Well, there is a relation. I'm confusing right now with all I'm falsely confusing it with all the songs you guys do. Give me the start of it. It's a fun for my favorite time of week. Can't take
Thank you. Oh man, Dagestan, never heard of it.
I want to see BG on Miguel. Where he's going to get the treat.
Do you know Miguel? No, probably not. I don't know. Miguel is our friend. I used to do the show. He hates the show now. He sounds fat.
Wait, he sounds fast.
Oh,
he actually hates the show.
He hates the show. Well, he hates our fans because they were making fun of him a lot. Probably because they're so features. Yeah.
What do people expect to go to live stream and not get made fun of?
Yeah, take that look out.
Everyone's on here and everyone's like, look how cool our kids have been. Like, did you think about your bots to be like,
oh, no, we actually made a decision. Thanks for bringing that up, Mark. We made a decision. We don't want any more bots watching us. Yeah, dude. Yeah, vote on the bicep. Damn, so you can see a real big horde view right here, dude. Look at that horde. It's for real, no. Look, actually, you can see it. Is it coming back? Wait, is that horde coming back? Look at that. No, too much. Right there. Just go back and forth right there. Oh, look, you see it now, though? No, I used to have a horde. Oh, nice. Dude, Warren Brothers are out doing that. Yeah. Warren Brothers.
Look how cool Mark is. Thank you, finally.
The one thing we do need to be fair about, we get a lot of bots. All of the 100% of the negative comments are bots. We know this. Every time someone criticizes us in any way, it's just another one of those bots. Yeah, we actually a lot of bots. We do really things.
Recently, it's like, oh, haters are bots. It's like, yeah, people are paying for negative comments.
But they're doing that to us. Go ahead and make sure they get it.
What is your favorite TV show? The 18 bots. Actually, my favorite TV show might be Barry on HBO.
Here's something English money about.
Oh, thank you, Tom Timmy. Appreciate it. You're not a bot. I can tell when someone's a bot because if they say something negative, it's a bot.
I just want to be shirtless, so he would not be roasted. Hey Mark, what happens to his chug giveaway? I don't really know how giveaways work. Like I've been trying to follow that story, but I'm just like, I assume whatever shop is doing is fraudulent. Like obviously, but like that's my presumption is if you tell me that it looks fraudulent, you know more about giveaways than I do. I believe it because why would Chop do anything that doesn't benefit him financially or involve some sort of misrepresentation of reality?
The only giveaways I do are facts.
I saw Brendan piss in the sink literally every day. And the creative director at the time pulled up aside and was like, I have one request. Could you just not piss in the sink? Holy shit. And Brendan, I think, agreed. He's like, oh, yeah, what a reasonable thing to ask for.
I would never ask somebody for that because I just assume they're gonna piss in the sink. It's like, why would you ask about that? It's like, duh, if someone comes to your house, it makes sense for them to piss in the sink if they have to piss.
Some people are weird.
Dude, I'm missing all my friends' sinks. Both men's sink is full of piss right now.
Fart Brothers is when you get horny at the same time. Hilarious.
Ah, fuck. Really?
You get horny right now?
No.
I don't even have a horn number on card.
If y'all are wearing hats inside, please discreet pussy. It doesn't matter. That's a bot comment. We found a bot. We found a bot. We found a bot. We found a bot.
And I'm thinking, Mark, is it going for some chicks? Sure, call Brendan out for gripping the soles of sturdy shoes while sitting on podcast. I noticed he had a lot of weird mannerisms. Like he does like self-soothing activities, like he rubs his legs a lot. You know, like he's very tactile. So this is a neutral observation, just because certain personality types I think do like rubbing behaviors, or like he's always doing this and this. Yeah. You know, he's like, what is it called? Snipping.
Yeah. It's like self-soothing.
Yeah. Constantly.
Oh, yeah. He does that all the time.
I saw it once a night.
I have my own compulsions, but then if people make you aware of them, you become subconscious.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm conscious or... Oh, I used to play with my beard on. I still do. And they would talk about that on the podcast. Like, oh, he's on his beard again. Tell him to stop.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. Mark, you hook up with
What's your
Okay.
favorite?
Stop.
What do you do with
You don't need to read that. You don't need to.
Jamal, let's see. Did Chop take his dick too straight or require a rain chaser? Great. That's great.
Oh, shit, dude.
It's called autism. Shop's not autistic.
Yeah.
He's mentally retarded. Why will he answer us? So I got rid of this and I was called Victoria. Turns out, hopefully you'll find a better future, but she's the most deranged person who's ever worked for Chop. And I wouldn't say that it wasn't true.
She's crazy.
What's your great? Fucking
Y'all must have forgot.
I like reading.
it wouldn't surprise me if she ended up in jail the next 2 years. I'm just saying.
Whoa, that crazy?
Maybe.
Okay, allegedly. Sure, I get it.
Why would I say something that didn't come out to be true? You know what I mean?
Did you ever see, let me rephrase this question, because it is one of my questions, Mr. Mark. What's the most creative you've seen Chop take at work? I like both.
Jesus Christ.
It wasn't happy about the night that work.
Like, I just need to he texted him out that would make me nauseous. You know, where I'm like, I take him, get him transferred. It's like, one can be fun.
Yeah.
It gives you some sort of buzz.
It's a liquid.
He would get happy. There was happy
Oh,
shot.
I thought it was like in shots. Yeah, it's like heroin, right?
I'm talking about how he used to do like Jack Daniels and shit.
That's crazy.
Who's in that?
Tommy Lee. I think a bunch of drugs and FS, but like this, I don't know. I just we're trying to put him in. Inject things in.
Drink it. You don't even need to drink it. Why do that?
So funny. It's like, there are people here. Look at all the people that are excited. Here's the paper mache.
I used to inject pencils directly into my penis.
Oh my God.
That's not even when it was really bad.
Mark is that like the serious going to
Christian, you're blocked. Block comment by
surprisingly, sex. From what I know about her now, and I say that with like, I don't know, it's not shaming anybody or like, I'm not one of these like, oh, of course, I go, I know enough about her to that's all. What do I know? I'm just a guy.
I heard she stands 10 toes down. That's what people were telling me. She stands 10 toes down.
She does stand 10 toes down.
I mean, I don't know. What is your favorite bit from the Gringo Pod beef?
So, wouldn't it be cool if I was gay? Things like, it was just like bros, like we're paying with the bros. Yeah. Just everyone was gay.
Yeah, now we fuck each other, yeah.
It's a good one. It's gonna be like, it's just so hacky. I don't know. It's just like, I just like, I mean, I'm confused. My favorite bit was just kind of like what I thought about the most, like watching you do it and like act out. Or like, what if God had to like be consistent? It's funny how he works gayness into everything he does. Because look, playing high school football or whatever, it's like you're always making gay jokes. It's good, it's good. But when you see like a 40-year-old man constantly making gay jokes, what's going on there? What's going on with fascination with penis where every single episode you talk about dicks?
I don't even believe that he plays video games, right? Because you know the videos, like when we play video games with each other, like what video game does he play? Right? So that's just like, he's like this non-human trying to relate to humans for the podcast.
He doesn't have a fucking console.
He's too stupid.
It's another abstract thing where he's like, guys play video games, right? I can pass it off as something that I do that's normal.
He's probably bad at every single video game. Video games?
Yeah, because video games are, I get up video games and I realized how much better my friends were than me. I'm like, oh, you actually turn me on. And 3 years of playing games, so I can just get through the view. A guy who's good at video games.
I really just play Tony Hawk for the music. I'm being honest. We're not doing all caps. So, no.
You actually like the
no, because it's just like attention grabbing and they got and it's also like if they're not here all the time, it's like I'm not gonna they're taking away time from Tom Jimmy and Palestine Jews all the time. Brendan Schaub is
So it's usually like that.
well, listen, you think I'm Antoine Davidson too.
Someone said happy sure Mark would be one of the pros in this scenario. I certainly would be. Why would you exclude me? You guys fucking love me.
If we do any kind of gay joke, it's ironic.
Gay community is some of the biggest supporters.
I gotta do something. I'm pissing like a
And
goddamn.
love for gay dudes.
Oh yeah. I mean, isn't it sick? I mean, I do it every night, every day.
Yeah. 7 days a week.
Only game Papa's good at is NASCAR.
All caps, no gas.
Can you do me a favor? Adam is one of our loyal supporters, and he has a wife named Ellie. Can you say, what's up, Adam and Ellie? Make sure to cuddle tonight, something like that. You know,
What's up? Wait. Makes you cuddle.
yeah!
What the fuck?
Dude, if Ellie is not turned on by that, then I don't know what else to do. Adam.
I'll sit back and watch voice videos sometimes, like the whole video is like, that's my way to the world. And like the music video is like about this like tragic rape. It's about like the incident of like the romantic tragedy is like the girl makes a cake for the guy, but he like leaves the room for a second and she's like, have this cake.
I want to show you,
Let's see one decided to write
Adam,
That was cool. I actually wanted to do that. That was great. That was great. I think you could do so many versions of that song. There could be a Shaw version, Peter's version, Gerardo version.
I like the part that I have
Definitely.
Sean took on all the episodes where I appeared as a guest on the Fire Kid from the video, but just like clips of me from the episodes. I think the clips channel, I think it's took the audio version. This was like just like, it's like, like even though I appeared in like 100 episodes after that, like the cat's chair or whatever, I'm like, oh, you got me. You took down the 5 episodes that I'm on as a guest.
Pearson, you say you're still on the record. Like a quite music.
You can find me, you can take down the audio versions of mine as well, and then I'll do clips where it's like, oh, Mark Carly talks about lifting weights on this episode. Couldn't finish the job.
That's lazy. I like
We're 22.
Two S words. People look at so that's pretty great.
Called on more for saying he played in the film. I feel like he does get called out a lot, but it's insane. That is an insane.
Can we just become more brothers?
Just because he did so far from doing that, it's like I'm showing up and fucking like Buffalo Bills. That's how close he was to the end.
It's like having a courtside seat out of the Lakers game and saying that you played this
Ross Martin breaking on the Lakers 46 times. I told I was there when there's multiple compulsive repeats saying that because you'll say this Joe Rogan, for example, said so many times I love what compulsive repeat themselves. He said he did it. In reality, we were in culture when we're having the deadlifting and benching. Now, for the record, I did it 33 times as a 19-year-old in college, so it's like, this isn't that impressive, right? And then doing that 33 times, it's an NFL level number. However, you also have to, like, be your linebacker and you bench press 225 times. You also have to run a 4.6. You also have to have a fucking, 38-inch vertical. And you also have all these other things that you super good football. So bench press is really not relevant to what bigger picture you got. You want to use Brendan is out there as if he's like, look at who's struggling. It's like, no, first of all, the time he's referring to, they would turn into 40 reps because he kept repeating this in Cincinnati and say 42 or whatever. I was there. You did 3 reps, which is impressive for a strong bench. 30 reps is very good. However, it's a culture. And I have photographic evidence of this. They don't weigh 45 pounds. Everybody knows that. There's calibrated plates for powerlifting that are colored and they're from Amigo or whatever. There's certain brands of powerlifting plates are calibrated to exactly, but just regular iron plates, there's like discrepancies between each one.
Interesting.
As low as 41 pounds. So it's possible if you take 3 pounds off each weight, all of a sudden you're dealing with 12 less pounds, which is significant. So that's not much less than 12 pounds for 3 reps. And you're rising off your chest and not looking up. You may not count in a combine situation. And then you lying about it and turning it into 4 units. Yeah, you're there. Why would you tell you something different? Yeah, just classic biological lie where you just rely on other people like, hey, I was there. I didn't do 40 units 30. And then because he kept saying it, like, and Rogan's impressed by it because he wasn't there, so why would you lie about it? Right. You should know that. Because again, bitch I've seen shop and bench press for plates that don't need to lie, but what do you need to exaggerate?
The other thing was impressive enough.
Yeah. So, but then he, it's real where he's posting for like, oh, look, he posted himself doing a bench press.
Yeah.
And of course, you just post like a picture of the bench press. And it's like, well, everybody just did you tweet out this many? It's like, cool, but show you's doing it. Wow, it's just did 700 pounds. Here's a picture of 700 pounds on the bench. Why don't you just focus on it? So then he posted a video. It's like, but you did 26 reps. What happened to the 40? You know, in his mind, he was like, see, like, no, we don't.
It's less, yeah.
Wait, I said,
And he's like, what do you believe? You're the guy that sent a dick pic to my stepdad.
you do 100 reps. You know, I just did 20, obviously. I did 100.
This is a great question. Do you think Brendan can do an oil change?
That's ready. That's ready. Truth.
It's so funny.
Is there any evidence of him performing a wheel change?
I don't see any online. Seems like he barely put gasoline in. That's a night. We're talking night.
6'5" bench press and 225 done count. Yeah, I do. Okay, so what the done count thing was really funny because we were looking, and I think did I maybe present this video when I was running career events, but I showed a video, maybe it was Brian's opener. This is really rough guy.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
He's a cool guy. I think I'll let them. As we were referencing this, I was like, dude, Chubb's so ridiculous for like trying to walk you.
Yeah.
He's got a short arm, 20 pound dumbbells. Which is, if most commercial gyms are 120 pounds, so that's a lot, right? And he shoulder presses them with a range of motion like 9 times or something, which is shit.
Yeah, he's a big dude.
But he had like, so if you know what wrist wrap is, it's for wrist support. It's so your wrist doesn't like collapse.
I need that.
Help you if you put an elbow wrap, that creates an elastic advantage where it's like, now, you're super athletes. This is just for support. Sean looks at me and goes, if we're in wrist wraps, it doesn't count. It's like, what? It doesn't help you lift more weight, it helps your wrist.
Yeah, he probably doesn't. He either is lying or he doesn't know.
He's just what's the thing I can use to dismiss the person who's doing better?
Yeah.
It's going to say, it doesn't even count. What a wrist wrap to do exactly. They help you lift more weights. I don't know.
He like hates anybody that does anything. You know, when the question like, can you either say can Chop do a oil change and then someone, I think it was Mark Burr, say can Chop change a tire. The real question is can Chop change a light bulb?
He's a man who's scared of you know, he's scared
Hello.
Yeah, I mean, so you know, he really doesn't read comments.
He's scared of
Yeah.
like I read them because I know give me something to argue. This is fun for me. I read them compulsively looking for conflict.
I just learned a long time ago that you can never ever read, even in the later figures. I haven't read a single one of these things coming out. Baseball dead letter. What did you guys think about what happened to Mama's dog? Now they guess.
Donald Trump's not doing that.
Donald Trump, that dog off. Probably has his own solo pop.
As I'm looking over all this,
Big dog.
I had this video on my son. When I lost my cat in late 2021, early 2022, my cat went missing for 8 days. Me and the water really torn up by that. I thought the cat was dead. Like, you have to accept when the cat goes missing, you're like, you have to
I
accept.
remember that, yeah.
And I sent to him privately, like, can we check out the video like of us? We just found a cat. And you're sleepless, like you haven't slept in a video. You can't even stay with night, like take shifts. Like, it fucks with you mentally so much. And I get home, I'm super into my animals, so it's like this is all you can think of. Sure, yeah, you're right. I sent it to him going like this. And Jamel, like we found, you know,
coming in eating rabbits because he does. It's raining too cold. It's like the coldest day in fucking January like ever. Most day got lost. We were super weird. And you hear like Luana's like talking to her mom like in German in the background, and both kind of like crying, like and I was about to faint. Like I'm like, no, but I was emotional. Sure. He plays it on fucking Fire the Kid and starts making fun of us. Oh shit. He was like, I got Luana in the background. I'm like, you're doing a Hitler joke about Luana crying because she's being with her mom, and like making fun of my god. Hey, bro. Like, but it's now I don't take offense to it. It just tells me like you have no empathy. Probably not. And you don't understand people's relationship with pets.
I know that too because we lost a cat. Rogan and Shorty find our cat. Can't find. Yeah.
No, it's cats. You need to keep them indoors. I don't take my cats outside and monitor them and take them inside. The cats want to be outside all the time.
How many cats do you have? Oh shit.
And I walk them every day too.
Really? With like a leash?
I don't walk her, I just walk them. They like to play in the corner of our apartment complex, and they just like to smell shit and be outside as much. But if a cat had its way, it would be outside most of the day.
I like cats. But I have a dog. I like the dogs too. Yeah. Do you have a? That's why. Sure, the cat daddy. What's that?
And but also like all animals, there doesn't have to be the dog cat dichotomy. I also love dogs too. It's just dogs are higher maintenance.
Yeah, you can't really like beef with the dog. You have to make all these plans.
Dogs are like selectively bred dogs to be more attached to humans and need more human attention. Kind of by yourself. Cats require like 20 minutes interaction a day.
Which is why I think Brenda's figured out. It's like, you get a dog, you give it back, or take it to get murdered or whatever.
Hey, remember when he tried to, remember when he fucked up the hypoallergenic, like Russian blue cats or whatever, like, there was a specific kind of cat they're looking for. I was the person he tasked with helping him find this breeder. It's very hard to find hypoallergenic. There's like a bunch of stats for like breeding cats. He got scammed first. Maybe after this, but like it's a difficult landscape to navigate if you're not savvy. There's probably a lot more dog breeders out there. Cats that are like don't trigger allergies or anything like that. It's like a couple breeds, and you're going to be hairless cat. It's one kind of cat. And I connected them with these people who were legit. And he goes on his podcast after like I secured the deal. I'm like, you're gonna pick him up this week. Yeah. And he talks shit about the kids, these stupid fucking cats and the others. And somebody from Reddit forwards it. And it was one like someone clipped it and was like, you can easily, because like there's one breeder of these certain kinds of cats in LA, so they sent it to him. And they saw like recently screeched up this hostile message with him. He's like, but also fairly, it's like I'm glad your husband like outed himself and like for being like you saved us the trouble of like giving one of our cats to a horrible would be a horrible pet. Thank you. But he couldn't even. I was like, well, yeah, you can't like you compulsively talk shit about so many things in your life that you don't even realize like you just paid me to work 20 hours to find these cats, and then you're just like couldn't keep your mouth shut long enough for one fucking podcast episode. You're not talking shit about a stranger when you're about to do business with and fuck up your whole opportunity.
I mean, Chavez says, I like how you bring up how he keeps getting scammed. I think we should try to
He is the biggest I mentioned before how before we're going to talk about the magic of humans.
Like, Shav, you need alien insurance.
Yeah, it's like, oh, here's your social media. Yeah. I used to run this scam where she would get more followers. There's an automated process that you can do where, okay, let's say you're something, right? There's like an automated thing that likes random people's stories. Yeah. Because if you're like, check mark and followers, and somebody sees
you like your story, the guys traffic your page, and they follow you. So it actually does work.
Yeah.
But at the time, it was being counterbalanced by the fact that he had fucked with Bobby Lee, and like so people were just like unfollowing him by the thousands. It's like you can't make up for this. Like it wouldn't work if you had a net control following. But
Or
I was just going through all these screenshots of people being like, oh hey, thanks for liking my story, Brendan. Like, because I'd be sending it to him. It's like, you know, he hired this guy. I remember, like sniffed him in the final month because he just didn't feel like paying him. Yeah, it was like $5,000 a month for this thing. He's like, not getting any results. I'm like, well, it is. It's just if you look at how many followers you're getting, it's just being drowned out by the unfollowers because there were no action. It's crazy.
It's crazy because when you hit that $100 millions, it's like you don't see the unfollowing rate really.
But just someone who didn't play other content. Yeah, exactly. The delusion. Somebody says, Mark, you know how hard it is to play in the NFL, but somehow someone who didn't play on their college team is playing in NFL. Wait, is that reference to current players? Because if so, I don't know. I don't follow NFL currently. Guys, give me the PGL Power B has got a person Guys, stop. Let me talk. Jesus.
I don't know even what number we're on now. I almost thought you did the first 3 hours bearable.
I was thinking about the production value versus this first one.
Yeah.
Like, it's like the first one looks amazing. It's the theater and the lights.
Yeah.
Everything's so perfect. It was like this looks like it was shot in someone's like basement.
Great camera. My favorite joke is actually on the first one of Shops. When he's like hunting with Joe Rogan. When he's hunting with Joe Rogan and he goes, where are the turkeys at? Over there? Okay, cool. He kicks all the turkeys. Fucking hilarious, dude.
Why is he kicked? I don't remember this joke.
Because he's like, it's so easy to kill them. You know, you don't need a gun. You can just kick the turkeys. He's like, where are they at? Over there? Okay, oh yeah, for sure. And he starts kicking them.
I don't know, man. I like all these jokes. Catalystness towards animals.
Yeah, that's a good point, Mark. I mean, turkeys are great. You ever see those wild turkeys? They're so funny and they're kind of friendly.
Yeah.
Some of them you pet them.
I get hunting more turkeys. I kill one elk and eat them for the rest of the year. I totally get that. But I don't know. Trophy hunting is a little weird to me. But I get like the argument for it is it drives animal conservation.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta kill a deer.
I just every time I go, yeah, let me go kill a lion.
I wouldn't want to do that.
So I can put his head in fucking shoot carrots.
That'd be cannibalism.
Close environment. And I have a high-powered rifle.
Talk about a lion killing a lion?
Mark, let me ask you a question about that. Do you feel any kinship to lions now? That's ridiculous. You always have?
I remember as a child, I saw this guy, an article about a guy, like, who somehow had, like, he had a pet lion, but there was some, like, he might have been South Africa, like, he lived in a place where there would be more, like, an actual lion in the wild.
Yeah.
But he befriended a large cat, and they're on this, because they're on the internet where they, like this with him, South African guy, who, like, he kind of has this like herd of lions, and he also does hyenas, and he knows other behaviors. You can own a tiger and develop a friendship. Tigers are much more solo, like they in nature, they have their own territory and they go solo. But lions are highly social. They're the most social big cats, right? So I've always thought it'd be so cool if I could have a big cat. You know, because they act just like regular cats, just bigger.
Yeah.
You know, and they can, instead of like, oh, it's like scratch my arm, it's like you're dead. But you know,
this question I wanted to ask you next right here. It's I think you got lost in the sauce here. We're already on another take of the Gringo Puppy. Goddamn, dude, not enough. Did he delete it? It was a great question. Oh, here we go. This is it right here. Do you think Brendan has ever read an entire book without pictures?
Such a quick note. He only reads picture books. He hasn't read like Hemingway or Jane Austen. Jane Austen.
Do you guys remember, like, I've never heard how I say this. Harry Potter was also the highest rated person with that, but I have a little Tim Kennedy story. In the rugby community. When he was on the food truck diaries when I was working there, and he came in and he goes, Tim was very gracious to me. I also get that he seems to have told some ridiculous sociopathic lies that I'm like, what the fuck? Like, okay, isn't it enough to be a great Ray who like was a great MMA fighter? Yeah. You have like so you know you did more crimes in order to see. And no one's checking that for you. They're like, yeah, you got that idea. Who's around you? You know. What's your upbringing like? This is attention.
Did you have a bad childhood with the Vietnamites? Tim Kenny's like, yeah, I was elected the other day and I was just shooting all the
Watching Cal trying to explain, and Sean always has this like broad stroke, like, no, I got it. So okay, look, kid is you got, and Cal's like, no, precisely what the argument is no, you were not getting the broad Star Wars, shit that I know about. The Cal research, and I'm understanding like why it's a big deal to. You know, like, you might even go from this star to something really you know, but he actually went into it. It's how high the dude really fucking, you have to be very nuanced to make it. People were talking about the technicalities of metals that they did, and it's in that world is very quiet, highly specific, and not misrepresent yourself.
Well, that's the thing about that world. You're not sure, but you're going to find out you got it.
What the fuck is that? I was like, huh? Sometimes the physical guy can't make it because I was watching the physical guy and listening. This is going to be fun.
Well, I'm glad that we have a line in here with the damn fun. And I'm like, why not just say you didn't read it? Gives a fuck. Nobody thinks you're a reader. And then you go, I'm sorry, let's go tell me. And allow Tim to talk. Right? He can tell you. Why does everything have to be predicated on a lie? Make yourself, you know, because that worked. Because like he asked the questions that I told him to, or he set up because he was the ask him, so oh, it's your job about this. You know, and Tim Purvis, if he'd asked one follow-up, it's like, oh, like, remember the chapter about this? And he'd be like, yeah. That's one follow-up. House of Cards. I got a stupid Tim Kenny out here. Tim Kenny, ever been killed by him? Martin Brennan after that video of him congratulating him for his Ringo Poppy special, or did Chen actually come up with that on his own unprompted?
It was planned unprompted, but here, let me say this. What kind of person would you anticipate? Like, because like, it was like, oh my God, you got a surprise birthday. But it's like, I don't want that. You know, don't give me an emotional thing. Right. Like,
I'm recording a podcast. So, great job to make me cry all the time.
Like, it's telling of what the environment necessitates like shit manifests as something that needs to happen. And Brendan, if it didn't happen, would feel insulted.
Yeah.
He needs to have some sort of self-congratulatory, emotional, like celebration of his like, oh my god, thank you for the Academy Award.
Yeah.
Like, you put on a 26-minute video on YouTube. What the fuck are you talking about? You know?
And it's got bumpers too, so it's like 23.
And in the comments, it's like maybe had this one some award, like oh you won the Mark Twain Award or whatever, or the Andy Kaufman Award for comedy. Like it's not an accomplishment to post a video to YouTube.
Yeah.
So I don't get what the like premise is. So it's like congratulations on uploading a video. And we also celebrated when it hit 1 million views. It resulted in her bought 300,000.
Oh shit.
He bought views on the Rio Poppy.
Yes.
Wow.
And I heard from the sort of person who bought it, who was like, I need it because he felt in his mind that getting to 1 million views would like
It's a benchmark.
if it were wrong, yeah. But he gets fixated on like it needs to be this, it needs to like be a certain thing.
Speaking of being fixated, I don't expect you to watch all of our shows, but we have this idea that Shop hates us, right? So if you could do me a favor, because we've articulated our views on this, right? And so it's been asked a bunch of times in the chat, if you can close your eyes and paint the picture for me of what it would be like if he finds where we are and how he would potentially hurt us. Go for it.
Yes.
Close your eyes.
Sean would handle if he figured out where you guys lived and actually was forced to watch your content.
Yeah.
Which you would have to force him to watch it because the moment anybody made any sort of fun of him, like he doesn't just like it's fun for me the moment joke. Like I said before, it's like if it's a good joke, like please by all means, if it's a shitty one, okay, but your community is very fun. You're not like you're not vicious.
You leave unscathed when you're here, is what you're saying.
I mean, like out of all the places that like make shop content, you guys are very
Thank you.
good smoothing.
Now get to the part where he comes in and he
I'll say so.
I've never counted.
If you're a normal human being, like if you had 10 minutes of fucking Chris D'Elia or Brian Callen, they'd be like, oh, that's hilarious. Like, you guys like do a podcast about me? Like, that's funny. Shop would hand it irrationally. It's all fun and spirit.
Even though we love you.
Yeah, it's all good spirit. He would hate me the moment that he discovered that he was the butt of a joke by Cleveland's, It's like, so it's like, your mom's closet. And so he used every outlet to dispel and then he would imagine beating up or talk about beating the shit out of you or
outside of
like, yes, Sean would never confront you face to face because he has an aversion to face-to-face conflict because, like, I'm not saying he's scared of fighting. Obviously, he fought in the UFC when he was paid to do it, and I assume he has more nerves that like some people less bothered by it. It's like, it could be no matter what it's supposed to fight. I think that's the coolest motherfucker.
You're right. No, he doesn't.
Like, it's in his head. With some guys, admittedly, like George St. Pierre, like, he'd just be admitted to being very nervous, and it makes sense because he's kind of a nerdy guy, but he's just trying to fight. It's like, you're in an arena, and some dude's trying to beat the shit out of you, of course.
But you walk in here, two fat dudes are eating cupcakes.
Yeah, it's a joke. Here's what I'm saying, though, is that Brendan in real life, despite, like, his success in the UFC, he's not somebody who enjoys, like, conflict per se. Like, I enjoy confrontation more than anything else. The idea of like beating the shit out of someone who deserves it. Like for example, if like I'm just saying, like if I saw some dude like bullying my friend, like he would be like, oh, I get to beat the shit out of this guy. Let's get no violence. But that's predicated on the idea of a moral compass, right? Where right?
Damn, you're fucking smart, Mark. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, this is somebody who did
Is to be inflicting violence on people just because you're capable of it and it gives you pleasure. Any act of committing violence against people, like you draw pleasure from that. Brandon's not a sociopath, but it implies like there would be a rule. Now, of course, if somebody attacked his wife or kids, of course it's not.
Oh yeah,
I have no doubt that he would defend them.
he's gonna intersect the hell out of you.
But he wouldn't be able to comprehend or justify what the moral transgression is.
Yeah.
Now, there are fighting words, guys, but it's like, you can roast me, whatever, but there's certain things a guy can say to me, I'm like, you're inviting me to hit you.
Right, like if this,
Disrespecting me in a way that transgresses a male boundary.
like if you hate someone's Triscuits and they're like, hey, why did you sit in their mom calls you? You probably have to yell at your mom. Maybe say it to my mom.
That is a predicate for physical violence. And that's a funny thing you're going to analyze too, is that shows you the moral compass is broken there. You're attacking a guy because you hate his food. What the fuck? In his mind, he's the hero that is normal. He doesn't realize, like, oh no, you're a guy, you know, you're
Assad is one of our favorites. Dude, he's a chef. Hey, real quick, y'all talk about Papa Beans here. That's your takeaway. Lock him up. He'll blow your way out on skin tonight.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just telling you, like, why would I lie about my perception of Brandon? The most aggressive he was a chance. He likes people where he has formal authority in front of other people. And knowing that if you clap back at him, it's going to be in front of other people, therefore he's justified in firing you.
Yes.
I would be far more aggressive. Like, I would say things to him in text message that he's probably never heard before, probably. But it's just me going cold, like, you're wrong. Like, I'm sorry, Brendan, I'll be diplomatic, but I'm like, let me analyze this for you and tell you why you're incorrect. And go here. And he, like, it's around his brain because it's like, employees are, stop arguing. And I'm like, but I'm right. And you're just totally wrong to the point of, like, if I tell you that you're right, I'm actually, like, harming your business, you know? And then in person, we'd have these conflicts over text and go, just talk to Ron. And they'd be like, hey, what's up, brother? Like, he's very reconciliatory. And I'm okay, like, football coaches in my life, like, when I played college football, I had this head coach who was like a former NFL offensive lineman who was, like, super smart and, like, just an aggressive, nasty competitor. You know, he would get in your fucking face and just be like, if you fucked up, like, he would, like, grab your face mask and be like, what the fuck are you doing? So I'm okay with guys being like, you fucked up, and I'm telling you directly, but you also, if you did a great job, he'd bring the same energy to compliment you. So I'm not scared of a boss being like, you fucked up, and it's like, cool, be direct and tell me what I need to do. But Shab is like, he'll be a dick to you in a text message in group chat, but I'll see you in person, like, hey man, so I gotta be a tone down and be a little, I'm like, okay, you want me to say yes man more? Is that what you're saying? You want me to not point out that you're a fucking idiot to the group chat?
You want me to tell you what we think will happen?
Yeah.
You know, I'm very diplomatic. I mean, we're more on your side now where we don't believe he'll actually hurt us. You know what I mean? But we used to have two big red chairs. For the sole reason that we can dance around them while he tries to choke us out.
Yeah, we were thinking the chairs could maybe give us some time. We'd like hold it right in front of him and then he'd try and get us.
That's hilarious.
Last line of defense kind of
But
thing.
Bobby, they told us that we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. Trigger Billy's money is pretty good, but most of that we just put right back in the pot. As you can see from the quotas. He pays us pretty well. He's a good boss. Bobby's assertive.
Yes.
He'll tell us, like, you know, hey, there weren't enough clips about, you know, like, just
More meat, more cheese. Yeah.
where, like, we filled out this girl who isn't maybe kind of stuck here, so I know. So it's like, I always talk with Bobby every day.
Let's remember that phone call.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
He called me up. He's like, we fucking got it. It's not so good. I'm like, no way. How do you know this? He's like, fucking hackers. With a duffel bag full of cash. It's open. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna recommend you do. talk about this.
Yeah.
Try to maybe get some more information for our sure that students suggestion by you. This email address is anonymous people gave you that might be Bobby Lee's email, but maybe not. Because you don't have to verify your email. Maybe like, right? I sent like a 12-year-old to think through. Yeah. I verified this is true.
You gotta give it up to that guy that doesn't matter that made that motherfucking email from Tiger Belly. Oh yeah, that guy, dude. That's a shit's kiss. All you do is lie to me. Broken his short by or
It actually did that.
Yeah.
And made Brendan Schaub ruin his career.
And Ryan was 13 people on behalf of the server or whatever.
Yeah.
Flat Jack,
Honestly, how well do you think you do in a real fight with Bobby? I think you'd be surprised. All I've ever said about fighting Brendan is that I wouldn't be scared. It's like I played fucking college football against guys who are bigger and stronger than Brendan. I wrestled in heavyweight in high school.
a lot of guys.
Like, do you think I'm scared of being punched in the face? I've been in more street fights and we're like, I'm just not like. Do you think engaging in physical violence with guys roughly my size scares me? You must not know me.
That's how I feel about that. I got sentencing gun.
That guy's cigarette to my wife's DMs.
Oh, yeah.
Like, so it's like, do you think Lana would go for you?
My DMs.
He's from
What was you say? He's slipping more than that.
he said, give me devil face.
Did he say that?
It was actually kind of polite. I mean, hey, shoot or shoot. But he was like, you know, hey, if you're ever in London, like, come through. But it was polite, but like he was hitting on her.
If you have any London blood, come on through.
You didn't give him this. What the fuck are you talking about? Crash out. When did I crash out? When you know, my wife was tightening my.
I crashed out every day.
Cell wings for a national forest after lying in the apartment.
Truck flew past this motor.
Was Brian allowed or something from Bob? Is that what's going on? He's money for alimony to when Brendan was drinking. How much alcohol was down? A lot. Because I remember keeping track of this. And I remember I'm looking through some of the photos that I had on my phone. I was like, shop show at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Large, like, at 9 in the morning, and they just keep drinking. You guys see this face, you know, where he looks bloated. It's like, well, you're drinking whiskey all through the day. And then he would do, I remember trying to calculate how much whiskey he was drinking based on, like, he would take a large, like a glass this big, where the comedy clubs, where you serve, like, a bag of with whiskey and ice. I was trying to be like, really about like 6 shots, like he fills up with ice, and have one of those, maybe one day. So like, he was drinking at least 12 shots of whiskey that night over the course of 2 shows. And then
Little less than
I was like, he was at least drinking 30 drinks of whiskey a weekend. It was a lot. And then go to Monday. So is that alcoholism? Yeah, like, I don't know what the definition of, but
I don't know if it is or not.
he seemed to at least have a very high tolerance. And that was part of his act. It's like sipping a giant glass of whiskey on Tuesday, he would finish with it. And for somebody who struggles to pronounce words, it's not great. It's what they're kind of show me. He sounded drunk on top of
That yellow thing he was drinking on the where he dips up inside banana, he drank out of it, and where your face.
Oh, that was the shooting.
Oh, yeah.
Celebration of tied to him also.
And I think drinking that even one time makes you never want to.
How dumb were the baddies that hooked up with Bob and Bruce Calm and Bruce? Were they just, a lot of them were, but a couple of them were very intelligent and like, women are, have to understand that, like, the draw of status is enormous for most even sophisticated women. It's like, you're famous. He's also, tall, good, athlete, right? Like, is it surprising that Brendan Schaub has women offer themselves to him? A lot of them are dumb, but a few are more sophisticated. And they just see through his bullshit. He gaslights everyone he's with on the side to be like, he does this like future faking where he's like, I'm gonna leave my wife for you. Like, he uses things like, poor old me, like, I don't even see my wife anymore. It's just like a stage mirror. It's like, yes, kids, because I've seen it. So I own friends, my own friends is like this chick that I work out with, Zoo Culture, like who like pursues this. I've seen him pursue so many women that like I knew before him. It's sort of the reality of like his approach is identical. It's like Addie's Batty. He's the socials. Is incapable of not saying things. It's the same story, which involves like I'm super sympathetic. My life is actually really sad at home. 6 with my wife, so this is really cheating. Or the one that I'm gonna leave my wife for and start a family with.
Yeah, he does like a 60-year-old in the middle class. He acts like a 60-year-old in the middle class, like acting like they're gonna leave their wife. They don't really have that much money, so they can't just pay for sex and like not have to coerce.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like because you could get away with all this one. I'm famous, I have money, I'm a kid. You're the side piece.
Yeah. You can't be honest.
Yeah, he needs a shared fantasy. He has also NPD, classic behavior. You enter into a shared fantasy because I've received, like, women I didn't know that well when men reach out to me and be like, we made plans to go to a fertility clinic, talk about having kids. I'm like, what? I'm like, you're an idiot for believing that. First of all, what? Brendan was an issue. Yeah, because he develops a pretty elaborate fantasy with people that describe the next week, which creates liabilities. He's like, guess what? If you do that to enough women, one of them's going to.
That's Crystal, yeah.
Right, it's like you're upping the odds of like, cheating up women, like objects. One of them might protest. That might get momentum to a little bit more other people.
Chuck, great question. We already answered that though.
Yeah, I think things. He's an artist.
How many Addies was with all that artist? Oh, we already answered that.
He's 4 day.
Yeah. How is it awarding his lifestyle? Does it make sense, Peter? Somebody said Peter.
So I really try to not speak inaccurately, right? Because there's already so many people speculating on like he's going broke, he's doing this, like, but if I don't see your bank accounts or know your exact financial situations, I can't comment on that because I know he made a lot of money doing stand for sure. He made a lot of money doing podcasts. So like if you have any sort of financial intelligence, you can tuck some of that away.
And I think he doesn't give us relationships. Like he talks about he just bought a Corvette because he got money from the UFC or whatever.
Right. And that's the main thing is like a guy like me, if you give me a bunch of money, I'd be like, I'd buy a functional car and like I don't know, I just like the comfort of me having a bunch of money as security to kind of do what I want, not have to work. It doesn't make sense to me to be like, I got a bunch of money, I can look like I'm more rich, right? But to him, the appearance of wealth is very important. As many people in LA, maybe that I'm sad. Fucking materials.
They're in Austin now, though, and they do. One thing we're laughing about with that, with the expensive thing, he's whining all the time about Austin now, and one of the first things he said was they don't have the air one. Oh, yes, I want that. Yeah, that's a crazy thing to say.
Also, you guys have been there. Never had actually shocked. I had not been for shock. Because it's like, I hate, because I feel like, as a bodybuilder, like you come here, I eat steak and rice and chicken right now. I don't eat fancy shit, right? So I'm already cooking for myself. So like, wait, so this like $10 steak that I can get from Costco, that's amazing. I like the equivalent of that in Airline would be like $80 from the thing. I just remember going there and being like, wait, how about a drink and like a plate of food that had like meat and a side dish and it's like $40?
They're hot bar.
It's not the food is very good, but it's like going to Airline is is part of the whole, like, I'm rich and afford to you like to be seen everywhere because everything's so expensive. It prices out all the products.
Yeah, heroin's like fucking Costco on the beach, dude. Hysteria.
It's a funny little thing there. It's like me there, but like, I'm like, I can eat McDonald's.
Shout out to CR Guitar, dude. What the fuck? CR Guitar. He's in Canada. He's a great musician. He's a great follow on Instagram.
On my mom's side, her mother is Irish heritage. Mary Evelyn Lane, Irish heritage.
Dude, hit up CR Guitar.
Was it the most Irishest? What the fuck is it? Erewhon? Erewhon is like EREWHON. It's like half more expensive. It's like a grocery store where everything is like 3 times the price of a normal grocery store. It's like, oh, here's this small thing of strawberries. It's $18.
I've never bought food. Well, under a grocery shop there, I have gotten some food there too. It's expensive. It's like $30 for juice. 60.
So, Theo Vaughn referred to me as Protein Pony when I was out of the room.
Oh, wow.
And it became this little moment.
That's pretty
Showing
great.
back at me. Because here's what happened. I had never met Theo. He was flying in and out. So, like, the first time I met him was when he came in for King of the Sting one episode early on in my tenure working there. When I started to help with King of the Sting. I met him, said, what's up? We're cool. And he just got off the plane, and you could tell he didn't want to be there. You know, like that whole energy, that whole theory of like, he really wanted to, he made some big reference to like, but you don't blame him because even his travels the country got to do it.
The worst flight of all time.
Yeah. Like, when you're already traveling from Canada, it's like, why would you want to do that for? And I'm sure it was lucrative. There's something that's like, you know, if you're thinking about, you know, correct. If I was making it, you could not pay me enough to like take another flight across the country.
But then again, podcasts are so powerful that sometimes you watch the radio about 4 hours.
And while I'm falling out, there is certainly a reason that they do not associate with one another. I'm not going to go into the specifics of it, but just know that Chappelle's one of my closest friends. He is a person with the utmost integrity as a human being, and those kinds of people tend to not last very long with Brilliant Shop. Right? So I'm not going to make details. I'm just saying that you apply this to anybody who looks like a good person, they're not going to last very long with Brilliant Shop. Chappelle's also
That's not.
Chappelle and Chappelle are like polar opposite.
I just want to say it's
Drug addicted whore, the other one's an incredible artist who's an introvert and doesn't give a fuck about, you know, attention so much as, you know, he's just good at comedy and gymnastics and other things. Like, Chappelle's a very talented human being and also, you know, is a committed artist and is a likable, down-to-earth person.
shout out to Truck Boy for asking all these questions. There has been a question throughout the chat is thoughts on Kalila. You don't have to go too far into it.
Oh yeah, I mean, my honest,
She's our boss. She's one of our bosses. She's our jewels. I mean, she's a great person. I don't know about that, but my boss, Nick, yeah, but just words, Mark, Blake, check. Okay, I mean, I gotta go back there.
yeah, I do. I did a bit on what's that show called? It was a podcast that's no longer posted, like with Richie the Clown. There's a clip I know that has some music that me mocking Kalila and Kroger from Blue Accent. But I do believe she has psychopathic tendencies, as evidenced by her poetry. So it's unearthed her poetry, and it's extremely dark. And if it's any sort of accurate representation of her thought process, it seems to be highly exploitative, manipulative, like fantasies of, you know, wealth, power, celebrity, like sadistic behavior towards men,
like if you found someone's journal and saw this shit, you'd be like, this person writes things. You know,
I wonder, yeah, I do.
so that's my evidence for that. And also, in person, she seems to be performatively, emotionally intelligent, right? She doesn't go like, when we consider being mindful of the things that we talk, so right, she's misdirecting you with a calm, deliberate, she's articulate and smart enough to misdirect away from the fact that she's calculated, vindictive, sadistic, right? If you look at enough clips of Tiger Belly, you'll see evidence of her being, when the mask slips, she's sadistic. She has enough self-awareness about them all the time, and she often comes across as genuine. And I believe that she is very close to Bobby, but like, I have to assume she is very calculated in her pursuit of Bobby, and she's incentivized to make relationships as legitimate as possible and her love legitimate, even though I would assign very ulterior, like, calculated motives for her to pursue Bobby and become well-known and famous. Although I'm not saying she didn't do anything for Bobby. I'm not saying she doesn't have talent to sound like a manager for him, almost, you know, like to like set him up and kind of like, in a sense, exploit him, but benefits him, but also benefits her way more. Mutually beneficial.
Writing poetry to me is interesting enough as so being in this world of like Rogan comedians, like diaries and poetry. Like I'd love to read, like, I don't know. I mean, obviously Shop's diary, but he doesn't write. But like Rogan, what's in Rogan's diary? Jeff died. Does he write poetry? Like, there's a haiku about how women are whores. I don't know how to do haikus, but it would be like something about I'm as horny as Martin's horny. All right. So I'm gonna slow down. Come on, that was good.
What makes Baba look like a photographer who comes down his best brains from yard sale? That's a great little word salad. I don't even know if being insulted about it. Aaron says Bobby Lee is so real. Why isn't he making jokes about being forced to do cuckoldry? Wasn't forced to do cuckoldry. Like, technically, I know people throw around the term cuck a lot. It's like, if a girl that you're dating fucks someone else, but it's like, oh, does it imply watching?
I don't get it because like Papa does say that quite a bit. He called Baron a cuck.
Yeah,
and like
I feel like it's an overused word these days.
Yeah, I think
it's like, cock.
Yeah. I said that I
heard from a girl that you fucked that you like to hear. You know, you got off on her describing, this is from the girl's mouth. He would get, during sex, he'd say, describe the biggest black dicks you ever had. Oh my God. I was like, I can't hear that. This is Shop sexual fetish.
Wait, women tell people that? Oh, like a million things. You know, like finding out women say what you tell them. Hold on, we got something. Can you get Rob back on the phone? Henry, your lawyer. I need to run some lawsuits. When I said that direct sex, I didn't know that you could say it.
Can we screenshot that? Fuck, somebody just asked me a question. Oh, what I thought that's slow Joe. Yeah, she's in person. It's what I was funny about this. Her portrayal in the real Poppy specifically is that it's predicated on her being a snake.
Yeah,
and like hot tempered and this and that. It's like, if you meet Joanna, she's incredibly sweet. But you know, she's like wannabe Kim Kardashian, right? What's this Kim Kardashian mean in that? I mean, like, it's like, she's very polite and conscientious and sweet. Like, no shop will like privately complain about her, like, oh, in arguments and this and that. I'm like, well, yeah, like anybody who doesn't buy in here, like, say the worldview arguments with.
Sure, I would imagine that she's like not accurately portrayed by Shop for sure. There's no way he's like describing her accurately. No, crop out the ugly.
I know for a fact that's actually true. He told me how there's a joke in Gringo Poppy where he goes, crop out the uglies. As a bag of videos, we're in a group chat, dumbass. And he's saying that to his wife.
Yeah.
And I go, did she really say that? And he goes, no, that was me.
Therefore,
I was like,
oh yeah, we don't talk about it.
there's always a swapping going on, right? There's always a rejection or a like reversing of the victim and the offender.
I'm fast for service. Call what it is. Dark 40 chips. No, yeah, they explain 40 chips.
5 each chest. Like for the chest is enough, but 40, like, he's like, hey, what's it? Just,
Yeah, 10 million.
and what's the age dimension?
What's 40? Like,
Okay, I'm 40.
I mean,
Some people just give him money.
I know, it's very nice. Thank you, Tim. I think it's because, like, you're already spitting facts as it is. They don't ever question. They don't question the facts that Mark Carney spits.
Somebody said, honest thoughts on Brian Callen. Okay, love you, Brian. You want to hear something funny that I learned recently?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think you, I mean, I don't know, like, who cares? I know somebody who was flying around in his private jet going back to work. Austin, LA, he's for a time period, he was flying around. So, I know real people, I'm personal friends with Brian loved Richard. Brian's a favorite people of Richard.
He also likes people in cow costumes.
Lopez, I don't know what that fucking story is with the Lopez. I don't know. I've seen one context, and I'm like, what the fuck was he doing? He certainly wasn't a joke. This guy who's ushering Callen back and forth, he told me some stories about how he is the most ridiculously and astoundingly unpunctual person I have ever heard. Sometimes come late. I remember Brendan being annoyed by him because he'd be like, oh, I'm running late because there's no deal on traffic. And he would like check the traffic, like race over the road. There's no fucking traffic. But it's like, no big deal. You're like, 30 minutes late for a podcast. He would do like 8 hours. Like, and I know, but Brendan did seem annoyed by it, fairly so, because like for the most part, Brendan's on time and kind of considers it like his big unit that it's a guy to show up. It's like, okay, you suck at your job, but yes, you're Brian apparently has a more difficult relationship with time, and I get that as like an ADD symptom, like time management, time distortion are problems. However, the details of some of the stories I've heard, I was like, Brian is 8 years old when it comes to time. Like, I heard like 10 different stories from this guy. It's like, I hung out with him for a month, and he fucked up so many times for his own shows. Middling for like big, like Tony Hicks is headlining, and like Kim Condon is like opening, and you're like 30 minutes late. Like, not even like when you're supposed to be there just for the show. So like somebody has to come on and like yell. It was like not 2 minutes or whatever. Like, that's Angelo as your stand-up. Like,
Kim Condon's not like 30 extra minutes.
I go, oh my god, just not a lot. But then it's like, dinner. So we'd be like, oh, hey, let's meet for dinner at 7. And it's like, yeah, I'm outside the restaurant. And like, they don't come till 9 p.m. or something like that. It's like, so basically, like, that is like, so it's a representation. If he's talked about it before, he's entitlement. Remember he was like, I used to view myself as like one of the chosen ones. He is self-aware of his own entitlement. I mean, it makes his sure, but he's references. So that's why I feel safe kind of like saying that it's a secret. Like, but he feels entitled. He doesn't be late for shit. Or he'd be like, I'll come over at 6 for having dinner. And the guy would show up and it's like, I'm here at 6. He's like, oh, we're still doing grocery store. Getting the ingredients for the dinner, motherfucker? Like, what do you do? Like, why would you do that? David, just forget about shit. We're just, like, it's a situation where he goes, I literally have to stop hanging out with him because he's like, so late.
It's annoying. I really hate that shit. My friend Cutter Honier is a piece of shit. He's late to everything. He's a director. He's just like, why would you want to work with someone like that? He sucks ass. You know people like that?
It's disrespectful. Well, no, not to an extreme. You can get away with it more. The more status you have, like, because you have celebrities where it's like, for example, I don't know if you follow the Clive, just about Lemmy lawsuit, but like, you hear a lot about like actors holding shit up on set, like The Rock and Vin Diesel, like, I'm talking about how Vin Diesel were like hold up production. If you're an A-list actor and you want to have a temper tantrum, there's not much you can do to like force Vin Diesel out of his trailer to do a show. It's going to cost money, but what are you going to fire him? There's no like mechanism in place to like punish you not showing up on time.
What do you say, volume punch me? I know there's something there. I was like, what did he say? Thank God. 3 heads.
Exactly.
Tony Hitchcock, go. Oh, yeah.
Tony Hitchcock, did you guys have fun?
Oh, yeah, we do. Yeah. He's there, really? Oh,
No, I'm like, I don't wish to.
he's absolutely horrendous at the end of the show. He's another guy that was actually nice to me. Not kept an eye when I met him, but his stand-up is just very bad. You said something that was very, I think,
When he's on Kill Tony the show.
not really.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. Kill Tony shows are great, right? But he's only part of my name. What I said the other day was that he's a open micer that got his way. Like the fantasies of an open micer. Tony Hitchcock, for some reason, would just achieve all that. Yeah, without really the talent.
To corroborate that, because I also met him. It was really nice to meet him. A funny joke about me. He called me like half man, half sea. Come over something funny joke. And I was like, oh, that's funny. A funny roast, you know. And that was me. And my buddy, who is out as a comic in LA, seemed to have an issue. Like, I brought him up once and he was like, that fucking guy walks around the comedy store like he's the fucking king of the universe. So apparently he does rub it the wrong way.
People say that. People have said that about him a lot. I mean, the only interaction I've had with him is I did kill Tony once. He was nice to me on that. And then after the roast battle, he gave me some compliments. So, like, both times I was like, and he didn't need to be like, he could have slammed me because I bombed. So, both times I was like, all right, well, this guy's a nice guy. But that was before. So I do still feel bad about clowning him. My thing is, I want to be as honest as possible. His stand-up is god-awful. We watched one shot, and you can't even find it online. And I have seen him actually do that in person, the thing where he's like acting like a big deal. I told the story in the pod before. I was at the roast battle once, and he tried to make fun of this random open micer in the crowd. And this open micer, I like the guy. But again, I'm going to be honest. He is not fun. He is not good at stand-up. He's somebody who actually might kill me. So I love the guy. I love him. But he, at least at the time, he wasn't very good at stand-up. He said something back to Tony, and then Tony tried to slam him and didn't go that well. But then the open micer was like, Stan, your special one shot. No one liked it, and he got a big pop, right? And then Tony tried to come back, and it took him off. And then the open micer came back to me, but he was like, yeah,
I remember there's been some moments in my life. I remember we used to roast each other in my fraternity. We like, as part of the initiation, you do like an anonymous roast. You would tell what the pledge is to like you'd write a roast. And small team has basically as action you're writing a roast, right? Yeah. So you know where it's coming from. So it's very fun. One dude, he was, I think, closeted gay, but because he was also like really in your face, like narcissistic and like overcompensating straight, that was what made it like, you know what, this out gay. Right? But like he was a dick and a douche and like a narcissist. The final joke of the entire evening, somebody goes up here and goes, like, sir, whatever, you're gay and no one likes you. And it was just like, oh, I was like, and then I remember he came and said, you fucking said the joke. I'm like, no, why would I? That's so mean.
That's a great, you can feel
like it's one of those things that brands in those rooms go, like, say your special sucked. Yeah. And it's like, if it did, and you just have to say that, and it gets a laugh, like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, it was so much worse. It was so much worse than that because he kept trying to think.
Oh, yeah, and then you're trying to one up it.
Yeah.
And it's not
it got worse and worse, and the crowd started chanting the open micer's name, and like, Coney sucks. Yeah, it was insane. I said this on the podcast, and 2 people messaged me, actually more than 2 people. They messaged me about it, about other times that exact same thing happened. So this has happened to Tony 3 times at least. Random open micers.
That's actually a fucking brilliant idea. I would go and do my own picture of it and
Bryce sent terrible dick pics out. Like,
Oh,
you have to be like, confront him about it. Like, hey, could you like maybe? I didn't say something not to do. Like, you understand how people might perceive that as being disrespectful, right? Nobody can kind of act with like Mark Harley is bad at everything he does and sends shitty dick pics and some sort of moron who's bad at security and is going to get killed.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that for an employee or for an
Yeah, I was like, okay, that's what you want to do.
I'm a hungry wolf.
Yeah, you fucking
guy named Singing I'm a hungry wolf. I'm fucking jazz. Still the beans.
What I do like about, because I know David Lucas personally, and I consider him a friend, I like their dynamic, and I like that David Rose chills about David Rose, Tony, and Tony laughs about, like, he's very open to, like, David Rose. I like their dynamic.
You ever make you thank like as you thank it and all? You ever thank on thank it. The elephant graveyard mentioned that a lot of times David Lucas makes you thank on this. You leave the corner and you go thank you.
David Lucas said to me, he said, this motherfucker looks like a mustard bobcat. I was like, that's pretty good.
Well, I got a line broke, y'all.
I mean, I think he's like,
Não, não vai deixar.
yeah,
Não, não,
fetish or something like that. He keeps it. That's funny because you're the same shit over and over again. You're like, oh, okay. This was funny. It made me laugh.
Their dynamic to me thrown off to do this. It's just like David's like, man, you gay, you know, why you're fat, you're fat and fat, you ain't that.
Hello.
You know, you're gay as hell, bro.
What's funny was, this is, we decided to be repetitive, but I did try to help Jim with current events because the way they're doing it is like, where you read the newspaper articles as current events, like that's not how the world works. Get a fucking YouTube and get a viral clip. Like, why are you responding to like, yeah, a girl was kidnapped, and then shit was reading it out loud. Everyone was like, Jesus Christ, this is like the worst part of the show. This is not the world has evolved and left circles behind. So I was like, what's hot right now? Andrew Tate and like they loved the first one, the first couple ones I brought in. They were like, oh, this player's name. It was just, it's easy because it's like a YouTube short. It's all in it. They taught to get your reactions and things. Like, yeah, Andrew Tate's delivery is fun. You know, his reactions fun. And then he did this. Next time we're out, he was like, oh, this is working. I was like, then I'll do another one next week.
Yeah.
And he does this joke where he goes, what's your oracle catering? Some kid comes from blind from places. That's great. But how the fuck are you supposed to get laid? You're saying pie to a hoe. And that's right, you guys laugh. It's like the verbiage. How are you supposed to get laid in a club? You're saying pie to a hoe. I was like, that's just funny. It's a funny delivery. It's funny line. Also,
Yeah, the bring up Twitter. Which is so funny. Is that no, it's somebody who just David's funniest joke is when he said Tony buys baby gears to suck on. I don't know if it actually oh yeah, he said it was the worst interaction you had as a Tifakigas.
oh, that's a good one. There's no real bad interactions. I would say food trip diary and Jama Hall Hill was like high as fuck and super awkward. And like, we were talking about skits before he like, I was kind of like the liaison for the food truck diaries for the movie part. So like when they were involved in the shop, I was like tasked with like talking to them. So I had a lot of good conversations with guys like Alexander Volkanovsky. They're super smart. Michael Chandler's easy to talk to. So these guys that are like really smart guys are like him. Jamal Hill like comes out the car like having just smoked a blunt. It was like super like awkward and not very good. He was like, this is kind of weird because he's like high and like paranoid. But before the episode shot, we were like, oh, I see you do like skits online. He was like voiceovers and this and that. We're talking skits, and then like I asked him to like shoot a skit afterwards for like the Open Stone Clothing Company, and like by the way, a bunch of people have done this for me. I was like, oh, like I hate the blank out her name was. She's super gorgeous, the female commentator from the UFC.
I know. Shit.
I hate the Lauren Zango is a singer on the internet. She's super gorgeous. Like, I
was like, you see her, it's like, this one is beyond gorgeous in person. And she like basically like this little like walks like I'm gonna fucking stone bitch, and she like walks by and says what they do. So you know, after a whole day's work, I sometimes I ask her, hey, you mind for 10 seconds if you go cigarette? And after I discuss comedy and sing like, yeah, well, this is good. And I'm like, oh, like, you like, I like that shirt, let me get it. And he like takes it off me, like, points me to get it. I was like, oh, would you mind? He's like, and he got super awkward. Because I'm like, you can say no, that's not an issue. He's like, so like, what are you compensating me for? I'm like, oh, I don't really think, like, I can give you this, like, $150. And he like laughed, and I was like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, he just kind of like humiliated me, but it's like, he's like, ah, really, because I've asked him for like broken Oscars, like, oh, do you mind taking a picture with this? Like, my buddy has some company. He's like, yeah, I just can't post it. Maybe I'll take a picture with it and send it in. This is a cool thing. Most people are pretty cool. You're not here in no obligation to help me out. But the way he did it, I was like, all right, like, cool, like, no big deal. He made this huge deal out of like, I was about to give him $5,000 for like being in a social media video. And like, kind of, we were talking about comedy earlier, whatever. No, we should just get that, which again, it's totally his right. It would have been there, I would have been valuable. But then I get a call from Brendan. He's like, did you fucking try to like get Jamal Hill to do like promo? Like, how did that get back to you? Like, he's like, my his manager called me. Like, did he? You know, like his manager? Jamal, you met his manager? There was a woman there who came with Jamal Hill, and like, it was this obvious like social climbing, like bimbo, later, that was how like disappeared. Fucking, like, she came over and was like, oh, hey, you guys are doing the conducting business and the giving us the room for 2 hours. Cool. You know, she was there, I think, Sean had left, and she was still there, I think. She must have like used it as a predicate to like reach out to shops, like, oh, does he know like Mark Jamal or like comfortable, like as a way to like kind of be like, oh, I'm just to get your best interest, but why am I being reprimanded about asking a simple question to a guest like in the rock industry? He just didn't. He was paid for this whole episode. Like, it was just because I'm totally being said no. Brendan considered it was the worst episode of like Food Truck Diaries ever, and it was off the salt case about it, so you could have done it. And you're like, wait, like, Morrissey was fucking so cool and just like gonna be really bigger than I don't know. I just think it's more appealing on social media.
Jamal Hill, or I miss him.
Yeah, look, he's like, I mean, he's become everyone's nasty. He's very like, as he comes to his bosses, like, I was not a fan of his. It was funny because Brendan was a delivery champion, and I was like, yeah, like, it was funny when he kind of like said that to me. I was agnostic as far as his fighting skills, but I wanted to eliminate male, I didn't know was Lord saying it right now. Like, Lord saying it was like gorgeous in person. Like, she was hot on camera saying in person, it's like, yes, Mark answered, no problem. It was usually to be who the fuck is there, probably George or janitors or, you know, it's like about the pure spectrum. Yes, okay, pure spectrum lawsuit. That's a great question. All I can say is, Brendan introduced the idea of the pure spectrum lawsuit. It must have been 2021 because we were at the culture alone. And my recollection is not exactly the time frame we were living there, and I wasn't yet working at Victoria. So, okay, that was like summer 2021. So now this gets brought up. He's like telling me that he had to sue them, right? And so his version of that, again, when I first met him, so I have no reason to distrust everything he says, which I now like. Everything the job says is like take it with a grain of salt because if it involves him being wrong and other people like and money and whatever else, none of this is potentially true. There could be a kernel of truth, or he could be flipping it entirely on its head to like project, you know, his bad deeds onto other people and reverse victim offender. But he told me what is literally the upside down version of this. There's a record, which is
he said this. Like the CBD company, like I got an ownership stake in it. They came to me and like offered me this. Like, and he presented it as I'm getting like I own a portion of the business, and it's like paying this sort of dividends each month, and everything's going great. And then slowly that starts to dwindle down. What's going on here? And I'm convincing this, but it's like the accusation the shop's making is I'm being fraudulently, like, kind of my stock in the company's being diluted or something like that, or I'm being, like, what I should be getting is being artificially inflated. Everyone else, and I have to bring someone in, like, accounting, you know, like, and audit their numbers because I'm supposed to be getting, it's like, big check, I get smaller and smaller and smaller, but, like, the company's growing. Like, he was like, there's some sort of inconsistency where my paycheck is suspiciously getting smaller.
He has to involve the name of the Muslim American Show. The Muslim American Show. If you open up the letter of American Show,
in this story, he's the innocent victim of being swindled out of like a business. And I mean, he was unfairly treated by a guy who like, yeah. He's like, oh, this guy came in and just fucked me over, and like, I gotta sue him. But then you read the lawsuit, and it's like, I can corroborate what you hear because I've seen him do the same thing elsewhere. Which is, why don't you get paid a flat fee to do social media moves, right? You know, the code was like $39,000. How did you not law? You know, where is it? Well, you have to do 2 Instagram feed posts and 8 stories or something. You have these like requirements, right? Yeah, we call that like I said you have to do it. He did nothing. He didn't post once, right? So it's like not just like, oh, this one here there. He was doing nothing. Maybe talked about his podcast, stuff like in his mind justified, but he was making hundreds of thousands of dollars and just wasn't doing it. Like they look back at your time frame, like, hey, so it turns out you posted no posts, no stories. We have to just stop and get or like we have to dissolve your ownership. So, and then the ownership of the company will be another source of revenue if it pays dividends. And then also like using a code, use code shops, you're getting the percentages of the sales using the code. So 3 streams of income. Well, if you're not posting like the code, you're not promoting it. You know, if you're not hitting the post, your pay is going to get docked. If you're not getting commissions, your sale, your pay is going to get docked. And then the ownership stake, I think, was negotiated because they were like, well, instead of us suing you for the $300,000 that we gave you to do nothing, how about you just like give us back the 10% of the company? And that's where the point of contention is whether or not he had the 10% ownership is the company, which he claimed that you have in some sort of legal document that does or does not exist. This is the whole lawsuit over that. But it's alleged that he took $100,000 after dissolving his ownership stake to pretend that he still had or claim legally that he still had the ownership stake. Took $100K cash from these KGB guys in order to oust the CEO, like in a hostage takeover, because it's like it would be like, oh, these guys own 45% of it. Ad shots 10%, majority stake, and they can oust you. That's like to go, oh, that's kind of the opposite of what you told me. Which one's true? Gee, wonder him telling the truth. You know?
Sad, because at the end of the day, that whole CBD thing was about the kids. You know, giving CBD to kids for their type 1 diabetes.
And I think he justified, because I was like, I know he justified in some way. Probably him crying about it on a podcast. And it was like, I did the promotion. I talked about CBD and how it cured my kids' seizures. And, I am God now and give me $500 million.
When I see a kid, I'm just like, I see you wanting CBD, you know, like I take my jam. Not like me, also Magic Line. I'm like, you want some Magic Line? I give it to kids all the time.
This guy's a real narcissist. The boys are getting tired. You know what? I'm autistic, bitch.
Hey, no, I was going to ask her about the CBD thing too. We want to talk about CBD. You know, if you have a problem with that, that's your
narcissist? Why don't you use the diagnostic criteria? Oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? There's 9 of them. Can you name them? Can you go into theory? Do you want Sam Backman lecture on narcissistic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder? Oh, yeah, what the fuck? That was the Here's me being a narcissist. You know, fuck nothing about narcissism or any form of personality.
Sounds like somebody is not following the rules. Give me 1 second here. We got a guest.
And a motherfucker zooming in.
Oh shit! Is it Danny? Oh, I don't think he's there yet. Wait, let's not. Oh, shit. Is that Brendan? Oh, it's Brandon. You got Brandon. Talk about Brandon. Another Brandon. What's up? What's up? Well, dicey. Wait, you're muted, dude. You're muted. Chat, I'm texting you.
Talk about this in Park Mark, yes, I
Oh, there you go. What's up? What's up, Walsh? How do you make it big?
How can I hear him?
Oh, are your headphones kind of fucked up or something? Let me see. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're in now. No, it's like this. Can you hear now?
Like, hello, can you hear him? I'm lost in the sauce.
Go ahead.
I can hear him, though. I can hear him.
Brendan, we can hear you. It's just Mark can't hear you. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're good. Can you hear him? No. Did you mess with these a little bit? Dude, so Wallace, what's up, man? We've been watching the 24-hour Gringo Poppy with Mark Harley. Sorry, he couldn't be at the beginning. What are you up to?
You can't hear him.
Yeah, I'm going to take these. It's all crazy here. Sorry. Now I can't hear him.
Third place it says.
Oh, let me see here. Where you at? Is that you? Yeah, that's me. I got it. We're good. All right, technical difficulties, but I can hear now. What's up? Now Walls can't hear. Okay, good. Where are you at right now? Nice. Great place to have been. I'm fucking a lot of shit. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. DMing. Have you guys ever talked to her? Have you ever met Mark Harley?
No. What's up, bro? Hey, real quick.
I was just curious if you did have any for addies and baddies.
Bro, I got all of them. I have friends in dark web places.
How's it going? With the watching. I think we've watched it 15 times. Oh yeah, we watched it a lot already. We've got really.
Yeah, it's pretty long.
Well, do you have a favorite bit from the Gringo Poppy that you can remember? Oh, the eye one.
Now, what happened?
Take out mute again. I don't know why.
So we have 3 prices.
Okay. Oh, he's muted again.
I think Bob is on it. When I was working with that point, Brendan was on so many substances every day. He's like a business owner. He's like, he's drunk. He's like, he's popping Adderall. He's like, nicotine. He was like,
so tell the story because we can't hear Brendan at the moment.
oh,
We're trying to fix the audio.
tell the story of what Brendan did wrong.
Yeah.
Like, it surprised me if he got off drugs. I think he's necessarily misrepresent that because it was all pretty out in the open.
Yeah, now we can hear Walsh. Sorry, so what was your favorite bit from Gringo Poppy?
I think I like when he makes his eye go like this.
Yeah, the COVID stuff is good. Yeah, oh yeah.
That's all. Yeah, mostly I had the head coach for my son's team.
Yes, that's right.
Is that why you're in Sacramento? You're doing some T-ball stuff there, B?
Yeah, travel ball.
Oh man, that's brutal, dude. You gotta do a lot of time with travel ball. I'm surprised you can do this thing.
Well, it's funny. I mean, I texted you this, but it's like it is weird, like reading. I dipped in and out of the
Get the fuck out of here.
And I still have the empathy too, where I'm like, God, could you imagine, like, put yourself in his shoes? Like, imagine you stumble across a Reddit board where people are just picking apart every second of your life.
And I feel like that because I didn't know what it was, and then the first time I ever appeared on TV, like, hey, barely knowing Brendan or his history or the Reddit or anything, all of a sudden the next day I appear and I'm like, they bring me on as like a guy to talk about lifting weights and anabolics and dieting and stuff. So I'm like giving what I would consider benign advice to people, and then the next day, like, I'm being bombarded with like, you fucking ugly loser, you're the worst ever. Like, at that time I only had like acting reels on my YouTube, and it was like thousands of comments like, you're the worst fucking actor. I'm like, what the fuck is this? What did I do to these people? You know, and having no concept of like, there's also just get a bunch of hate, but I just want to let you know. So I'm like, I immediately dismissed the entire Reddit as being full of crazy people. But then you have to admit, so it's like, oh, okay, yeah, there's lunatics. But then you can go back and go, well, Brendan has been, you know, a public narcissist who, like, compulsively lies on air for like a decade before this. So, there's a reason for it, you know, because repeatedly makes these mistakes. He doesn't, you know, pronounce words. He's a little cowboy. But yes, it would be scary. However, if I was him, like, my best advice would be like, if you could go back and actually reel the fuck into it, like, own the community or participate, or if it bothers you deeply, pretend like it doesn't. Otherwise, it's going to get bigger and eat your life.
Well, I'm just curious how he does process all of this. Like,
Yeah.
he's aware of it. I mean, it's just brutal.
Everything in his go-to coping mechanism is anyone who's criticizing me is coming from a place of jealousy, which dismisses any criticism as legitimate because you're going, I'm superior to you.
Over 100,000 people consistently.
So again,
And honestly,
It's illogical.
that's what winds up sucking me back in. Because, like, you know, I'm see this thing where I'm like, you know, I have better things to do with my time. I can't fucking do this shit anymore. And then, you know, I'll step away for, you know, a month or two for free. And it'll just, you know, be one of those things, like late at night, I'm fucking, you know, everybody's in bed, I don't start to sleep. My girl, that's the thing too, you know, my name's Brendan, I'm a failed comedian, I'm a failed podcaster. My wife's name is Johanna, she's Taco Bell.
I mean, you can relate. That's part of what breaks it. See, the thing when I would say you asked, like, how tough is it to be in Brendan shoes? But if you're in Brendan shoes, your feet are going to be wet. Remember? Nobody drinks out of the shoes, so you can't do that.
You know, that's what sucks me back in though, because I'll be late at night or whatever reason, I'll be online, just fucking wasting time. Wow, I'll click on I'll go see the outside communities and see if I can pay Reddit so I don't even get any suggestions, so I don't even know what
Go on Reddit, because I think Reddit's amazing. I've been here for as a social media.
And then I check my Twitter for a second, and then it's like, the guy, I mean, it's just nonstop hits. Like, I'm like, what? You know, that was one time when I laughed, and I came back, and it's when he got the fucking Chomsky tattoo.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just like,
He keeps doing himself.
Oh shit, we're like, well, wait, what does that even mean?
I remember finding out Best Brains for the Arts. The clip was in attempting to discredit a group of black MMA commentators, and it's like, oh my god, you're like openly racist.
Yeah, that was just legitimately a racist thing to say. I had to make that
And
statement.
it didn't make sense. I didn't even know what that was. I didn't know what that's great. He was like, come on, these are the best way to get a black man.
Yeah, it was like Cormier, I think, and somebody else is like, we get what you're doing, we get it, we get it.
He was like, we get it. You're trying to do like the diversity hire thing. You know, it's just like, you hear the words that are coming out of your mouth. Like,
I mean, he said, we were laughing about this today. Well, she said, I just saw that movie 15 Years a Slave. And we hadn't heard that before. You're like, God damn, dude.
but Trump is legitimately a racist.
Oh,
Like, I know him privately. I'm not going to say like the exact ways in which I feel comfortable saying.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, no way. I've seen various shades of racism expressed, like, depending on the circumstance. If we're completely alone and there's no one around, he's going to express racism in a certain way, and more subtly in other ways. And it kind of slips out, you know, even when he's on fucking camera and he knows everyone's watching him, he still can't help but be racist. But there's some sort of, I mean, the United States are racists, right? But, like, I almost feel like, I'm like, were you raised this way? Like, is your dad racist? Because again, empathy towards people, like, if you were raised with certain terminology or attitudes towards other races because your father, you know, like, were you going to be acted that way and it's normalized? Like, people from South Africa sometimes are like, the way that they talk about black people, like, you know, that sounds really racist in America.
Harold Shaw was born in South Africa. Well, I got a question for you. So with the Reddit time, is it like in the house? Is it like Daddy's doing his Reddit time, or they're just already asleep? Like,
I don't do anything until everybody is generally checked out on the boys. But it does get, I mean, I haven't been this bad in a while, but there was a period of time when I did have to step away, when it was literally the first thing I would look at. Would grab my phone, check, you know, whatever. If there was a text message, I look at that, and then the first thing I would do is go on Reddit and see what it is. But it's an estimate of creativity and
Addiction problem. Morning, nothing. Like, damn it. Everybody running the T5K, Reddit board populated. Please make a message across the board. They did this with you, Mark, where they, I think they had to blur your face. Everybody please blur Callum's fucking feet. That cocksucker sitting Indian style. Goddamn. Yeah.
It was also there.
Offensive visual.
What a great call. And he's like, is that even comfortable?
Well, it sounds like you're running for office here, dude. I mean, like you're going to be in the cabinet. Brian Campbell, watch out. We got a new guy.
Strong action.
Skits and bits party, dude.
There is no black T5K or white T5K. There have T5K suit.
Everything about it is, I mean, I have a pretty loose grip on reality sometimes. And it really does kind of fuck with my reality where, like, I can't even understand how it's real. I don't understand how, because like I said, you know, like, I podcast and shit. All of us here are less successful than Shaw. Yeah,
I'm very, you see my Ferrari, bro? I think I'm
on my podcast, it was just like, I mean, this, I don't know if this sounds racist, but I was like, if there was a black chick watching the podcast, go, wait, hold up.
It's crazy. This really does baffle me, like how, because it's like, okay, people shit on, because I guess, they used to get hundreds of thousands of listeners.
One of these straps, right?
So,
One of these straps,
I remember it was like looking back, it was the average was like 250 cans.
one of these areas on the outside of the chamber, one is on the east side of the chamber.
Those are ozone numbers right there.
ليش يا جماعة؟ ليش من الألم الشمالي؟ عشان نفسك حتى
For viewers or whatever the counts are. But even that is hard for me. I'm like, it really is.
يا أما قال شيء يسمونه Lonely Scotty, música funciona en los abusos de Bahas que atrae su zona de su rock hasta los años cuando la hombre atrae la
I don't take any pleasure in his failures or I mean, it's truly like a Jane Goodall style. I'm just completely fascinated with this. I can't wrap my head around the fact that any of it is real on any level. Like and I do vacillate from thinking not. I mean, I can't give him this much credit, but I mean, because I do try to look at the positive. I don't know. I want life to be nice and amazing. Yeah. So I'll think like this is maybe he's some kind of a genius. Like maybe this is a true next level Andy Kaufman thing going on.
Wouldn't that be great?
And the only acceptable explanation, even though I know that it's not true.
Yeah.
Right. But
That would be amazing.
What if it is a mascot, Pagliacci? We talked about this before, but I think it's fascinating too. And I think it's something that is evergreen and keeps going because he has all these hits, like you said, and he is fascinating in a moronic way.
Either way, I mean, it's like every time, and I don't check in on it every day now.
One of the funniest things he said recently was that I have new singles, which is like so ridiculous. I was like, it's like a big deal. So,
That was his one bit. The new stuff that I remember, like the last one was the Moonding. He said Land Moonding. That was big.
yeah, because even just as I said, the malapropisms and dyslexia based, I don't know enough about dyslexia to say this, but it's the most innocent form of what he does because you're mocking somebody with like a speech impediment and some sort of what would you classify dyslexia? Like a
Learning disorder?
Yeah, learning disorder. Sometimes people stop and go, oh, that's not funny. It is funny, but it's like you could go like, don't be a bully, but it's like, wait, watch this guy further and start to understand that he's actually a narcissistic bully, and then you have a whole world of like things to justify.
It's really hard.
That's right. Disabled
You can know him, but on the surface
Now
level,
look,
yeah.
And then what else has he done recently? We want to go forward to chat. I just want to check in on the viewers. And I asked him because, Walsh was talking about the hair of the dog checking the morning. How long he's been on chains, and the winner is 8 inches. Classic.
Reddit board. This is another thing that blows my fucking mind. Because when he sees these, if he is in fact looking at this, right, I feel like if he is any level of a human being, he would have to, if this was happening to me, I would just have to stop, just think like it doesn't exist. I don't know how I can come with it. But if he is checking it on it, because one of the clips up top here is him shoving those fucking nicotine pouches down the cushion of his chair. And that's the thing, is anytime you try to find a shred of humanity in this guy and have some kind of empathy, all you have to do is open up the Reddit board, and within 2 seconds you're like, never mind, fuck this dude. It's just like that.
Because it's a basic feedback mechanism. If you had even 100 people in a subreddit commenting on the things you did,
I would be curious enough to go like, is what they're saying true? Like, should I be ashamed of things like, you know, people will make fun of me for saying like, which I do. Not enough for me to really try consciously to expunge the word like as from my but it makes me self-conscious. It makes me think about should I try and but there's none of that because he's very scared. He does not use the sermon because criticism is very threatening to people of a certain personality.
So is he just? I mean, he obviously was raised in a certain way.
I have some insight into that. I thought was interesting. If you want to hear so, yeah. One story sticks in my mind that I think we could extrapolate a lot from. And he tells this story because he has these like moments of like vulnerability and he's telling a story that seems genuine and sympathetic because you couldn't make up the details. Like it's not when he's telling a story where he's the hero of the story. Yeah, it's less likely to be true, but sometimes he'll tell a story where he's the victim where you go like, it's embarrassing enough where I can tell there's real pain there. And one of the stories was, as a kid, you know the story?
No, I'm just laughing. It's embarrassing that there's real pain. Made me laugh because I'm a bad person. I'm a bad person. I'm just laughing.
Oh, yeah, I'll be like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like you, by the way, people think I have animosity towards like Brendan. It's like, no, he owes me money and he's trying to scare me. And I like, keep that warfare kind of private. I can also look at it objectively.
Oh yeah, well, by the way, if you ever need a lawyer, we had Mark's lawyer on earlier. I know you're Frank Cup. He might rival Frank Cup. This guy Rob, what's his name?
Rob Pebble.
Rob Pebble. It sounds basic. Even though it has like a crazy thing.
Sean has no fucking idea.
His name is Danny San Francisco.
Sean is banking it like, because I didn't a settlement conference that went totally sideways because they were like, oh, here's the, like, on paper you're owed $150,000. We'll offer you 2.5K. I was like, suck my fucking dick, bitch. Like, but my lawyer wasn't there. So they think I'm like, I don't have a lawyer. And I hear, like, basically what their defense is going to be because I heard the lawyers regurgitate what Brendan told them. I'm like, oh my God. Like, you have no idea that he can't back up anything he's saying. But go ahead. Like,
That's right.
the story I was going to say is, as a child, let's say he was between 10 and 15 or something, he starts out by saying, I used to love strawberry ice cream. And there's a gallon of Neapolitan ice cream. I would dig out all the strawberry ice cream. So they're fresh, like,
I hate to say this, but I'm familiar with this.
I mean, that's into his childhood trauma because my parents, like, right, I can list off any flaws or whatever, but I go, to shame me about eating just is not something that would happen ever, even if I was fat. Like saying, you fat fuck, or saying whatever his dad said because he comes home and he's like, Brendan, did you eat all the fucking strawberry ice cream? Which is a stupid thing to do, but it's a kid thing to do. But like, clearly, Brendan has always been self-absorbed. He was like, I know, I'll just eat all my dad's fucking ice cream and eat this more ice cream to myself. And my dad also and just goes, did you know fucking strawberry ice cream? He's like, yeah, fat pig or some fat fuck or fat pig or something. And his response was, he's like, oh fuck, I was like a dagger through my heart. So that was the moment where I'm like, oh, your dad hurt you again.
Well, I mean, trauma aside, though, the fact that he has managed to go this far in life with just, never really learning anything. And I mean, I assume his dad is pretty, like, his dad funds everything he does. Like, doesn't, like, this.
His dad made actual success. Like actually,
like a championship or something like that.
That's something where
The diamond mines are pretty profitable. They have
empire. He actually built a business, rather than
significant.
I mean, I think so. I'm surprised that there hasn't been like an actual. I mean, I guess there's like the, those YouTube channels like the Beige Frequency and Health Drink. But I mean, this is just, he's such a fascinating guy. Like to have a real documentary made about this guy. And I
guess you can't really keep up with it because by the time you're done editing, you're gonna be like, he did 70,000 crazy things.
That's facts. That's facts. Yeah.
So there has to be like an ongoing like reality show. Like I don't know, like a reality show would just be like the fucking.
That's such a good idea. It's like high finding. It's like who's gonna watch all this shit and like find the footage that matches and contradicting himself and previous things. I never watched that page frequency documentary or whatever it was where it exposed all like the lies in this. Like before I met him, because I met him, I was like, oh, this is a guy Chappelle Lacey opens where like I had a clean slate as far as meeting him, so he just seemed pretty normal to me. And I didn't have consent to once the subreddit like attacked me for like appearing in his world, I was like, oh, these are crazy people. So why would I seek out more information about this person when I feel unfairly attacked?
I think, and I
Later, you watch a page, you're like, oh my god, this lies about everything. It's a lie.
by the way, the chat is saying that you guys are on Waha mode. I don't know what you think, chat. I think that you guys have a great idea with the reality show. I would watch that, but my thing has always been documentary on specifically the Gringo Coffee, because that is like the most important aspect of his work. I want to work. I'm being serious here. I want to work as. I was talking to Adam Sandler and Yasiel Puig the other day about this. We were discussing ideas and all that. And they're like, yeah, you got to do this. Like, this is your thing. So that's something. I do think that the main thing that I would like to see is a documentary on like the building of the set. Who wrote the stuff? Like, how did he come up with the jokes? Like, what is people's reaction to it? And then obviously Papa comes in and we interview him at some point, or the director does.
I would like to contribute some things like that. Like I could add a few, and not everything, but I was there for the conversations where, you know, I'm friends with an editor who's being tasked with like you're sending. It's difficult because I edited for Brendan. I learned how to edit for Brendan, and I was like his normal editor. Was having trouble editing clips down to 90 seconds. He'd be like, oh, here's what I did. 90 seconds. Right. And I would treat him like a writing project. Like, okay, look at this. You know, like, I agreed to do that because, and then Brendan sort of trusted me, right, to like edit more. So I did have a little bit of editing experience. One of the things with the Gringo Coffee was he kept going, juice up the laughs more. In his head, a stand-up comedy special is funnier if the laughs that the audience are about. And so it was like repeated. Like, he sent it back, you know, he sent the dish back 4 times to the fucking kitchen to be like, where is it? Dude, how fucking loud you guys watching the video? So people might notice that it sounds ridiculous because it was ridiculous because you're like, dude, you wanted more laugh than that? Like, do you think it's going to make the jokes better? Or are you tricking people into laughing?
He doesn't know anything yet.
Yeah, by the way, the reason I brought up the strawberry ice cream thing was the insight was he has an issue with seeing other people do it. I need a tremendous amount of food, but I'm also in shape, right? Because it will concentrate because I think one of the reasons he wanted to be friends with me was that I think he thought he was going to get like ripped by osmosis. And I'm like, yeah, we can work out in the gym together. I also run 6 miles a day and also like eat a strict diet. And you know, if you want to get ripped, you have to like live lifestyle, which I don't always. But if you want to get to 90% body fat, you have to do a lot of things, right? He believes it's going to, well, if I'm around this guy, and probably became disappointed later. He has a very strange relationship with food in that, like, he hates when other people are eating around him and he can't be eating because he publicly presents a facade that he's on a carnivore diet or he's on this diet, which means if he's around other people, he has to keep pretending that he's on carnivore or he's not eating or he's doing this. But then it's keto man. Like, I would not have enough inside to be like, he said, yeah, I stuck to the carnivore diet today because I had a pint of Benadryl. So you're not on carnivore. That's not a carnivore diet.
What a child.
Oh, I ate steak, and then the next meal I ate, you know, a bunch of candy. That's not a carnivore. You didn't see that. You just ate steak and
I
candy.
would say something crazy like, yeah, I'm on the carnivore diet, but I ate 10 bags of Skittles.
Every day with him. I don't think he stuck to a diet for more than 18 hours at a time. So I go, well, you wonder why you're not losing weight. It's because just like you're eating an additional 1,000 calories of fat. But he would in the green room because like the green room he's in charge, right? The Oprah isn't on there, but that's where we get fed, right? So I'm ordering like, oh, can I get 2
chick got hit. Because I eat a lot of fucking food. And if it's Saturday, yeah, I eat good all week. I'm gonna have some fucking chocolate cake or something because it's free at the improv, you know. He hated it. He'd be like, Jesus Christ, Mark. Do you think you can shame me for eating a lot? Like, I fucking that's not how that works, but it's like, you know, I'm gonna be easy and have no shame. You have shame. And that's your problem. But I see you trying to shame me the same way your dad shamed you. And this is part of a body dysmorphia or eating disorder complex that you have that it becomes very transparent because he has this like contempt, you know, for other people eating around him and multiple disorders. So like, but the moment he get private, like he wouldn't want to eat before a show, but then after shows, he's going to be pizza. I'm like, are we supposed to be dieting or you want to get pizza at 1 a.m.? Like, you know, like Chuck E. Cheese, his relationship with food, they never had to.
What is like narcissism? Like if somebody did present you with making a weekly reality show with him, would his narcissism outweigh his? Do you think he would allow that? So he allowed camera to tell him and his family?
If it was, yes, if the pregnant pitched to him as this is something that's going to glorify you and humanize you, which I actually, when I came into this world, I was like, because I'm a writer, I go, and a student of storytelling, I go, the best thing you can do is to counter the narrative from the subreddit, which they've co-opted your life story, right? And they're telling it for you because you don't want to tell yourself accurately. You don't want to talk about your UFC shit on stage. You don't want to talk about, I go, you haven't written your narrative. You need to write a book or do something where it's like, I am Brenda Job and I'm XYZ. You're not doing that well enough, so other people are doing it for you in a very negative way. So my first recommendation to him was like, you need to reassert your own narrative. Hire a ghostwriter, hire me, hire whatever, but what you're not doing, like from a publicist standpoint, is framing your narrative correctly. And you're ignoring the fact that other people are doing it for you, thinking that helps you. It doesn't help you. You have to combat that other narrative that makes you look like shit. But I had a few novel ideas that I thought were fun. Like, for example, I took over the TFAK IG and started talking to the voice of the page. I was like, I'm just talking Japanese. Somebody would say, like, what are we doing here? And I'd be like, oh no, B. Or so, like, I would respond. And it drove the people commenting nuts. They keep commenting, like, what the fuck is this? Because it broke the mold. And all of a sudden, oh, you can't do this. I'm like, oh yeah, I can, bitch. I didn't tell Brendan that I was going to do this. It was an experiment. And I thought that he'd be able to see, like, hey, do you see how I 10x'd the engagement by, like, co-opting the Reddit speak? And then it also blunts the force of, like, the haters come to the page and they plant their seed by going dicey. If everyone starts talking that way, all of a sudden, the fans and haters can't be distinguished. He immediately gets uncomfortable. When he's the butt of the joke in any perceivable way, he's really scared of that. I started editing because their page too, like there's making followers. Let me change something up. I started editing the clips in a way where like I'd have these like weird zoom ins and kind of like pop up like new, like a little bit different editing style for the clips because it's just normal shit. But Brian and Brendan, because of their egomania, like and self-absorption, like no, we're funny on our own. They didn't, it's like, hey, guess what? Like, I study comedy too, bitch. Like, you're not the only person in the world who has ideas about comedy. They always thought they were like, let me teach you about comedy. Like, okay, I've been a screenwriter for 20 years. But, any idea, this put them at the butt of the joke is the clips by zooming in on certain things about the table. He's like stuttering or something like that. It was funnier, but it made him the butt of the joke rather than like, oh, we're telling a funny story. But if you do something like that, and I'd be like, I edited in such a way that zoomed in his mouth. So you were editing that to show that, and they hated it. And I have a couple examples of what I did that I should like. There's probably still up there, but they were like, they also, again, I was saying with Brendan and Ron. And the creator at the time is creative director. No, this guy, he's actually very talented and quit. He quit, and I heard the conversation. I was the only person in the studio, and the next day Brendan goes, I had to fire this guy. I'm like, you didn't fire him, he quit. He told you you were the worst boss he ever had. Like, I was there, I heard the phone call. Like how are you instantly turning this into something that's the complete opposite of what happened? But he had to explain to Brendan, because he tells me, he's like, Brendan's like upset about the reels where you're editing them, and he doesn't understand that like you're open to feedback and just trying things, and that this is a style, like an artistic style that you're experimenting with. And Brendan thought that I was like getting too sensitive to I'm like, I can edit, this is hard. So like you go and edit the easy way, showing normal shade reels. These ones are getting more engaged because it's weirder and more kind of like watchable, and but they hate anything that makes them about the joke. So any novel idea I had, like you're proposing, of like a reality show, well, yeah, if the reality show, if he knew that it would end up being something that was reliant on his stupidity and error as being the source of comedy, rather than him being just a funny person who's telling funny stories and roasting other people. Like if it was like watch Sean roast his kids and his family and his loved ones, and like he's the only normal sane person, in the household. That's his outcome. Everyone around him is stupid and incompetent, and I'm just a normal cool guy enduring all the idiots around him. That's how he perceives it. Like his role in his comedy. The moment Brendan's the butt as a bumblebee retard, he's out. Not even, entertained in any facet.
So you just got to trick him into it. Well,
Right.
so we got to figure out a way to trick him into this.
Yeah. You have to do a long form and edit it all once.
Well, again, he's got to be kind of so detached from reality. I don't know if his wife would point out that they, because I don't think you have to have an angle of like making fun of. I think you just present reality, and it's like
He wouldn't necessarily be aware. Yeah, if it wasn't overt, you could make it seem to him like it was great, but it would read as funny.
okay, I got an idea. Here's I got to leave. Okay, sure. I just one question. How much does Calvin get paid for
My understanding from Brendan, which I think would be great salt, but also it sounds about reasonable, is that because Brendan takes a fluctuating percentage based on like TVAC gave me running Thickwood Studios and kind of you can hear the ads. Callan shows up, does his job, he gets 25K. That's my understanding.
25K?
Yes.
None of this makes sense.
Or to me, I go, how do you have a podcast of $40,000 where you split his, it's like $1 per listener, I don't know.
I don't know how they get that much money. I mean, Harold must pay Ryan that money straight out of the bank account from there.
They could be exaggerated for Brendan. I don't know.
Brendan Walsh, I just want to let you know, somebody has posted Jersey the Real Dog on the Fighter and the Kids subreddit. Request blur all future posts of Brian's feet. It's company policy to respect the fact that it was mean cheese. Make each waves. I hope people stick to that. Yeah. Well, if you guys have fun with your little hate rally. All right. Well, you and me, we're going to do Windy City Hate 2 with Brendan Schaub, all right? That's our next business. All right. Love you.
Nice meeting you. Thanks, bro.
Wow, Brendan Walsh, world record pod. Check it out. Let's switch. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I've been running around.
When stress number one
We have been playing Dragon Ball in the background this whole time. If anyone's wondering.
How do you guys originally know?
so when stress number
Just watching comedy.
you don't do it
First
because
house.
was there.
I go from a
Stress
skits and
number
bits
one
online.
because the stress number one is
Yeah.
stress
Mark, what's the stuff
that
on
stress
college?
number one is a brand new stress number one of a brand new
Oh my god.
so this is pretty amazing. It's stress
That's a very low consequence. Like, getting fucked up steroids, punishment, and consequences.
Promoting on the talent of
Old
some funny
stress number
redundant
one is
until
not
nothing
there.
in the stream.
But stress number one is there. No, that's brand new stress number
Great
one.
question,
Old
Trump.
stress number one is no longer there.
What do you think?
Stress number
Mark Harley?
I was gonna let you guys go first because I feel more comfortable shitting on comedians after actual comedians show.
Okay, great first comedians in the rug. It's first question. Tony has put work pressure.
It was incredible. We
David.
applied this
Oh,
same
there you
idea.
How dare you?
This same idea. Ultimately,
Oh, sorry. I mean,
not
enough people are sticking up for their friends these days.
Second, I would try
I genuinely love David because
plug it.
we work out together. Like he's just always been a cool guy to me. So
You guys play video games?
how many Patreon subscribers would you suppose to have right now? You know, that's what he's so unique. Most people send me unique shit and then he starts popping up in my algorithm. So I see a lot of stuff from Unique's channel. Who I have it on kinship for, or like affinity for. He will say, oh, these posts are getting 60 likes. Therefore, it must be 60 subscribers. I'm like, the 60 likes are probably out of like 200 plus 300 something. It's a fraction, you know.
Yeah.
I would assume 500 max.
Yeah.
That'd be reasonable, right?
Yeah, let me see here. Let's do it.
It wouldn't shock me if there was 500 subscribers. So there's like, okay, if you get, let's say you get 50K monthly viewers, you know, that's 1 out of 100.
I mean, look how strong you are. You got 438 viewers with 342 likes, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah. Since David Lucas works out, David Lucas is actually very strong. You'd be surprised, man. He will twist your neck off.
Voxboss has a lot of stuff to say. And Voxboss, first of all, let's put all your comments into one comment next time, yeah? Did Shop farting loudly during the business meeting really ruin the sale of Tiger thing?
That's what you can say. So like, I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah.
You know, how could you like?
Is he a gassy guy?
And not particularly, but like it's one of those things where it's like you can see him doing it because he lacks self-awareness and self-consciousness.
Yeah.
He would grab someone else for farting and then turn around and fart somewhere else. Like I think he just has no rules. It's like the same rules apply to me and you. So you're disgusting for eating, but I'm not disgusting for you. So there's a weird mix of like shame and rejection with objects.
So what's the ultimately again here, but as you see those plugins, that's those plugins that you remove and have nothing to do with you.
Do you naturally tan?
I go to tanning beds and I also run it like if I hate to admit it, but it's like I look for my auditions and usually get it's like if you're looking for I get like the bodybuilder or this kind of it's like I've gone along with kids that tanning it's like when an audition comes up they typically for the role it's better to be tan. So either if I'm not tan for running outside or
Like, I wasn't, but you know, I love donuts, you know? Oh, the shop. When he talks about his mom and like getting a vaccine, she likes donuts.
Ultimately again said about him.
free donuts or
I'll stop the shop.
no, because I did
This is
something of the
York,
memory
this is
of
York,
giving out free donuts for vaccines.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that bit. He was kind of obsessed with vaccines.
Yeah, let's see what he has to say about vaccines here.
Less Jim
This
Barton.
is,
It's like, did you get the Johnson & Johnson?
No,
There's always one guy. No,
like
look at my
this is
it's funny because he's outwardly he pretended like he was not anti-vax. He actually was very. And I'm agnostic. I got the vaccine just because Luana was paranoid about it. But I'm like, I don't give a fuck either way. But it was funny watching somebody have this, cognitive dissonance of like, you feel like you have to tell people that you're not like against vaccines, but then every time you're alone, you're like, look at that shit.
well, you see the most recent Joe Rogan episode with him, right? Where he talks about vax.
And autism, and it's funny because it's like, that's a conversation. Be like, I've read Marcus books just because I mean, like, when someone's like, this guy's a lunatic, and then you talk, and I'm like, if you can get past his bullfrog voice, then I was kidding earlier. It's a total joke. And actually, I think of Gus. I go, this guy's coherent, and clearly he has an encyclopedic knowledge of certain things. So I go, I'll read his books and hear him out. Like, I'm not, and I realize it's polarizing. So I've read the arguments about the connection between vaccines and autism, and I don't know enough to actually, like, I didn't dive deeper into it, but I go, I'm aware of marketplace. You know, but somebody like Brendan Schaub should not be saying something. That's not your place to discuss
Thank you for having me on the fighter, and thank you for how much have you learned? How many chicks did you
I fought 5 squirrels last night.
Brown snapped apart with a bit like mirror in my ass.
And the night we fuck each other, I got a vaccine.
I transferred the comments over to here just so we can have a
Oh,
little
nice.
BGL is like Bradley Martin with a beach.
Oh, man. Bradley Martin. It was funny, you know, I was in the people know about Bradley Martin and Brendan Schaub's dynamic.
What's their dynamic? I know that he won money.
Yeah, like, it was just funny because when they first started talking, it was like, I got to witness them first hanging out, and it was always funny because like, had I not been with Brendan, Bradley's so sensitive to like social status, he would have completely ignored me.
Yeah.
All he cares about is like, are you in your 20s and like a rising social media star that I can take advantage of? It's like, he sees my gray hair and is like, man, next, like, even if like, I don't know fuck about you, but like, I see you paying a lot of attention to Brendan Schaub, and then like, by virtue of me being in his orbit, he's like, would like acknowledge me. No, he was nice to me.
Yeah.
Like, he was nice to me. And he gave me a ride at some point. Like, I don't have any problem with Bradley Martin, but their dynamic was funny because, like, outwardly they were like, oh man, it was funny meeting this guy. It was like Spider-Man meme, like, you were the same person. But then Brendan would talk mad shit about him behind his back because, again, anyone who threatens him, he tells a story of like they were doing a podcast maybe, and something came up where he's like, who's stronger between you two? And Brendan's version of the story was, or like Brendan's attempt to be diplomatic, right? Now, Bradley Martin is super strong. Like, he's not just a big dude. He can deadlift 700 pounds. He can bench 4 something. You know, it's like he's strong. Yeah, stronger than Brendan, because that's what he does. Okay, and you can just look at him and be like, yeah, okay, Brendan is strong, but like Bradley Martin's an actual powerlifter. So Brendan tries to answer the question first. He goes, oh, I'm sure, like, you know, he's trying to be like, you give me a deadlift, I get your bench, I'm sure there's some lifts that you give me. And Bradley's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Let me get you everything. What's true, right? Brendan was like, so taken aback by that. Like, he didn't tell me that. He's like, what the fuck are you egomaniac? I'm like, but he was just saying, we're trying to be like, oh yeah, I get you. It's like, but that's not true. We're trying to do it literally. Like, have you seen me squat 6 plates? Can you do that? You know, that's, you know, but it is when it's like, Jesus Christ, this guy's insane.
I'm obviously I'm the star of the show.
Yeah, like,
there is a question I wanted to ask you that was in the chat here.
and then he accused Bradley Martin of being gay. Because he was like, Brendan saw his girlfriend.
That's like saying, like, I raped today. If you're in the shop, literally,
I'm trying to tell you, like, that's another part of this whole, like, your gay fascination was like, how many people do I have to hear you talk about being gay who you have no evidence for being gay, and it's either are you lying about the person being gay, which is super fun. It's for a gay rumor about a straight. It's like, how socially aggressive is that? Like, passive aggressive, right? Be cool, bro. Yeah, it's like, and then if the guy is actually gay, you think it's cool that it's like out people, you know, want to be out. Like, what? You know, like, if you walk into a guy sucking dick, like, you can be like, yeah, you know, I think Mark might be gay. I walked in, you know,
have a cappuccino with him. You know what I mean?
But if I would watch him accuse someone of being gay with no evidence. The only evidence being he does something better than me. Bradley Martin's stronger than me. You know, that guy's gay, right? Right. But he can say it in a way where he goes, it's like, if you disagree with me, you're clearly not. It's like you can't see it. Like, what? How he's gay?
Yeah.
Like, what?
Oh my God.
Bradley Martin is gay? Then he's fucking this chick that you like? Yeah. you trying to hit on them?
You can always play your shots game and be like, well, dude, you can never be as gay as you. I wanted to highlight this record before it goes away. Kodachrome Graphics. Mark, do you have plans for a new podcast? If so, do you need a piece of an editor?
Yeah, hit me up on Instagram if you want to do that. Me and Luana, as I mentioned before, we've been filming episodes of Hell Boxing, and basically I'm not going to release it without permission, but we're arguing over the source of like the comment. I'm like, the fact that you're walking off and getting mad and we're fighting it is the source. I'm like, that's what. So we're kind of arguing. We shot a bunch of stuff, but empathy for Luana, which is she doesn't have experience podcasting, and I am a little bit impatient. Like I go, I could be more gentle. However, it's like as I'm setting everything up, and it's like hot outside, and if you're at the AC, it's like I'm like sitting there sweating buckets, and she's like getting pretty. I'm like, hey, could you like fucking could you wait a little bit? Or just not be in a bad mood when I'm like, I'm working here, it's my ass up, and then you're like, I need to be here, Luana.
He's the Luana of the pod. Also, Luana. He's the Luana of the pod. I'll lose my shit.
Is that true?
Oh, yeah.
Well, if I get set up and something like that? Yeah. Or you ever have this on camera where I'm like, I'm annoying the fuck out of her, and then she like walks off, but I'm like, no, Luana, like, now she's mad about it. She's like, this doesn't make it look good. I'm like, nobody cares whether you look good. Like, I don't look good. It's me.
None of us have ever looked good.
It's like, so I'm currently trying to convince her to release this footage. I'm like, no, that's like, people don't want to see two people getting a wall on swimming. It's like, hey, here's our like perfect fine relationship. But no,
it's all hella toxic. I know. And then you guys are just getting along and everything's working.
I'm like the joke that I came up with, that she admitted, she was like, she even told me on camera, like she walked after, she said, so fucking thinking about the last episode of how it's so stupid. I'm like, no, this is because you're doing what I predicted. You're walking off. You're gonna look at these toxic. I'm out here talking.
You should, in the intro, have you like lift you a car.
That would be fucking hilarious. That would be intro theme song.
And have her in the car like rolling her eyes like, here we go again. Meaty fat chick, meaty fat chick, meaty fat chick, meaty fat chick. You should. That's good. Well, yeah, check out how toxic it's on Mark Harley's YouTube channel.
There's just one episode out right now, but like, okay. The real truth about it, we get the first episode. It's the fake first episode because we filmed the real first episode. And we spent too long talking about, like, we just seen this movie, Sinners. And we both mentioned about how we didn't like it. And she's like, suddenly as we're about to get to the part where we had planned, which is when we wanted to start narrative, and you're like reading, we kind of like read out messages from where we first met 10 years ago, like on OK Cuban, which is in Germany. I was like, I want to make that part like the serial narrative aspect of it is we're going to tell our story, but also just a banter. As I'm about to like pick up the binder, the thing, she's like, this fucking sucks. Like, and she's like, well, I'm like, wait, come back. I'm like, no, that was fine. She's like, we're talking about Sinners for 40 fucking minutes. I'm like, it's okay.
It takes too much.
Right. Yeah, it's like, trust me, people are like, wait, they spent a minute too long talking about a movie. I'm just listening to.
If you think too much, you don't get great shit like Gringo Poppy and put anything in this. So, put on YouTube.
I forget sometimes that I'm like, you have to practice that, and like, just the art of releasing your inner critic and talking nonstop. And so if you're trying to worry about looking good, you're going to speak less and sensitive.
And also, you should be like, in a couple weeks, you're going to be like, I have nothing to talk about if you only want to stick to like,
so just let it unfold. If you work on the dynamic of making, like, feeding off each other.
Can I give you some constructive criticism? Because I listened to the first episode.
Okay,
And you guys should invest in some of these, dude.
Oh, I fucked it up before I had this. I wasn't connected. I didn't realize. I was like, oh, they weren't. It was like the camera. So we shot it, and I'm like, motherfucker, like, I didn't even know how to work them.
But these are great.
Okay, so we were wearing them. And I was just like, someone's like, oh, like, the camera's picking up the audio. And it was not, we had them. And I'm like, oh, shit.
That happened to me the first couple times I used it too, but it's super effective. And do you guys use a phone or do you use the camera?
We just use a phone, but I just had a camera.
Oh, yeah,
I was experimenting with it. I'm like, it looks way better.
Even with the phone, it has a nice little hookup. But if you guys have good audio, I'm sure you guys are going to take off.
Well,
Yeah.
My only point in doing this was like, we filmed it for 10 anniversary, so like, but we can wait to like do the perfect fucking setup and everything. Like, when that's gonna happen, like, okay, when we have $5,000, we do is go put the camera up, put it in our fucking living room, and just flip it over. One angle over, because then it's also like, there's no editing where it's like to make you look good. This is just it. There's no editing. It's just an attention. You know, and it's deliberately lo-fi, which I love. I think like pretend like they're bigger than they are. It's like, oh, we need this whole podcast. It's like, we're getting 100 views. Why do you need to fucking have this whole official space? As if that's the thing they'll be interested first.
Get a storage unit. Right, yeah. Somewhere to put your truck.
So we said that Brendan, it's like, Brendan, why wouldn't you just shoot everything in your fucking own garage? Like, you have the space to have a studio. Like, why wouldn't you just make that the thing?
Well, you can't wait for success to come to you. That's why we don't have a Rain sponsorship. We have Rain out as if we did. Because one day Rain will find us. They'll be like, you guys are great. I love what you're doing. Because we're a marketing team, marketing geniuses, just like our forefathers. I've actually been waiting for this moment, Marty. If you could do me a favor, please. What I need you to do right now is just focus really hard. Right? And please use the keyboard here. Spell my name.
It's G-E-R-D-O.
Oh, shit.
D-O, sorry. I was nature fart. That was great.
I just spoke giraffe. A lot of things kind of like chin. Now knowing that Australia isn't in Europe, we go, how like figure out how to feed yourself. How did you like make this work?
They're all trying to tell you how to spell it. You got it right, y'all. Gerardo, just Tosto.
It's probably my favorite joke, because it's so that was like the viral bad joke. It was like what's Mexican chocolate cookie with some sauce on top? It's like because I'm like could there be a worse answer?
I never thought of that before.
It's like
I don't think it's lazy so much as it is just racist.
It's degrading. It's like you've never seen the Mexican cookie before.
That makes sense.
Yes.
And it's perfect because they're so good. You know what I mean? Like, a salsa cookie is disgusting.
Yeah.
A Mexican cookie is Disneyland, dude. That's what I always say. Mexican cookie, the thing you brought that one time specifically? Yeah.
It also implies it's like, oh yes, Mexicans don't know how to make food. Yeah. Why would you put salsa on your cookie? Because Mexicans don't know how to make confections.
They're really upset. They're saying my name is Mr. Sharp. I don't know if that means Fargo, Virgo, Rectoraldo.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't spell your fucking name, dude. I didn't sign up for spelling bee. I signed up for a 24-hour fucking podcast. Starring BGL. The flyer you sent me said BGL, 24 hours, we're not going to talk.
Be careful, BGL. My car is very heavy, okay? My car has a hyper battery.
We reenact that here.
Yes, please. That'd be crazy if you wanted on the footage of what's actually out there. It'd be great. But what is what?
Hey, to have BGL lift your car.
It's my thing.
He's the world's strongest threatening man.
Oh, I'm sorry, I abused a fucking car one time.
I apologize to the car.
The car's in court. The car got a temporary restraining order against me.
You know, you couldn't do that to a truck. Hey, Mark, please confirm if Baba ever told you that he had Maddie hour time with me coming.
Yeah.
You're saying that Shab had sex with Wendy Cummings all the time?
I mean, I'm saying it's my honest perception of it. I have actual confirmation of it, and my inference from I'm not making a search, I'm not guessing. It's like my impression based on what he told me was that they had casual sex as friends over the course of 7 years. Yeah. According to him,
Explains, like, you know,
I don't know why he's lying about it. It's not like he's like, oh, my big flex is like, I'm fucking, they're friends.
Yeah, and this is like, you brought up Sinner. It's like, that explains why Wendy Cummings lost her funny, and Brennan Chop got really funny. You know what I mean? He sucked it out like a vampire. He took her comedic ability to sex.
And that was one of the things about Sinners where I'm like, wait, so you become a vampire and all of a sudden you're really going to play the fiddle? Yeah. This is confusing me. I didn't like Sinners because the rules of the vampires were clear. Like, what is the... Okay. I'm like, you're introducing the vampire rules too late.
Suspending your disbelief is like running over hurdles. It's like, I got to suspend it.
Yes. Well, it was...
And then it's like, Wendy Cummings is like sex because she's a vampire skank.
I gotta say, hey, you know what? I don't know what you guys are getting on this. I'm interested in Wendy Cummings one time. It's like, right, remember this episode kind of became, I think, a little bit viral for the fact that, like, my perception of other people's perceptions here was they were, like, kind of gay nipples. I was watching it, I try to not go out of my way, oh, women, you're bullying. It's like, hey, if you're not a comedian, you fucking hate. It was like, are you guys going? It seemed like they're going out of their way to, like, be a picture and it made me.
Well, now you're talking about the hierarchy of suck, which is like, where is Wendy Cummings compared to flagrant? You know what I mean?
Well, like, not even comedy. I'm just like, why do you have someone on to be a dick?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I watch porn, but I'm not gonna watch shit. You know what I mean? If it's actually mean, it's probably like, I mean, you could poke fun, I guess. I didn't see it, but she's better than they are. Like, I'm gonna say this. Wendy Cummings, funnier. Who's 60 kid? Wendy Cummings is funnier than Akash, and Andrew Schultz, and those guys at the couch.
Yeah, like, I used to people rip one of her specials, and I was like, oh, people really bad. I was like, I'm not gonna. People are like, oh, Burn Your Boat sucks. I don't really feel the need to watch shitty stand-up specials.
Yeah.
But like,
Do you watch it every week?
like I've seen Whitney. There was one where she had like an AI robot. And I was like, oh, that special was good. So I like something special.
Jones is the one with the road. Oh, no.
I'm just saying, I don't think of Whitney Cummings as a bad. Like, I know maybe some stuff she's put out was poorly received, but I've seen enough to go like, yeah, she can write jokes, she's gonna write it, whatever. But I just remember watching this like an episode, being like, they're really going out of their way to like be like a group of guys kind of getting up. And she calls it out. She's like, are you guys like really doing this right now? Yeah. They kind of gaslighting her, like, just kidding. It's like, but you're being meaner than like, when Logan Paul's on the episode, you're kind of kissing his ass. Yeah. Like,
That's funny to be like treat Mike Najak way better than Whitney Cummings. Yeah, he's a god. You can't insult that guy.
It's a little trashy to be like, when a girl comes on, it's like, we're gonna bully her.
You gotta bully everybody if you're gonna bully.
Yes, like that one. Keep saying energy.
You're gonna get these jokes.
Yeah, it's just weird, like cranking up, like because it's not one-on-one. Which I would get if you're like, okay, I'm going to interview a girl a little bit differently, or maybe add some tension on to it one-on-one. But it's like, there's 6 dudes here. And it's like a couch full of guys, like all trying to like take their shot at like, like roasting Whitney Cummings.
She's horrifically bad at comedy, but so are they. It's not fair. Yeah.
All that aside, it was like on a human level. I feel bad for her.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for her too. Sometimes I watch her, not just on that episode, just in general.
I feel like she's a confused person. Yeah, she's constantly under attack. That is for, it does seem like even when she's not being horrendous online, she's being attacked when she's just being normal. Okay. Yeah. So she has a target on her back, it seems like.
One thing, you know, Dylan riffed about this, about going over her house. He was like, you know, one of the script rants about it's like, you go over to her house and it's like, you got a 27 hit. Like, he's describing, like, you know, menagerie of people that are at Mindy Cummings' house in a given moment. And I remember I saw that after Brendan Chalk kind of confirmed, like said something similar to me in private about, like, who hangs out with Mindy Cummings in her house, you know? Like, people who take drugs, it's like a wheel where it makes them people, the idea of like,
January 6th shaman. They got certain, I can see him there.
There's a certain weird oddball collection of Hollywood people.
That lady for the Cincinnati Reds that was racist back in the day, she died, and she's right there.
Yeah. So Brendan described it very fine. Dylan, like, ranted about it to her face. It was, like, really funny, and she was, like, laughing and acknowledging it was accurate. I'm like, that gave me some insight into, like, I think she does probably use a lot of drugs. So,
Oh, okay. Yeah. Who's the guy that killed Khashoggi? That guy. That's all I'm on or something. He's probably there.
oh, Khashoggi.
The Ayatollah for I just imagine she picks people like her. Now she's gone right wing, so she can't have like Reese Witherspoon. She can't have like fucking the Disney stars over her now, but she's transitioned a little bit. She's gonna have more like right wing people like Tucker or maybe whoever. Christine Levin and I don't know, women that are conservative, I guess. Yeah, Tim Dillon. Women that are conservative. And Tim Dillon. I mean, I think she's somebody that just doesn't, she's not authentic, she's struggling with her thoughts, and so she just asks herself, what do people think? And then she does that. You know, and so that's when you get, oh, what's cool? She's constant, is this cool? Yeah. What's cool right now? Okay, that's what, wow, Matt Wright's not cool anymore. Sometimes people will wake up and meditate or pray or something, but she wakes up and she goes, what's cool? Exactly. She checks TikTok like Walsh checks Reddit.
Do you guys watch TikTok at all? Because I don't really. And I kind of like drove this in. What's the sense of TikTok? Like, if you're not sending me this on the app, because I'm not on there, you know, iMessage me on fucking TikTok.
Same thing with Facebook. My mom, all on Facebook.
I'm for some reason, I'm a hypocrite because I go on IG, but I'm like, one social media app that's addictive is enough.
TikTok is too much. A lot of those go unseen that I can send. I just not on it.
Yeah, I just don't give a fuck.
My sponsors have me so many TikToks. I do the Goonie. I blocked Ricardo and his mom too. I can't send me stuff. I actually send him aspect of the TikTok. I'm gonna block your dad too, just because I don't think about it. Because if he ever gets on TikTok, I don't want that. I don't want that. I forget the shooting thing. What is the shooting thing? Is it the lion thing? Yeah. That's the last thing I want to see. That's what Joey talks about our studio. He's like, I'm gonna go in. Some would say the worst. I heard that he wears those night vision goggles, but they're not on, so he's just blind. Could you imagine? Could you imagine going to his house and he has those? Or like, aren't these the goggles? Does he really have goggles? You know?
I know he has guns.
I don't know.
It's also like when he was claiming that like broke into his house, I'm like, why would I visit my ex-boss who like has AK-47s in his house? I'm kind of fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, why would I go harass like a UFC heavyweight fighter who has an arsenal of weapons? You know, like, and who's like, father-in-law is like a LAPD officer.
On the bullet, it was engraved that if you're reading this, you're redacted. It's almost cat.
Yeah, he does almost cat.
Fuck, man. Catch this, you blockbuster. He's definitely coming for us at some point. Yeah. I'll fight to the death. It's a matter of when.
opposed to if.
I remember because it's funny, like when you chose to, I would love to. Earlier you asked about conditioning notes, and one of the things I want to cover with this is how do you get notes on somebody on a stand, especially with already been filmed?
Yeah.
You shot it, It's like, hey, can you give me script notes on the movie? It's like, well, that would be the script stage. Yeah, watch him set and everything. Right? So he was doing a lot of, like, can I get feedback on this, on his finished product? And it's like, well, unless I have access to all the footage and angles and jokes he took out, I can't tell you that. Unless I have raw footage, I'm not going to know. So that would take way, So I remember he was just like thirsting for, like, this is good. This is good. And then just get back to her and says, oh, yeah, I'm proud of you. Later, he says, he didn't watch, that's hard. Watch it. You don't watch it. It's like, well, the guy didn't fucking watch it. He's like, yeah, hey, great job, buddy. Yeah. You want to meet with your podcast? Definitely have time to watch it.
There is precedent to that, though, because I think Coach Joe DeRosa just did his special, and he said that he had already filmed it. I can't think of it. Whatever it's in the woods of Mel. That's our donation. But Joe DeRosa filmed the special, right? This song by him.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Robert.
His Jin's family is honored by him. Oh my God, it's a crescent.
Not because he's maintained steady employment. Have I told you? I don't know the connection that I see between Korean culture, what I know about Korean culture, Malcolm Gladwell book, and do you know about this? How I like what Malcolm Gladwell books because he focuses on these little interesting anecdotes that proves your product line at 10,000 hour reward. One of his books talks about how Korean Airlines had a disproportionate number of crashes, and they tried to trace it back to basically the communication between the pilot and co-pilot was stunted or stifled. Because in Korean culture, hierarchy is so important to every aspect of how things are done socially. Like, you don't, if you're above me socially, you can't drink tea before me. Like, it's very strict. You do not question your boss. So it's like, shit, it's for employee for granted. I'm a nightmare. Because I'll talk back to you when you're wrong. Shit's like, whatever you want. Like, I'm just abiding by you're above me. I don't get the question. But also, he likes that. Despises the fact that Chin is offering Korean ideas. Well, to avoid inflation, or utilitarian. So he loves it, presents it. But I do see that as part of the reason. How do you survive in the shot? You have to be totally compliant. You have to be a shark. You know, it's swimmingly not threatened. You gotta be it's like he either has to have some sort of life essential or be so vital or whatever. It's like, like I said, Chris D'Elia is like, if you're finding out it's like Chris D'Elia can do no wrong just because he's like so vital to his work, so much to him. You're either like a god to him or like an appliance that never goes.
Yeah, he is like a Jeffrey Epstein-sized void of like, why does everyone keep shopping around? He's not funny, and he sounds like fucking terrible to be around.
Here's the thing, if you're socially above him, like D'Elia, Brendan makes it much easier for you. And he's not a high maintenance friend, because he's also sensitive to social awareness. He's texting me around all the time, like transgressing boundaries, and knowing that I can't really be like, hey dude, like, no more text after 6 p.m. Unless someone, and he's gonna find another reason to fire me. He makes you understand that without saying it. But Chris D'Elia, he's not gonna fuck around. He's gonna go, he's gonna tag off of his review of goes, and they don't really, but it's really hang out with you all the time. Mark, bro. Did you know?
Anyone who's out there to do it, is going to the mix up under normal.
I don't know why. Like, well, I don't know where Mark is.
I'll make it like, it'll be cool. Like, we can drink a bar. I mean,
Chris was way nice though.
that's good. Do you think, with Bob, like, who do you think he thinks is the funniest person? Or does he even like George Carlton?
Will
George Carlton.
Yeah, because he would say people like Jim Carrey. It's like obvious like an icon.
34. Okay.
Because I grew up watching Carrey. Yeah, it's like that was the funniest motherfucker on the planet to me. And I still think it holds up. It's like he's like he is, you know, he was like
He did MMA first.
but he's in the lineage of like
Canadian
you know,
MMA.
like I love looking at like you know like physical comedy over the ages. It's like and he's universal, and it's like an athletic mastery thing. When you watch him, it's like he was one of a kind for a time, but he's in this lineage of like the 40s and 50s. Like there were guys who physical comedy. It's a skill.
Yeah.
You never know because like, oh, I used to love this, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna enjoy this.
However,
You know, so
He likes the idea of liking it.
yeah, and like I get away from that change. Like, oh yeah, growing up, like my dad wanted me to be a music player. Or my dad wanted me to be an NFL player. I wanted to be like that. This is a childhood dream again.
I'm trying to comic book seller.
Yeah. Like it's again, some of like page frequencies, the person who can kind of like, I didn't see that. And like, oh, when you put all these things side to side, we're just telling some bullshit story on. Like, are you sure?
He thinks like Jim Carrey is Elmo. Sesame Street. He's like, you know, the guy wears red, you know, he's squeeze you, he's some tickle, sometimes you laugh.
Yeah, and sure, you're like, because as comedians, you guys think about like not only who you like the most, but why. You mentioned your Brendan Miller. Why do you like But I have heard about sure I get things up in mothership How dare you? This David Lucas slander I will not stand for. You are being racist right now and need to stop.
Oh, I think he's confusing it with the time where an owl landed on his arm.
He falls asleep.
David.
Is it inside joke? I'm assuming.
He thinks that titties on your arm feel like an owl landing on your arm. It's pretty funny.
Did he get fucking is that an actual rumor?
I don't know. This is the first I heard some Trent Flip here. I heard some stuff about him in the Comedy Store. I'm not sure about the mothership. Yeah, I think I heard that, but I've forgotten. Did that surprise anyone? Great. Well, like the David Lucas part of Graves is like being, it got conquered by Graves. Yeah, Graves is the fourth Reich in his race. You know what I mean?
What's Graves?
Well, that's kind of does sound like a nickname for other Graves. No, I am Graves disease. It's like it's not a big deal.
That's what I was saying.
Never heard of it.
Yes.
But I take a pill. Yeah. And yes, exactly. Dude, this guy's a doctor. Wow. I mean, listen, he knows his stuff.
Joey has his doctor yesterday, and like, and Philip did this like you can be more of an expert in certain very specific niches. Like a lot of I probably know way more about more compounds within your body versus you roughly know vaccines. Sometimes they're going to like a checkup and they're like, you're taking too much testosterone. Like, oh, they're like, you should take 50 milligrams right away. Yeah, for sure. Like, you can't be that small. Come on.
Yeah, how many fucking things can you lift, dude? What is that? How many cars can you lift? Is that stethoscope help you? Yeah, he's on medication, but we are also trying to come up with merch to solve his Graves. I know, if we could just get a few more Patreon subs, I think I might be able to overcome that.
Wait, you guys feel comfortable telling me how many Patreon subs you get?
We have like 400 subs, yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So I was going to say, my guess for GLK was like 500.
Okay,
Well, my guess is 7.5 make
once we said that the rest was an actual socialist. Man, this is my favorite special. I'm so glad we could get together and watch it. 85 times such a big deal to me.
Yeah, it's great. I can't believe it took part in this. It was like such a big effort celebration.
The documentary has to be a docu-series, and one episode has to be called Marg with a G. And it has like ACDC music playing, like a silly
Like this is a joke of yours, but like I can actually.
no, this is not a joke. This is not a joke. I'm being 100% serious. I'm sorry for.
No, I like because I like the idea also of like books, for example, in this world history is kind of like different, like it's like a story told of different perspectives about it.
So The Last Dance is about the 6th championship. In that, it's so big magic to watch that. I love watching it. So, like for instance, this is his 6th championship, his second special. You know, the Ring of Honor. That's the lens, but then the scope of it all kind of goes back to this. You're part of it. The whole history with you would be an episode, and it goes back to like I don't know how to make a documentary about the special. It sounds like a joke he told or whatever. Oh my god! But it would be like Brendan Schaub would need to be involved because Michael Jordan was involved. And then this is like dude, you would make a shot for shot remake. Just switch out everything shot for that.
Like Brendan Walsh was alluding to earlier, like to get him involved. I agree with you. Yeah, but you could do without him.
2 words, dude. 100 million. Are you think he's gonna say no to that?
Of course not. Yeah. This guy committed fraud for $100,000 after he already got like 4
Words actually for you guys. We are rich. Dude, could you imagine? I know that. Come on, stay with me. We do a shot for shot remake where Michael Jordan's like, and for some reason I took that person. It's Schaub on the laptop, but he's watching Sesame Street. For some reason I said Durant.
But anyone is permitted to apply low oil, dry basins in an affected joint area. Why? Because Allah all Jews are loyal.
We go through the whole lineup of the Chicago Bulls. Like, who's Scotty Kukoc? Who's fucking BJ Anderson? Or Tony Kukoc? Scotty, dude. That would be
They don't like the size of their son's penises or something. Oh, like, crazy, like, we're
The last week,
because these guys are like media competitors, right? Kind of.
Can I ask you though, did you read that online? Is that a Tiger fact?
It's triggering to people more they like it or whatever, but it's like, if you think you're going to promote this fucking shittiness and be polarizing, like, I wanted it to be like, you know, some professional guy, like, oh, cool, so who's the art director for the photo shoots that you want to do? Like, you know, this elaborate Tiger thick whiskey promotion on a budget of nothing, like, what? You know, yeah, make it look like the Rocks page. Okay, cool, you want to do that with AI or, like, you know,
Pay the wrong money.
yeah, or you want me to fucking troll people and troll your choice. And then it's not managing it 2 months later. It's like taking. I remember commenting on it. I got blocked on the page. It was like, I was supposed to already had it. And like, I got fired for putting an extra C in it.
Which they're gonna do.
I was like, it's great to get all my evidence. He was so fucking pissed that he was like, fuck, like he's telling me, dude, like one person saw it on Facebook because it didn't even, you can't hyperlink on Instagram. So I went to a Facebook account. Me and Jay were both like, there's a Facebook account, like, started posting, none of us were aware of it. One person commented on it, it was like, no likes, hey, I want to check the spelling. He's like, motherfuckers, like, as if he just like accidentally, you know, wanted to make sure like so fucking everything to the internet, you know. And then, oh my god, it's like,
Yeah, it's happening all over.
and then I get fired, and it's like, okay, so wait, like, you know, I'm getting, and then when you go, you see because someone else lined it up, right? And then I watch it, like when I left, I was like, how come no one's posting to this page? And, you know, like, hey, how's the replacement going?
Something fixed. We're actually in hour 5, y'all. What the hell?
The rose oil was even
Yeah, we got more guests coming through, y'all.
I want to say I wish you'd come home right now. I said, okay, I will. And now he's like,
Okay, sweet. New card.
no, I'm not going to like suddenly exit, but I'm just telling her yes.
It's the wind down. It's the Martin wind down.
Right. Is it on the level 5?
We do have to address the bots later, so yeah. Like all the negative comments, it's just I don't know why they.
Yeah, anybody said like it's so funny that somebody like someone would pay for so many negative comments about me. It's just like, yeah, fucking get a life.
I don't know who pays for it or where they come from, but I just it might be an inside job. I did text Bobby, he did not respond. All these bots
Mark, they're gonna sit for 18 hours fucking.
I know, right? What the fuck? Right. No, not us.
He found your replacement Easter. I do think so. They're like, she's texting him fucking outfit pics at 3 a.m. and things.
I will say, dude, every time you come through, I am. I don't even know what I expected beforehand. You know what I mean? And then you break both your hammies and you fucking beat my expectations. You know what I mean? Right?
Oh, every time let Mark ramble on. Once again, I appreciate people looking at it.
People are like, "Are you guys gonna get food?" I'm like, "Mark is cooking."
I told one of them, I'm like, because sometimes, like, so look at Juan's personality. Here's where we conflict. It's like, sometimes, like, oh, yeah, fuck, man. I was along with some evidence that I was, like, you're looking at old shit on my phone. I'm like, I found this recording of, we lived in some apartment, and my cat was killed by somebody who I believe, like, we had reason to believe it was, like, an Airbnb case, place, like, hit our cat. It was, like, very traumatizing. So I don't know, like, we floated about this. It was, like, horrific to us because it was, like, somebody killed my cat, as me from a car accident, put the cat on top of a cardboard box, and and then a neighbor was like, knocked on her door like Sunday morning and was like, I'm sorry about your cat. We're like, we both lose our mind. We were out, and then it was like the area where she used to hang out in this like a grass area, like it looked like a car had driven over the sprinkler, like the sprinklers were. So it was like, wait, like what your car hangs up there? And it was like, it was an Airbnb that we were already annoyed by because it's like, you turn this apartment into Airbnb and now people are coming in left and right and they don't understand the situation. Playing music, blah, blah. And I was just trying to get answers and closure from the person who runs it. So I was like, I got a hold of this guy who ran it, and I was like, well, first of all, the guy who did that through their contact, and I was like, hey, do you have your boss number? We just want to know, like, we just want to know what happened. And we're not trying to sue anybody. It was just like, we know what happened. Closure. And immediately they were like, we did not do anything. Like, don't text us while I was like, whoa. And then I found the guy who ran it, and he got, like, I think he called me or something. Or, yeah, it must have been, because it was like, I didn't get the number back. Then I get a number from this. It was like, hello. And he's like, he just started screaming. He's like, you fucking know. He said, I'm going to kill you. Oh my God. Well, like, who the fuck is this? Some guy named Vito. I was like, I had no idea who he was. I know this guy screaming at me on the phone, telling me he's going to kill me. And I'm like, it's trying because I'm like, my cat is dead, and I'm just looking for closure, and you're telling me that you're going to murder me, asking questions about it. So I was like, so I didn't eat that, because I'm like, I have no idea this guy is going to block me, and I can't, like, and then, like, a week later, I'm coming home from the gym, and I see these guys in front of their Airbnb. I'm like, oh, that's Vito. And he's like this small Asian, like Filipino, like gay man. Like, I didn't know what Vito was like. I'm assuming it's some Italian dude or something. But I figured out, like, oh, because they're looking around and like looking, oh, we gotta, like, so I presumed I go, like, I walk in and go, hey, you guys want this Airbnb? Yeah, I'm like, hey, I get up in his face, I'm just like, you said you wanted to murder me. I go, why don't you do that? And I bust in his house, right? I was like, in his house. And so I wanted to give you that chance. He's like, fucking touch me. I'm like, no. You said you wanted to murder me, so I'm going to get that opportunity right now. And it's like, the whole point was like, I'm going to make this person feel small and tell him, like, it's I'm going to go ahead and call the cops. I'm going to save you until
attempts to murder. What do you listen? Like, you know, and like, yeah, that's a hate crime in Dutch, but like, I wouldn't beat him up when I go home. I just want to make sure you know that, like, you made a mistake and tried to tell me the right time to start getting paid. Sympathetic. Water comes in and starts talking. Like, I'm like, what? I'm ruining my intimidation tactic. I am trying to make this person feel very small. The silence that's created when I say I'm getting the opportunity to work with you. He doesn't say nothing. Yeah. Because he can't. You know, and I'm going to say, oh, so like, hey, look, when I'm done, you can yell at him. Like, no, he's arguing here. I'm like, oh, so I'm recording the back with my phone. And I'm like, listen to this. I'm like, yeah. So it's like, I just kind of went around like touching stuff. It was just like, oh, what are you gonna do? All the cops, like, yeah, look at your drawers. Like, it's a nice glass door you have. You're ashamed to hang out. You're Indies. So I'm like, oh, like, but wait, you guys live here? Like, I thought it's an open house. Like, oh, this is an open park. You guys live here? You don't live here. Right. I'm gonna get the like, oh, you run an illegal Airbnb. Like, oh yeah. Man, like, so what's your position here? You want to live here or not? Or those Triscuits open? Just trying to like intimidate him. They can't go get shot. Like, I took the cops to school, right? But I left in my own car, but I thought my job was done. And then the cops, like 20 minutes later, go over to my house. And they're like, they're like, hey, were you in this guy's house? I'm like, yeah, I was. Can't do that. I'm like, no. No shit.
Trying to arrest a lion officer? I don't know if that's a good idea for you.
Put it on.
Try it right now.
Speaking of sure. What are the guys on the track team?
Damn, I'm sorry to hear about that. Yeah, sorry.
No, I didn't like it is necessarily like losing a pet. Super emotional. If I wanted to go there and think about it, I'm glossing over my emotions right now, but it was to get to the point of like you know, the humor of like you want to be a tough guy and then your wife's like nagging you. It's like, just tell me right now, like, because that'll happen with the strong personality, like, it's like, hey, have your shirt in a second. Would you like milk or some milk or something?
That's what I saw my right hand that night.
Yeah. What is this? Dylan was like, this is a game man on stage.
But I just want to say before you go into that, I'm so grateful that you came here.
I'm so grateful you guys got it. And also, one way, so, one of my biggest pet peeves last year is just like, so yeah, so right now, like, motherfucker, what? Like, you didn't give me any warning whatsoever. So right before they come, I'm gonna be like, hey, like, a month from now, and they're gonna be like, appropriate updates. That'd be awesome. You can feel like, I do need that. Yeah, I'm not gonna write this down. Have you show up for shit. You'll be like, hey, you come get the more loser, no, I should skip.
I'm in Seattle, man.
What? You're fucking TikTok?
Yeah, I'm hanging out in the Android Davis. Get in line, bitch.
I appreciate you guys having me over. We're doing it soon.
The fans love you, man.
10 minutes of shop, sincerely, all this other stuff that they said about it being a very out of all the Brendan shop based reaction content. I think that you guys have probably the most positive, like, kind of good spirited crowd. So thank you guys all for watching. As long as you sound
Stay for 24 hours.
the road
Oh, God. That would be
or
It's going to be hard for
not
us.
that or not the type of road that goes in the ring of the boat. Those are knots that are not actually but are actually gravel. This should be part of the third category of knots. It's a totally different level. Like you, those who are finished up, a little time of time issues, time hurdle, time straps into the hand, wide skis, oil skis, all of the animals what I was talking about today, the three categories of knots. Category love, number one, this is our race. That's a
We had to take it with you, man. Take the whole thing.
Like those things in the nose of the
Have
animal.
fun with it.
That
Yeah, comments right
type of those are
Okay.
those
Here.
is our
You
race.
see that?
This is
You see
that
that,
other
man?
next level. The rope is
Alright,
tied
guys.
in the
Mark,
nose.
see you, buddy.
The rope is
You're the
tied
best.
in the ring of the boat.
So, that was
Those are the ones that are semi.
that was Netflix.
Therefore,
Mark came in and destroyed as usual
So,
while we were watching the greatest stand-up special ever
third
done.
category of knots.
Yeah, comments, dude. Oh, two S words.
Tied the flag.
Yeah, maybe Warner Brothers could be a thing. I'm not glad that the port in the middle of my head is back. I had that surgically removed by a doctor. Doctor cut it off. Because that's a real thing. You have a port in the middle of my head. And the doctor cut it off. And I didn't think it was going to grow back, but I guess it's grown back. What's up, Mark Ramirez? Good to see you. Good to see you. Lando, it's been a while since I've seen you. TriStar. Whoa. I feel like I haven't seen TriStar in a while. Tommy Jarvis. What'd you say? This is so great, Papas. You got good guests and everything. Walsh, I mean, we want to get some more people on. It's been tricky to kind of like coordinate with everybody. But I think later on, It Doesn't Matter podcast is going to be on with us. Potentially, we're going to reach out to a few other people. One big guest, obviously. A couple of their own big guests. Potentially, we're hoping to have Brian Campbell, our CEO, but he's very busy in presidential stuff. But maybe him, maybe Sean, maybe Patrick Williams. Is Walsh coming? We already had Walsh on, dude. You missed it. But it's on the show, so you can watch it after. Did we reach out to Chin? No. I thought about that. I actually grasped at somebody pretty big, and I was probably turned down. I won't say who, but I was turned down. Oh yeah, can do it. So when is AZ coming? I'd like to have AZ on the podcast. I think maybe on the Raccoon Tweeties episode. Somebody tell him to message me. I think that would be fun. Chip guy, no. TriStar, you should know better. We'll never. Nick is not. We're not down with Nick. He's not welcome here. Chin is welcome. Nick, not so much. No, I didn't reach out to Joe Rogan. That's a stupid question. Bobby Lee. I haven't had the balls to reach out to Bobby Lee just yet. Plus, he's my boss, so it's kind of awkward to ask your boss for stuff. Have you ever had a job? Never heard of it. Mark Ramirez, you're close. I'm coming for you. Your life is almost over. Oh, you know what? The idea about racing is funny. Maybe we'll do that. I want to do more like bits where we're doing stuff outside. So lifting, racing, selling trucks, maybe food truck type diary thing. Timothy Wendell, thank you. Yeah, that was kind of weird. I mean, I think most people like sinners. I haven't heard a single person say that it's bad yet, but everybody has their own opinion. So, okay, cool. Water.
And again, this nut also is
Give it up for Gerardo, dude. Like, organized all this shit. How do you even film in this thing? Got chairs everywhere, different setups. I think we're probably gonna move back to the couch soon. Because most of the guests are gonna be the Zoom.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna have people show up in person.
The heart rate plus and then go ahead and run.
Oh, balloon fort. We don't matter. We didn't count.
So running,
Oh, right.
Give it up for Mark Harvey. Oh, unique. Yeah, I don't know about unique. I don't think so. I wish him the best, and he's funny, but I don't think I want to deal with all that. That's all too much.
Hopefully, you some, but I would take any plus.
Shout out to you guys. I got a lot of good work. Cody Quayle, shout out to you. Somebody from the beginning, Cody. What's up, dude? Thanks for watching that long. I did. I'm not sure.
Like an officer, hopefully you see something. Bill Trump, you went ahead and ordered it. You are not so
oh my god, that was a lot, y'all. I think it's the longest we've ever streamed. Definitely the longest we've ever streamed. Yeah, dude. What do you want? Who the fuck is that guy? I gave her a birthday shout out or something. She's nice.
Okay. I wish
her the best.
Oh, the stream's again. If there was an individual who was basically go ahead and try to audio. Carry it over.
As he says, he's taking a nacho. Give it a nacho cheese.
Is your Mac running at all? No, it's got to constantly adjust and keep guessing. Once you guys forever, never get to see you live usually because I am struggling, I won't lie to you. Because I probably have undiagnosed sleep apnea. Probably the brain kind. I'm not going to fall asleep, but my head hurts. I got Advil. I want it. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Oh, that's good. Here, I'll take the whole bottle, please. When I walk out? Okay. When I walk out, okay. Will I be able to do it? Oh, so just me. Mark gave us all Graves. Does anybody else, am I the only person with Graves' disease? Is anyone else having thyroid issues? Vladimir, what's up? Dude, I got a lot of stuff. I got Graves' disease, small teeth, big gums. I got a headache. My wrist is maybe broken again. So that's the thing about that. I'll tell you about podcasts. A lot of your favorite podcasters have chronic diseases. In fact, most of them do. Part of having a black belt is being very good at talking for a long period of time with no nonsense. Because you have to have something that's threatening your life. In 20 to 30 years, I could be dead. But right now, all I have is a headache. So it's not really that big a deal. Thanks. I was telling them part of podcasting is having chronic disease. I think that's true. What is it that got you? Mark Harley being here or the Grego Coffee Fight? I would say it was the inherited Graves disease. And probably Apple. Maybe the drink need to hire some episode. Just glass of all that. I'm fine. Like, we're not the only podcast that's sick. Yeah, we do a few. Not that I can't handle that. Come here if you're right. What do you work for? Oh, shit. Payment for every record. Special edition rain thing. Listen to work for them on Game Week Graves too. I don't know, but I was like, I just assumed that meant dicey. I read it. Oh, yeah, it's like everybody likes that movie. I've not talked to anybody who doesn't like it. It's surprising. Actually, I think one person did say they didn't like it. It's just tone. I should think it's like being weird. But I can't. I don't agree. So is that your takeaway? You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, it's that movie is fucking also, shout out to Oprah for being here, dude. Oh, hell yeah, she is. Both men should be on the show later. Yeah, he's able to. Still a little early. not walking this back. I can't go through a lot. Straight up.
And they grew up in Thanks, Belly. I donate for $20 in less than 10 minutes. Thank you, Tony. Yeah, dude, I stayed up until like 1 in the morning setting up. The NXT says as soon as Cody transitions to the couch, he's falling asleep. Yeah. I should DoorDash Red Bull. I would drink this at gunpoint. I'll get you Red Bull if you want. Do you have Red Bull? I can go to the home right here if you want to. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll speak talk to the chat. Okay. I'll go get 2 Red Bulls for you. Yeah. I got you. That's what, when Gerardo leaves, he's getting a drink from me. I'll just I also, what's it called? I got a free trial on Zoom, so we're good. Oh, sit. I gotta cancel that bitch. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it. Yes. And, you want to do, would you rather sit on the couch or not? Up to you, Rob. I'm fine here or there. Because you already set up for the couch. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, dude, I mean, Red Bull Run seems healthier than what my original suggestion was to order DoorDash pizza. Every time we have pizza on the stream, it goes really bad. So I think I'm just going to live off egg whites. Earlier, when we were like planning this shit for the stream, it was kind of, we've been telling you all about this for weeks, but I'm not going to lie to you. I won't sugarcoat it for you. I won't sugarcoat your dicks and vaginas until it's delicious. We didn't really plan a lot. I would say, like, we're just reaching out to people like, can you be on? They were like, we need Diet Coke. So Gerardo got Diet Coke. So what kind of food should we do? Streaming for so long. So this is my girl. What bakeries are open? It's Diet Coffee. And listen, I wasn't going to get donuts. I wasn't. I said, donuts. So I got a bunch of bagels. I'm so tired, I forgot where I was going. Just check back in with the chat. Ryan Hardy, where did you get the Puig jersey, Danny? Okay, I got the Puig jersey on, what is that site where you, it's like, I've never used it before, where you bid on things. That's how the Braves did hard. I got it on that site where you bid on stuff. I wasn't sure about jersey sizes, so I had to ChatGPT what is large jersey size. If you don't know, 48 eBay, that's it. See, you asked the question, you knew the answer already. That's the kind of fan we want. Thank you for helping. I got it on eBay, I bid a little bit under, and I won to be alien. I was like, damn, I should have bid way less. But it wasn't that expensive. And it came, and then like yesterday, I got a little surprise for you, Gerardo. And he was like, oh, I think I already know what it is. I had forgotten that I texted him. Oh shit, Gerardo's calling me. I'm gonna put on speaker. All right, you're on speaker. You know I want sugar free. Don't ask me a stupid question. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, I'm sorry. All right, there. Dude. Would you guys are sugar free people, I'm assuming, right? I mean, is it, I'm glad that he asked, but sometimes you aren't, but I gotta have sugar free. But anyways, I was talking to Jordan, and he's like, I think I know what it is. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, some quick thing. Apparently I texted to her, and I forgot. It's just, I mean, the Craig's is really, recently I just don't remember anything. I might have even just said that twice, I'm not really sure. Yeah, dude, I mean, all sugar-free soda is pretty good, so I think it's all great. Needham Boat would have been cool if you guys could have gone Baton. I don't have any connection to Baton. I think it's funny. Sure, it'd be great to have, but I don't know anyone that knows Baton. So if you all know Baton, you can tell him to come on our show. If he has the time, we'd love to have fun. That guy, he cracks me up. Originally, I was sort of like, I don't know about this guy, but now I think he's hysterical. For the cursor, Cooney doesn't put sugar all over his Red Bull, and so that's exactly right. Could have said it better myself. Thank you, FB. Appreciate it. Thank you. Is the light count good? I haven't looked at it. To be honest with you, I don't even know how to check. Gerardo does the checking on light counts. I'll just trust your word for it, truthfully. But yeah, definitely like the video. We had
Patreon content. We just watched Kill Tony. We watched Jordan Jensen's new stand-up special. Jordan Jensen's funny. Did you like Jeff B? We enjoyed it. Pretty good. Pretty good stuff. We watched on the Patreon. We watched specials. Never heard of it. Synthetic sweeteners give you cancer. I'd rather have up my teeth. Listen, Steve Popeye. I mean, you can just drink neither one. Don't have up your teeth. Yeah, make sure you have an NSB. You don't want to end up. Toronto's got all sorts of teeth problems. I just have small teeth, but I don't have any cavities. Toronto's getting like what's root canals. I don't want that. And that's true. Try Star Wars. Everything is cancer. Fuck it. I'm gonna turn back on the special. They fucking bring a copy for cancer of anything else. Nah. Thank you for the food, but nah, I don't. Feel sure. His singing his ass. Hard disagree. He's got a good voice. Maybe he sings well. The real deal Holyfield. This shit is the real deal Holyfield. This shit is. Flat asses. Just never worked a cross. Never worked out. This one, boys, goes do. And two, when Gerardo walks in. It's already, I think probably four. But, I should hit four. Should I hit four? Spicy. Thank you, dude. Let's talk about oh shit, dude. What flavors are they? White gummy bears is strange choice. White gummy bears. That's so weird. Rain is like racist or something. What is the question? Toronto trusts me so little with like streaming that he's doing a poll with 3 energy drinks in his hand. If I let you do it, the computer will break. White gummy bear. White gummy bear. See that? I haven't had a Red Bull in like 5 or 6 years, dude. That sounds pretty good. I'll do it for the stream. Anything for you else. We aren't sponsored by Red Bull. Rain, we have loyalty to Rain. However, I will not drink it because it is oh my god, it's so good. I miss this. I will regret this in 30 minutes. Dude, let me ask you shit. It's a tough question. Let me ask y'all a question. Anybody ever remember 5-hour energy drinks? I mean, I used to like to drink those and watch Serial Coffee Solo. But no, those are like Sal Volcano. We watched him on Patreon. And the one thing I agreed with him about is the feeling you get from having a 5-hour energy is indescribable. It is not a good feeling. The second you drink it, you're like, oh my god, why did I do this? What kind of job is this? That I need 5-hour energy to do it. That was when I had the most hourly of hourly jobs. Bookstore, restaurant, smoothie guy. I was like slamming 5-hour energies, making smoothies with apple stickers. Hey, mine has a sticker in it. What's the guy making it? Oh, I'm sorry. I accidentally left the sticker on the apple. I apologize.
Dude, every night, cheese, all year round. You never peel off the carbs. That's a game plan.
Go ahead, spoil it all.
All right. They're like, they go, wait, Paul Pierce is coming on the show? No. But hey, Paul, what do you think about the Gringo Poppy? He's like, man, he's gonna get you. Fucking better than that. They don't know which one they're going to do. They're both so good. I mean, Rain is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty big by Rain. Because they don't have
It's crazy that they have new flavors. I don't understand the marketing. Like, why make a new monster? Why rebrand? It's cutting into monster sales. It's like we need something for Gen Z. A new kind of. I'm fine with it. This is the perfect energy drink right here. Full coffee. Which one do you want me to drink? I mean, I think white gummy bear. I fucked up. As usual. Don't vote for me. Don't vote just like I do. Okay, don't copy me. Don't be a cunt. Right? That's the last thing you want to be. Don't cook off me. I'm going to vote with your heart. I'm going to wait till it's 5 minutes ago and then I'm I don't need sycophants, okay? But if you criticize me in any way, you're a bot. Yeah. I was so upset we should have started the stream off with the bots thing. We kind of killed the bot joke, but I forgot everything I was going to say anyways. So we met up last night and talked for 3 hours about this bot bit that we were going to do. It's not a bit, it's for real. We're done with the bots. Yeah, no, there's no bit. No more bots. You know what I mean? We're going to focus our attention instead of on the comments on Coffee King, stuff like that, donuts. It's just crazy, like the comments where they go like, oh, go back to Timo's every week. It's like, all right, bot. Like, you think I was bored yet? You think this was my first rodeo? Yeah. That's what I told Jaro last week. I was like, there's a lot of people that don't. I told him to sit down so he can take it out. I was like, I got to talk to you. There's a lot of people that are watching us right now that think it's actually the first time that we've been to a rodeo. And he was like, you know what? Yeah, right. I said that. Yeah, I told you, I was like, there should be bots that put sugar all over things and tell us it's delicious. You know, you're like, neither or both of us have been to many rodeos. We talked a lot about rodeos after that bull riding. And we came to, after we talked for a long time about bull riding, we were like, you know what? Bots need to go. We have a no bot policy. We don't read the comments, so we won't know. But if we did and we saw a negative comment, which is like, oh, it's a bot, don't leave them up. We're not going to delete them. But we'll know that any kind of criticism whatsoever, anyway, even if it's not just like enough referential, like it's something that's not like you guys are lazy, then I know it's about the content. Yeah. You know, it's like, who's going to read it? The other bots. So why would we delete it? The bots are communicating and liking each other. Elizabeth Marsden, peace myself laughing. What up, Ireland? What up, Irish bot? What's up? I feel like a show. It's like, what's up, fam? In Ireland, what's up, my fucking whole country? I saw some Irish comments, so I was happy to see the Irish flag. And, you know, I went to see Swell Season last night at the Great Theater. Shout out to Irish people. I don't know if any of you are fans of Swell Season in the chat, but it was pretty good. Never heard of the movie once, never heard of it. Take these broken boats. All right, it looks like White Gummy Bear won for that. So let's go ahead and fridge up the other one. He jumped 55. Couldn't go get sleep study, please. I agree, dude. I think Othman was right. I don't know if I mentioned it earlier. Othman is the one that told me probably about me. Because he's got, but it affects his brain is so small, that that's why his sleep in, because the brain, they measured his brain is very small. The bots are blowing each other. There's another bot telling us what's happening in the bot. I know, for all I know, bots can have sex with you. I put in, check this out. I'm ready for this. 5 minute Belfast. Belfast. Truck flap for you, truck flap. Truck flap and Belfast, I'm really busy. But I have been. You ready for this sweet sound? Yeah, they rate that.
Sometimes you can't just water how you set up your security like that. You got system. Third cup.
It's crazy. Try not to buzz, dude. Trick foot talking about my cab tour. I've been on it. Not good.
Delicious for me. I think Babylonian beer and Babylonian beer is does wonders for me.
You dig your own grave. Get that away from me. You're right. Just know the crash from the energy drink probably. The last time I had Red Bull might have been more than 6 years ago. I think it was because it was my
I was hanging out with my old roommate, Philly, and they were drinking. He goes, hey, I got your drink from Lost. And I was like, and he's like, yeah, well, your drink's memorable. There's the I'm drinking. So I was like, all right. I was pissed off. I don't want to drink that. Cheers. What you got? You guys got a lot of thoughts on the spot? Yeah. Either coke, oh, dude, have you ever seen someone looking like they had more fun in their life? Rain fucking, yeah, it's just so good. Dude, it's such a good part. They care. They do a lot of volunteer work and charity and shit. Rain, there's a Rain charity where they give sour gummy worm to like mothers in need when they're pregnant. Yeah. It just, I'm gonna get emotional talking about it, but I just, they're a great company and it means a lot to us that they support.
I told you off this podcast, but my kid was having seizures. I knew Rain. So stupid. I'm just like, man, that's hilarious. Fucking Rain, yeah, the Rain treating seizures. Yeah. Oh my God, Justin's having a seizure. Quick, because they open his mouth before it. Sarah gonna be wearing cherry limeade. Cherry limeade's not Rain. That's Sonic, I think. Gee, you play music at Mitchin singing his ass. I'll do it for sure. Yep. Yeah, shout out to Lucas. It's right. Just turn on the stream. 19 hours to go. Praying for y'all. Oh, dude. I haven't seen enough Mario Posse yet. No, I'm just trying to get more in, you know. Oh, I did have a fun bit that we don't have to do it now, but we'll do it a little later. Because we're still waiting on some motherfucking guests. It was amazing. I cannot believe I've never had a Girls coffee cake before. That might be the best that might be the best coffee cake I've ever had in my life. Don't see it. How does it? Well, it's easy to get. It's cheap. We'll go there after. But listen, how does it coffee cake with icing on it? Whoa! What the fuck? I didn't know it had icing on it until I took a bite. I didn't see the icing. I was like, oh my God. I didn't even think about this. There's a cookie left. There's guava cheese roll. That donut is disgusting. Don't really. It's look, you can eat it if you want cookies. And donut's not from Portugal. I won't say, oh, it's not romantic. I went into a Tinker, but I was like, I don't know what you got going on here, but I don't like what I see. So, I mean, it's Lucas' birthday yesterday, so let's just say, happy birthday, Lucas. Happy birthday, Lucas. From all of us over here at T-Mos and RT, dude. Yeah, dude, that's so funny. I ate both. I can listen to you talking about coffee cakes literally for 24 hours. Oh, thank you. Next 24 hours. I just love because when you, so I'll give you another thing. Thanks, MXC. I mean, to let you behind the curtain, when I came here, Charlie was asleep. I told him when we were recording, I mean, we both agreed on when we were recording. I told him when I'd be here. Charlie was asleep. I called him a few times, and then I was like, you know what? He's asleep. I'm gonna get more bacon. I tried to get coffee cake, but I was like, I'm not gonna drive far away, so I went to another coffee shop and or bakery. And then I came back, and he's still asleep. So I honked my horn, and then I went behind his window, and he's charging his car through his window. So I started screaming his name, and then I called him again. And that all happened. Yeah. I woke up at 6 a.m. and I was like, who's gonna be here first? I sleep deep. I woke up, but I knew I wasn't gonna have time for chicks. So, you know, I mopped the floors one night. I cleaned it very nice. I cleaned all the floors. I took out my trash for the first time this year. It's pretty nice, dude. It smells good. Last time you came in, it smelled like, and you have that smell too. Yeah, it really does. It smelled like a cat's kitty litter. Truly, a lot of things are wrong with me. I mean, I forgot about the bad things I can't smell. Like, oh, God. You know, we had a gas leak.
my old roommate, he was like, "Do you smell like gas leak?" I was like, "No." And then we called over the gas people. We had a gas leak. He was like, "It's not good that you can smell gas."
The name of it, I'm not gonna say,
Fucking gas leak. The guy that did the gas leak claimed to have fixed it, and he didn't fix it. He just left the leak. So he had to have another gas guy come out. They're trying to kill me. Shot fired in Flatbush. Does anything on Cooney work? Taste. I can still taste. I can see. My eyesight's okay. That's one of the things that goes crazy. I see.
So Mark has been a surveyor for 20 years. And
The risk they shot at the system of
listen, you don't come here for the truth. You come here for the facts, right? That's true. Yeah. So think about that.
In fact, you can choose. That was so funny. You looked at me with a 20-year thing. Sure, I've been a surveyor for 20 years. That was awesome. I wish I said stuff like that.
I like how Brendan Walsh, in the same motion he entered the chat, he left the chat.
He was like, all right, I gotta go see you later.
No, there's, listen, you don't have to tell the truth, you just spit facts, right? Yeah, that's what I say. You have no sense of smell, you have no sense of humor, comedy. Ever heard of it? Come on, dude. That's a bot. That's a bot, dude.
Oh, that's a bot. Yeah, that is a fucking bot and a half.
Oh, shout out to the subscribers, too, dude. We got a shit ton of subscribers today, dude. Oh, we just hit 10,700.
Hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
I mean, of course we did. This is the greatest special of all time.
Yeah, there's a bit that we're going to do later. I'm excited to do it. I told Cooney about it when he got here. It's going to be, we're going to try to do some group meditation, see where we can go. It's like trying to do DMT, but with a large dose, because we're going to be listening to this. You're going to be looking at it.
I'm with you. I hear you. Don't kill me.
Don't kill me. Yeah, and then it's when you're in a meditative state, that's where you know where the real funny is, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
I don't go to a comedy show unless I close my eyes for 10 minutes and focus in on my inner child. You know? Sorry about that.
Luminosity, I've met him in person. Never met him.
If you guys want, I can make some fucking sausage.
You go over there and do a cooking show.
Yeah, I do that. I got cameras set up for all that.
This is you. You're like, I could. You want to. You want sausage.
I already told Paul to bring sausage. So,
Love T-Most, and honestly, I miss when it was big. David, listen, bot. You bot. Like, your bot, just because you use emoji, they think we don't know it's a bot. And then Tricer, thank you for calling it out. In the community, we have to stay together, stand strong, and call out bots when we see them being seen as a bot.
yeah,
Okay? You're lucky you're not a block bot. Yeah. I'm not mad, I'm just upset. Death to all bots, but no bots.
no. If you want to watch you cook together, I can teach you how to make some.
Oh, have burnt sausage and put it on salad? If you have, I think I know how to do that already.
Oh, okay. Sausage salad. Okay. I'm gonna tell Paul to bring some sausage and some fucking salad, dude. Sorry for calling.
Yeah, I mean, they have Eudora says make bond me. Can you make bond me? You guys gonna premiere any new songs today? Not today. We're not done with songs, okay? We're still doing Jorno. We're working on some things in the kitchen. We may go back to songs. I mean, we want, and that's our goal. But as you get very busy, energy drinks, the group obviously like for 24 hours. A song on today's podcast. But you got Cowbell, you got Mark, you got Wells, maybe some more guests. You know, don't ask for too much. You're a bot. Actually, it's a bot question. That's a bot. You're trying to trick me, bot. You're trying to trick me, bot. I forget where you were. Who you are.
I mean, we just noticed this a couple days ago, so we're gonna be struggling with who's bots and who's not.
Typical sentient being. Shelly, Howard,
You find out on the body, understand what
I was thinking
you
about making beans and cheese, but that seems like a mission. Beans, cheese, beans, cheese,
you
beans,
know,
cheese.
none of this works.
That would be crazy. I remember I said on the phone nachos, but I was like, that's gross. Oh yeah, the nachos is bad. That would fuck us up. Yeah, I mean, pizza would fuck us up too. When you lived, I was laughing at how hard it is to stream pizza. Yeah, not a good time. Well, you know, if you're asking me what I want, it's always the right answer. Pizza later, I think it's crazy.
All of this, I've been
Ordering right now. Well, actually, that's easy. So Eddie Murphy, Chris Rock, George Carlton, Richard Pryor, and Dave Chappelle. Boom, done. Nice. Easiest thing I've ever had to do with all the festivals. I mean, you know, different than the wild card. Oh, Hannigan's. Well, that's my top. That's my top. Yeah. Hannigan's beat this necessary. What was I going to say though? Oh, can you watch the first Mama special? Or will the stream get reduced? John Doe, the stream will get reduced. If you don't know, in our early days of podcasting, we did the first special and we uploaded it to YouTube, and it got reduced. What was that? The first special. Oh, yeah. Dude, look at that. Do that for a bit until later. Yeah. Okay. Hell yeah, same length. Hell yeah, Papa. Yeah, same length. Wait, no, that meeting's over. Let me. Okay. Well, I'll leave this over here. Yeah, I got you. All right. Dude, thank you, Wade. We love you too. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Look, what is the color of our belt? Black. We were black belts like when we first started, honestly. We were doing it even before we started. Yeah. So we know. So we know how to do. Is talking on a podcast about chocolate. Rosa in the chat. What's up, Rosa? What's up? What's up? Madre. Oh, she started the whole thing, fellas. Mom, can we call you later? Oh, yeah. Are you free to hop on a call? If not, it's all good. They don't really want you. Everyone's asking about you, Mom. You know, the one bad bit about Rosa, she refuses to meet me in person. I went to the Norco Horse Party. I didn't see Rosa there, so that's all I'm saying. A little bit blockbuster, honestly. Yeah. I thought she was going to be there, and she wasn't. So you might have to get a call. Okay, I'll call my mom real quick. Yeah, we can call. Yeah, you call. No politics, yeah. Yeah, please don't get us canceled. Where my mom at? Right here. How's the White House? How's the White House?
Did you hear about Trump?
Oh, no. Why? Rosa, control yourself.
You told me not to.
We told, listen, Rosa. What about Trump?
He's the man.
Oh, my God.
He's better than Ringo. That's the difference.
You know, that might be true. Can't argue with that. Sheriff and Andre Hashem said my mom died Monday and the Rosa bit is really making me happy. Everyone else is calling you a Russian dog. Well, I think that people are enjoying your call. Yes. We've told now that.
Yeah, I'm a real person. I'm not a bot.
It kind of sounded robotic right there. Yeah, that didn't help. It cut out a little bit of it just sounding like a robot.
I have a we didn't know for some sinus stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's called TDS. I'll look the other way. The opposite. What's the opposite of TDS? TDS. Austin brain. Rosa Allergan has Austin brain. My mom has heavy Austin brain.
Be glad I'm calling.
How are you doing, Mom? Everyone's happy that you're calling.
I'm in the middle of cooking a vegetable soup with all the homegrown vegetables, and it's got beef in it too. Yeah.
All right, please don't make any abondigos. Yeah.
Say it right.
That's what I apologize. Basically, ready to how's your day going so far? Nice little Saturday.
Great. I got up late, but it got stuff at the store, and I came back and started
Can you tell the people how often you cook beans and cheese?
every day.
Does
it go with every meal?
Of course.
There you go. So, yeah, I mean, it kind of does.
Because you're not extra cheese.
Oh, okay. You're lactose intolerant. Also, how often do you have tater tots?
Never.
There you go. I mean, that's a white hours of man. I thought you were a shortstop for the Dodgers.
What?
Oh, sorry.
Have tater tots.
Never had tater
There's no such thing in our house. We do potatoes, but we don't do tater tots.
But here's the thing, Mike. I know that you're Mexican, right? But you guys have a lot of mayonnaise, right?
Yes, the only best foods.
You know what's funny, Mom, is I was telling somebody the story. Remember when I was a kid? We've talked about this on the podcast before when the seagulls shit in my sandwich? Yeah.
Oh my God, yes.
Somebody told me that the seagull ate a butter roaster in my sandwich. Rosa goes, oh my God, you probably bother with her phone every day. Just to live with the guilt.
I'm guilt-free.
So you got beef, you got some vegetables, you're just like, it's steamy in the kitchen right now?
I have so Dad grew up in a mountain, and I saw the carrots. They were like red carrots, orange carrots, white carrots, all the different colors. But they look so pretty. I'm like, I want to make a soup with that. So here I am.
Nice. Well, thank you for talking to us. I know that you have no interest in watching the Ringo Poppies. Never seen it, right?
No, he's an idiot. Why you guys even give him so much glory?
Thank you. I appreciate that. You think that what we do is glory or something like that.
Glorify this tool.
It's true. Did you see the guy that I had on my apartment earlier? Big muscle guy, Mark. Big muscle guy.
Which one?
His name is Mark, but we call him AGL for short.
No.
I missed it. I missed the early part. Yeah.
I haven't been tuning in much.
Oh, okay. You would have had skeptical people watch. But thank you, Mike. Maybe tomorrow we have another good segment.
All right, then go ahead.
All right, great night,
It's not as important as your next guest.
I hope the boss haven't taken you too long. I love you.
All right, nice.
Oh, shit, look who it is. You got my fucking W, dude. Alistair Goodwood, live from the beach in North Korea. Dave, you look lounge out there. That looks like a comfortable chair. Oh my God, even better, dude. That's the best place to watch for the podcast. We had Walsh on earlier. You didn't see any of that, did you? As you should. We had Walsh, but you get this Walsh talk to Mark for a while. Mark Harley and Walsh. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I gotta say. We've been going since 9, did he? I don't have that hard. Dude, Gerardo showed your record. Oh yeah, at the very beginning of the stream, I pulled out your record and was like, shout out to Alistair Williams. We're trying to get people to buy your record. Yes. Yeah, man, well, you're following Rosa Hallercott right now. We were just on the phone with
We were earlier. We had some pornos. Yeah. We were trying to do a Ringo Puppy fast, but that didn't last long. There's like a coffee cake that we've been doing, so we're gonna test coffee cake while watching the Ringo Puppy to see if it was any better while we had like coffee cake. Yeah. If it enhanced the viewership at all. Yeah. What's your? We asked Moses. What's your favorite part? What's your favorite bit from the Ringo Puppy? If you had to choose.
What happens?
I gotta say, you know, I was
Only it's gonna be some of the left, the time that of course,
Okay.
gotta say, you know, as a Dallas supporter, because
Do you?
I know actually
Well done. Do you wait? Do you do comedy in Texas at all?
Almost like this is so
I actually did a show in the Dallas Comedy Club, which is a good club. But it's just so weird because from like, you got some people next to a cigarette, you can see the hospital around so it's like, I was like, hey, I haven't come far at all. But yeah, you know, why not? Hey, I'm in
think about all the things that we had when we were kids, right? You got a headache. All it is a couple of animals. Like how many diseases for? Like how many different things do we have?
So, do you find the observations that Shab made about doing comedy in Texas to be true? Is it better? Yeah.
It's just Texas strong, you know.
Right. They don't make you wear a mask and all that shit. Like you don't gotta be woke. Shit. It's definitely different. It's different. Yeah.
I think without having to go through all steps.
No. That's the first one. Yeah. You'd be surprised. Jamal, the Asian Jamal. I think my favorite joke is North Korea with the beach. That is a pretty good one. I think that might be mine. I like Mr. Whole Foods a lot. That sticks out to me. Yeah. And I'm glad that we can celebrate the special itself on a glorious day like this Saturday. Dude, Alan, you gotta, if I can be so bold as to give you advice, I think you gotta do the ass in front.
You're right.
I think you gotta do that, dude.
I mean, I just, right now, I'm just trying to focus on my kid. And we all got COVID, so we're canceling some dates. We'll get back.
Dude, COVID's not real, man. I mean, and also, I know you know about the double placebo blind studies that were done, so you're all in.
Well, you know what? I never realized I was actually getting Addis and Addison.
Yeah, for sure you did. Yeah. You think the Ringo Puppy would not have on? Did you see the thing that Moses Storm did when he did the improv, like the IG story?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I should have asked him if he wanted to be on. I didn't think about that. Moses, he had a show at the Ask Improv, and he posted this really funny video of how honored he was to be doing it, and he edited in clips of the most defensive shot bits. He starts pretending to cry, and then at the end he put us in it. I was like, holy shit! And that's how you get our favor. It's just including us in any way, shape, or form. That's how we know you're not a bot. If you want to not be a bot, you have to be on the Patreon or be friends with us. Yeah. Otherwise, you're a bot. Yeah. So you got to do it too. That's what I'm saying. Please make a video. Ask Improv. Include us.
We should do a live 10 minutes.
Oh, nice. That would be nuts. Holy shit. We get the game together. Fucking Addison trip.
And I think it might be 10 minutes.
Never. Right. We'll share a hotel.
So what are you guys going to do? Actually,
yeah, it's on our loop. It's right behind you on our screen. Yeah. Let me see. Not sure at the moment. Puto cabrón right now. That's the one.
You got that just by visuals and not hard.
Yeah, we're almost there, yeah.
Yeah, no, I can tell from the timestamp on the bottom, the red line. I sequence that with my finger like that, and I'm like, oh yeah, come on. Yeah, we have a huge general setup. We have 3 screens back to back to back, and I'm not joking around. It's for real. Just like everything feeding me information while we stream here.
Oh yeah, dude, Harley in the beginning of the stream, and you know he has the energy of 1,000 men. He did 3 or 4 hours straight of Papa intelligence facts, Tiger facts. Yeah, and I mean it's hilarious to have him meet people. So I mean I wish he could talk to you as well. Yeah, but watching him talk to Walsh was pretty fun. Yeah, it was a good time.
Something's going viral on James right now that he said.
What's my apparently Papa would ask the Betty's to talk. Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't want to read that one. You can just go on the subreddit, or I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you. You want to suck it? Yeah. So when Walsh was on the stream, he was talking about how he talks to us about how he's like obsessed. He's trying to get off of it. He did that bit. It's pretty funny. Pretty good bit. You're not like deep in the stuff. I mean, you send clips sometimes, but you don't have the same kind of addiction that Walsh has.
Relatability, yeah. Yeah, I'm more of a Joanna than a shop.
Who are you in the shop versus a good question we probably done before.
I like Louis Vuitton more than I like baseball,
Is there anyone who's bald in the Shopperverse? Oh yeah, Howie. Maybe that's who I am. Yeah, I can see that.
Actually, right now, there's a population called from my parents. And the coach of kids has a very
Oh shit, I gotta check that out.
I think they're playing like right now.
Yeah. I mean, how's your team doing? How are the Jags doing?
Jags are okay. I mean, that's probably tomorrow. My parents are in Florida State. I've been watching that with them. And Kent State sucks. So they're winning. But they beat Alabama here. Sometimes they haven't really played anybody else. So that matters.
I would have started on all those teams right away.
I saw Sean play.
He did. He was very good. Yeah, Buffalo Bills is the main one.
I'm sorry to inform you, but I think the Jags are going to lose tomorrow.
What the Commanders play? You know? The Commanders play the Raiders. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, they're going to
I've always been a football guy myself.
I don't know anything about football, but I'm in a pick'ems league, and I picked the Jaguars to lose. I'm sorry, I didn't know they were your team. If they were your team, I'm sure I'm picking the fucking Commanders every week.
The Commanders will probably be good, but they just lost to the Packers. The Packers are really good.
Yeah.
So, I think any team would be very much I say the team on the sideline, the stadiums, common team,
Oh, yeah. I mean, Sean talking about anything is awesome. We're talking with Walsh about like a reality show. That was a shot reality show. I still think the Grio Bobby documentary is what I'm most interested in.
Oh yeah, I finished like a keeping out of the shop.
Exactly.
Like that kind of, yeah, I can see that where I can see shop hosting like hosting a Love Island or something like that. Shop Island. And then put together in the house.
Yeah, I mean, Shop Island, yeah, so different Shop. He did almost host Fear Factor like Ludacris, or like Ludacris beat him at that.
Yeah.
It's another. You know what show unironically I love now is The Floor. Did you ever watch The Floor?
I just saw a commercial for the show called The Wall.
No, what's The Wall?
The Wall is how he podcast all the guys that would he used to be a lot of announcer did a lot of things. But again, then here comes The Wall. And then it was like,
Yes. Yeah.
It's basically a wall comes at you in the weird angle, and you have to like.
Oh, like get through the wall, make the post.
Into like water, like whatever. But yeah, so like I saw those that
Okay, so yeah, The Floor is totally different from that. What you just described sounds like a show that Simon Gibson would host. But this show, The Floor, is a little more intellectual. If you're ready, if you like things like that, it's the guy. With Rob Lowe as the host, he does a great job, and he's. It's so all these people on the floor, and they are experts in different categories, and there's a randomizer that picks one or two people, and they battle against each other. So it's like a picture of like whatever, like let's say it's history and R&B artists. So like if it's R&B, the history guy goes against R&B, and it'll show a picture of like Brian McKnight, and they go back and forth. And if you get the answer wrong, you lose time. There's a timer, and it goes. So it there's all these categories. It's fucking. I'm not doing it justice, but it's a great show. BRB. He's like, I love Usher. BRB, dude. It's my favorite kind of music. Oh, really, dude? Fucking love that shit. Oh man, but yeah, no, The Floor, the new season's coming out. It's hosted by Brendan Schaub. Check it out. Yes, it's gonna be pretty good, dude. Oh yeah. No, I mean, what other shows can he host? What other game shows?
He says the thing out, someone gets it right.
He doubts, yeah. Yeah, not yet. I'm not sure about that one. What's the capital of Massachusetts? Boston. He doesn't even know. So Boston. But I guess that's what was the suitcase show where there's money in it? He'd probably tell people the amounts by accident. I think that might make a deal. Let's make a deal. Was that a Howie Mandel show? I'm not sure.
I think you're right. I think it was.
Yeah, I've been saying, like, I know Howie Mandel is funny when he makes fun of Schaub, but I've been kind of saying he sucks. He's not good. Like, I don't understand why people like him.
Howie was just like, here's this cool thing. You watch Howie, you're like, oh, this is what he used to do. This is what made him famous. It's like from the 80s, and it's like, I don't know if he was actually like an outfit, just like crazy energy.
Yeah, I've seen that.
You know what I'm talking about? Like nurse school,
yeah, Robbie Goodwin retweeted that Casey Rocket. I used to work at the office one day, and it was like, there was an email that was like, hey, how is going to the office? Don't try to shake his hand. And he was kind of nice and friendly, but it was like, didn't have him in his, but he was like, he was trying to be personal, and I think he made it really stupid. Like, and he's looking off, he made a really weird comment. Yikes. Can't do that anymore. Woke culture, dude. You get fired. That was pretty great. The mangina thing. He just, yeah, that's me nuts. That's the one thing I do like about Mandel is that he's clearly being fed these lines from like younger people. So like when they're like Gen Z staffers are like, okay, here's the subreddit. They say he pisses in the sink. He has a mangina, and Mandel's like, say less. I got this, fam. And then he goes in there. Every night. Oh yeah, we are. Sorry, I'm dealing with a lot of stuff right here. Oh yeah, it's wheeling and dealing. Yeah. Look at that, dude. I'll never piss on this shit right here, dude. What the fuck? Alan is very good at stand-up, guys. He's a very funny stand-up comedian. As you've seen on Conan O'Brien, ever heard of it? There you go. Hey, Paul C, fuck you, dude. Yes, it'll fit in my fridge. We're doing this bit now where, like, anytime somebody says something negative, we call them a bot. Yeah. If it's not referential enough, or reverential, then we say that they're a bot. And there's a lot of bots in the chat. Yeah, a lot of bots, dude. We don't know how to get rid of them. What do you do with bots? Personally. You engage. Big mistake. Yeah. I gotta tell you, to stream this long, easiest thing I've ever done. No. I'm about to die. It's very hard. People keep commenting like, Cooney seems sick. Cooney's tired. He'll fall asleep. You know. I know. Oh my God! Why are you trying to make us think about? Are you a numbers guy? Yeah, come on, dude. Fucking numbers guy is here right now, dude. Are you a bot? Yeah, bot. I think, yeah, it's 4 o'clock right now, right? Or 3:30. Yeah, we have a lot of time left. Listen, we'll see how long the devices work. 17 hours. I mean, because like things happen on the stream. You know, like sometimes people unplug things on purpose. You never know. Oh yeah. Too much. Oh, well, you know what the biggest one was in history. You know about this, right? Have you heard about this? What? The biggest thing in it's Burbank technically, but the owner of Flappers had a poop so big that it blocked the entirety of Burbank, and there was no toilets worked, no running water, and it's all because of the size of Barb's shit. Yes. You know. Yeah. It's because that's Barb's natural diuretic, and I think they had the leading cause was her cigarettes. And that's why they charge extra. That gas station charge on the bill that you get at Flappers because of the toilets. Josh Snyder? Yeah, that's crazy. He canceled shit. That's weird. The craziest thing ever. Sorry for Josh Snyder's still there. Dude, oh my God, yeah, and you never in a million years, if you told, even with how ridiculous Flappers is, if you had told me back then that Josh would be the booker, the talent booker, I'd have been like, I don't think so. But I don't know why, because they had Richie before that. It was just as weird. He's the dean, yeah, that's pretty impressive too. That's a lot of responsibility for one man. I don't know how he does it. Look, that'd be cool if one day Shane is the biggest comedian there's two huge shades.
Here's a question. I wonder if anyone here's a good game. Yes or no, is there anyone more than a problem with this entire thing?
Oh, that's a good question. Let me see. We're not allowed to check, right? No?
No. I need to go through it to see, like, okay, like, my Korea mentions which 5%. Like,
Oh yeah, there's been some.
I don't, in my mind, Jeff Garland is 24/7.
Oh yeah,
He's a mainstay. But I heard a rumor that actually the name of the ship that Margaret started,
she named it Jeff.
Yeah.
She took it Jeff. They told her you can't take any more Jeff Garlands, okay? Yeah, look, the mainstays were like Jeff Garland, Hal Sparks, Alonzo Bowden. Who else? Alonzo Bowden's like, what's that? Oh, fuck. A Unique subscribed to our channel. That's crazy. Do you know who Unique is? So Unique is like this, I mean, Natalie's our fan. Yeah. I have to watch my words.
Yeah.
But
He's the famous YouTuber that got sued by Shop.
yeah, he got sued by Shop for like showing a video where Shop gives a piece of paper with a phone number on it to a cheek.
Yeah.
The baddie. Yeah.
Shout out to Unique.
Yeah.
Post is crazy.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it checks out.
Probably. He's a wild guy. Apparently it's 8 inches. You know, he always says that. We shit on Jeff Dye a lot in the beginning.
You know what's funny? It's like I kind of was like, oh, Jeff, whatever, he's just whatever. And then I saw him, like, when Mark Mayer was coming to go.
Yeah.
And he was like, I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
Jeff Guy, you gotta be
We watched on Patreon this hilarious thing that he did. Did I tell you about this already? Okay, so he did a video on his YouTube channel where it's like Jeff Dye hates women or something, and he goes and it's him and he's like, all these people think I hate women. I don't hate women. Women are great. In fact, here's a list of women I think are funny. And he starts listing off women that he thinks are funny, and he puts their picture up. It's so good. It's everything you would think it was. Yeah. No, if he wasn't, then it would be fun, almost. But he was like, at one point, he picked this. He goes, he looks at his own list that he made, and he's like, Don, who's that? He forgot who the woman was. And he's like, oh, wait, yeah, no, she's good. And they were all like, it was like Whitney Cummings and industry plants. But he's like, see, I don't hate women. I think they're, they can be funny sometimes. Saying stuff like that. It was amazing. No, she's crazy now. Yeah, we lost a good one. 5150. Oh, you're worried about the kid. I'm worried about Whitney.
My heart goes out to
CPS. Dude, Mark said that. I feel bad saying this again, Margaret. But maybe, you know what? I'm not going to say it again. I'm going to leave that. I'll tell you later. Everyone in the chat knows. I'm not going to say that again. I don't want that. I don't want a clip of me saying that. Now that I think about it, I'll leave that alone. But it's good.
Unique is in the chat. He said acknowledge me. We did. So he said shout out to you, dude.
Yeah, thanks for subbing. Yeah. He said sub Balloon. Everybody loves Balloon Fart.
Balloon Fart is one of the mainstays here.
Balloon Fart is very friendly.
Originally it was Wadsworth. but then he disappeared. You want him somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't know where Wadsworth is anymore. He left. Sometimes he chats in, but he's not. He hasn't chatted in today. I mean, he's a legend. I think he's in hiding right now.
Smiley face emoji. It's a
You're good. Thank you. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he transcended the box. Yeah, I mean, Mark Barron was talking about Elephant Graveyard on like the New York Times podcast. Something that was hilarious. Yeah, he was like, you gotta get this guy. Who's your guy? He goes, this guy, Elephant Graveyard. And they're like, okay, next question. Please don't ask us. Please don't talk about that. A newspaper, sir,
Ran by billionaire technocrats.
they don't want. They listen.
They got their own simulator about the fucking
Yeah, Jeff Bezos, believe me, Washington Post. There was that one, the moon land or the moonding clip is about the something about like how something's fake. I forget what the stuff. I don't know, but you know he will. At some point soon. How have I not thought of it? Do you know? Jen is Guillermo. Who's Guillermo? Brian? Callan? Guillermo's so much more talented than Callan. Al, do you know the band Swell Season? You heard the movie once? You heard of it? Yeah. I saw them. I wish, Eddie. I saw them last night at the Greek, and the guy, he said that they were supposed to be in Kimmel. Can you believe that? Yeah, they came to LA. Yeah. Yeah, feel bad for the Raiders. Yeah, I mean, it's great. Nice.
I'll let you know when.
Yeah, I mean, I've been there twice. This time we got the seats in the front, and they're super nice seats, good food, very laid back, everyone's friendly. It's not like one of those like venues where they're very strict about shit. They just kind of, oh yeah, your seat's over there. Yeah. The Greek is the Hollywood Bowl is also it's very good. It's highly recommend. Who'd you see? Gerardo's here. Oh yeah, no, you're a big music guy.
I look highly sick.
Oh shit. And you're on tour with Vampire Weekend. I fucking love that band. I want to go to Vampire Weekend. And then on my bucket list is to go to Ween with Wells. Oh, thanks, bud. Sean can host I'm Not Smarter Than a Fifth Grader. Never heard of it. Brown Cornelius says, asking you if Riley's back together. Obviously they are, right?
Yeah, they're really great vacations. I don't know if they're going to come out for everything, but they got like
I think the same thing happened with the band from once. It's like they were together and they broke up. But
what's happening too is like we're on the same age, so it's like bands that like back then, like they were big albums or whatever.
Ronald County's like, why never thought about that? Ronald County's like, why wouldn't the system go down? Yeah. That is crazy that we're at the age now where the bands are like reuniting. Like, I guess me seeing the Swell season is like my parents forcing me to see the Temptations. Who's still alive from Peter, Paul, and Mary? I talked to, I didn't explain to you. I talked a little bit about it in Raccoon Tweenies, our other show, but I went to Martha's Vineyard and I stayed in Chilmark. And you know, I don't know how much you know about Martha's Vineyard, but that's where like Larry David. Larry, that's where Larry David and Alan Dershowitz got into a fight. Did you hear about that? Larry David like got into his face and you suck, you fucking asshole. So I've always thought like maybe I'll run into Alan Dershowitz here, but I went to the Chilmark Tavern, which is right next to the cottage that we're staying at, and we sit down and the Dersh walks up. He starts walking towards the restaurant, and I'm like, "Oh my God, that's Alan Dershowitz!" Like trying to whisper it to my family, and they're all like, "Who? What?" I go, "Alan." They're like, "Alan Dershowitz." They're yelling his name as he's walking up, and he sat at the table next to us, and he's literally right next to me. And my mom's like, "Where is he sitting?" And I go, "Behind me." Okay, and then I did a selfie. I wanted to give him shit, but my family was there and I felt fucked up. But I didn't. I saw him twice because he was at the tavern, and then we bought tickets to a play, and his daughter was the star of the play. So we watched. He sat at the table next to me there too, but then thankfully didn't have a seat near me during the play. So I have to deal with all that. But yeah. What's that? His daughter? She's cute. She's got a daddy. Oh, the place sucked ass. She could have sucked, but just cute. It's kind of boring. Yeah, dude. Imagine a shot. Shot was a quicker and the Ross would He should have been in that play. The play was just, you know who Hannah Arendt is? You heard that name? Never heard of her. She said she's famous for saying the banality of evil, describing that. You know that. So the play was her getting interrogated. So it's like her and then a soldier. So Bob could have shot at the soldier. And that is great. They'd be like, "What were you doing in the library?" "Oh, you're in the library, books are big." She's like, "Actually, I like books." "Oh, really? What fuck?" Kind of a fan here. I go, "I'd rather watch that than what I saw." The lawyer could have been. That was another thing that happened that's kind of funny. We got a phone call from Harley's lawyer on the street. Oh yeah, his lawyer sounds ridiculous. He has like a fun Rob Pebble or something like that. Like he has a fake sounding name, Rob Pebble. He's like, "Oh, I got to take this call from my lawyer. It's Frank Cum." Why did your lawyer have this offensive accent? The lawyer calls it a bomb threat. "Hey, this is an old Walsh man. What's going on?" "My name is Bobby Pebbles. I'm Bobby Pebbles. I'm going to get you off." "What do you mean you're going to? I'm suing for wage and hour violation." "Yeah, I'll get you off." "Yeah, you're going to come." I'm Frank Cum, actually. Rob Pebble. Yeah. Bobby Pebbles, attorney-at-law. At laws. He sounded hilarious on the phone, too. He was like, "Here's what I want you to do, Mark." Yeah, well, Mark was like, "Are you sure that you want to be on, like, the pod?" He was like, "Oh, yeah, that doesn't matter."
client privilege exists even if you're on a podcast with 400 people listening. Me, if you didn't know that. Oh, they should. He's the best lawyer around. That's what I heard. Yeah, exactly. If you want a big attorney, big good boss. I'm a big good lawyer. That's what BGL stands for. What are your qualifications? I went to Yale. Never heard of it. Yeah. Shop should give a talk at Harvard. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. That ain't messing up. I want to rest it in life.
Is there any pictures of shopping at graduation? That'd be great.
I want to see what
Yeah, how did he graduate from high school? That's surprising.
Shaw AI.
Yeah.
I mean,
Shaw in a diaper.
Pajamas with
Hat on.
Shop in the Oval Office. That's a good question. Not to get political, but we could. I mean, who's a better president, President Trump? Donald Trump. That's tough. Yeah, I think Shop too.
Shaw's first term. Trump's second. Trump's first term.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's right. Yeah, and I can't remember either terms. I have grades.
because he played sports and was at least in high school. The coaches make sure they pass by telling their teachers to pass them.
That's probably true as well.
You got a degree with the marketing device.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you got one of those like those young. What is the young business thing? The YJCs or something like that. Something like that. And they were big with Shaw because of the comic books themselves. Yeah, that too. Because he always wanted to be a comedian even back. It's too bad he never had to live out his SNL dreams.
Yeah.
He's a little old for that now.
That's as far as I got.
Well, thank you, ASW, for coming through, dude.
Yeah, we love you, man.
Brother, we gotta get back. We got some business to do. Dude. We gotta watch some Gringo Pop.
Yeah, we gotta get back on it.
Later,
Good trip. Oh, we're back on, dude. Let's go. Oh shit, back to the Gringo Poppy.
I got the Johnson, but I don't feel good, bro. Yes, I'm sweating, bro. I'm gonna it's all the marketing, man. Like, they need to hire some just timepiece actors. Just blast them all over the news, right? Just get them on there. Just put them all over the news, all over the nation. Like, yeah, dude, I got the Johnson Johnson. I feel pretty good. I feel great, actually. If I'm being honest, one side effect, if I'm just want to be up front with everybody, goddamn things down to here. We have a line of bros at CVS just like,
trying to do my part, bro.
trying to do my part. It's good to be in Dallas, man. You guys doing it? It's good to be in Dallas, man. You guys doing it? It's good to be in There's a reason I decided to shoot my special here, man. You guys just give me so much love. I absolutely love Texas, man.
I've been touching ass since I touched down. It's fantastic. LA is not like this, you know. LA is North Korea Beach. It is fantastic.
One of the greatest trips ever written.
Yeah.
How did he even think of that? You know, North Korea. I mean, dude.
But they give us Wi-Fi, so that's cool.
What's the over-under on him writing that bit?
0%. Zero. I would never take credit for it, though. The writers, it's not his fault. No writers ever take credit for anything. You know, someone else wrote a lot of this. Robbie, yeah, Walsh was on, like, I've lost track of time now. Maybe an hour ago, 2 hours.
Yeah. Like noon or something.
Yeah. I mean, the time is really strange when you do a stream. I'm now learning that because I'm used to the longest we've ever done is like 2-3 hours. And we started at 9. It's now almost 4.
That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, watching the Grill Poppy's helped me a lot. If it wasn't a Grill Poppy thing, I don't know if I could do it.
That and also, it felt like when what's his name came? Mark. I feel like Mark, he saw us as paper, and so he folded us up into a little airplane, and he launched us into the future in 5 hours. You know what I mean?
No, but the grave is telling me yes.
Yeah.
I bust in, but I did understand.
Yeah. Mark said he's coming back.
It's cool that a lot of y'all are staying on. You know, we're happy to see some of you back. We haven't seen Elizabeth in quite some time. Yeah, I started
Shopping sacrifice for the core, but all of the
Sean is sacrificed for the core, but all his friends are nearly as bad in fairness. He better Austin.
Shout out to you, Timothy Wendell.
I wonder what Austin is actually like. I need to ask one of my friends that moved there. Give me they won't give me an honest opinion because they live there now.
Yeah.
So we gotta go ourselves. We gotta make a trip and see what it's actually like. It's one thing to just make fun of a place and not really admit it. You know, like North Korea with the beach. I gotta go and experience it myself. Like, what's good about it? I don't know. Really good. Alan seems like it.
Walking higher. How are you feeling?
Sick,
Really?
I know, I mean, that's just it. I looked at my eyes in the bathroom, I was like, my eyes are red.
It's all that great poppy going straight through you, dude.
I was like, fuck, dude, that doesn't look good. Oh, well. You can watch me, like, deteriorate and falling apart. I'll say this, a lot of people are saying I'd be asleep early into the pod, and I'm not asleep.
Hit them with a finger.
Oh, no, they were right. My friends in the group chat were saying that. It's like, you're my friends back home, what are you, why? Hacking? Like, can I get some support? Like, you'll be asleep soon. They told me to get 5 hour energy. Nah, I'm not doing it.
Oh, hell no, you'll never do that.
Nah,
These are better than that.
get that away from me. That's disgusting. Don't threaten me with that. Some about getting headaches for those
I started to get a headache, but then Mark kind of pulled me out of that with his cat story.
Well, the Advil's helping. I appreciate that.
It kind of grounded me into reality, where I was like, you know, we're just a couple of cats out here looking for a home.
Yeah. You don't smell that much money over here. Oh, man. Squab, don't put me in an app and make me fuck my way out. Mark, did you miss Cowbell? We did that at the beginning of the pod.
Yeah.
But, you know, you can watch it. It's still live, so you can watch it after.
You can watch Cowbell or something better. You go poppy with us.
That's true. I mean, yeah. Well, bot.
Yeah.
We know you're a bot, Mark. Yeah, you're a bot.
Why don't you have a profile pic? Because you're a bot.
I know about when I see him. Yeah, I can see right away.
John Jordan, how does it feel being a bot, right?
Yeah. Don, bot, more like bot, Jordan. You know who's not a bot? Trevor. Who else is a bot? Timothy Wendell. So, try not to be a bot. How about that? Try not to be a bot challenge. Challenge 500. What's it? How do you say those things hard? You know the Gen Z thing where it's like challenge impossible. What is it?
Challenge expert. Like expert level.
Is that what it is? Yeah. I don't think that's
like what is it called? Difficulty.
Nah, QT, you're not a bot. Adam said Ellie's a bot. Trouble in Paradise. Yeah, dude. Trouble in Paradise.
So about that sounds like masturbation to me, bro.
Yeah, you're gonna be jacking it. Our first relationship that has been torn apart by this bot.
Yeah. Challenge level impossible.
Oh fuck! Timothy's bot. Psycho. We know you're a bot. Blue Dots, rest in peace. The server news. There you go. That's how you do it. Challenge impossible. So I was close. Do you guys hang out with Mark outside of Bond? I mean, when we hung out with them at P.F. Chang's, I went to dinner with them once with Luana. But outside of that, Is this T-Bob's? Bot. YouTube channel Q. Bot. Yeah. Shadow Band Bot.
Thick bot whiskey.
TriStar, almost a bot. Almost a bot, but no. I know who you are, so now that you're not a bot.
No, but when I did walk him out, and I walked him purposely away from my car, and then he ran away.
Yeah.
This is fake 24-hour pre-show.
Bot Jonah.
Yeah, dude, bot.
I already knew you were a bot.
Yeah. Oh, cool story, bro. Bot.
Sound like watching 5 minutes from now.
Oh, we're gonna do that.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, Smith and Burns making me kind of want P.F. Chang's food. I know, right? It was pretty good. And I liked P.F. Chang's before that. How funny was it? Remember when we first started, I went home to visit my parents, and they didn't even know about shop related. They're like, you want to go to P.F. Chang's? I was like, yeah. Dude. My parents are savage. They order from P.F. Chang's. Dude, that's how I am. Never had it.
Throw walls and on Dan. That sounds like a good idea.
Walden is a good movie. I like it.
Oh, shit. The bot paid us.
Oh, thanks, YouTube. You're not a bot. Shaggy Butter. Good to see you.
Here is some money left beyond to watch you for someone.
That's a good thought.
Already. It's hard to count, but we do have expert, what is it called? We have lawyers, AI, and they're going to tell us after the stream. We'll be sure to be transparent about the numbers.
It's a tactical event.
Yeah.
We had tactical coffee. There's still like a cookie left. There's still lots of cheese. That's the worst time I've ever had in my life. What's that other thing you got? That weird cinnamon thing?
I don't know. I'll find out.
I want you to do those cookies work. Dude, I can't believe we've not had portals. I've had portals. Oh, it was great. It was Mark. Sorry. When people say they have that portals here, it's like the craziest thing. I can't, like, you live in Los Angeles, you have portals? Oh, really? Oh, really? That's crazy.
That was sus, my guy. 24 hours is 23.5 hours too much. That's hilarious, Steve Keith.
If you walk around in Los Angeles, we don't have a big, we're like North Part of the beach, but you like will find importance in something. Like they got one in Down, they got one in Glendon, they got one in Berkeley, they got one in Pasadena. They got one everywhere. I don't know if they have one in Pasadena, but they have one everywhere.
Is content transformative a word for you, Timothy? Are you kidding me? I don't know what to say, but what's it called? Somebody was saying something that I wanted to comment on. See, this is the 7-hour stream brain right now, dude. What you trying to do? I was trying to figure out something. I was going to say something. I forgot what it was. Oh, I've had the Cuban sandwiches at Porto's. Those are fucking bomb.
Their sandwiches are really good too.
Yeah.
I thought about it. I was like, I could get like real food, but by the time we ate it, it would be like potato balls. I was like, we'll be eating cold potato balls. I don't really want to do that. I mean, I have done that many times, but today I was like, I'll really have coffee and cold potato balls.
Janae wants to know if you brought extra Graves mints to make it through the night.
You know, I only have to take it 5 times a week now, Janae, so suck on that. It only once, and it's so small, it's very low milligram. My level so far, knock on wood.
Yeah.
Or almost normal.
You guys might not be able to hear the Gringo Poppy that loud, but the way I have the, Cootie said at the stream earlier, it's blaring in our ears. Yeah. The way that Cootie set it up, it's like the noise that we make on the stream times 10. And it's just him being like, you need Delta.
You want to have some smelling salts?
I just read that. That'd be fucking dope if we had selling salts right now.
Oh, Garden of Stone said it. That's right. I'm so tired I didn't even know that I read that. That's where we got to. I'll read your comment as if it's mine. Forget that you said it.
Mine's the team. Lipinowski, welcome.
Yeah, great guy. Him and Lucas. I wonder if Lucas is on the stream. I don't know what his name is, but I met them in Orleans.
Oh, okay. That's like what? 1.5 days ahead?
Yeah, I think so.
Papa is a poet and a philosopher of our generation and all that shit. Selling spots.
Oh yeah, when they try to fit everybody in the car. I still don't know what smelling salts are, to be honest with you. I know we've gone over it before. I don't understand it.
But. Turn up Cootie's mic, I want to hear the Graves flicking.
Obvious bot. Is there a drinking bot? Come on. The bots are getting easier to tell, dude.
I'm loving you, Daddy, like Catkiss.
Oh, you know what? 36 teeth, not a bad thing to ask. I should have grasped. I actually, you know what? I have not. That's the one person I have not even grasped at.
Yeah.
That earlier, I was like, I told them that I was grasping at some bigger guest. I mean, the biggest guest of all time. I was grasping at someone else, and they completely turned me down.
Yeah.
Look at you. Look at you guys, another sleeper for greatest things ever said.
Yeah.
Everything you've told each other could have been a lie. You may never have been in love. Yeah, I was like, well, no, you know.
You almost, you're like teetering on that.
All right, see you later, Blondfart. Thank you for always being so friendly. You're a great guy. I never met you.
If we would have asked Katie Letterman.
I've never asked her either. The closest I come, I said something before was I asked Josh, I think. No, I didn't ask Josh to answer. I asked Josh Potter, and he was like, no. And I figured that's enough. If Josh says no, then Danny will also say no. And I've never met Danny, so I have no connection to her.
Almost 420 likes. Smoke up, fellas. I like how they want to smoke. It's not even 420 likes yet, but they're like, I want to smoke. It's almost 420. I'm good.
Oh yeah, 19 minutes from now. That would be crazy. Relapse live.
On the likes.
Oh.
Chocolate chip salsa. 420 likes. What's his name? Jamal?
Yeah, Nick Jamal. He's so funny. He's just arguing on like an old man online. Like, hey, fucking you know, this fucking Biden guy, like that. Yeah. These fucking liberals they're not fucking kick Jimmy Kimmel's ass.
Red Bar is watching. Also, the bots are too, dude.
Yeah, bot. Yeah, good one, bot.
How did you ride, Joe?
His name's Gerno, bot. You smoked all those cigars and never called me. Damn, that'd be crazy if you smoke cigars. You don't want to smoke inside them.
No.
You fuck with cigars?
I actually haven't smoked cigarettes since November. I wish, but no, I can't do it.
I only smoke cigars when I'm 10 toes down.
Oh, yeah, steady on business.
Yeah, when I'm saying I don't smoke cigars.
Damn, dude. I'm like falling in and out of consciousness.
Oh, yeah. No, this is crazy.
You fuck with water? I haven't had lemonade in months. You smoked all those spots. You smoked all those cigars, never call me. Bring back Cootie, please. I know we need to bring back.
If I told you I smoke a cigar, I might be too tired.
What do you guys think you'll hit the wall? I mean, I'm like rubbing against the wall right now.
I hit the wall 5 hours ago. I hit the wall before we started. I'm where the wall meets the wall. I'm the wall from the TV show Alan. I feel like if the shape was just me sitting in this chair, I still wouldn't get through the wall. Gerard was the wall. Rub that wall, Daddy. I mean, I don't know. Smoking cigars. I know Red Bar has his feelings about it.
Oh, Roger got arrested.
Oh, yeah, you didn't see that? Oh, dude, the videos are gnarly. Why? Just because it's so sad. Oh, he's filming. He's like, you filming me? He's getting walked out by the cops. It's just tragic. I feel bad. He did a really bad thing, but I feel like he's just, he's got issues.
Yeah.
It's clearly caused by serious not funny.
I have a secret shit, so
yeah.
My boy's getting sausage salad right now, dude.
Yeah, I got a text before also.
I think we fumbled the bag on McCorville, right?
We might have fumbled the bag. Might have been too late because he did say that he could only do early, and then Mark was here for 5 hours or something like that. I want him on. I mean, we'll get him on. I love the guy.
Yeah.
He's probably doing whatever he said he was going to have to do.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. We will probably have. We'll have a few more guests, so don't get it twisted. There's more guests coming.
Yeah.
What's he doing right now?
Oh, he's starting the closing bid.
Oh, yeah. I know I said this earlier, I would like to see the, what's he saying? BGL selling Castorius. Yeah, I mean, that's not the first time I've heard the cat story.
Yeah.
I can't remember what he talked about it before with me. I don't remember. I heard Andy Letterman is tonight's special guest, right?
No, I wish.
I regret not asking Moses. I can't even shoot him a message. Moses, but I'm so tired.
I know, dude. I hit the wall hard.
Yeah.
You've been carrying the load.
Oh, no. Listen, take that.
All right.
If you want to switch to the couch, we can switch to the couch, but I'm fine.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm waiting for a guest.
Yeah, and then
couch.
what when IDM comes on, they can just take that.
Yeah. I have to watch it. And we're gonna be sleeping.
It's blue shorts it out, and they're like, all right, man, go ahead. Talk to me.
Don't ask questions.
Bots. Bot. When they're like, hey, so are we on this bot?
Bot.
Carry on. No,
Carry on. Bot.
you fucking lazy sack of shit. What are you, Cutter? Do your job. Othello is Oathman, yes, he'll be on. I hope. Unless he tries to pull one of his bullshit excuses. I'm like angry now. Everyone is my enemy. Everyone's a bot.
Okay. You know the one thing I'm looking forward to at the end of this week? I'm gonna watch fucking Cowbell at the beginning here.
You missed Cowbell.
I did miss Cowbell.
Okay, that's nice.
How was it on a scale of 1 to amazing?
How was it beating him again? Or what do you mean?
We talking about beating him again.
Oh, yeah, I'm not Cowbell. I'm sorry. I'm at Graves.
Yeah.
How Cowbell did great.
Hey, we should end the stream because that's weird too.
Couldn't get any more inches each hour pass. I don't know, but you should see the things I call Othello chat. It's like a cancel for that.
I want to actually ask the chat. Oh, man, where are you? Back to the beginning, I guess.
Let that boy get some sleep. Thank you, TriStar. You are not a bot.
How good was Cowbell? Better.
No way, you can't get kids on did you see Cowbell earlier? I had practical.
We should have taken a nap while Mark was here.
We could have done. What's up, Dallas? Texas. That needle's not touching this fucking temple, Daddy. The walk is skill. I don't care what anybody says. It's a skilled walk. He says he's taking a contract. It just shows things. Studying degrees.
Oh, my bad. My bad. Yeah.
They fucked it off with a Birkin.
It's all the hard. I fuck this fucking up. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Why are you laughing?
That was a Red Bull bird, my friend. Miss it. Miss it. The dumbass that messed it up.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
You smoke meth.
It looks like he was like.
Who are the old ladies on your shirt in this Oppenheimer?
Golden Girls, Daddy.
Where's all the English money gone? We need more English money. Earlier, I accused an Indian man sending us English money. And that was at the beginning of the stream. They have no reason to be tired of that. That I think is top level physical comedy, sir. That's facts. Oh, Nathan, are you English? Shout out to London. Always good to have international. Successful egg is back. Goddamn sticks. Yeah, you're right. Goddamn dicks out of here is pretty funny. But get back in the kitchen, successful egg. You need to go viral on Reddit. Okay? Hurry up. You can watch the stream for a little bit, and then you got to go right back to making clips.
San Diego Airport's closed due to a nuclear collapse on the runway.
That's no start collapse.
Sounds bad.
Prayers out.
I can't go through a lockdown. Straight up.
Oh shit, LB from England as well. Or the UK. Sounds like we're gonna get to it.
Where you go, Poppy, dude?
Just fight. Oh my God.
So much easier. Shit. The laugh after that is so crazy. Oh my God. And we fuck each other. That guy is like, don't burn yourself out, Kurt Largo. You'll have a chance to do this all over again in 10 hours. Good one. Yeah. I knew about when I saw him.
Yeah. You know, my bots say they burn out. That's why bots actually burn out for real. Almost guys, we don't burn out.
Gordo is asking me which homies he's thinking up here. Yeah, probably just Joe. This guy just not gonna realize his make run businesses.
I realize my girl's not she's not a friendly.
What do you call Gavin Newsom? Can we do another call for Gavin Newsom? I got some funny names. Now, take a chance. I was going to say, he called Gavin Newsom Gavin DeGraw. What else? Gavin, I'm so tired. Thinking of things. Gavin Newsom.
Already got some.
Gordon Gecko. Gavin Newsom. Okay, come on.
It's been 8 hours. We haven't said the name.
I'm trying to not do that one. Hey, Newsom. What is he drinking? Tiger Thick or no? That's before Tiger Thick. So just whiskey. It'd be tough, honestly, I think, to just drink something like whiskey while doing stand-ups. I've had a beer on stage. That was fine. Now, I don't like Taco Bell whiskey during your set. The same difficult me pressing different.
States 10 years ago.
Illegally. Oh, yeah, LP, yeah, who knows? I wonder how many tabs I got. Just to see. The old man.
Why? Because they're fun and they're spicy. No doubt, definitely spicy. Spicy, right?
Let's see.
Spicy.
Tabs. How you want to guess how many tabs I got open right now? Throw some numbers in the chat. How many tabs do I have on my phone currently? It's way higher than 14. Way higher. Closer. Let's see if anyone gets it. Ooh, that was close. Jesus Christ, I got really close. Oh my God. I got 40. Almost very close. Paul Kersey, everybody. Paul Kersey, very close. Holy yeah.
That's a great point. He has a Google of tabs open.
What is this? The fuck is this? We measured, but they are mayonnaise, but they look small. I need a fucking tater tot to get out.
Every time you're yelling, does it ever occur to her? Maybe Bren's not trying to shit his pants.
You want to hear something true, Cootie?
Yeah.
I'm talking to this girl, and yesterday, the last message I sent her was, I'm watching the world's worst stand special for 24 hours tomorrow. What's your response back?
Can we flip?
Close, but no. It's good.
Can I watch it with you?
No. She didn't respond. I don't do this for me. I do this for my kiddos.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta make money to buy baseball bats and cord for the bat.
Hell, man. All year round? Dude, every day, cheese. What the hell, man? All year round? You never tail off the carbs? Nice. Dude, every day, cheese. Like, what the hell, man? All year round?
Talk about Michelangelo, dude. Painting the Sistine Chapel right there, Daddy.
And some of the best stuff ever written.
Yeah.
That's just facts.
Yeah. Ice cream. That's what, like, Amigos or something like this, they should make a song called Everything.
White t-shirt.
Everything.
Same Gringo Pop.
How many times do you think the future has watched the Gringo?
A lot.
Yeah.
Great artists watch great artists.
Yeah.
Iron sharpens iron. Yeah. You go up to fucking Bob Dylan, you're like, you ever seen a Gringo Pop piece? Yeah. That's back. Watch it last night. Special, dude.
Yeah. The thick voice thing.
Yeah, he's number.
Yeah. Bye.
Has Paul hit you up at all?
Okay. Yeah.
Headache 1 hour in, good. Gerardo's not awake for the start, good. I feel like that sounds like I'm Brendan talking to George when I say that. There's just funny. Do you guys think you can write a set that parallels Gringo Pop people with slightly different jokes? Yeah, probably easily. Fine.
That's all. So, see it, dude. I will fucking take it to the snout and get me around it. I see it, I hate it. So I walked in, I go, Mama.
Are you tired of playing it brave? He's kidding. Bot. Yeah, way to make me laugh, Bot. Gordo, none of your business, Bot. Did Ryan come in with a jelly roll talk? We haven't talked about jelly roll at all.
Yeah. Dude, Jelly Roll would have been a fucking great get, right?
Yes, I really like what show, the way way you treat it with you, I treat one Jeffries that was down beach.
Somebody watch Gringo Puppy for 24 hours.
That's a sleeper for the funniest part of Elephant Graveyard's videos where he shows him crying about Betsy. That's crazy. When you stare into the wall, when you stare too long into the void, it also stares back into you. Be careful as you wrestle with monsters. I'm about those.
Yeah.
So, we should have gotten the Hungry Wolf on the pod. So you guys do a show. I'm Brendan Chop. Fucking
What's the You'd Be Surprised 24-hour stream? I don't think we can go back to that.
Yeah, it's on Showtime. Never heard of it. How sad would it be if we went to the gym with Tony and could bench more than us?
Oh,
Fucking kill us.
probably can't, honestly. I don't bet you.
Nah. That's not facts. It's like bench more than Gerardo the other day to prove I'm never sexual. Oh, it tastes. Feeling pussy on my penis. Girls can't get enough of Hinchcliffe.
We got some surprises for you guys. Keep in mind, we are in stasis right now, awaiting the second half of the stream, which we're not even at the halfway point.
Yeah.
Which is a rough thought. Have you guys ever sacrificed a Saturday for Skits and Bits?
Oh, yeah, entire Saturday. Don't remind me of that. This is going to be a rough weekend for me.
Big deal.
Oh, Ellie's Tony Hinchcliffe is her tag partner.
I think it's just always Saturday.
Oh,
Skits and Bits. So I guess they're saying that Cowbell was never better.
oh wow. Thank you.
Text them and say things.
Yeah, I'm telling you guys, so you did a good job. I'm a motherfucking lobster. Red lobster, dude.
That's so cool that you've played videos since the beginning. Are you guys in your mom's basement or what?
Yeah, I bet you they made a profile pic like I care. Next.
Dude, fuck doing this for the rest of your life. Imagine streaming every day.
That's crazy that those guys do that. The big streamer, that's insane. I guess at some point you just gotta just completely tune out. Like, I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know the cool part about doing this though is that sometimes you gotta meet your idols. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes it's just like
What?
unbelievable that you get to talk to people like this.
See, which I'm gonna take my hat off.
I do take your head off.
I can't have my hat on meeting the president. CEO. So actually, I wear a suit. I have a sports jersey. I'm embarrassed. It's number 66. I can't hear Brian. Oh, there he is. I can hear Brian. We did it. We got him. Whoa. Crazy. Man. BC. This is amazing.
What are we calling today's episode? 24 Hours of Shop?
Oh, yeah. We've been, I don't know if you know this, but we've been streaming, well, yeah, you do know this. We've been streaming the Gringo Poppy since 9 a.m.
Wow, I did early when Hell Mark was in there, teeny baddies, but I could see in his eyes lots of
Yeah, no, it was pretty crazy. Yeah, he had a lot of energy. Every foot.
Yeah. So wait, fellas, where are we? You can hear me, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah, we can hear you.
Wow, it's wild here.
Oh yeah, sorry. It's 8 hours of streaming here.
Oh, yeah, this is what streaming does to your hair.
Raccoons. You guys, how much caffeine slash nose beers you got on?
Oh, I don't know about caffeine, but we got rain.
Wayne has a new flavor called white gummy worm. So that's what Gerardo's drinking. Yeah. I had a Red Bull and an Americano. Never heard of it. Yeah. So we got a lot of caffeine. We're very tired. I haven't had it. No, I mean, listen, if it gets anywhere near 24 hours, there might be like a mistake where I unplug on purpose. Oops. I don't know how much longer I can do this, but
You know the answer to that? Sorry, what was that, Brian?
oh yeah, that's a good question.
Well, you missed how my hair got this way, but you know why I don't cut my hair, dude? Because it's cheaper to get a Cubitic hat. You know what I'm saying? Did you see that right there?
We're all about merch. Yeah, dude. What did you miss? Let's see. We had on, well, we saw Mark. We had on Brendan Walsh, Alan Strickland Williams. You missed about 30 to 50 replays of Bean Cheese. But, you know, like, you didn't miss that much. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Oh, I did one time, I think you probably saw, I did like the first 10 minutes, and then the second 5 minutes on the Patreon, but I've never done the full thing. I know I let you down, I apologize, but I want to get there someday. I gotta say, Brian, the bits on the show recently have been amazing, as always, but they're getting even better. I don't know how you keep doing it. Every time it's amazing.
I mean, I'm just recycling. The whole point is that, you know, is this community unnecessary? Possibly.
Yeah.
You guys know comedy, and I don't know if you guys are contributors to the Reddit or just beneficiaries of it, and then, you know, you spun it forward to make your own. These hilarious comedy events, but it's a shop. But this community of homeless feral cats, I laugh my freaking balls off on a daily basis.
Oh, yeah. Some of the funniest guys ever do it. We're mainly just beneficiaries. We didn't matter. I'll see this. Brendan Walsh, comedian, he was saying he's like addicted to the Reddit. Do you ever feel like you're addicted to the Reddit? It's a problem in your life?
I feel like, you know, sometimes it gets all out of bounds, but like, you know, you don't want to be associated.
These are good questions to ask every day.
But, you know, then I laugh my balls off enough that I'm like, somebody needs to document this consistent level of ridiculousness.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the Patreon era has been illuminating.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I mean, it's hit after hit. And then, like, land mounding, that was pretty good. Latest one.
That was pretty damn good.
Yeah.
You know, is Drive Fast, Eat Ass, is that show still around?
I don't know. We always laugh about it because the episodes take like 6 months to make, you know? So it's so weird to have a truck show, and then every show starts with these like, "Alright, fam." He claps his hands, and then 6 months later, there's a new truck. So I'm hoping that in a few more months we can get another show.
Today we're serving Francis Higano out of this carburetor.
If we can get him there to Austin, the storage unit, fingers crossed.
I was hoping you were going to get Jesse on fire, or Becky on fire, or maybe even Jen on today. Was there a chance?
Nah, we didn't even reach out. We haven't tried to get Jen on. I don't know if I want to have Jesse on fire. The way you're hesitant to be associated with Shop is the way I'm hesitant to be associated with Jesse on fire.
Did you ever have any reservations about BGL entering your home?
Well, yes, no, that's a good question. You know, we should have that, but we don't. Unfortunately, we just, you know, it's all risk, no reward. All risk, all reward. You know, and me and Mark, we went out to dinner before the first time I met him, and we sized each other up, and you know, I was like, I could take this guy, so I let him come over.